is a tradition, a crucible. It is a hammer to forge greatness and a spark that inspires millions. It is the International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe. Yet, for those who would seek the Aegis of Champions, the road to glory has never been longer or more treacherous. In Frankfurt, the sounds of upheaval echoed as fledgling teams struck down seasoned adversaries. In Shanghai, revered veterans showed their strength, standing tall against new blood. In Manila, the battle between challenger and champion raged and established a new pantheon. In tournaments worldwide, old bonds were rekindled and fresh rivalries took root. Now, the time has come to put them to the test. As the world's attention turns to Key Arena, as crowds gather, eager for war, 10 teams will clash. Each fights for a chance to change their lives. Each hungers for conquest at the International. But only one will seize glory. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 3 of the International 2016, the Dota 2 Championships, with more than $20 million on the line. Live from Key Arena, we're going to bring you upper bracket and lower bracket games today. It's going to be another one of those fantastic roller coaster rides that we're going to be joined by our panel members, of course. We've got Charlie, Cap, and Pyrian Flax back with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hail, sir.
Hello, Paul.
It's good to be
Wednesday.
back.
Happy Wednesday. Happy Day 3.
I had no idea what day it was when I woke up this morning. Found out it was a
What
Wednesday.
day of the week?
I mean, he was
Wednesday.
literally asking me 5 minutes ago before we started. He was like, what day of the week is it?
Been blinded by all the Dota 2 action this
Are
week.
you sure it was Shane that hit his head? And
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
yes.
just a quick update for those of you that messaged me personally. I know messaged a lot of us. Shane is absolutely fine, by the way.
He's fine.
Just a little bit of mild.
Well, he's not absolutely fine, but he's fine from the injury, is what
Yeah.
we're saying. Yeah.
He's still Shane.
Yeah, he's still Shane. Bless him.
Charlie, yesterday was a fantastic day full of surprises yet again.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening anymore.
Have you got a coin on you today for some predictions? You got it ready?
I do.
Brilliant.
So I have no idea who to predict anymore.
Right.
I think if anybody says they have an idea, they're lying.
Right.
Who predicts TNC beats OG? Nobody. So I'm just going to flip a coin every time.
Brilliant.
Okay.
It's a Filipino coin, by the way.
That works as long as it's got alternate sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
Good.
It's a coin.
Okay.
It's still a coin. That's how they work
Still a
all
coin.
around
All
the world, Paul.
Good to know. I didn't have any coins in my pocket when we were out there. Right then, social media-wise, we'd love to see your tweets, of course, and look at your comments. And first of all, let's head over to facebook.com/Dota2 for all the official announcements and, of course, coverage from the International. Also on Twitter, #TI6. We want to try and get it trending by the end of the weekend. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to get it trending at least on Saturday for the finals. And if you haven't already signed up for the Instagram account, please go and do so. It's a fantastic account with lots and lots of fantastic images from the International 2016. Now, yesterday, as we've already said, it was an amazing day, an incredible day of Dota 2. We've had 3 of those days already, 2 of those days already. We're looking for another one today on Day 3. But before we get our panel to discuss what we've got to look forward to, let's take a look back at Day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International. It's Day 2 of the main event.
Woo! Got it. Who's ready? Who's ready?
The teams are arriving, the players, the fans are hyped, and we're all here waiting for the International start.
Alliance going up against eHome. eHome seen as one of the stronger sides in this tournament. They can kill Port on the end. eHome! Absolutely perfect. Jumping in again, the real load. Oh, there goes Jakari. An immensely painful game for Alliance.
We they're going to be in for a treat. The Sumail Storm Spirit is back on the main stage. This is very classic EG.
They're going to go man on line. The man, he just keeps on running in. Move, desperate to be able to get out of here, but not the case. An ultra kill for Sumail as he falls out of control. Nubia overextended their welcome, and they lose 5.
We'll head back to the analysts to see what they have to say about that performance.
No. You can't do stuff like that on camera, right?
That's the sweet spot, Charlie. That's the sweet
Shut
spot.
up, Paul.
Can I show you the flow chart that I created, handwritten? I want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
It does look a little complicated and a little messy, but I'm sure people love it.
Husker!
Oh, God.
There he is!
We know that face. I never expected to say it, but I think TNC might shut out OG here in this series.
OG, they may just have the sustain required to win this fight as they get the extras done. 4 loss for TNC. There's your shallow grave to corner spin. Nurtel's called out. Mugo try and create some space and back into a 3-man wall. TNC, do they go for a GG push? Yep, they are. They're attacking the Tier 4 towers already to jump forward. Nurtel's gonna go down. They're flying back. They're going for the Tier 4s. 2-time major winners. You are gone.
In Stonehall, it was blood and sulfur, smoke and rot and fear.
Jesus, okay.
Right? Woo! Woo!
Mama Moo in the house.
The LGD are the ones to back up, and here comes Moo. Here comes Moo. Chakram, the whirling death as well. There's the Winter's Curse of Banana, and Showit is killing his brethren. Static Storm off the mark. Misery might fall short, but everyone else is dead. LGD will lose 3, and that's it.
Two players that have attended every single TI, but only one stays alive today, Mott.
This is what this is about. The struggles that these guys go through to get to this point.
Moving over with the pings, but Ehun getting a position on the high ground, ready to fight, and oh, this could be painful for Alliance, jumping in, oh, they're already there! 2 gone immediately on Alliance, and it may even be more again. Loaded just goes for the BKB TPL, he's gonna make it. Ake, on the other hand, certainly isn't. Ehome finding everything, and even more, Bulldog caught out, brought down. This game proving to be even more brutal for Alliance than Game 1, Andy.
Man, they are just relentless, Ehome. Like these Sand King initiations. All right, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. That's 5 down.
Oh, man.
Both the Sten and the Storm Spirit are just barely trailing it. Now looks like Nubia are going to find that initiation. They're going to jump on a Universe first. They don't quite have the burst damage though. Zai's going to be able to come in with the tether, help save him, while KP is going to be jumped on by Sumail, easily taken out. Fear turns, finds out Moo. Hal's coming in for the side, but once again he's being distracted by PPD, and PPD jukes him right out. Now has to go for Fear instead, but Zai, he's causing problems. He's healing up Fear, and Fear's beating him out. Hal's not going to be able to make it away from this one. Flame right back, and Zai survives. Swan down as well. Newbie lose 4, and it's Evil Geniuses who will take the Roshan.
I guess that answers how good EG is. 3 fights in a row now as they go for the relocate.
They want the fit. They don't want Roshan. They're going to take all 5. That's a wipe. Elder Titan down.
Don't have it.
They have the Necro Book though.
Yeah, wait, gotta get caught. Static Storm, nicely timed, but still the BKBs are there. Misery caught first. Cold Embrace on top. Earth Splitter coming out as well. It looks like Resolution might get caught. Great Winter's Curse to save him. Maybe still trying to bring him down, but he can't quite get there. But with a Dragon Tail, he will finish him off. It's a dominating spree, but now Moo comes in. Chakram there. There's the ulti keeping him alive. And Necro ulti actually saving him for a moment, but the DK will end up falling. Still going to be more damage, and now it looks like they're cleaning up. DC cleaning out. Moves out a killing spree. He gets 2. They've gotten a 3rd with Soxa getting a double. Arrow hits up, Starstorm damage, and DC rolling over.
Hang on, is this Elder Titan going for the courier? He just
He has
come
a
down with the
haste.
haste
Got a
thing,
haste.
yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh,
He got it.
He's going deep, he just did it. Oh, and he makes it out as well. Oh, Lanham, what a play. Right, so for some kind of wraparound, they will find Femra on the back lines. This time they do have the Dust, trying to take down the SD. They'll find one. Unguy's Tombstone has been dropped. Alliance trying to fight into it. They'll take the Tombstone down. Ice, stick the front into on the side. S4 zipping around, but Old Chicken comes in with the start. Still the Epicenter from all 11. Bulldog's down. Alliance is starting to falter. S4 still trying to deal with Old Lanham, but he can't quite kill him. Old Chicken jumps away, but he gets zipped on by S4. It will take another, but as we can see, Ice with the triple.
The chrono is up in 6 seconds. OG must be careful here. Might almost be worth it. She doesn't have Surge. You've only got Greaves up. Now the tether forward. Crit does have relocate, but a 3-man chrono. Sam hits it. Miracle wants to try and fight, but they're probably going to lose. Crit, no, the Greaves and the 1 charges. Raven finally gets it close enough to find the kill. They have enough. Tiny comes back in again too. Surged up, Iron Shell into Silver Edge. Where's that sentry? There are 2 of them down. He'll get the avalanche. The stun is there. Sleight of Fist. It is going to be enough damage to get through the faces forward, but the drones on the back line, peppering OG down.
Initiation is the name of the game right now. Newbie are looking
their way up.
Smoke. They may be able to find one. Not a terribly great target. In fact, this doubled into the Chronosphere. Universe with the quick response. Now the other Titan ultimate. Oh my god, the combination. It just wipes out KP and brings Hao down as well. Now Fear jumps forward. He's going to go straight and force out the ultimate from Quad.
Oh, they managed to get Moo as well.
Turn towards Moo as a full 4-man crew and beat on the big carry of Newbie. They take him down eventually with Fear entering into beyond godlike mode.
Is he really bold enough to fight 4 on 5?
Miracle's bold enough to fight in the bottom lane. ETB down there. Battled against Cuckoo for a half a second. Now No-Tell. Big avalanche catching a couple, actually killing the Vengeful Spirit. And the relocate save out. He gets him away.
You can start out with a numbers advantage. It's going to be difficult. And you don't really want to slow down the storm.
Now the stunning 2-man Slithering Crush. That's going to set up Hao to be able to get the pounce. Oh no! He got bounced back by the Flame Break, misses the pounce because of it, and now won't be able to get the immediate damage onto Fear, so instead he turns to PPD. Will be able to pop him out. Samael goes for the back
running
line.
out of mana.
He's getting low. Will be able to make that last long jump into the river, but now KP, he's right there with the amplified damage, and they don't even need a Slithering Crush there. They'll get a second one too, perhaps. Zai gets the tether away, but if he wants this pursuit, managed to get another 2-man Slithering Crush. Zai with the amplified damage is fresh meat for Newbie as they're going to claim the Bat Rider's life as well. 4 down from Evil Geniuses, and Newbie will push mid. And that is not their target of choice. They want to be able to go towards the back line, but they're a bit blind. They're going to start their initiation onto Samael. Wait for Evil Geniuses to respond. Now the epicenter starts. Here comes the Epi. Here comes the 3-man Bro Strike. Wham, bam! EG falls just like that. And now Samael's got to make his escape on life number 2. Blink to the right-hand side. Timber chains away, but it's no chance. The kid goes down. And Newbie, they strike back hard in this second game.
Some incredible plays in our top 10, of course, yesterday, and also some magical memories from day 2 as well. Kat, where do we start? DC winning, TNC winning, OG going out of the tournament, EG looking potentially stronger than they even looked last year when they made a run. Sumail coming back with the Storm Spirit, incredible plays in the top 10. What do you want to talk about?
I think we talked enough about TNC and OG. It's an incredible story, but I want to really highlight what our upper bracket looks like.
Yeah.
MVP Phoenix, Wings, eHome. Those are 3 teams that we talked about as potentially strong, potentially top 6 teams. But if they win this series, and one of those like upset teams that we would talk about, Wings or MVP Phoenix, one of them is top 3.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yep.
So already we have this potentially new regime that is coming forward up at the upper bracket. It's insane, the fact that these teams have managed to take down like some of the big veterans. You know, you look at MVP Phoenix and you say, amazing team, top 6. No one says, at least analyst-wise, no one says winning the international. But they're in a position to do it right now.
Yep, absolutely. $2.1 million for the winner of the 2 upper bracket games today. $2.1 million. The absolute minimum those teams will take home, and a guaranteed top 3. We'll talk about the brackets very shortly, but talking of brackets and talking about teams going out, teams went out on day 1, of course. One of those teams was Escape Gaming with one of our friends, Synderen. He caught up with Jacob to discuss his feelings on finishing in the bottom 4 at the International 2016.
Another game, another elimination, this time Escape Gaming, Synderen. One of the most beloved personalities on the scene. You could have been a caster, you had your own TV show in Denmark. You chose to go back to fighting, running the gauntlet, fighting through open qualifiers into the main qualifiers, and then qualifying for TI for the 3rd time?
Yeah, 3rd time qualifying.
Amazing, you know, an inspiration to all players. What made you stick with playing rather than just taking the safe choice?
Well, I was out of playing for 2 years, from 2013 to 2015 December. And even during those 2 years, I kind of wanted to come back to playing, but I was looking for the right opportunity. So I was waiting until I could build a team I was comfortable with.
Right.
And the only thing that really drives me is drive itself. It's the motivation that I want to do it. It's because I enjoy it. It's the passion for it. That doesn't mean I don't like casting. It doesn't mean I don't like doing all the other stuff. I'm in a kind of a spoiled position where I like doing all of the things and I have the opportunities, but
there's only that many hours in a day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there's only that many hours, and you do what, like, I feel like it gives me, I want to do what gives me the most, like, content and satisfaction in my life. And some sacrifices might be made, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's been worth it.
So you're basically doing what all the other talent hoped they could, but you're the only one good enough for it. So you guys are out, you're in the 16th place, you fought your way in through the wildcard tournament, which is an accomplishment in yourself. You keep proving that you are among the 16 best teams in the world, right? But what does the future have in store for you? Do you guys stick together? Because normally with TI, a lot of the teams split up, there's this whole shuffle going on.
The plan is to stick together. Everyone, what I liked about this team was that we went into the wildcard tournament and we had, our first goal was, all right, we want to get through the wildcard and then we'll see what happens. Because we don't really know how we're placed in the field. So for us, it would be a big regret if we didn't get through the wildcard so that we could play against all of these teams and get a feeling for where we stand and rate ourselves and learn a lot. So we took it as a learning experience. We were very hard to get in, or we were very happy to get in, rather. And then everyone was on the same page, like, this is a good step. The more we win, the better, of course, but we're, in a way, we understand that if we don't get further, we're probably placing as we deserve, and I feel like that's what happened here. Hand on heart, with the group stage we had and the match we just played against Fnatic, I do feel like we're placed as we should be, and as long as everyone understands that and can put that into the perspective, which it seems like everyone can, then that's good enough for me. The thing I like about this team that's very different from teams I played with at some previous TIs is that I'm not standing with like a bitter taste in my mouth after the tournament is over, because we didn't have like any internal issues, there wasn't any sort of doubts or questioning, or we didn't start losing trust in each other. Everyone just trusted, we had a game plan, we did what we set out to do, we learned along the way together, discussed very objectively, and took all things into account.
So through consistency, you're going to be even stronger and fight your way back into better positioning at the major and next year's TI, hopefully?
That is 100% the plan.
Well, we've missed him on the analyst panel, that's for sure. But great to hear that he's made a big choice and decided to come back. Cap, it's always difficult making those choices for some of these guys that are on that peripheral of great players and good analysts, good casters. What do they do? And he's decided he wanted to play, and he's come to TI, third qualification, qualified yet again.
I have so much respect for Synderen to go back and take that chance, because we make a lot of jokes about him because he's our friend, right? And he knows that is potentially what's going to happen, right? Is that if he creates this team and it bombs out, it's going to be all of the jokes about Synderen again, 3 analysts in Synderen, et cetera, right? But he he had this passion, right? And it's a passion that a lot of us share. A lot of the analysts, like, we all love Dota so much, and we want to be able to play. I personally would have loved to have been able to play competitively. Unfortunately, I know my own strengths and weaknesses, and I suck at Dota. So I could never do that, right?
It's all relative. It's all relative, Cap.
I have all the respect in the world for Synderen, who said, I can do this. I can go back. I can make this happen. And he did. He made it through the wild card. He got top 16 teams in the world. You know, that is just so amazing to me.
It's also that thirst and sort of hunger for it that they have. Like I always find that when you talk to the analysts and people and personalities and stuff, if they have played, when they're sitting there watching the tournament, they're itching to play. As much fun as it is to do all the stuff that we do, they all, at the end of the TI, I normally hear someone go, man, I've got to play again next year. That's it. I want to play. I mean,
what's the first thing that we all do when we get home?
Go to sleep.
No. Ted,
Am I alone? Is that why I didn't make it?
Maybe just the really old people, but the rest of us, we play Dota.
Yeah, we go home and we play.
Like,
it rekindles the bug.
It does.
To get the itch back.
Haven't played in a week and a half, Paul.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's getting cranky.
It's killing me.
For the most part, most of us, we would, if we could be pro players, we would take
swap.
In a heartbeat.
You're talking a legendary Monolith Dota.
Oh my God! Please don't say that name. Please don't say that name.
All right. We're going to bring in someone else who would also like to be a pro gamer, and I kind of think he is sort of a pro gamer.
He is a pro gamer.
Go sort of a pro gamer.
Zephyr Gaming.
Morning Purge. Morning Purge.
I had like 2 good months. Does that count?
I think so.
Esports Club.
That's right. We got to come back.
You guys won a LAN.
We've won a lot
Yeah,
of
he did win a
lands,
LAN.
even
Yeah.
some California lands. Does that mean anything?
That counts. That counts.
That actually doesn't.
The clip that I really want to look at is the most pivotal moment of yesterday, where the tournament favorites got knocked out, and just why that happened. It was such a quick fight. Game was over, and that was it. Miracle did purchase a rapier there. He spent all of his money, no buyback money there. So we're going to look at this, hopefully second by second, explain exactly what happened. Now, first issue that I want you guys to focus on is the fact that we don't have all of our heroes here. This is Moon Meander on the bot lane, so OG's waiting for him to show up for them to start the team fight. And during that downtime, it gave Cuckoo here an opportunity to go on Crit, which poses a lot of problems. Now, Crit does have a cheese in his inventory, so he has lots of ways to stay alive, but this forces the initiation earlier than OG was ready to do this. So he goes in, is forced to use cheese. Moon then initiates over here, going on Raven. He used both the Wall of Replica as well as his Hex, which he only caught 1 hero in that. That's really not a very effective use of his ultimate, but it had to happen due to the reaction. And because he's now retreating after using his spells, it creates this perfect opportunity where Chronosphere, this is a good spot for you. You're going to catch 3 OG heroes, and that's exactly what happens here as we continue. Jumps in, Chronosphere on 3 people, and at this point, all the important teamfight heroes are in the clump, basically. No Tail needs to stay alive. He's the one hero that doesn't have buyback, as well as Moon. And, of course, Miracle does as well. And then I want you to focus on what Miracle does. Now, keep in mind he has a Manta Style here, but he's just moving in and auto-attacking. He actually does have Sleight of Fist up at this moment, and he just keeps slapping at him. And I found this very, very confusing. And we have a small graphics bug, so I'll have to explain this one here. But he does get gusted. Keep in mind he does have a Manta Style, so at any point here he could actually jump out of this. But you may have noticed AU did just use Magic Missile. So he was actually stunned in this 2-second duration, and that is all it took. Miracle walking in, slapping a couple times, very uncharacteristic, and a stun lands, and then the game is just over because of those earlier lead-ups. And that is exactly why OG won that game, despite being quite ahead. I mean, we could look at the scoreboard or the graphs. It wasn't really close at that point. Yes, they could have won the fight, but it could have gone the opposite way. Look at that jump, just massive goal jump, and that is why OG is knocked out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kevin. We're going to get more from you, of course, throughout the day as well. It's always good to break these pieces down. It's interesting, isn't it? Because when you watch the replays, you're kind of like, oh, that looks fairly straightforward. They've just gone in there and bashed it, and then you see like the extra parts of it, and it breaks down. It makes much more sense.
I really like Purge's pieces because I think it's something that we don't really get to do from a casting perspective. Yeah. We have the instant replay, and sometimes you're able to cobble the important pieces of what happens in a team fight together, but I think it's a little bit rare. So, and oftentimes I don't believe people go back through replays and study as much as they should and really break down what happens in a team fight. So I think that this offers a little bit of perspective into what the professionals actually look at.
You know how many pro teams would kill for this? Like, there are so many times where a team, they lose a match, even if they win a match, they're arguing about, hey, what happened here, what happened there. To be able to go back in time, draw, use all the tools that he has to actually like break down what exactly happened, valuable.
Oh, you were talking about the TV? I thought you were talking about Kevin.
I thought you were talking about Kevin as well. But yeah, either
I'd
way
pay for
works.
that.
Either way works. But the thing is, see, I saw Kevin smuggle a very large 70-inch bag in yesterday. I'm not sure what that's for, but I think we should watch that TV. I think it's going to disappear at the end of this tournament in like a bag over his shoulder or something.
You do you, Kev.
You've been working out, Kevin? I'm
You
not sure
gonna
how
carry
you're
that
going to
thing
plan
back?
on just lugging that thing over your shoulder, but
I got helpers. I'm hoping maybe with all of this, you guys shouting me out, maybe I'll get a pro team invite. You know, I can be a almost pro.
Almost
I'll
pro.
be a coach.
All right.
Just
okay.
do this in a
Maybe.
laptop.
Maybe. Maybe it could happen. Thanks very much, Purge. We're going to catch up with a couple of our other broadcasting legends, of course, today. We've got Casey and Sir Action Slacks doing their thing. It's kind of, I don't know how you get away with it, guys, to be honest with you. It's like magic and mischief managed or something. I don't know.
Is it our faces?
Yeah.
No.
I have a hype face, right?
It's definitely Slacks'
We got a
face.
something face going on.
Yeah,
is what
okay.
we have.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, Casey, here we are. Welcome to the International Space Station here at Valve. They paid for that. Your compendium money being used well. We're up in space.
Up in space?
Yeah.
Where are we going?
Not really. We're not in space. This is production, right?
Yes, this is production.
Yes,
so
yes,
we
yes.
came down here to the depths of the stadium. Myron, can you step through and kind of
Yeah,
show what's
beautiful.
happening here? So you see all those big screens. These are all the edit bays. This is how they run the entire production. Really amazing stuff. But you know what I realized?
What?
We have a whole team of people following us around.
We do. These guys make the show possible. They make it beautiful, but we got guys that specifically make us look beautiful.
Myron, do you
So-
mind? Can I just...
Yeah,
can I
just
grab
take
your
it. Just
ca-
take
Come
it.
on,
Just
man.
take it. Give it to her. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. I'll be the boom guy. This is good.
Okay.
Okay.
right,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on. I got this.
Is that good? Is that in the shot? Is that good?
Yep, so I want to introduce the team that we have. Over here we have Myron. Everybody say hi to Myron.
Hello.
We have Manny Fresh LA. Did I get the nickname right, dude? Okay, Slacks the Boom.
I'm sorry.
Don't
might be-
make
might
me
be-
ask you again.
Yeah, okay.
We have Pat with the light, looking good, my friend. Pam's behind him, hiding. She does makeup, looking good. And Lori. Now, Lori is a stage manager, one of many. We have hundreds of people working on this crew. Slacks, you want to introduce your... Myron? What did I tell you? You don't trust me, do you? I got this, buddy.
He's good.
All right, Slacks, who you got?
Who do I got? We got Scott, and Cedric. We call them the Scott Said Scott experience, boys. These are the hardest working dudes in Dota. They got to listen to my voice all day.
Why do you get all the Scots?
They're technically, I think they're deaf, but yeah.
Dude.
Scots. Yeah, my man. There we go. Hey, by the way, you guys want to take a break? I feel like we're
Wait,
good.
what?
You're the new camera woman, right? So get us some B-roll, please. And there we
Wait,
go.
guys, where are you going?
Thanks. See
Wait.
you later.
Wait, can you get me a latte?
No, God, no.
Well,
All right, we're good.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just walk by myself and send it back. But here, I'm actually going to put Glenn and Sarah on camera. Hey, guys. Do you need me to rap, or you want me just to stay on camera? Toss back to Paul. Hey, Paul, back to you, buddy. Wait, let me zoom.
Thanks,
yeah.
Casey. Wow, there was kind of like some Inception
no.
stuff going on there, Casey. You might want to watch that. That's
Sorry.
not really good, but well done. Hopefully you get your latte.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
Looking
God.
good.
Oh, God, too many balls.
It'll
Too many
break
balls.
the
Paul,
Aboard, aboard, Casey,
The
aboard.
internet. Think of the internet.
Cut.
Yo, our production
Blimey,
team is gone. What do we do?
I don't know. We're
Whatever
fine.
we want, Charlie.
Yay!
I'm getting undressed.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
She knew it.
maybe not that. Yeah, so they get up to far too much. But they're far too much fun down there.
Working with Slacks. Are you sure you want to put that under the category
You're right.
of
Yep.
fun?
Let's move on then. Right. It's fun. Okay. Let's check in with the brackets right now and bring you right up to speed as to where we are on day 3 of the International 2016. As you can see, our upper bracket's almost complete. It has 4 teams left in the semi-finals. Both of those will play today. And by the end of the day, 2 of those teams will guarantee themselves $2.1 million. A minimum of that, and also guarantee themselves, more importantly perhaps, a top 3 finish here at TI6. In the bottom half of the bracket, 2 more games today. Alliance and Fnatic and Nubi and Liquid go head-to-head. The winners will play each other, with TNC and DC already through to that lower bracket. Let's take a look at today's matches now. We'll start things off with Alliance versus Fnatic. Very much looking forward to that. We've also got Nubi versus Liquid. And believe it or not, both of those games are lower bracket games, which means one of the teams in both matches is done. MVP will take on Wings in the semi-final of the upper bracket. And our last match of the night will feature eHome versus last year's champions, Evil Geniuses. That's the look ahead today. Charlie, what are you looking forward to?
All of them. All of them.
Every
Cheap
game.
answer.
Every.
He's right. Given the way it's gone.
Yeah, you have no idea what to expect. Every game brings surprises. Every matchup brings surprises. I mean, I'm just going to trust in my almighty coin.
Your lucky coin.
And
all right.
that's
I want
how
to
I'll
know
make
at the
my
end of the day. I
predictions.
want to know at the end of the day, because you're not on the last panel, obviously, but I want to know at the end of the day how many Charlie got right, how many Charlie's coin got right.
All right.
Okay.
Can I try and beat Charlie's coin? Can I try and
Sure.
out-predict the coin? I'm going to do that.
Yo, this coin is from the Philippines.
I think you have as
That's where
much luck
Jimmy's
as any
from.
of us right now.
Right. Well, I'm still going to
Jimmy's a
manage.
winner
I'm going to call every series
Okay.
exactly the right score.
All right, okay.
Guaranteed.
Cat, Shiva made
Such
it.
a cop-out.
I know, right? But leave him. He's fine.
You call yourself an analyst?
No.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think he ever did, actually,
Fair enough.
to be fair. Shiva made a great point yesterday. Oh. That's the start of the day, Horn, so we better rush with this a little bit. But just very quickly, Shiva made a great point yesterday. She said, if anyone looks on paper and looks at the last 4 matches from yesterday, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, they would think, oh, that was a pretty boring day.
No,
Not the case.
absolutely not. In fact, if you look at this, you remember like the beginning video? It talks about like new rivalries and that sort of thing. All the old rivalries are going out the window.
Yes.
All right. The EG Secret rivalry gone. Half of them is already gone. You look at the lower bracket from today, Fnatic Alliance, those two teams have matched up against each other multiple times. You have the Shanghai Major, where Alliance 2-0'd Fnatic, and then Fnatic bounced back in the Manila Major, knocking out Alliance, and then Alliance just won in ESL1 Frankfurt against Fnatic. So that is a rivalry, I would say, that has gone back and forth. And then you have Liquid Newbie, which you would be like, it would be totally understandable if going into this tournament you thought that was going to be a grand finals or at least an upper bracket final matchup. But here we are. In elimination, those two teams are going to face up against each other, and that rivalry is now going to be gone. And we have entirely new dynamics being set up.
What are you looking forward to today, Ted?
Well, MVP Wings is the one that I'm really looking forward to.
Stands out, doesn't it?
I've called Newbie Liquid, I've called Alliance Fnatic, and eHome EG. I've come up with a prediction.
Okay.
It's going to be wrong, but I've come up with a prediction. But MVP Wings, I've just drawn a tiny picture of an explosion because there's just no way to call that game. It's going to be unbelievably hype. I cannot wait. That's the one. Yeah.
What kind of prediction is that?
Explosions, Charles.
How are you complaining? You have a coin, he has explosions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are idiots.
Explosion beats
you
coin.
call something.
All right, I'll give my winners for all of them.
Mr.
All right, fine.
6K caster
I
as a
say
6K analyst.
Fnatic. Liquid have yet to lose to Newbie, so I think that will continue. I will go Wings because I feel like they are strategy-wise just a little bit more diverse, and I think in a best of 3 that will matter. And I'm going to say Evil Geniuses because I think that
because America.
Okay, that team
because
is a little
America,
bit harder,
just say
but
it.
I think that is actually probably the closest matchup in my head. But I believe Evil Geniuses will come.
All right, hold the thoughts.
See, I
you
gave
can do your coin flipping.
well-reasoned arguments for all
Absolutely,
of them.
absolutely.
That's what
I
we
like
did
that.
for yesterday, too. And everybody was wrong.
Okay, yeah, no, Charlie's right as well. You can do your coin flipping in a minute, but we do have 2 teams ready. So let's bring them out to the key arena. First up, champions in the past, of course, back as their former lineup, looking for the second one. Please welcome Alliance. Champions one and all, looking to become the first ever players and team to win 2 TIs. Long road on that bottom road. They've got to win every single match as they go through it. It's a tall ask, but they're well up for the challenge. As are their challengers, who've already had 2 fantastic major results this year in Shanghai and Manila. They are Fnatic. So then, hoping to put the poor performances that they had in the group stages behind them, which is very opposite to their opponents today, who struggled a little bit early on, but managed to make their way through to the upper part of the bracket. They're dropping down, of course, Fnatic having survived in the lower bracket. So what sort of mentality does that have on both teams, Charlie? One coming from the lower bracket, one coming from the better group stage.
Fnatic, you want to keep your momentum going. You don't want to get complacent. Alliance, they're pissed. I know they came into that match thinking that they could win and that they had a real chance, and that result was incredibly disappointing for them. And so now they want to get that. They got a chip on their shoulder. They want to prove that they earned that TI3 title and that they're here to win.
Yeah, the defeat that they had, Cap, would you say it was comprehensive, or do you feel that there was enough in there to suggest that they've still got some good play and that actually they were quite resilient at times?
I think that they were pretty heavily dismantled, but that's not to say that they can't bounce back. Alliance probably learned some pretty heavy lessons from losing to eHome like that 2-0. I think strategy-wise, they may be able to find an edge against Fnatic. They have these practice strategies that they have run throughout the years that they are so good at, they're so comprehensive at, that if they could potentially pull Fnatic apart, not necessarily using the split push style, but if they can play a little bit of gank heavy and go for these really good timing pushes. I think that's what Alliance is particularly good at when they pick up the heroes like, I mean, it's a little all in, but like the Pugna, that sort of heavy timed, like very focused sort of strategy that leaves for very little room for error. I think that's actually where Alliance shines the most. Fnatic, I think I'm going to agree with Charlie here, very momentum based.
Do you not think that, like, it seemed to me, Cap, that when I was watching the Alliance game, they seemed a little off the pace, and they seemed to sort of, a lot of the time they were slow to react to the speed that the game suddenly came at them when they were sort of still in the farming phase, were still on their own lanes. They got picked off a lot. And I feel they need to speed up. Like
Yes.
a lot of the other teams are sort of, it's so much quicker now. Not talking about reactions and stuff, but the timings of when you do things.
Yeah, this is something that we've talked about earlier and something that Kelly mentioned in the interview, is that Alliance has a playstyle they like to play. They're always naturally going to gravitate towards that, and they don't necessarily want to change that. They're going to, how they're going to deal with better teams is they're going to find some creative way to do it. I'm not going to cop out. I will make my own predictions, and I will compare them to the coin. But,
wait, hold on. You're going to do two predictions?
Yeah, I'll do two.
Does that not mean you can be right, though?
No.
Because if the coin says Fnatic, you can choose Alliance. That doesn't work, Charlie.
No. I'll make my prediction first, and then I'll flip the coin.
Hey, congratulations on graduating from Police Academy with yet another cop-out. Great stuff.
What does that mean?
I'm still putting my
look at him.
prediction
He
on
looks
the
like
line.
a drug dealer. He's not a policeman.
I mean, he's clearly undercover. Yeah.
So
trying to sell the image too hard.
So how is filming for Miami Vice 2 going?
Hey, I'm only trying to further my image as evil Merlini here.
Okay.
It's working.
So are you going to flip a coin, or are
Yeah,
you going
flip
to
it.
Yeah, no, okay. So I'm actually picking Alliance because I do think that they're going to have something prepared for this. And then the coins, okay, so I'll say the head is Alliance, and then the whatever the...
Can we get some help in
this
here,
other
please?
thing is Fnatic.
Okay.
All right. All right, it is also Alliance.
Okay. All right. I've gone for Alliance 2-1, so yeah, so we've agreed.
Cat, bring some order to this unruly desk, please.
I said Fnatic earlier. I think that Ted actually made a really good point. I was going to lead into that. The fact that I feel like Alliance were a little bit off their timings, and something is that everyone's playing a very fast game, and I think that is actually early on what Fnatic, actually that was one of their biggest strengths. I think that's what they started getting teams off the edge. Was Fnatic was playing not like a heavy aggressive like super run at you style, but they were moving around the map very quickly. They weren't spending much time farming, and I think that kind of pace that they keep will keep Alliance again off their timings that they're searching for with their pushes.
Do you think they'll unsettle them, take them out of their comfort zones?
I mean, that is a hope, right? Is that Alliance through a certain kind of draft will be able to keep Fnatic a little bit off kilter from that, and then from there be able to execute their very specific, like, 25-minute push or a 35-minute push, and then from there try and also break Fnatic apart by being able to split push. I think that's actually.
I think teams will know, generally speaking, how Alliance are going to approach the game. If you know that they've set up to defeat your sort of default strat, they've got to. This is it. You've got to come with something funky. You've got to mix it up.
Yeah.
Like you said, because otherwise Fnatic will be like, we know what their timings are, so we can beat them. But I don't know. Maybe Alliance have a strat in the old back pocket.
Okay. In terms of the way that Fnatic have played at the International 6 group stages included, you'd have to say it's been disappointing, Cap, hasn't it? Considering that they were one of the models of consistency through Shanghai, through Manila, they're performing top 6 positions, and you kind of knew what you were going to get from them. They were delivering every time. Is there something going on here? I mean, Liquid, super consistent for the first 8 months of this year, suddenly find themselves in the lower bracket in round 1. OG, super consistent this year, find themselves out of the tournament. Again, you've got to look at Fnatic and say the same thing. Super consistent first 8 months of the year, and suddenly find themselves in the round 1 of the lower bracket and have survived it. What's going on?
I think part of it is that, yes, some of these teams have maybe not looked quite as perfected as they once did a little bit, but so much more of it is that everyone else has improved their game going into the international, that they do like what's called in baseball forced errors, right? The reason that a team may not look as good as they used to is because the opposing team is making the right maneuvers now to be able to poke at them from the right edge and causes an error from a team that you normally think is going to execute a perfect team fight. So I think that is much more the element. It's not necessarily these teams have taken a step down in any way, but everyone else has learned from watching those teams what their play style is and how to approach the strategy.
We do often notice, sorry Charlie, we do often notice that post like boot camp, that period, teams suddenly go like their performance improves so much because they've had all that time to just work it all out and sort things out and scrim all day. I mean, I think the boot camping pre-TI, you kind of see a new meta normally come out of that, but it doesn't seem to have happened this year. It's just still completely random what heroes are going to get picked.
I don't know about that. I think the heroes that we've seen, there has been a bit of a new meta from the Summit or Starlight or even Manila. You're not seeing so many Lycan picks. You're seeing a lot more illusion-based heroes, especially with the rise of TNC. And I think in the period between Starlighter and TI, when all these teams were in North America scrimming each other and bootcamping, there have been maybe 1 or 2 meta shifts during that time.
Even with like the 100 heroes we've had picked, we've had like pretty much every hero picked. That's pretty unusual.
Yeah, it is, and but you're not seeing those every single one of those 100 heroes consistently picked. They're changing up, like seeing what works.
There's still a baseline,
right? There is still like a certain dominant strategy. There is still a meta that works best.
Yeah.
Very minute changes now, though.
Yes.
With 104 picked or banned, there's just 5 left in the pool now.
No, Paul.
Do we get all of them?
No, you do not get Jakiro. I don't care how many times you ask for it. I mean, that could be a strategy that catches Fnatic off guard.
Well,
Alliance
I'm just bringing it up. I'm bringing it up now, Kat, because they.
Why would you want to do that to Alliance? I thought you were friends with them, Paul.
What if they win?
But Alliance have played
That's
with
not gonna
Jakiro.
happen.
They have played with it.
What if they win with it, though?
That's not going to happen.
But
Ted.
what if, just hear me out.
But Ted, that's not going to happen.
I think
they win with it.
The thing that we've learned throughout these last 2 days are that there are no absolutes.
No.
There are no absolutes. If you told me Jimmy was going to beat OG 2-0 and knock them out of the tournament, I would have bet you like $1,000 that wasn't going to happen.
It's true. It's true. Everything could happen. You know what will happen now? Jacob is convinced, by the way, that Bloodsea is going to get picked.
Well, yeah, but he's
come on.
deluded,
What's going on now?
Yeah, it could potentially be picked up versus Timbersaw. But I will still say, anything can happen. All those sort of, false, weird things you could just throw out there.
Sure.
All of a sudden, I could jump off the desk and start flying. But there is still a baseline here to work with. And leading to that baseline, I think probably one of the higher contested heroes in this matchup specifically is going to be the Bat Rider. We have already seen it being picked up a lot here, but specifically both Alliance and Fnatic have been favoring that hero quite a bit. And then maybe we'll see as a response to Alliance picking up that Bat Rider, the Nyx Assassin goes the way of Fnatic. They have been picking that one up. I think that hero actually has a lot of potential. It's just the hero is really damn hard to play. So you have to get someone
It's fallen in and out of favor, isn't it, over the last few months? Like sometimes it's come back and then it's been really bad.
Forget Mirana Arrow, Paul. Nyx Assassin's Impale is the hardest spell in this game to land. All right, I don't care. Like people are always like, oh, we missed the Impale. That ability is hard to land. Okay, he has a gigantic animation.
Yeah, he does.
It's awful.
And I think in this tournament even more so because you're on that big stage and you get nerves. You think about, hey, is this guy going to dodge or not?
I can't miss this.
Yeah,
I can't miss this.
We saw it yesterday when Mu was playing the Nyx against Xiao 8. He goes for the Vendetta hit and then he hesitates for like less than a second, misses the impale. If it was a pub, he would just Vendetta hit, impaled immediately, and he would have got it. But, you know, this is TI. Sometimes you
And your mum's
think about
watching.
it twice.
His mum was watching.
But Moo's mom loves him.
Yeah, of course she does. Yeah. You're saying my mum doesn't love me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
I didn't say that. Holy
Wow,
Jesus Christ,
Whoa,
man.
Actually, let's be clear. Let's be clear. It's performance-based, Ted.
What is?
Her love for you.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, so is all of our love
Well,
for
no
you.
wonder
But that's okay, buddy. You're fine then.
Oh, thanks,
Yeah,
Paul.
here's the mum, however.
Can we stop with the mum
Whatever,
stuff?
Paul.
Jeez.
I'm an only child. She has to love me, okay?
Oh,
She's
wow.
got no other options.
Let's get back to the match then. We talked quite a bit about Fnatic and how they've done, but let's talk about Alliance, because their group stage performances was a little bit iffy in places, but having sneaked through, if you looked at the raw data, you'd think, okay, they deserve to be in the top 4. They've done well. They've beaten some good teams. 2-0 against EG, you'd look at it and go, wow, that's really good considering what EG have done, but that wasn't quite the story of the group stage for them, was it?
No, and even then, in that group stage game against EG, the first one was incredibly close, and they did have I think the Brood pick caught EG off guard just a little, and then the second game, I'm really hesitant to count that as EG really trying, because they had nothing to play for.
Yeah, they were already through.
Yeah, they're already through. They didn't want to show any other strategies or how they're going to play. It's very difficult to take that game.
I've got 30 seconds till the draft. Final thoughts, Cap?
No, I think that Fnatic are going to take this. I have a feeling that Alliance are still going to get themselves into a hole they will play too greedy. I think they're going to put too much priority in all 3 of their cores, and Fnatic is going to play a fast game that is going to undermine that concept that Alliance has.
Okay, last 10 seconds. Ted, are we going to get one of the 5 that haven't been picked yet?
No. And I think Alliance are going to win it 2-0. 2-1. Let's say 2-1.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first game of the day. Let's head into our draft.
Alliance versus Fnatic. Game 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back inside Key Arena. It's ready and time for some Dota. It's Alliance versus Fnatic. I'm back here with the draft panel, my experts. I got Draskell, Black, and Winter back by my side. Gentlemen, we have a draft underway. I know that all of these games are incredibly hard to predict, but please, Draskell, early impressions about Alliance versus Fnatic here.
Well, I like the opening that Alliance have gone for. I mean, we saw that Fnatic took out the IO. Obviously, you don't want to let Alliance get that. They take Ogre, which they were first picking in both games they played in the series yesterday as well. So they obviously are trying to take him a little bit out of their comfort zone. But I'm happy to see the opening of the Mirana Dro. It's just really strong, stable. I feel like in their lineups yesterday, they were doing very well. It's just it was more of an execution thing for me. I didn't feel like it was a draft problem. So I'm going to say Alliance, but maybe 55-45.
Fair enough. You guys agree with that?
Well, I do agree that Ogre is one of the very, very important heroes that Alliance likes to run, because they always play very slow pace. They need IO, Ogre, heroes like this to support the early game, to run around, to pressure the enemy so that their greed doesn't get punished. So I do agree with the bans that Fnatic have gone for this game.
But at the same time, I also really agree with the Alliance bans, because Fnatic, their recipe for success is always pressuring that offlane, and when you don't have Bad or Darkseer, it's actually really hard. Like, Slardar doesn't offer what Darkseer or Bad Rider offers. And in that context, Alliance would just have a very easy safe lane in this game.
But the panel also spoke about the way that Fnatic want to play, and Winter probably knows more than either of us because he obviously has a lot of experience with the team. But I mean, I'm thinking that they're going to play very fast-paced.
Fnatic as well. Come on.
True, yeah, true. But you've known them for your entire life.
Yeah, years.
So I think personally
Not true. Years. Not entire life. Trust me.
All right, semantics, whatever. It's fine.
So second phase of bans, Fnatic get rid of the greatest hero in the game, of course, Coddle. Beastmaster also has to go. Alliance take out TA, and now we await the next pick. But for now, Fnatic Alliance get a couple of, I guess you could say, comfort picks, ones that they found success with before. Fnatic being the Bounty Hunter, and Alliance now saying we are going to ramp things up with the Throw Ranger. We never know Alliance, though, to put what we saw from OG yesterday with a Drow Medusa, at that early game pressure with a little bit of that late game potential. Do you just anticipate Alliance are just going to be doing what they did in their previous series, just go, go, go?
I mean, Drow Mirana is very, very strong late game as well. We saw, I think in the Wings game where they had both heroes had Maelstrom in the late game. They dealt so much damage with the Aghanim's from both heroes. I don't think it's something that you could underestimate. And you compare it to Medusa. I think these two heroes also have very strong late game with when you compare it to Medusa. but Fnatic right now. And back for Shadow Demon.
It's really good, I think. I mean, to me, I think it's more of a denial from Alliance.
I was expecting something like a disruptor for pickoff because they had Bounty and Slardar. They have a lot of chasing power, and I think, in my opinion, that works better with disruptor. But Shadow Demon, like you said, still a very, very strong hero. Their current setup is they're going to run at you, they're going to track you, they're going to run you down. They have Roshan with the Slardar. They're just going to play a very fast-paced game, like typical Fnatic style. They're going to win the lanes and just run at you.
Have we ever seen Alliance put EGM on Mirana and opt to pass it on the core?
I want to say he's done
Not
it.
recently, right?
He's done it in the past.
Because, gentlemen, I dare not speak his name 3 times, but Huskar is out there unbanned. We have a Dazzle, Drow on Alliance's side. Do we know them at all to consider that as an option?
No, like what I wanted to point out early on is too, Alliance doesn't really pick core Mirana that often. Like S4 doesn't really play that hero a lot. So if they're when they ran it in the past, it was usually on the support position. But usually when you pick up a Drow Ranger on top of the Mirana, you usually want to have it as a middle core position, so you can have this mid-late game secured. And the Dazzle is obviously one of Aka's most loved support heroes. He played literally every other game. And as you said before, the Shadow Demon was definitely a denial pick because Shadow Demon with Drow Ranger as well as Mirana is really good. And obviously if they plan to pick Sven, then Shadow Demon is a hard counter to Sven as well.
I feel like Fnatic just have all the tools right now to deal with Alliance. Like, as soon as that Slardar gets a Blink Dagger and Track comes online, there's just... Fnatic are going to be all over Alliance
They don't have good team fight right now. So Alliance with the Drow, they could still build a very team-focused type of lineup. They group up, they push, they get a mech. Because that's what you want to do against a Bounty.
But that's why they banned Coddle and Beast, right? Because both of those heroes pretty much allow you to do that a lot easier.
They're still tight. I know they don't run tight so much, but it could fit what they want to do right now. You don't want to be split up against a Slardar and Bounty Hunter. You're just going to get run down and punished.
Yeah, Fnatic has to be a bit worried about the early game aggression of Alliance though, because in the early game they really don't have a lot of damage. They have Sven, Shadow Demon, Slardar, Bounty. There's not a lot of damage.
No deep push. They don't have deep push. They have a mech hero right now. They're just going to group up. They're just going to run at them. Because that's how you want to play against Slardar and Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. Actually, Fnatic kind of drafted themselves in the corner, I feel, because Alliance is going to have a really, really easy laning phase, I feel. They need to get their ults online to even have damage potential to kill them. The only kill I can really see happening is Tidehunter dying to 3 heroes on the safe lane if he's not careful.
Yeah, right now the last pick for Fnatic, they need a hero that can sort of stop the push, deep push. You have deep push. Maybe Cosvex Invoker, something along those lines. Whereas Alliance, they need... you think S4 wouldn't play Mirana this game?
No, he probably will, but we haven't seen him play it a whole lot in the past. But of course,
maybe you would prefer something like a Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
So for him.
But the support Mirana plus a Dazzle, I mean, it can work, but you don't really have an arrow setup on any lane, so it's kind of risky to do. So it's probably gonna end up in the middle, and maybe even a Puck for S4.
That's what I was just gonna say. Amik, is Puck out of the question? I know you're kind of putting everything on the Drow, but what their lineup says so far is that's what they're alluding to. They might put everything on.
I would really like Puck, but as you said, the Dragon Knight would be really, really nice. I think.
Even Medusa would be fine. They need a tanky hero right now, a tank up front. Medusa will be extremely good with Sven.
Yeah.
You have the draw aura and you have that pushing power with your team.
If Fnatic just has no damage, if they pick another tanky push here, it's actually going to be incredibly hard for Fnatic to deal with the push.
I mean, they're going to rely on their lane dominance with the Bounty. If the Bounty doesn't get a lot of work done for his team early, Fnatic is going to struggle to defend their towers.
They don't really have good supports against Bounty though right now. I don't feel like anything in particular on the side of Alliance is really going to punish anything that Bounty does.
Yeah, that's why I kind of prefer if the Mirana is ran as a core and you pick a better support.
Yeah. But the problem that Bounty Hunter also has is he can't really efficiently gank any lane right now. The Dazzle is gonna keep the safe lane secure. Tidehunter is really hard to kill with the Bounty Hunter. And mid lane, if it's actually really the Mirana, yeah, sure you can harass a bit, but you definitely won't find any kill there.
I mean, most of the bounties early game could actually just be keeping the tide down more than anything else. Just follow him around, prevent stacks and things like that. Because Bulldog is that guy who always stacks the Ancients in the large camp a ton. So I think that might be what his best choice is here in this situation.
Well, Fnatic do anticipate it is going to be a core Mirana as they banned out the Rubik Alliance's last ban. Rid of the Jug.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you like Abaddon here and just run Mirana as a core? Because Abaddon would be good against Bounty and Slardar. They just group and 5-man. I mean, they don't have much setup for Arrow, but just whatever. They're going to run down their
EGM has played it in the past. Could be an option for them.
Yeah, it seems pretty good against the Bounty and the Slardar.
So support Abaddon is actually really, really good here. If they want to run that, they will just 5-man towers.
Would you do dual lanes with Tide with Abaddon?
I mean, Tide Abaddon is not the best lane. It can
Yeah,
like
but Fnatic can't
carry
do
through a
anything
lot.
against that right now. Like, what is their safe lane going to be? Shadow Demon Sven, pretty much?
Yeah, exactly. Like the lane is not very strong, like Tidehunter Abaddon, but their lane is like what? Like disruption into Svensson? Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, no damage at all.
10 seconds.
10 seconds to go. We'll have our answer soon. It's
Elder Titan.
Elder
Wow,
Titan.
he
A
actually made
fifth pick Elder Titan.
It's still Elder Titan.
Yeah, I did not actually.
Good job, guys. Good job.
How did Elder
pretty
Titan
good.
get last picked?
I don't know. But now we have our answer. Mid, bottom, carry draw.
Yeah, that's the setup for the arrow. At least they have a setup right now, so you can actually get kills with the arrow into Starstorm.
Natural order combats Sven's natural ability to bump up the armor a bit. Solid pick.
And of course, like Elder Titan together with the Mirana Aghanim's is like incredible. The natural order, you just like destroy a hero instantly.
Fnatic needs like deep push right now. There's not many good options available. I would still lean with the Quasvex Invoker against Tide, Elder Titan, and the push.
They need deep push, but at the same time they need deep push, like a deep push hero that also deals a lot of burst damage.
We're going to opt for a Storm Spirit, gentlemen.
They have a lot of catch, but no deep push.
Like, I feel like their 5-man is just gonna break their neck. Like how do you 5-man with a like Storm Spirit?
I don't think they can though. So I'm going for Alliance this game, despite Fnatic being my friends. But Alliance have a much easier game.
I think we're unanimous here. Unanimous that Alliance and their bull rush is going to be enough to run over Fnatic. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case or not. We'll throw it over to our casters now for game number 1 of day 3 action. It's Toby Wan and Merlini.
Thanks a lot, Dakota. Yes, it is time. Alliance TI winners before, but does that really count for that much? Fnatic going up against them. It's a whole new TI. Anyone could be a winner here, Merlini.
Oh, you're blessed to be here. Drow Ranger yet again.
Yeah, and
I think he's going to win.
It's my dream as well. It's a big team fight. You bring in a Ravage. You bring in the jumper for Storm Spirit. A 5th pick, Elder Titan as well. The panel forgot about him. It looks like Alliance didn't.
I thought that Fnatic were actually going to pick it up once they saw the Drow Ranger, but let's see if they correct their mistakes with their Drow strat against eHome yesterday. I'm sure they analyzed that to death.
And we will find out. We will find out. We're going to go straight to our game and begin game number 1 of this full best of 3. Alliance and Fnatic, one of these teams today, they will not progress. It will be over for them. We've already eliminated enough teams from TI6. Another one will drop today as Alliance. Okay, how do you actually feel about this laning phase? I know the panel was talking about having a Batten teaming up with a Tidehunter for that off lane. How's the ET meant to slip in now? Is he a roaming support to help out mid and bottom? Or should he actually go and join Admiral Bulldog on top?
I think they realize that Fnatic's safe lanes are really weak. They don't have to do a lane up there. They don't need the Dazzle up there. They don't need the ABBA. And this way they can put EGM on a roamer. I think that's where you're really scared as Fnatic. Like if you lose a lanes and then Alliance start grouping up, taking your T1s, there's very little room for comeback with the lineup that they have.
So danger zone for them. It's pretty much what you're saying right now.
Yeah, they need to make sure they win the lanes really hard, try and get level 6 ASAP on Bounty Hunter and Slardar, make sure the Storm's protected. I do favor Alliance's draft here. It's much easier to execute, and it doesn't really require that much to outplay Fnatic in the team fights. They have the Tidehunter Ravage, and Fnatic, what do they have in the way of team fight? Maybe a little bit from Shadow Demon, maybe a little bit of Cleave from Sven, but those are all very minor AoE spells relative to Alliance's.
They've at least got the option to jump on the Drow Ranger on the back line. That's the advantage of Storm Spirit. He can go wherever the hell he wants. 3-4-3 as well. Potentially can jump around the back lines with track vision. Fnatic could just make better decisions during the team fight. But you are right. Alliance is pretty much a stand, seal, and deliver against Fnatic. And Fnatic will have to play very, very good Dota in order to stay on top of Alliance.
They need the Storm to get a lot of farm. If the Storm gets Orchid early, like Bloodstone Orchid, then they can actually deal with the Dazzle. But right now, if they jump to Drow Ranger, Dazzle's just going to be there in the back. Elder Titan's can stomp too. You don't even need a Ravage to save the Drow Ranger. But once the Orchid comes out, then they can actually just punish the Dazzle really quickly.
Well, there's a big advantage for mid one. The fact that like he shouldn't die to S4. Like there's no rotating supports that are really going to be a nuisance, unlike S4 who has to deal with 3-4-3. Early Orb of Venom forces a leap out of S4, so he'll have to go back.
We always say shouldn't, but remember yesterday with the Ember and Huskar?
Yeah, there's a lot of like coulda, shoulda, woulda. Ohio gets harassed a little bit on bottom lane. 3-4-3 is still hovering around that mid, trying to keep S4 back away from the CS. And it looks like finally EGM, yeah, it was only a matter of time before he'll come
Bulldog
over.
has 5 stacks on him. Ooh, that one's killed him.
Be very careful of DJ. DJ also takes a lot of damage to do that. And EGM comes to the middle lane. They planned down a Sentry Wards. Now they at least have Vision, the Bounty Hunter. I was kind of surprised because EGM also arrived with early Dust on that Elder Titan. So they really want to try and find the kill. Ohio, that's a little off. Try to crush on Loader. Got to be really careful when he does that too, because he has Sprint turned on. A little bit of extra damage.
Do you think taunts are cursed, Toby? I saw Admiral Bulldog on the tail end of the backstroke.
Admiral Bulldog is just going to try and bait them in. You think you got him, and then all of a sudden it's a turnaround. Ohio actually playing some more classic Jimmy spots, as he'll have to sprint, level 1 sprint himself away. There's still no good control coming out from Alliance. Until Lotus got Gust or Cold Arrows, Ohio's going to be free to do what he wants, especially with EGM. Like EGM went for Echo Stomp early on, but without the Spirit, the Slaughter should always be able to get away.
Slow laning phase, I think, is better off for Alliance. Just need to get as many levels as they can on the Drow.
So kind of what we expect at the start. Very, very passive laning. No one wants to go anywhere too hard. 3-4-3 being kept down the levels until he leeches it from the lanes he goes to.
They're having a lot of trouble pulling on bottom, though. They have that large camp blocked out by the Sentry Ward, and then you have the additional illusions to help control the wave. And Loda's only like level 2 right now, which is not really where you want to be on the Drow Ranger.
3-4-3. Managed to get vision superiority again in mid lane. Able to get rid of that Radiant Sentry Ward so he can attack into S4. But at the same time that happens, EGM moves over to the mid lane. So making sure that Mirana's still able to find some level of high CS.
Yep, Bottle's on the way, but no additional sentries for S4. Like, if you're Bounty Hunter right now, what's your mentality? Which lane are you going to go to? Which one looks most vulnerable to you? Tidehunter, pretty difficult, especially if he has 6 charges. He has 0 at the moment. Mid lane, she has Leap. Maybe once Storm gets 6 or if Storm gets a kill rune. Bottom lane, it's also not that easy, but it might be your best choice if you see one of the supports like out pretty far pulling. 3-4-3 going in, but...
Yeah, that's a Flying Courier with movement speed boost. That's not going to go anywhere apart from mid lane. We got the Style Fall from S4, early level 2. Arrow still available, going to fly it out, and Storm Spirit brought down. Alliance will spill first blood. For all the harassment the Bounty Hunter was offering, it just took a good combination from EGM and S4 to bring down the Storm.
Yeah, the early level Stomp was really hard to dodge, especially when you do not have boots yet on the Storm Spirit. But it was really important that he picked up level 2.
3-4-3. He gets the Courier. Had a decent amount on it too. It was the boots and the bottle of S4. You'd be a little bit annoyed about that.
Yeah, they were very careful about making it fly over the tree line earlier. And maybe he should have suspected it because no one showed up to help out the Storm Spirit in the early First Blood.
S4, you should be really careful. You're walking in range of a Sentry Ward. There's no Vortex available from mid one. Get a couple of chips into the Mirana.
I wonder if S4 is just going to have to hoof it home and let Elder Titan take experience. Like, there's no way you can stay in lane without
unless EGM can get a perfect... there's no mana on S4. And 3-4-3's coming in. The Shuriken toss. Not enough damage. The Fairy Fire keeping S4 alive. They were really trying to push the issue against mid one and almost lost their mid-core Alliance.
Alliance are in a really good spot now that bottom lane, that sentry is gone, so now they can use that pool. Load up, picked up a Quelling Blade too. He can even jungle pretty early on if he picks up a mask, but now they've gotten XP on their 2 supports, one by pooling, one by getting First Blood. The bottle's a setback, but as long as someone's getting XP in mid, looks like EGM will be taking that, then they're okay.
I'm waiting for the stacks to arrive for Fnatic. Like, you're running a Sven, and right now I'm only seeing like 1 stack inside the Dire jungle. There's nothing stacked on the Ancients. You could be a little bit concerned that Admiral Bulldog could just slip over and try and take it. Ohio, should be okay into the tree lines. RK, nice crush from Ohio. Just keeps RK away.
Going back to the stacks, yeah, it would help them out a lot if the Bounty Hunter were able to stack a little bit, but I think they're looking to pressure more in the lanes. Like, if they lose their T1s, that might be a really good potential for Alliance to smoking there. They did it yesterday versus eHome in this exact same situation where Fnatic were on Dire with the Sven, so they don't have that high ground ward, so maybe not not too comfortable as to when the perfect time is, but their supports have been preoccupied, more than preoccupied.
DJ with nice zoning out the top rune allows mid one to pick up
a double damage. So Storm Spirit with kill potential. Admiral Bulldog, DJ going to disrupt, goes for the catcher as well. And mid one, he'll have to jump forward if he wants to go for Bulldog. No level 6 on the Tidehunter, so there is no Ravage available. It won't matter the poison. It is going to be enough. There's only one stack in it, but it will be DJ bringing down Admiral Bulldog. It was only one stack, but it was 3 levels in that Shadow Poison.
Yeah, wow, he's level 5 already. And mid one didn't even have to expend all his mana over there. He didn't really have to go in that deep. Nice stomp coming out from EGM to try and save his ally. But Fnatic, they're doing good. They're doing well.
Yeah. Laning phase looking good for them. He's still getting some good levels and farm onto Alliance. Like Loda has managed to crack the level 6. You can see him going for that early Dragon Lance. Gives him really good range to beat down some of these towers, and that's required for Alliance. If Alliance is going to group up as 5, you need someone with the range to actually force a reaction out from Fnatic, and the best way to do that, start taking away the buildings.
And start taking down the wards. 343 just dewarded the mid Observer ward on Alliance, and now they're flying blind. No Observer wards out on the map right now, and they still need some time for their lineup.
They just push the lane to the tower. Loda triggers his aura. So they really want this tier 1 tower down the bottom, and Ohia's in no position to fight. So this is a very easy, simple tier 1 tower for Alliance. It's to be expected when you run a Draw Ranger lineup with just an off-lane Slaughter.
And HOD creep already coming out. See the small Satyr Banisher trying to pull the Ancient Black Dragon, but T1's at critical HP, so this is no longer that safe of a place for her.
Is this when 343 actually has like defensive ward, like on the cliff side next to Roshan?
Even so, you still have a hard time defending. Like most teams will smoke up there, so the Observer ward only offers you so much protection. You need some heroes out there to scout out their maneuvers.
Mid one, he jumps in, actually takes the regeneration rune from under the noses of S4 and Bulldog.
And really important runes for Storm. He needs the haste, he needs the DD, the regen, like all these are really good. Illusion, bounty, fairly useless to him.
S4 also wants just the bottle charges. If he can't get that, there's still a rune down on bottom lane. But they'll see RK making a play for it, but while that's happening, Ohio sprinting forward. 343 is going to get close in on Loda. So if he wants to slow him down, he can do so. Ohio's going to get scouted out.
I like the early Lance build. They probably say like, man, this guy's 1100 HP. How do we kill him? Especially without amp. 343's looks like he's dead.
Damage with the Storm. EGM brings it in. Ohio, he tried to stop it, but now in comes the Storm Spirit. Regeneration rune active. The Shallow Grave will keep EGM alive. Fnatic already losing 2, but in comes Storm once again, but he doesn't have the regeneration rune. There's no mana left. Only 8-1 charges and a couple of bottle charges, but that's not instant mana. So EGM will TP out safely. And a good little skirmish there for Alliance.
And probably the 2 heroes that you least want to lose at this point. Like Storm, a pretty big deal, but you need these 2 heroes to get level 6. They're severely lacking on damage, and how are they going to get bounty hunter kills, track kills without anything of the sort? And we already see a smoke maneuver into the Ancients. I see 2 orbs on Aki. Where is he going to place them?
One to watch the Ancients, and the rest of the maneuver is to look towards that mid-tier 1. But while that happens, Mushi takes out the tier 1 tower on top lane. 343 starts to actually sits right on top of the Radiant Observer ward. So Alliance are well aware he's there, and okay, 343. I was wondering if they could see him too. D-wards the obs, but it's an easy tier 1 tower.
This stack is going to be
hard to hold.
Very hard to hold, and
he's still stacking it.
Yeah, Alliance can easily do it with the Tidehunter. He doesn't have level 4 Anchor Smash, so it won't be that fast, but they can still do it.
Fnatic's coming down. They want to take care of this stack if possible. You got the 4 levels up in cleave for Mushi, so he's ready to go down and do it.
Do you want to fight into Ravage, though? Alliance can easily swing over Admiral Bulldog, but Fnatic are going to have to commit multiple heroes to take down the stacks. No Echo Saber on Sven. It's not going to be fast at all.
And right now, Alliance is going to force him to fight into Ravage no matter what. Like, they're just walking down the lanes, attacking a tower. Either Fnatic keep trying to side lane push, but that's only going to work for so long. Can they last long enough to get that Orchid onto the Storm Spirit? To get sure. Whatever, like, it's the Blink Dagger for Mushi next?
They need the track, though. 343 just used a Tome, but he's 30 XP shy of level 6. Maybe reaching some from the Sanction stack will help. There they go with Mushi, and Alliance nowhere in sight to defend this. With that Obs Ward dewarded by 343.
Mushi, you're really low, man. You should be able to survive through the Black Dragons, but only barely. Calculated. Will now have enough money to buy that Blink Dagger, if that is his wish.
Loda probably senses out that they're ganking him. Doesn't even want to be to the left side. That is the most common gank spot.
Alliance are coming over. They're 4-man smoke maneuvering. Storm Spirit puts down the Remnants just because Loda came in close.
But he's in full defensive mode. He has Strength Treads and Dragon Lance. It's going to take them a while to kill him. Buying more time for that Grave to come out from Ake.
Is there a jump time? Well, Ohio already using his Crush to farm. And then sprints away. Alliance too far out. Obviously no Blink Dagger on that Tidehunter just yet. It's more of a mech build coming in. The survivability, the 5-man maneuver Alliance lineup. And Fnatic have dodged them. The smoke maneuver from Alliance will probably still end in the tier 2 tower and the bot lane dropping. But Mushi, straight back to the farm. They wait for the right time to fight.
He's back to farming, but he has also picked up a fighting item. Sven's actually gone forward to the Blink Dagger. Normally at this juncture we see Echo Saber or Armlet, so with the Blink Dagger pickup, he definitely wants to fight. They need to be able to kill Dazzle, ET.
He can't TP though, he just TP'd up to the top lane. So this fight can only be held back by Shadow Poison pretty much. That's their only level of, that's the only D push. But mid one, he's actually wrapping around the rear, farming up the camps right next to Alliance's push. The Slaughter is forcing the mid lane by crushing and pushing to the tier 1.
They really need more tower damage in their other lanes. Mushi and Ohio haven't really been hitting the towers. Mushi's actually farming up the Radiant Ancients in the meantime.
Tier 2 tower is gone. DJ slept up by the Stomp. And while he does have a defensive disruption, it won't come down in time. S4 with an easy Starfall finds the pick.
They don't even get the mid T1 tower. Mushi was just, oh.
Even in death, Shadow Demon can still cause a problem. I still love him mid one. He's just waiting. Arke will walk around the corner here. Ohio's in the neighborhood. Arke's going to get picked. Alliance not moving out as a squad. They didn't really think anyone was behind, even though mid one was creep skipping previously. So even though they didn't take down the mid tier 1 tower, Sven is still by far the top net worth on the field. Mid 1 is getting a lot of farm from jungle camps, and now they have to Moonlight Shadow to protect Admiral Bulldog underneath his own tier 1 tower.
I think they're overcompensating for yesterday. Yesterday they didn't group up, they split up and farm too much and they got picked off. In this game, they look at Fnatic's lineup, they look at their mistakes from yesterday, like, okay, we need to group up, we need to push, but they're not really balancing out the farm and the pushing that much. They're behind the net worth by a fair margin, despite there only being 7 kills in this game. And normally you'd be like, oh, well, Bounty Hunter's not really getting value out of it, but the other heroes are getting a ton out of it, mostly the Sven, and he is still ready to fight.
It's the XP graph, man. That's the bigger one. Like, it's 6.5 grand going the way of Fnatic for that. Like, Mushi right now, the Blink Dagger's a great fighting item, but it also is just making him progress from camp to camp inside the jungle.
I think they need to make them keep guessing where the Tidehunter is. As long as Tidehunter's showing, they know when and where to fight. Like, I think they show the Drow Ranger pushing out the lane, and then is Tidehunter behind them? They don't know. Sometimes they have to let the Drow just solo farm. Sometimes they might have to overcommit and get baited out. They need to put them in that position. Ravage comes out on bottom.
Yeah, bottom lane, they're going in. Ohio gusted back. So they'll find the kill on the Slaughter. Mid one is already ball lightning himself away. He's going to go all the way back home. So you commit your Ravage, you bring down the Slaughter, and you bring a lot of players down the bottom lane. But again, Fnatic, they're pushing in the top lane. They're dodging Alliance at every turn. S4 needs to hit its arrow. DJ sidesteps it out. EGM with no spirit does have his Stomp pump, but DJ turns, purges. There's no one really attacking EGM apart from all the illusions of himself. And DJ even dodges the attack. The poison not enough to get the kill on the other Titan. While up on top, Mushi trying to just finish off this tower. The anchor smash causing some problems, but Mushi still able to complete the job. And that's a tier 2 tower going the way of Fnatic.
And Alliance are just losing structures left and right. Too many gone to the way of Fnatic at this moment. And it doesn't really matter if Alliance have warded up the Dire Ancients because Mushi can just farm up the Radiants.
He really doesn't care that much, does he? As long as he can find the money. And this Alliance 5-man ball just being denied pretty much.
He looks like an alchemist on a net worth chart with how far ahead he is of everyone else.
He's even going, like, for all the farming that Mushi's done, like, he's been 0 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists, involved in absolutely nothing. Obviously, Fnatic's only got 3 kills in this 16-minute game so far, but then he builds an S and Y, another early combat item. But once that's up, the Orchid should also be pretty much near completion for mid 1.
I like the Orchid Rush this game as opposed to the Bloodstone. most of the Storms you'll see will get Bloodstone first, but I think with this sort of game, you need to control the Dazzle in the fight so that the Drow Ranger falls. It's also pretty good versus the Tidehunter if you can actually coordinate and make sure that you focus them. But again, Alliance are grouping up. There's so many heroes on the top lane, and Fnatic were like, okay, well, we'll just do Roshan. We have amplified damage. They have to respect it. Stormspeed are one of the best Aegis carriers in the game, and Alliance are just going to have to hand it over.
Yep, it's the oldest classic trade in the book. Roshan for a Dire Tier 1 tower. As S4, well, he's coming over, throws the arrow, is going to come into the pit. Roshan's low, and it is killed by the Dire. The arrow will connect on Mushi.
That was way too close. I think one of the heroes is like, okay, I'm just going to tank it. They saw it coming.
Jump in front of Roshan. Yeah, well, S4 threw it out right next to a Fnatic hero. So now Fnatic, with Storm Spirit Aegis the Immortal, you got a free jump in initiation with a second life.
Yeah, it's like, normally you want Bloodstone so you don't die in the fights, and you have that barrier of HP, and if you survive, you get Bloodstone charges, but with the Aegis, they can just suicide for the Dazzle, and I think just easily mop them up for a 4-on-1 or 5-on-1 trade.
So does Alliance just don't get involved now? Is that the play? Wait out the Aegis Immortal, or can they still 5-man maneuver? The Ravage is back up. They do have the mech on Bulldog.
They have the.
Are they stronger?
The more important thing, I think, is the Ags on the Murana that just came online. So with this, I think this is their timing. I think their line was built to fight. They can farm, but as I believe Winter mentioned earlier, it's like Admiral Bulldog's he's on Tidehunter this game. He's not on a Lone Druid. He's not on a Bristleback. He's not on something that scales particularly well. He's 1-1-1, and they've been looking to fight all game. But if it keeps going at this rate, Fnatic's going to easily outscale them. They're just going to be able to mow them down with this overfarmed Sven, who can just get a BKB and just run at you. With that, when he has that amount of farm, there's nothing that you can do. He's going to have like 30+ armor. He's not going to be affected by Ravage.
So instead, they just have to group up and go.
They have to do something.
Well, 3-4-3. The dust will come out from EGM, finding him, trying to go straight into the stomp. That will put the Bounty Hunter to sleep, and a follow-up Cold Arrow. Elder Titan will find the last punch. So no Bounty Hunter for the fight. They won't have track available.
But Bounty Hunter, or sorry, Sven is already on the bottom lane, pushing, blinking past waves. He already took down the T1, and only now did they start hitting the T2.
There's a little bit to the south. Ohio waiting in the tree line, right next to S4 as well as Admiral Bulldog.
He's waiting for someone to TP. Mushi popped Godstrain. They want Alliance to TP out.
That's not happening yet. Okay, now it is the Dazzle on the hillside. It's Arcade who's the first one to leave. S4's on the run. Already stacked up with 2 poisons. The crush onto Admiral Bulldog. Mid one coming in close. Orchid is available for him. The ET splitter. Fnatic easily dodging it.
And free T2 tower from Mushi. And they just put Alliance in a really hard spot there. If they TP out with like a Tidehunter, they're just going to jump them without Ravage. And if they don't TP back strong enough, then Mushi just takes a free tower and likely even gets a kill if it's a weak support. So they're just forcing Alliance into these inopportune trades and situations. They constantly have to decide. DJ's like keeping the Tidehunter in check, so they can't back out cleanly. And now even Ohio and Mushi might even sweep in from behind if they're not careful. And the Alliance can't even team fight at this point.
Oh, they have to back up. That's a huge creep wave up on top. There's the threatening Mushi on bottom. Fnatic are just playing like really smart and very elusive Dota against Alliance.
On top of that, it looks like Mushi is finally going to go for a BKB. I say finally, it's 20
top
minutes.
lane, the jump in. It was already set up with 3-4-3 coming in close. Gets the initial slow from Janata. And now with no Drow Ranger, Sven takes out another tower. 20 minutes in, farming up Radiant Ancients. There's only one remaining outer tower 20 minutes in for Alliance. And they're the team with the Drow Ranger. They're the team with a lineup that was meant to 5-man force Fnatic into bad team fights. And it just hasn't worked.
This is going to be really bad. Sven, just 1 minute, he's going to have his BKB, and then they can just jump them without really any fear in the world. Or just wait until next Roche, or they can split push and farm. Like, there's so many different options available for Fnatic right now. And Alliance are...
They have one key item that arrived. They have a Blink Dagger on the Ravage, so technically now Admiral Bulldog will be a lot harder for DJ to keep in check. They need vision of Bulldog, however. Right now they got track over on Arcade, so they do see him quite easily.
Do they want to fight right now, though? There's still about half a minute left
Fnatic, no. Like, you finish the BKB. Like, you don't go high ground without your BKB.
Yeah. Well, and you have way better wards on the Fnatic side right now. Really deep wards. Whereas Alliance, they have one near the top, one kind of in the middle. Maybe not likely to get dewarded, but I don't really think they can do that much with that information. On top of that, Fnatic have the Bounty Hunter constantly scouting out for them.
They'll at least know when Fnatic fall back over the river.
I think they want to time a fight with the Aegis expiration. It's going to be about 5 seconds away. So now Alliance have the green light to jump in.
Yeah, but where's your target? The Observer Ward scouts out Ohio moving north, but EGM's the only one near him.
So I think they have to do something before the next Roche. It's going to be a really important time for them, but yeah, I think Fnatic are more than willing to take a fight. Up until then, they're like, okay, well, they're stronger than us right now. They have the Drow, but I think Drow is already kind of peaking relative to the Sven, when Sven is like 50%.
Speaking of which, Storm Spirit looks like he's... Okay, Loda stayed there just a little bit longer. He probably would have just gone for the straight jump. Loda does have the Hurricane Pike up now. So he's got some extra things to work with from Alliance's high ground defense, and this isn't an unusual position for Alliance, being a long way behind. Roughly 8,500 in the net worth, over 10,000 experience behind too. A very slow game, but a very patient game. They just have to pick the right opportunity.
You have to be really worried for the Drow Ranger, though.
Oh, Bulldog? Hello. I don't know if he really meant to blink into Fnatic just then.
I think your worst nightmare going, like, as a Drow Ranger going to late game is like a super high armor hero going into you. We've seen TNC constantly draft the Axe versus the Drow Ranger, and Sven is a similar hero in that he just has tons of physical mitigation and will just run at you, disable the marksmanship, and just cleave you down. And you just don't have that much uptime as a Drow Ranger. And the later the game gets, there's not really that many items that can help you out.
3-4-3. Arrow's going to be off target. You still got mid one in the neighborhood. So if they want to commit for this, it would take a lot from Alliance. Like, we're talking Ravage to even get a kill here. 3-4-3, oh, the double starfall. You have to respect that magical burst damage that comes from the Mirana Ags.
I think it might be worth it for Alliance to invest in a gem at this time, so they can actually take fights with a Ravage and maybe catch a Fnatic off guard at one point. Also, just dewarding
EGM, dead. So dead. Mid one, Amushi just destroyed him on the bottom lane. S4 will jump forward, then Mushi triggers the BKB. No leap of S4, thanks to the Orchid. Mushi will just TP out under the protection of that magic community.
I think worth for 10-second BKB. Kill, half damage on the T3, and I think 3 or 4 TPs that look like coming out from Alliance, and now they're kind of cornered in their base. Supports can't defend against these waves, they can't push out the lanes, and that means you need a course to do so, which means you can't really push out and take objectives, and I think they'll just constantly instill that fear onto Alliance. Like, if they have to huddle around their base, Roche is open to them, and then they have to be even more scared because Storm Spirit...
Oh, S4 actually managed to hit an arrow onto Ohio, a good 5-second stun. He was just farming, but he was farming underneath the Radiant Observer Ward of Alliance. And it's pickoffs like this which will give Alliance some breathing room, and good time to have it. Roshan could potentially be up. So Fnatic can't just slip over. It's a 40-second respawn, so Slaughter will be up in time, but Alliance already smoking up themselves. They move out. There's a sentry ward down. The Bounty is not in range of this. They have no idea what's going on.
Bounty Hunter scouted out. He popped Tidehunter smoke.
Oh, they trigger dust. They know he's in the tree line. The Weave will give the vision, so 3-4-3. Elder Titan. Once again, EGM will find a kill. That's his third for the game.
That is the worst target for the Smoke Gank to pop on, though. And he even got an Observer Ward, so he has 2 Observer Wards down to the left side, so they can see exactly where they go.
I think you take anything at this point of the game, though. And you're still getting a lot of money into Mirana, as well as Dro. Like, the fact that S4 almost has the same net worth as the Storm Spirit is pretty impressive considering the state of the game.
So he picked up a Yules. That's pretty good versus the Storm Spirit. You'll see Yules on a few mid laners, I suppose, like Lina in particular, sometimes SF. What do you want to deal with the Storm Spirit back when they were really popular Alliance? Blowing a second smoke at this moment. They have the Ravage. Fnatic have all 5 heroes. This could be the time to brawl, but Mushi, he is the one to watch. Is he actually going to...
the Moonlight Shadow. 3-4-3 is going to break the smoke. The Moonlight Shadow still keeps them in. Viz, not sure if Fnatic really saw it or not.
They're going to try and blow up Mushi? I don't know if they have enough damage to do it before he BKBs.
Especially when S4's not there and Mushi just blinks into the tree line. Does have a TP scroll available, hasn't used it yet. The Spirit searching for Mushi in the trees, but it's so close but so far away. Mushi's TP all the way home, while Fnatic, they actually 4-man smoke. The smoke will be broken by S4, who gets tracked.
That TP was a little bit too far back. I think I would have preferred like a TP back to the T3 so they can re-engage very quickly. But now Fnatic, they waste a smoke of their own, trying to catch Alliance and flank them from behind.
Just so hard for Alliance to really catch up to anyone from Fnatic, because they got so much money. Even DJ having this Blink Dagger, there's too much maneuverability on Fnatic. They got 3 Blink Daggers to work with, and then the Invis as well. And the Ball Lightning.
Yeah, Mirana's farm though. I think she can easily get a pick off by herself with the Yules. Maybe not on the Sven, but anyone else I think is quite vulnerable.
I think Loda's gonna be a lot happier too once he gets that ultimate orb, having the Manta style, breaking free of the Orchid Silence of the Storm Spirit.
Dispel Amp.
Yep.
All pretty good.
Admiral Bulldog currently killing a traitor inside the pit, but he'll have to move over. Mushi hit by an arrow. Yule Scepter up. That's S4 trying to prepare for another jump. They go for Mushi. BKB triggered. Ball Lightning mid-1 trying to come in to help out his core with a stun. Mushi walking away. The Ravage committed mid-1. The damage from Loda. Suicide will happen. So Alliance don't get the kill, but at least they put the Storm Spirit on the sidelines. DJ's not out of the woods just yet. S4 rotating over, gonna find 3-4-3. The first Starfall into the second one. They've lost the vision on 3-4-3. And with a Blink Dagger, DJ got far enough into the mid lane trees to TP himself away to safety. So again, Alliance robbed of any kills thanks to the Bloodstone deny. But they will be thinking about Roshan.
They don't have Ravage for this. That was pretty good for them. If they had gotten Mushi there, oof. Highest net worth hero in the game, but not really able to contribute too much to the team fights. Not respecting the magical burst from Mirana. Almost caught off guard, feeling nigh invulnerable with the BKB.
Fnatic are coming.
I think they can just go inside the Roche pit. How are they going to deal with the Elder Titan Spirit, though?
Oh, did EGM notice that? Yeah, he did. The Spirit actually clipped Mushi while it's still under the cover of smoke.
But you still have to fight without Ravage if you want to take a fight here. Ideally, you want to stall with the Elder Titan stump, but he just used it. There's no Spirit there.
Oh, that arrow actually helping Fnatic. A full 5-second stun on Roshan with the amplification. Alliance, now they're going to Moonlight Shadow in, but the 3-man crush! Ohio, he goes straight into the mix. Mushi will try and shot it. He only finds an illusion. Storm Spirit in pretty deep, but he'll find his target, and it will be EGM pulling back the Elder Titan. The Greaser by a little bit more life. Mid-1, the Aegis model will trigger. EGM trying to hold him in position. The ET splitter, well, Fnatic just waited all out, and then EGM will fall. They look for more. The stun on Arcade. The extra track will go to work. Mushi does get hit by an arrow, so we can't help out. But mid-1, the long jump in. You also have to run with the gust. It keeps mid-1 control into the tier 2. Moda will get a revenge kill, and that's a big one to take. A dominating streak ended.
We've seen some excellent gusts from Drow Rangers recently. Nice one there. Get the kill on mid-1. That one will not be Bloodstone denied, so a lot of gold going the way of Alliance, and that was pretty good considering they didn't have Ravage that entire fight. They did a really good job of limiting Storm Spirit's damage during that. Also, Sven, he didn't have detection. He went on the illusions because that was the only thing that he could see, and he kind of got kited during his entire BKB duration. And now it's slowly starting to tick down. It's already 7 seconds down from Mushi.
You don't have this timer running out too early, but he is starting to rack up more damage. Has the Daedalus recipe, but doesn't have the Demon Edge at the moment. But we're going to get to a point where Alliance, if they do get caught out by this Venom, it's only going to take one swing and Mushi's going to kill them all. And that's just because he's got so much money, so much net worth, almost 19,000 on Mushi.
Yeah, looks like he's going Daedalus even, so doesn't even want to tank up. I think, I kind of like Fear's build yesterday, where he went for like Blink HOD AC and BKB optional. Depends on what kind of defensive supports that you have. But I think the AC is like really, really good versus lineup. You're gonna be kited because there's Grave, there's like Yules, and all these other spells. BKB's duration's getting kind of low, so you can still help your team out with the aura. You don't know how many swings you're gonna get off. And he also doesn't have an Echo Saber, which I think is really where the Daedalus build shines.
That sort of thing Alliance had just done. They planted an Observer Ward and Sentry Ward at the top river. This will allow them to know when Fnatic is coming to gank S4, who with BTs and that high movement speed, thanks to Yule Scepter and the maneuverability of Blink Dagger, he can just keep that split push going on top. Problem is, he hasn't seen any of Fnatic in a while, so he's very concerned they're just waiting somewhere.
And as you mentioned earlier, Alliance are kind of used to being in this position where they're down but not out, and going to have to rely on abnormal tactics to get them through this late game. And GOT on Mirana, good way to start split pushing. Draw Ranger, not the best at split pushing. It's not a Terrorblade, it's not an Anti-Mage, it's not a Naga Siren, which Loda probably would have favored at this point in the game, but he stuck with what he has. And
Alliance, 4-man smoke move. They're going to come up through the river.
They have BKB on Ohio.
Their Observer Ward and Sentry is going to scan out 3-4-3 in a bit, but the Moonlight Shadow, the smoke broke as well. So Bounty Hunter scouts out what's going on, and Fnatic, they're getting out of here. They do not want to give Alliance a fight again. But at least Alliance, with the lane positioning where it is, and Ravage up, they can do what they were meant to do all along. 5-man maneuver, push to a tier 2.
But BKB at the ready for 2 of them. Elder Titan Spirit comes out and is going to hit on the smoked heroes.
And again, Bulldog, Anchor Smash, 3-4-3. It was it's the Sentry Ward that's up there for the jump forward. Loda, that split is in a good spot. It's going to snap back all of Fnatic, but you've already lost the Draw Ranger, and the damage from Sven just way too much. The Ravager by a little bit of space here. Also helps them to get the kill over on that Storm Spirit. Arcade, TP's out, not possible. Mushi has the stun available. Even Ohio crushing for good measure.
Oh my god, that Draw Ranger just got obliterated. She had amplified damage and got hit by the split earth, and there was no time to grave, no time to really do anything there. Tidehunter maybe could have ravaged, but that's not going to help versus the BKBs. That's a tough fight for Alliance. At least they didn't have a gem there. That would have been really disastrous. Fnatic recently picked one up on DJ at that point, but yeah, Alliance just not geared for 5-on-5 at this point.
It's also a bad sign when Fnatic, they could be willing to push even harder. This should be the tier 2 tower at least down the mid lane, because there's no Ravage for 97 seconds. Every time this thing is off cooldown, Fnatic will be more and more confident to fight. Even with the BKBs already up, they already feel confident enough when the Ravage is there.
They need a way to pop the BKBs without threatening Ravage, because Fnatic, they're not really scared. The one time that we did see the BKB cores scared was when Mushi got jumped on that bottom side, and I think they need to do that again. I think the Mirana may need to go for a very burst-heavy build, like an EB. You just like leap in, use your EB, double Starfall combo, and then you can disengage. I think we saw that from like Old Chicken. But you want them to like, oh crap, I have to BKB right now or I'm going to die. They do have like a defensive disruption, but you always want to make them panic, and then once the BKBs are down, you can fight with the Ravage. And right now it seems like Fnatic are actually forcing the Ravages out of the Tidehunter instead. So with that, it's an easy win for the team fights.
But that's been the way this whole game's been going. It's Fnatic forcing any reaction they want out of Alliance, and always denying Alliance what they want. A big group up and team fight, at least with a vision advantage. The fact that Bounty, he can sacrifice himself all he wants. 3-4-3, hasn't got a single kill. He's got 7 assists. He's all about getting the track up, 4 deaths to his name. But he's that walking reveal ward that Alliance just can't do anything about. They wouldn't have been happy too, the fact that EGM with that smoke break on him, or the Moonlight Shadow break on him, ended the way it did. But they're coming again. Alliance will group up.
But this time, Fnatic have another BKB, this time on the Storm Spirit. So this fight could potentially even go worse than last time.
Unless they can find the jump. But with a dire Sentry Ward on the hill, Alliance can't get really good vision here. That's why they put their Observer and Sentry up in the lane and a little bit further down, more shallower in Fnatic's jungle. But they can't find the opening. There's no real way they can go, so they fall back. Loda needs to farm his BKB as well. He's about 1,000 gold away from that. So they give him the bottom lane to do so.
I think even with the BKB, though, he's just going to, like, what's the BKB going to do versus Sven? Sven will just right-click you. And even if you force step away, you can still get cleaved if someone's out in front, or if you have Manta illusions, which will actually likely happen in the team fight Fnatic trying to smoke the long way around. Roshan not available to them for at least
They're coming for
one more
Loda.
minute.
Loda is right on top of that dire Observer Ward, plus he's farming the creep wave. That is one very, very dead throw. With a blink crush, mid one goes in. And that is a full minute on the sideline because he bought his Ogre Club before he died. The arrow will keep Mushi away, perfectly hit from S4. And now it's up to Alliance to keep Fnatic out. They have 1 minute without Loda.
Well, half of God's Strength duration at least has been gone for them, and Loda did manage to buy an Ogre Club. That means he won't have buyback, and they're going to have to hold this.
Mushi keeps going. The arrow misses once again. Blink Crush. S4 caught out. He doesn't have his leap available. He does have Yule Scepter, however. Send him up and towards the air. The ET Splitter keeping Ohio out of the fight. As he hits the ground from the Yules, quick blink out. Fortification is still available for Alliance and Fnatic. They're not going to go for any more. The BKB is on cooldown for the Storm Spirit. So they're not going to force the issue.
They just want to be able to play it safe, take down the Roche, give the cheese to Storm. If he has Aegis cheese, he can just go absolutely crazy in this next team fight. It's going to be a 2.5 minute respawn. So a little bit of time for Alliance to find out how they want to defend the pit, maybe de-ward their side of the jungle.
Is it now that time for the gem? Is that time for the vision?
I think they needed it a while ago, but the problem is no one's really getting any farm. The Elder Titan went for the Solar Crest to try and help protect the Drow Ranger. Dazzle has just been buying wards non-stop. It had to be one. It would have to be like Murano or something like that that would buy the gem. Maybe Tidehunter. Tidehunter is 1100, so I think it's that time. You're getting close to that point where one more fight and you're gonna go into that, like, you know, point of no return.
At the same time, like, you know what's in Bulldog's mind. This is the way Bulldog plays. He's thinking, I need a refresher orb. If I have my double Ravage, those BKBs go down to 5 seconds, I got a chance that the team fights can actually go the way of Alliance with that big AoE double stun time. And then the control, S4 spent his money, he buys a Shiva's Guard on this Murano. Against the 3 mealees, could help to try and at least keep him away from this vent once that BKB wears off.
Yeah, they need some way to deal with the BKBs. Instead of going for offense, he will go for the defense.
They just survive to try and fight another day. Roshan's up in 1 minute.
Alliance are huddled in their base, though. They've blown a lot of smokes in the last 10 minutes, so I don't think they have another one available to them. Doesn't look like they have any in stock. I don't see any on Chicken, none in the stash. So I don't know how they're going to try and take this next fight. What's the best angle of approach for them?
You do still have Moonlight Shadow, but then there's Orbs and Sentries down for Fnatic inside the Radiant jungle, so that also helps. But they keep getting their lanes pushed in. Fnatic go back to what they started this game with. They just keep pushing in the top, they keep pushing in the bottom, and they got so much
on his
money.
own creep. But no Roche. Still, efficiency.
There's an Aghanim Scepter on the Shadow Demon now.
Wow.
Yeah, we thought the SD had a decent amount of farm before. With a full Ags, Ohio, like, he's licking his lips at just the sight of Loader on the bot lane.
How's he almost as farmed as Bulldog?
That's a very good question. He has been the deep push for Fnatic early on. Like, those high levels up in Poison, he was mopping up the creep waves all the time.
Okay, Roshan respawned. Seder Banisher will get wind of it. Fnatic can start thinking about making their way there. After they push out the lanes, of course.
Our Alliance? Okay. Well, S4 gets rid of that setup.
They can really easily scout with Illusions, though, or Storm Spirit, so I don't really think Fnatic are that worried about them sneaking it. They can try.
Well, Alliance are in there, and right now Fnatic have made no movement over. Mid one is in the neighborhood. Okay, now they're making a better movement. Roshan down to half-life. The Weave is starting to kick up. For Alliance, they got a lot of armor to work with. S4's already dropped the Aquila in preparation. The ET Splitter, mid one if you want to jump in. The Splitter too early. Ohio gets the crush. It's killed by the die. The Bounty Hunter, he picks up the Aegis Immortal. Alliance tried something sneaky and now they may pay the price for it. Mid one's all over him. The Shallow Grave will keep S4 alive a little bit longer. The mid one is there, waiting arms. Will he even find him? No into the tree lines. Miranda will TP out. Unfortunately for the rest of Alliance, they will not have that option. Loader as well as Bulldog drop. Mushi chases to the ends of the Earth Arcade. And they move over to EGM, who's just trying to man fight against DJ. There is no way to win that fight. Alliance getting crushed in the pit. Fnatic, they arrived late to the party. If that splitter was just a fraction of a second later as well, it could have been huge for him.
Yeah, it was almost perfectly timed by EGM, but Fnatic 3 in the pit, 2 BKBs, and they got the Aegis kill, or they got the Roach kill, they got the Aegis, and Bulldog was not able to get his Ravage off that fight. Not like it would have mattered too much because of the BKBs, and Mushi was just on top of Loda the entire fight.
No space for the drone. Shield buyback. Fortification will slow down the Raxing. S4 caught out by Storm Spirit. A perfect jump from mid one. It's a nice gust from Loda. Maybe he can get a revenge on the 343, but DJ is there with the waiting disruption arms to pull 343 out of the firing line. Fnatic will finish the job. They bring down the melee. And now Bulldog jumps to the front lines. There is that BKB over a mid one as well as the cheese. So all this damage can be repaired. But he'll use his BKB charge instead. Down to 7 seconds on that one. And Alliance sort of clean up the bottom. But it cost them then the buyback on the draw. They did not want to have to do that.
Still very long time left on Mirana's respawn. And they... Most of this game, though, they just have not been able to fight effectively as 5. Like, Fnatic aren't really worried about fighting into them because Alliance, they weren't able to push super hard in the early game. They weren't able to secure many objectives. They weren't able to control the Ancients that allowed Sven to propel himself to this insane net worth.
Well, hello.
It's Alk Sven.
It's a refresher of Mushi. The Sven will now have double 5-second BKBs and double God Strength, depending on what he wants to drop, unless he gets his own dedicated courier.
The region's also very useful. They, like, near the end of the last fight, he had like 180 mana, which is just not enough to keep going. They don't really have too many ways to... I guess, is he going to drop something? Maybe HOD? Yeah. What, he has Moonshard and Refresher?
Yep. This guy's got a lot of money. Mushi's actually going at just shy of 800 gold per minute.
Dang. Like you want him to like kind of be forced into these like questionable decisions. Like, do you really want to get MKBs? Good versus the crowd, not good versus anyone else. And
He'll get whatever the hell he
wants. He's not really worried.
This guy's a superstar. He's got all the money in the world.
He has his own personal armory.
He doesn't use that standard blacksmith that everyone else uses.
No. A Mountain shop is for plebs.
Bottom lane, hello, Fnatic. They're looking for Alliance. Alliance aren't even in their base. They know it's not safe. And hang on, okay, DJ is attempting. He's attempting the moon play. So they'll wait in the tree lines, but that one range creep, it'll come down, it reveals.
Joke's
it reveals Alliance. I mean, it reveals Fnatic. They'll bring down the range Rex anyway, so Alliance, in a way, they dodged the fight. But they have everybody up.
They were able to plop a sentry and a observer ward down too, and it's not in the normal spot. It's much further south, and it will dodge the normal sentry ward. They do have the gem on the ET, so they won't have a free jump inside of the base available to them.
And that was the one advantage for EGM. He bought that gem just before the Roshan fight, so technically didn't lose that much money at the end of Roshan.
So Alliance have been in this position where they've been down a lot, but you know who's also been in this position is Mushi, where he's just like overflowing with gold. He's made of gold. He spits out gold. And what does he spend it on? He can't pull Ags. You can get BOT2s. It's marginal. He's already had to sell his treads, which is
maybe he could actually start buying wards for the supports. That would be a very nice thing.
That's what you do. Wards, tomes.
Yep.
So on and so
jump in. They found S4. Ohio with a perfect blink crush. S4. He doesn't have enough time to live. And now it's actually moving on to Bulldog. Amplification, Ohio was thinking about it. That's 73 seconds. Without S4, he does have buyback available once again. You really do not want to be expending your money when you're already pretty well broke. Lotus going to spend his cash, picks up a Maelstrom, probably praying he can reach an Aghanim Scepter sometime soon. But it's good deep push for now. Bulldog jumps forward, nice gust. Mushi down to half-life, a defensive disruption again from DJ. Always there when he's got that blink dagger. Mushi, wow, she's still very, very low. They force-staff him away. Maybe this is also one of the reasons why he doesn't drop that Helm of the Dominator. He still needs that sustain in the fight.
Yeah, Satanic or Heart would be pretty good for him. He could just BOT back and then refresh and then BOT back if they really wanted to fight, but there's no need in taking that risk. Actually, Mirana's down. I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world for them to do that, but...
It's a good display, though, to show that Fnatic isn't really as tanky as you might expect. Like, when they get their jumps, when they get their pickoffs on Alliance, it works beautifully. But if Mushi takes that much damage from pretty much just the Drow Ranger primarily attacking him.
It normally won't happen like that, though. The Slaughter is carrying a lot of auras. He recently purchased the Vlad, he has an AC. So combine that with Warcry, and you're not really doing anything. You need the Mirana to deal damage. But yeah, it is a little threatening in case Fnatic aren't really exact with their high ground push.
Yeah, their positioning has to be good. You can't just leave one guy on the front line to do all the work.
You can't just A-click and take your hands off the keyboard. Oh, that's a Jimmy thing. Have you seen him? It's like, look guys, no hands.
Imagine that. He would have been that kid on the bike. A Bloodthorn up for mid one. So he's got a lot more solo pickoff potential. He's right underneath an Observer and Sentry, which will not survive as DJ moves in with a gem. But Alliance at least get to see that Bloodthorn before the fight begins. There's some decent Dispel. They don't have that Dream like quick Lotus Orb available. And it's coming from Tide. It's the Refresher Tide on the way. Bulldog just buys the Perseverance for now.
Still a long ways away.
Yeah, but this is Alliance, the team of patience. They're still only down one lane of racks. They're fine with that. With this lineup, if you can get an Aghanim Scepter as well onto the Drow Ranger, you'll have a lot of options as far as... nope, not going to miss.
They're really lacking items on the supports, though. Especially Dazzle. Like, you'd want like a Ghost Scepter at this point. Maybe Glimmer. Hopefully Axe at one point in the game. And then same with Elder Titan. He has Solar right now, but pretty much any item would be great for him.
A little bit concerned when Bulldog moves out this far. He got disrupted before. It's like he's trying to bait the attack from Fnatic. They'll still at least protect Loda, as well as S4 if he does get initiated on.
Yeah, maybe they can like force a lot of BKBs when they initiate on Tidehunter, and then he can buy back, TP back in with Ravage. That is a pretty good way for them to win the fight. But Fnatic have to know that. He's banked a lot of gold. Roshan respawning in 30. Fnatic, no creep inside the Roshan pit this time. They're probably sensing that it's up quite soon.
Oh, Bulldog, he jumps in, but at the same time, Mushi, under the tier 3 towers, mid one makes his play for Arcade. He'll find the kill, no buyback available. Loda pushing back Mushi. He's in deep under the tier 4 towers. Maybe they'll have the damage. Mushi dropping quickly. He'll BKB, but they get the kill. 3-4-3, also going to fall. It's the Storm Spirit who's already out. They find more kills. Yules it up. DJ trying to keep Alliance away with that purge, but EGM stomps. And Fnatic, they were so patient. They were waiting for the opportunity. But they go in deep and they lose 3. And what a time too, because Roshan is back up again. Alliance can move over and technically force the buybacks as Ohio scouts out the fact that Big Man is alive.
Alliance won TI3 off the back of a lot of force staff plays, and that was a very similar situation. They double force staff the Drow Ranger, and Sven was like pretty close at a T4s.
Yeah, he almost hit Fountain at that rate.
Yeah.
S4 got over 2,000 gold just from the kills. He's now up to 6K on the Mirana.
Oh, they were going to play it safe.
I think that's actually the most amount of money I've seen so far at TI for a killing spree. It was 1,640 gold for killing off Mushi underneath the tier 4.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. He has 6,000.
Oh, mid one trying to go for his kills. Well, he's already found one. Again, poor Arke is just the scratching post of Fnatic.
Well, that will not dissuade Alliance from taking down Big Bad Roshan. Solar Crest already upon him.
Ohio's in a good position for a 4-man crush if he wants it. He knows they're in there. In comes the jump, the crush, the silence will be there. Admiral Bulldog, he's already expended the Ravage before, so you've lost one. Loda can't really fight this. The Hurricane Pike puts himself on the hillside, however. He can't get back down again, so they'll have to TP back to base. And then mid one. Very close. That was a kill Alliance could not afford. But I guess now they realize Fnatic will have Roshan. And they'll back out. They did get the advantage of stealing the gem off Fnatic. A very small advantage at this point.
At least they didn't lose any cores there.
Yeah.
Tidehunter died in that big engagement inside the base, and did have to buy back, so he won't have a refresher for this upcoming engagement. And all they really need to do is wait for them to go on to Mushi. Mushi just needs to hit towers. If they go on him, he just pops Warcry.
This courier. This is one perilous trip. The Observer Ward scouted out its movement. I'm fairly certain it's here for the point booster. Actually finishes a full E-Blade for Mirana. This courier has to get home.
Storm can easily
jump it. And 343 is also waiting for it. He'll move, he'll blink forward. So close. Now the Storm, jump in the courier. 4.7k worth of net worth.
So much for that Sven kill.
Yep, you'll have to wait 3 minutes before he can get that E-Blade. But that also means he does still have buyback, so it doesn't put that in any kind of peril. I was wondering if Loda was going to complete up the Agnum Scepter, if you put a point booster on that courier as well. Instead, I'm seeing a Crystallis purchased on Loda. Still has buyback, doesn't have the full axe, which would have been really nice with the Maelstrom combo, but he's going a Daedalus build on this Ranger.
He's just trying to get any sort of items he can before this last fight. This might be like the last fight of the game, and you want every little bit of net worth that you have outside of buyback to be invested onto your hero. And net worth graphics is looking pretty bad, but Mushi is banking 8,500 gold.
Yeah. Have we even seen him use that refresher orb even once?
Nope.
It's sat in his stash. It's almost like he's just buying home bling. Bulldog, again on the front lines, getting tracked up. Mushi gonna God Strength hit the tower. Sorry, just Warcry to hit the tower. Fortification will also be burnt from Alliance. They're being pressured on the other lanes though. S4 needs to deal with this mid. The bottom lane is still with the mega creeps. So Alliance have to turn their attention down there every now and then, but they don't want to turn away from this top fight. Ravage has just come up for Admiral Bulldog. They still have buyback available for the Mirana as well as the Dross. The damage is there. Bulldog, great blink away. Gets out of it, but will it be enough? The fight is split up real high. It might be low. Mid one, he's going in deep. Under the tier 4 towers, Moonlight Shadow making it very difficult for Fnatic to find a target. The Ravage, it'll blow. The BKBs can't protect them. Mid one will drop as well. So low, but not dead. Has the Aegis Immortal. Now they'll trigger. Mushi gets far enough away for the Spear of the Arrow. Bulldog, he will smash him entwined with an anchor. EGM will even be protected. Alliance, they're holding this fight. Ohio is low. They force up down. Loda pushes himself into the fight. He wants to go against mid one. S4's here to help him. They've got the damage, but mid one's got the range. Jumping in closer. Yule's up from Mirana. Where's he go next? He goes in deeper. He goes for the Starfall. Mid one's still alive, but not for much longer with a stun onto S4. He'll die with the help of DJ. The double buybacks are available for Alliance. They knew this. They still have to hold the bottom tier 4 towers are being attacked. The refresher orb is now up for Bulldog. He's already triggered it, and he leaves it at base. He doesn't reveal it. So maybe now Fnatic, they could go in thinking there is no Ravage available. But it looks like Fnatic, they've been cautious throughout the day. They're going to be cautious again.
And Sven actually used his buyback during that fight and finally used his refresher, BOT'd back in, but he doesn't have buyback. That's probably what dissuaded him more than anything. Stormspeeder was a little bit low, but he has plenty of Bloodstone charges. And he's also making a lot of gold. 6,000 in Storm's inventory. What will be item number 6?
For a Storm Spirit,
usually Scythe.
He can finally drop that gem. Yes, Scythe would be nice. I still want to see Loda finish up an item and finally see Mirana with that E-Blade. The courier is back alive. So you have to keep that in mind that S4 had all that money spent, but he didn't actually have the item on him. If there was an E-Blade in that fight, it would have been very, very different.
Yeah, Sven's dying very, very easily. I actually think he should keep the refresher on him so he can BKB twice. I mean, and Warcry type.
But what do you drop? You really want to get away with the, like, you can't drop. Yeah, that'll be good.
I think he needs to play it like a Lifestealer. Lifestealer, you siege your tower with your rage cooldown. I think he needs to do the same thing with Warcry and then just back out. They're having to blow way too many cooldowns to save him. Like, DJ almost got him out of the situation. Yep. He got 4-stepped out, and then he disrupted, and then he was able to blink after that, and he almost got the BOT out. But you don't want your Sven to be in that position where you actually have to save him.
Okay, how does DJ have this much money? He's now going to BKB on the Shadow Demon. Wow. It's coming on the Courier. This is, like, if you've got DJ in your fantasy team at the moment, congratulations. You're going to have crap tons of points. Even though the highest points right now does go the way of Mushi.
So out of the 10 heroes in the game, there is only one with buyback. And that is mid one.
Everyone else expends their money. They know they need everything to fight. Alliance are very happy with this. If they can keep Fnatic out for another minute, they have double Ravage. The Refresh Orb is off cooldown in 57 seconds time.
I'm actually surprised Storm Spirit doesn't have more charges. I guess there haven't been that many kills in this game, but ideally you have 25 charges, maybe 26, and then you
He got the early charges, then had to commit suicide, then he got killed, and after that everything just dried up.
But like now, Storm's in this like somewhat weird position in the fight, so if you die, you can be back up in, let's see, like 35, 40 seconds, but you want to fight there with your team instantly. You can potentially win the game if you buy back, but you could also potentially lose the game if you buy back BOT and your team's already dead. So not a great situation for him.
We've hit this point now. It's disrupting Sven Illusions to attack a range racks down.
The spirit of Secret lives on.
I think this is also something Alliance have a lot of experience with in the past.
They're normally the ones doing it.
Yes, they are. It's the safety. They don't actually have easy ways to get rid of these illusions. It takes so much. This is when you actually wish you had that Agnum Scepter on loader.
Well, time to start on another tower that will...
Wait, is Alliance really... I thought for a moment that actually there was a Fnatic line being drawn by mid one saying, can we loop around and go in through the mid?
The Refresher's cooled down at this point, and Sven's been really squishy. If they can catch him in a double Ravage without his Warcry, and potentially like DJ doesn't BKB, then maybe, but that's a lot of contingencies.
Yeah, that's a lot of babies. And they also have no vision to do this fight with. Like, the Observers and Sentries on the top lane are very,
They have the Observer ward right here,
Fnatic.
right outside their T3 on top. This one can potentially be a game-winning Observer ward if they can catch multiple heroes with that. And DJ, or actually, who's carrying them? Storm Spirit hasn't really been close enough to de-ward that quite yet. They have a Sentry ward on the north side, but it's just outside of range of these ops. So they probably think they're in the clear in terms of not having vision. But it's daytime, so you're likely to play more carefully during the daytime. Yep. You expect the opponents to be able to see across the cliff. Nighttime, I think, is where Alliance can make a move, but that's still quite some time away.
It's still crazy to think that Alliance are keeping it at bay. They're almost 40,000 net worth behind, and they are still keeping Fnatic out. Most of that net worth, in fact, the difference is Sven's net worth. He's at 40 grand himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He has a lot of like marginal upgrades for items, though. Like VOTs is like 4,500 gold. That doesn't really give you any combat potency. And then he has a Refresher in base, not really offering that much to him. Moonshard, not super effective. It's good, but not in terms of effectiveness per gold spent.
And they really need more damage against those Sven Illusions. They just keep coming, and bit by bit, that melee ranks, at least it can regen. But you have to commit double Starfall to it. It's still not enough damage. Loader doesn't have his full Daedalus up, so his damage also isn't that great.
Probably regrets not getting Ags now. Because he was in that position where like, okay, I might lose the game right now. I have 2,000 extra gold. I need to buy an item. And
Does he go back to it? Like, do you actually sell the Crystallis and then buy the full Aghanims? Oh, bottom lane, they actually find Ohio. The arrow misses from S4. Mid one, he's gone in. Again, Arcade. The punching bag of Fnatic gets brought down again. And they look for an opening. Well, okay, BKB's triggered. It's Mushi on the run. S4 right behind him. The Stormbolt will go to work as mid one pokes the tier 3 tower in the mid. And again, Ohio on the bottom lane. Death by 1,000 needles. Alliance just don't know how to start pulling them out.
At least Mushing's playing it a little safer. Like, he could have potentially gotten EB'd and Shivas and like double Starfall before the BKB, and then he'd be at like half HP, have to take some time to Satanic up, but now he's like preventing himself from getting in that critical HP territory.
And Alliance have to at some point come out here and try and fight this.
Yeah.
Like, if this continues the way it is, like, Fnatic will eventually take everything. They've already taken the melee rags on the top. It's only the mid that stands between Fnatic and Mega Creeps.
How do you protect Ake though? Ake just dies.
There is no way to protect him. Like, you actually just have to let him die. Forced to fight when Fnatic are split up a little bit more. Mid one now looks towards Admiral Bulldog. He's still giving respect. Admiral Bulldog does have that double Ravage up. Mushi, decent amount of damage. Bulldog jumps in. The first Ravage will trigger. They need to kill off Mushi. Defensive destruction from DJ. He'll do the work. Lotus being attacked. The Hurricane Pike can't keep mid one away for long enough. Where is the kill? Hasn't come. Refresh Rob is done by Tidehunter. Force-staffing back in again. The poison almost killing Bulldog. Barely surviving with the Refresher into a second grieve. Bulldog keeps himself up. But now they don't have double Ravage for 180 seconds.
I feel like Mushi could be doing so much more in these fights too.
Oh, Radiant's Curry died again.
2,900.
It had Loda's Mjolnir. It got killed as it entered in through that top lane.
Mushi needed to BKB the Ravage, and Shadow Demon was able to do it. Your supporter can BKB it, and luckily he was able to get the disruption onto the Sven.
Oh, one way for 343 to stay alive. Give him an Aegis the Immortal if you want to. They're actually trying to decide who takes it. So mid one, he'll be the man to take the Aegis to the Immortal. As long as their Bloodstone's enough, but it means that Gem's just sitting on the deck. 343 will have to carry that.
Yeah, they can just pass Storm Spirit the cheese afterwards. Still no Scythe on him, but he does plenty of damage, enough to kill Ake near instantaneously. Dazzle has afforded a Ghost Scepter though, so maybe they can kill the Storm Spirit as he jumps in, because you don't want to use your BKB for a Dazzle kill, ideally. But they only have one Ravage left on Tidehunter. Second one won't be up for a couple of minutes.
I still can't believe Mushi is walking around with the S and Y with Refresher Orb in his stash. He's also a very long way away from the rest of his team. As mid one, just going to couple a little bit of a Starfall damage.
Like, they could easily buy another chicken at this point.
Yeah.
Another gem. You just stash as much.
Okay, he's buying Butterfly. He's going down and buying Butterfly. So that's what he replaces his S and Y with.
Butterfly's great. And also gives you some move speed if you still want that for whatever reason. But
it's nice when Loda also cannot buy a Monkey King bar in this game. One, because he can't get the money.
That's why you hold a Demon Edge. You never know when it's going to be Rapier, or MKB, or Daedalus. I'm just playing.
Someone give Loda some true hit. Well, they just... And again, now it's actually helping. Send more illusions in.
Oh yeah, the illusions with the... Ooh.
Oh, mid one. He gets gusted. The stun, the jump in, Admiral Bulldog doesn't got this Ravage off the ET splitter. It's on a bad position for Bulldog. He just pops, no buyback. They have no Ravage here, Alliance. This could be it for Fnatic. The buyback will come out from S4. But you lose two heroes. Fnatic didn't really have to commit that heavily.
Oh my god, DJ with those demonic purges. Onto the Tidehunter, onto the Mirana.
And now he goes over the Drow Ranger. Keep going to work. You got all the vision thanks to Track. And Storm Spirit, another long jump in. They find Loda, the Keyblade, protecting him from S4, but Loda still so low. He can't Hurricane Pike out. The buyback will come in, but Alliance, they're being torn apart. There's almost nothing left. Fnatic, they have waited this game out. They have hoarded the money. And finally, they can bring down this Militrax, force it to make it a double crush from Ohio. That could seal the deal as Alliance will lose all three. And GG, game one will go the way of a very patient Fnatic.
The strategy seemed like something that Alliance thought would work, but it doesn't really seem to suit their style. I think in particular, I don't know, it was just like their whole entire team. They could never really search for fights in the first 20 minutes of the game. I think that Mushi played pretty well for the first 20 minutes, and then the later half of the game was dominated by mid one and DJ. 343 also with some timely smoke pops.
Yeah, 343, like, he was, again, that kind of guy that takes it for the team. The Bounty Hunter does the work, but the SD, so much money on it. Like, normally you say, hey, you might be in like a 4-core lineup that was attacking you from Fnatic with everything they had. Those disruption illusions kind of forced Alliance's hand into really bad positions, and then Fnatic just capitalized on it. Alliance never having that dream combo. Like, you get Refresher Orb on Tidehunter, and we never saw a double Ravage fight. Because there was never an opportunity. There was the quick jump out. You had you had a chance to do the initial damage, but then SD was always there. There's always a save for Fnatic.
Yeah, he was like their failsafe X3. He might as well have had a refresher at the end of the game too.
Yeah, if that game went any longer, he could have actually bought one. It was just really smart from Fnatic and really patient from Fnatic too. The panel was saying like, hey, Fnatic, like, you lean towards their side. They, like, at least most of the analysts were saying that Fnatic was the favorites coming into this one. Alliance, they proved they can do Alliance things, take the game over an hour, but they need to win. That's a small team.
That only counts for a little bit too. Unless you're trying to get like longest game on average prediction or something.
Well, we haven't hit my prediction for that one. We've got to go over 90 minutes for that. But hey, there's still more games in this series. There's still more time to come the way. And Alliance, they get to refresh up. Maybe they wonder what do we do different in game number 2. The big team fight was denied by Fnatic each time. Their split push was too strong. What do you do in game number 2? What do you change up? How do you stop Fnatic?
Let's ask the people that really know.
Wow, do they? Do you know draft? No draft panel?
We're actually draft desk now, believe it or not. How's it going there, Toby and Merlini? Wonderful cast. You were actually posing that question, but I was getting ready to swing it back your way. Since we don't have the luxury of having you for the actual draft, I'm curious what you guys think. Alliance in game number 1 threw together what you feel like would be a 5-man where you can kind of push and execute and close the game out, but they couldn't do it. So what do they do in game number 2 to change the draft?
I don't know. They need to find that balance in between farming and fighting. It's always one extreme or the other with Alliance, and it's kind of a trademark of a draft that you're not really comfortable with. You don't exactly know how to execute it and pressure the opponent into making suboptimal
I just wonder if they go back to the full extreme they used to do. Like you bring in the Chen from Arcade and you actually go for a full push lineup instead. Because they kind of felt like they didn't push fast enough.
Maybe a better farming hero for Admiral Bulldog. I think he can create pressure in way more ways than being that big team fight threat.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you so much. We'll see you for game number 2. But we are back here with the experts. We got Draskell, Black, and Winter. Gentlemen, upgrade. We have a desk now. We have stats and screens and numbers. I got papers and pencils to throw around. This is awesome. So, early impressions about the matchup. I know you felt like it was going to be easy to talk about here, but Draskell, please.
So the biggest idea that Alliance have going in with their draft is you fight around Tide Ravage, you 5-man Dota against a team that Fnatic have put together. You have like a Storm Spirit that you have to worry about. You have to, start out with the Blink Dagger later on into the game. And there will become a point where Alliance in this game, they start to split up and farm against these heroes, against Bounty Hunter, against Slardar, against Storm. That's a recipe for disaster. You don't want to do that. And I think a lot of it is actually attributed to Bulldog using Ravages early on for probably not enough of a gain to make them feel comfortable and continue pushing their advantage. But that's how I felt personally.
They didn't use their. They just didn't use their timings well. If you look at like Wings or EG, they would have definitely used when they were strong, like the Ravage, when they had Ravage, when they had Mag. Against Sven, you have to contest his first Ancient stacks. You need to place a ward, smoke towards the Sven when he's doing the Ancients, and kill him, and do Roche after that. That's very straightforward, like in my opinion, for their lineup. It's very easy to execute. They don't need to wait too long for their lineup. They don't have to split up and farm. They just need to group up and push. But apparently Alliance too used to splitting up and farm and just not able to execute.
We were actually all shocked here because Alliance had like a 5-man lineup, and instead they do what Fnatic's lineup is way better at, which is just farming and splitting up. And then they got picked off everywhere, and even then they still wouldn't want to go as 5 people. Like I don't know what the game plan was.
It was just bad, real bad, that game.
It really was. Like it was just a mess. Like it seemed like they picked like a really good strategy, but they just couldn't follow through or something, or they forgot like what they want to do with that strategy.
Well, let's try to look for some of the good here. We got to give credit to Fnatic and their support staff. In particular, DJ's Shadow Demon was pretty damn good. Got lots of poison stacks out there. So would you agree that pretty much the Fnatic support pack were there at a time in need and being able to follow through with the objective at hand?
I mean, we have seen DJ, like minute 6, he was already like level 5.5. Yeah. Like he made so much work. He made sure that the Tidehunter is poor.
The kill that he got on the Tide, we were all so surprised at how did he actually get that kill with the last tick of poison enemy. Oh, great, he's level 5.
Well, you know what? To help us break down the Shadow Demon a bit further, no one else here who knows Purge is better than Purge, so why don't we go over to Purge. Hi, Purge.
Hey, I do know Purges. Had a little bit of time playing Shadow Demon, and he is a bit of a hard hero to play against sometimes because you don't necessarily see the threat coming. 12 minutes in here, Alliance pushing the tier 2 tower, and due to the Dragonlance, just barely outranging where the tower is, so they get a lot of free hits on this. The problem is that DJ is rotating over, and he's going to start the Shadow Poison. Now, the way that this skill works is you need a lot of these stacks for it to actually secure a kill. Once you get up to 5, that gives you an exponential amount of damage, up to like 1,000 damage. But you got to get up to 5 stacks, and if you want to see how many stacks he's got, you can take a look over here for the icon, or you can look at the number right above the hero's head. Now, the allied team can't see this, and already he's got 2 stacks picked up, and by the time he's got 3 here, DJ knows that if he keeps him in the same place, he's got it. So he throws the Demonic Purge, keep him in the same place, 4 stacks, 5 stacks here. That's a guaranteed 1,000 damage. He does end up dying for this, but the crucial point is here. Drought Ranger has 800 HP. He's got a Soul Catcher. That's going to give about a 20% damage increase here. That means he is going to die, most likely. So what should happen is Alliance should realize, hey, I've got 5 stacks on me. He's about to take 1,040 damage. He needs to get graved. Nobody on Alliance noticed, and this just happens sometimes. I've played against Shadow Demon, and I've died to 5 stacks. You just don't notice it sometimes, and that's what's so beautiful about Dota. Sometimes these little things happen. And to make matters worse here, he tread switches to Int right before he TPs. He actually would have survived if he didn't go to Strength, if he stayed on Strength treads there. So 2 mistakes, no grave, and also the tread switch got loaded killed, and it just keeps Alliance more and more behind all game, and Drow's always trying to catch up.
That's amazing. Purge, thank you so much for that. Black, you're a professional core player. Does that happen to you sometimes? You just sometimes get caught up in the heat of the moment, and next thing you know, you have 5-6 stacks on you, or some supports, right? Winner thinks so.
I mean, it definitely happened before, but usually it's the situations when you want to like siege high ground, and you're like, oh, I really can't break this high ground. Let's just force it in anyway. Then you have like 3 stacks, and you go up the hill. Oh, I actually have 4 stacks, and you try to go back. You get purged, you get another stack, and you just die. Like in that situation, it was like I think a bit easier to see. But, you know, they were just really focused on killing him. They didn't really pay attention to the stacks because, as I said, like, there was only a Shadow Demon. Like, what threat could he possibly pose?
Yeah. Now, Draskell, it was voted upon the people in the client that this guy right over here, Storm Spirit, was our MVP by Midwan himself. If you want to talk a bit about maybe the good that Storm was able to bring out in the game, and then after that we could talk about if we all agree if it was the MVP or maybe we felt someone else deserved the title.
I mean, I feel like Fnatic as a whole played fairly well this game. Like, they understood very well what their lineup needed to do. Mid one obviously had a couple of mistakes. Like, he was diving pretty aggressively past the tier 2. I think he ended up dying there as well, right?
Yeah.
So I think that for me personally, maybe mid one wasn't the MVP. I think DJ had like a phenomenal start, and pretty much throughout the entire game, he was very solid. So for me, that's who I would vote for if I had a choice.
Do you guys agree with that?
Yes, Dakota, we agree with that.
Wow, thank you.
And
nothing else to add. That was just Draskell's got it covered. No problem. Fair enough.
I mean,
now,
if you ask us most of the times, like during pre-games where we talk about Fnatic, we will always speak about DJ being their best player.
Yeah, we spoke about teams have like the players that need to have a really good game, and for Fnatic it's definitely DJ, and he really delivered here.
Fair enough. All right, now we have to look forward to game number 2. Toby and Merlini, we're talking maybe at this point you're looking at potential elimination from the tournament with 1 game to go in your alliance. Do you pull out the alliance draft? Do you get the Ake Chen? Do you get the Bulldog Lone Druid / Nature's Prophet? Do you consider split pushing a bit? Where do you go from here?
I mean, if I'm Alliance, I actually just pick Naga Siren or something. Just, completely tilt Fnatic if you can. Give him something that is going to take, it's a long game. Alliance, they show even if they don't play their draft very well during the early game in game 1, they still can manage to draw the game out. And I feel like Naga is one of those heroes where you can make opportunities happen if you have just that one hero. So maybe it's going to be better suited for them because personally, I don't even think the draft was, we all said that Alliance's draft was better in game 1, but they're just not playing their drafts the right way. Yesterday it was the same story. They just try to farm too much, they end up losing the game, get picked off too much, and I think that maybe some hero like that will help their mindset execute as well.
Now what do you think, Black? If we had taken that same draft from Alliance and took another team, put it in there, let's say EG.
Yep.
What would happen?
Put in like EG or Wings in that position, I'm pretty sure the game will end
20 minutes?
Like 20 minutes or
25.
before 20 minutes even, yeah. Simply because they know exactly what they want to do. And for me, the issue with Alliance is the draft is always really good. Like even yesterday, the draft was really solid. It's just like they need to buckle down and actually focus on what they need to do. They can't keep splitting up, like alone here, I want to farm there, I want to farm there. It's like you just go as 5 and you literally won't lose the game. Like they just need to focus on what they need to do.
But I feel like we've been seeing that a couple of times in a couple of these drafts, not just for Alliance, but for other teams. We've been saying it, like, they clearly have the dominant draft, but why is it they can't follow through with it? I mean, you can't help but throw in a factor of, is it nerves? Is it TI?
I think it's maybe trying to do too much. Yeah, and habits.
Habits, I think, as well. Like, certain teams play in a specific way, but when they come here, they're like, oh, teams are doing this. Maybe we should try to do it, try to adapt, but they didn't have enough time, and you're trying to execute a different strat, but there's a lot of things that you're so used to doing. In the game, you don't think about it too much, but then it affects the overall strat. So like, in a big way, you have to be able to group up and push. You can't play like your Prophet Brute Mother strat with a Tide and Drow. You're just going to lose the game.
So, Coach Winner, you say maybe it is time to go something like more staple for Alliance?
Spider.
Prophet.
Bears. Just pick a late game here, like late game lineup, split push.
I mean, in all honesty, Admiral Bulldog's Brute Mother is super scary. I think every team so far banned it out first too.
Yeah,
they always pick
remember
first
what
two.
they opened this game? They left the Brute in the pool and they opened with Bounty and Slaughter, heroes that can hunt him down.
Yeah, two hard counters right off the bat.
Why wouldn't they go for it then? Is it just too high risk?
Do you think he'll be scared against those heroes?
I don't know if he's scared or maybe Alliance had that like draft like already thought of in their head. But I don't know. Usually they do pick that Brute Mother even though it's countered, and he will do really well despite that.
We'll have to see if it's going to make an appearance at all in this series. It looks like we got a draft for game number 2. So let's get into it here. It looks like for Fnatic, they will take first pick. They've already banned out that Alliance Wisp and get rid of the Ogre McGee. For Alliance, get rid of the Bounty Hunter because they're tired of that. And the Shadow Demon, respect to DJ as they take that one out too.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they just banned Bounty Hunter because S4 got his boots and bottle killed, and that was like we didn't actually talk about that, but in the first game he was so far behind in his lane.
Yeah.
He had like 14 CS, and I think mid one had like 35 or something like that.
But even before he lost the bottle, he already was like 10 CS behind. Even though he had a draw aura, that was like really surprising to me.
Yeah, it's very true.
5 seconds.
But this time it's going to be Fnatic who get a hold of Lady Mirana in this one. So when you're talking about S4 and his performance, and yeah, he obviously got handicapped quite a bit by the Bounty Hunter. Well, we'd like to see S4 also go back to something that, you know, we're used to seeing from, I don't know, that necessarily means like Puck, Magnus, those kind of staples, but we already knew that Potom wasn't something he's very comfortable with, or at least uses very, very often.
You know, I was thinking about this, and we had a discussion about Secret and how we feel like as a team they're just a little bit too greedy. I think when you're looking at Alliance, you need S4 on a tempo controlling hero at the very least, because everyone else on that team wants to hit creeps too. So if you're putting your one-shot caller on another hero who also wants to hit creeps, even if it's something that's like a hybrid like Mirana, I just feel like it's not so good for them.
Yeah, I just want to see him play Puck, DK, Magnus, heroes like that. Why would you put him on a bottom? Yeah.
The standards.
I mean, that's how Alliance always played and always performed really well. When he is actually on that hero that just moves around, you put a support middle, most like the EGM, who really likes to farm as a support. And you put him middle and then just have S4 creating space all over the place.
Yeah, I agree with both of them. That's by far their best system. S4 on a tempo controller, and they have one greedy support, and he's just moving around dictating the pace of the game. When he's not doing that, it feels like something is lost in their system. Something is not right.
Well, you can't ask for a more Alliance draft than opening up with a Nature's Prophet there for Mr. Bulldog. They quickly followed up with a Rubik, which EGM has made plenty of waves with that hero. So far things looking pretty sharp here for Alliance if they're going for that, well, Alliance kind of a draft.
I mean, Fnatic responded with a Batrider, which is one of the best hunters for the Nature's Prophet. So they have that going for them. And if Batrider gets a good start, I can imagine Prophet having a nightmare game against a Bat constantly hunting him down with boost of travel, blink, 4-star heals.
Do you actually prefer Batrider over Beast to counter Prophet?
Yeah, I prefer that. I think as a Prophet, it's much more difficult to play against Batrider because he can hide in different places with Firefly, so it's much difficult to anticipate the gank coming from Batrider.
And it is Ohio after all, and he's the second best Nature's Prophet in the game, so he will be able to keep tabs, but it's Bulldog who's #1 Nature's Prophet. I always love when these two teams go toe-to-toe and a Nature's Prophet happens to pop up for one team or the other.
Ohio just say, like in an interview one time, he literally just watched Admiral Bulldog's replays, that's all he did.
He's the #2, and he just obsesses over Bulldog, the #1.
Kezu said the same thing when he was learning Nature's Prophet. He was like, let's watch some Bulldog replays, guys.
The guy is a fiend. He's a beast on the hero. I mean, that's how he got brought into the team, was just pubbing Lone Druid and then bringing in a lot of that Nature's Prophet play. But his hero pool, it's expanded. He's thrown in some new options, but these are just the things that always seem to work.
What I also really like is the Slaughter ban, because usually when Alliance picks that Nature's Prophet, he kind of transitions into like the traditional carry, and Loda would be more on like on a Centaur, on a Slaughter. Obviously Slaughter is the better choice because you can actually amp people, then you have like a lot of damage. When you pick Centaur, you would probably lack damage. We have seen the same thing at Manila when people actually would ban out Loda Slaughter. When they picked Nature's Prophet, they would have a really hard time finding their damage source. So I really like that ban.
Alliance had also got rid of the TA there, and I believe Fnatic.
Puck? I think they might want Puck though because they banned TA, because that's a very bad matchup for Puck.
Yeah. Or maybe even a DK.
The Dream Carl alive?
I think he remembers that, Dakota.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, he needs to in this moment. Right now.
Of all moments, this is when you need to remember Enchantress. Another traditional pick, Ake's Enchantress.
This is like pure
out.
Comfort zone for
Yeah,
Alliance.
early pressure,
a lot of comfort.
A lot of early pressure as well, and you can easily do like the Enchantress plus Prophet, pressuring the safe lane, and if you get a good gank in the early game, you can easily take the tower, and that's gonna put a lot of pressure on their safe lane. So it's gonna disallow Fnatic to play their early aggressive rotations, because if your safe lane is under so much siege, you have to address it and you can't pressure the other lanes.
But we've seen in the past Fnatic just like safe laning the Mirana, and if they do that and pick like another mobile mid hero, I actually think the Enchantress is gonna have a lot of problems ganking this game.
That's with like Shadow Demon, right? When they did that.
Yeah, they would usually like dual lane safe lane with like 2 range heroes. I mean, Witchstock is pretty strong with the Mirana too, and obviously against Enchantress really strong too.
Alliance go for the Lifestealer here. I was kind of on board with like Black saying like the Slark, then we could have possibly seen the S4 Magnus to pair with it or something, but they're going to go with the Lifestealer.
Makes it much more likely that this puck is coming, though, because there's not a really good vehicle out there for him yet.
Yeah, it's true. But it's also a denial pick, I think, away from Fnatic, because, I mean, they already have Batrider, and Leicester also is really good against Enchantress and Rubik. And I guess Nature's Prophet as well. Yeah, he pretty much is good against their entire roster, so it makes a lot of sense as to why they would want to take it here.
Denial pick of the Lifestealer. What is Fnatic looking here for?
Who can man fight into that ugly beast?
Well, there's Slark is really good against all the heroes so far.
Ursa's good too.
Ursa's really good.
Oh yeah, Ursa, I actually like Ursa more.
Ursa Batrider together, we spoke about it. You drag him in and you just beat him up. And he dies.
Yeah, Ursa actually crushes all of their heroes.
Yeah. Hard counter to enter, the hardest counter ever.
Yeah. And it also gives them like one hero rush potential. You don't even have to worry about it anymore. You just pick the hero and it's just taken care of.
To have really good lanes with Witch Doctor, you can deal with the creeps of the Enchantress, but they do go
Carry
for the
Void.
Carry Void, you think?
Oh wait, we have seen them play mid Batrider before. It could still be an offlane Void if they wanna do that.
Offlane Void, then it's like either support Mirana or carry Mirana.
Yeah, I think usually when I pick Mirana, it's like carry Mirana, and then they have a mid one on a more like hard carry hero, like an Ember Spirit.
What would you prefer? Wouldn't you prefer like just mid Mirana and then safe lane Void, offlane Bat?
I think that would be really good because that makes all the lanes incredibly hard to gank for the Enchantress. Like she won't find easy kills for sure.
It's also good because they still have some synergy inside of the Chrono. So even if you put the Void safe lane, he's not known for a damage dealing kind of safe laner, but it's still you have Witch Doctor Ward and Mirana, so it's fine.
Going to the final bans now here. Alliance get rid of the Elder Titan. We go back to Fnatic's side. This could be the S4 hero. We anticipate Storm, maybe Puck, as plausible options here.
DK is possible too. Like they like to run that in the past. It's probably not the best hero here. But you know, if you want some additional lockdown, they only have the Rubik lift so far, and DK is always a good option. And what really surprises me about those two teams, Elder Titan always gets like until like to the last banning phase.
What's happening today?
That never happened before.
It was like all day yesterday. It was either banned or first two, right?
Yeah. One game it was picked up in the second pick phase, but other than that, it was always banned or picked first phase.
I think the stronger teams just able to use the hero better than other teams. Especially like I think DC is one of the best teams with the hero. Even Wings, they know how to use the hero. They know how to build a lineup around the hero. I think that's the more crucial part of picking. When you pick Elder Titan, it's not just about Elder Titan. You want to build a good lineup around physical damage, spell damage, and sometimes teams that actually run Elder Titan, they don't do that.
So they do run the position for Mirana. They're gonna play like he's gonna get boots first, and he's just gonna chase the Enchantress around, make sure that she doesn't get good ganks off, and just kill her creeps with the arrows.
Yeah.
And then it's probably gonna be Timberstorm mid.
Yeah, most likely.
I reckon.
Timberstorm mid.
A Batrider offlane on a high.
I don't see any other hero for Alliance. There's no other hero like.
Yeah. It's the S4 Puck.
Looking good for them. I mean, there's like complete comfort zone for Alliance. Like, it doesn't get better than that for them.
So no excuses if they lose this.
Nah, but I don't think it's good enough this game. I think their last draft was better, and this game with a worse draft, I think Fnatic is gonna be able to take the game.
Will you agree?
I would agree. Yeah, Fnatic for sure.
Fnatic for sure. Will it be a 2-0 shutout to start day number 3? We'll find out. Let's throw it over to our casters now. It's Toby1 and Merlini.
Well, the analysts lean the way of Fnatic, saying their draft is better, but at the same time, if you're an Alliance fan, you're probably feeling very comfortable because Alliance is feeling very comfortable. This is through and through an Alliance draft.
If I saw the drafts with other teams, I would think that the Nature's Prophet draft is a little bit weaker, but because it's Alliance, because it's something that they can play very, very well, I'm going to go within this draft.
It's something, too, which I know it's kind of always been brought up in previous tournaments. As long as you feel comfortable, if you like, don't go out of the box, just play to your own strengths. Play to something which you know you can execute and execute well. Get your timings right with it. Alliance have done this time and time again with this exact draft. So they will probably feel very nice about this, but as the panel was saying, there's a lot of perks to this Fnatic draft.
I'm running through my predictions real quick, Toby. You go on. I need my compendium levels.
You were so cheap. Okay, all Ohio. He went sticky napalm. He can't actually firefly himself away from this one. As Ohio, the orb's going to come in as well. Ohio can't get out. Alliance, EGM is going to body block him. Ohio goes down in the top river. A very early level up in sticky napalm. No firefly. He didn't hold the point, and he pays the price.
Yeah, normally you'll see them hold on, but yeah, it's actually not that big a deal. I think the the death isn't, but more so they have really deep observer wards.
Yeah, they're watching the stacks, they're watching the movement to the top lane. It does help the fact that S4 was the one to get the first blood. Now he can get the top rune as well.
That's why he went with the body block.
Yeah,
could have just right-clicked him down, but they wanted S4 to have a good game. Like with Puck nowadays, it often feels the same way as Queen of Pain. Yeah, you're gonna have a great early game, and you're gonna be involved in a lot of kills, and then it's like that one fight that you die, and after that you're like, okay, I can't do anything else. And he's picked sometimes, but just has not had that much success. This time, though, he has a Life Stealer and the Nature's Prophet to always constantly fight with the Puck. So I kind of like it this game. I think it's really good versus the Phases Void, and like the instant silence, also very good at killing Mirana, Timbersaw. Very hard for the Batrider to catch.
This is a nightmare to really stop Bulldog on the off lane. When you send the 4 treants down, you know you're going to get a guaranteed pull. The fact they didn't do enough damage this last treant means he can use the 4th one to block the camp. So Admiral Bulldog doesn't even need an Observer Ward in the bottom lane. That allows Alliance to commit both their Observer Wards to the northern half of the map.
And Mushi's trying his best to drag the creep wave around to an appropriate spot. And it looks like, yeah, he will be able to keep the wave close to his side, although Bulldog will get a free level 2.
At top lane, Ohio, at least he can have something against Loda, but they can both buy up sticks in just a bit. So Ohio with the sticky napalm harassment's not going to do that much. And because you've got the Observe Ward over on the small stack, like, it's not even that easy just to grab it. Like S4 could move up for a rune and you could put that Batrider in a lot of peril. Admiral Bulldog always can TP off that bottom lane, actually holding his skill point at the moment. So hasn't decided if he needs Sprout or a TP.
He has TP now. No clarities though. Don't we usually see clarities instead of branch?
Yeah, normally you have a couple of clarities just so you have the ability to summon more treants, but at this point, I'm wondering what he's thinking.
He won't be able to jungle. Fnatic have placed a
trouble. Batrider, you do not have Firefly again, and that's 3 stomps. Denying the Mud Golems gives another one. It's just never-ending stuns from Arke. Ohio, there's another stun with a Fey Bolt. Enchantress will find the kill. Black was saying he was looking for the Mirana to rotate around and be a real nuisance for Arke, but so far Arke has had free reign of his jungle, and again they catch out this Batrider.
He just needs level 2, or just having Firefly, but now he's died twice because he hasn't had Firefly. Arke's even stolen his large Centaur from that camp, so he can't really get an easy level 2 from there. And now you're going to go back to the jungle. But it's 2 minutes in, and you're still level 1.
He's going to leech it from mid. This is his only way to do it. He can leech it from mid. Now gets his level 2. There is a semi-stack. There's like Hellbears and the 2 small Wild Wings available. So we can farm this up, and that'll bring him up to close to level 3.
It's still a disaster, though. Arke.
Mid lane, the smoke maneuver. The first stuns arrive. Another Mud Golem stun. S4 with the extra silence. Timbersaw dropping low, but he's still got 10 reactive armor charges up. So this dive from Alliance, it pushes the Timbersaw off the lane with no bottle charges.
Wow, he was really close to getting that kill. He tried to time the death of the Rock Golem to get an additional 2 stuns out on mid 1.
They're going again. There's no Timber Chain available, so the first stun into the clap with the Orb Bulldog. He TP's in. The courier is nearby as well. The damage from S4 is not enough. And now Ohio, he's sticking napalms. He's got his Firefly. He's looking towards S4. The arrow will fly. S4 waits it out perfectly for the paralyzing cuts for 3-4-3. He'll go down. Arcade's army still exists. They cannot have enough damage to find the kill. Even the Maledict on Admiral Bulldog, not enough tick damage there.
Okay, we're very well known for this Chen as well as Enchantress. Puts Alliance 4 kills up already. And he's not going to have that many smokes available to him, but he's already done the damage. Ohio is still reeling from this disastrous early game.
Hey, you called it perfectly. Dakota asked us the question at the end of game number 1, how do you want to see it changed? Like, I was looking for a jungler, and you asked for someone who's got a little bit more activity early on, and the Enchantress is exactly that.
And heroes that they like. I can't particularly imagine Bulldog liking playing Tidehunter, but he does love that NP.
And now we have double phase boots. So phase boots for Loda, phase boots for Bulldog. They TP up to the top lane, and they're looking to force down the tier 1 tower. Knowing how much they've crippled the Batrider, there should be no defense to this. Ohio right now is just trying to take a triple stack inside of his own jungle. So an early free tower for Alliance.
And it looks like Mushi will be the one to come up here.
Pick up, open wounds. They're just chipping him a little bit, just so he can't time walk off the damage straight away.
He saw all his regen. He wasn't really pressured too much by Bulldog, so 2 sets of tangos, 1 healing cell, he'll be a-okay, and that's a good way to save your first tower and buy some more time for Ohio.
And they're really looking for even more, like, it's a triple phase boost now from Alliance. 1 is just not enough, 2 is not enough. RK will grab them. Is this kind of like what you're looking for from RK to get early phase boots instead of getting something more like the Arcanes?
I think that's their game plan. They want to fight a lot with the NP. Constantly look for opportunity.
Try and chase DJ down bottom lane. Admiral Bulldog will come in too. They're waiting for the leap, so then Bulldog can follow up with a scrap 3-4-3 on the other side of the tree line. Paralyzing cast. Maledict is over on Nature's Prophet. Ohio trying to close the distance, but RK still in the neighborhood. And Chant comes back off cooldown for him. So he could have had the slow if required.
Even with some lucky bounces, Fnatic cannot get on the board yet.
They still found a lot of CS. Faceless Void with 36 for 9. Timbersaw able to grab 31 CS early on. So on that front, Alliance aren't doing that terrific. They're ahead. They were ahead by 2K at one point. But the game is still fairly close.
I think Alliance can easily get out of control though. Puck's already level 6. NP, he can be anywhere, wherever Enchantress wants the NP to be. And on top of that, Enchantress has been very involved in all 4 kills, but he's already level 5 on the Ench. So he's not really suffering in terms of experience.
I am seeing the recovery of the Batrider. Like, Ohio is getting himself back into a position where he's got more net worth than the Nature's Prophet. He's definitely got more levels than Nature's Prophet.
It was really important that Mushi TP'd up there to stop that push. Like, they have like okay pushing heroes with the NP, but he doesn't have a Basilius. Lifestealer not the best at hitting towers, especially without a Blightstone. So that tower should not have fallen. A lot of stacking going on the Fnatic side. Many heroes that can take it out. Mirana also getting decent amounts of farm and level 5 with Arcanes.
Well, we have an Infest combo for the first time. Loader straight into S4. Probably hoping the mid one's going to get aggressive. Mid one's been fairly aggressive against S4, actually forcing S4 to go back to base a couple of times. But now Dream Coil, they open up. Where's that silence? Where's that control? The Timber Chain didn't latch, and Prophet's also coming in to Chakram damage and the chain away. It'll hurt S4 and Loader, but it hurts mid one more as he will fall. And Bulldog instantly TPs down to bottom lane. Doesn't want to give DJ any space to push the lane.
Did he have a TP score before? I wasn't really sure on the Timber.
Unknown. Mushi, jump, Chrono, 2-man available if he wanted it. But without 3-4-3's Death Ward, he knows he doesn't have the damage to kill off S4. Just can dissuade Alliance from again pushing a tier 1 tower.
Pray for some bashes. Oh, a lot of bashes.
Well, he's got the 2 points up in time look at least. Nice Sentry Ward down for 3-4-3, so they'll get both the Obs and the Sentry that RK planted a couple of minutes ago.
DJ already level 6. See Rubik closing in on it as he farms the top lane, so all these supports are about to be able to fight back.
A nice Obs from Fnatic in the top river. Scouting out the fact that's almost a full duration ward as well in the top river. But I saw Loader moving up. Mid one's already there to defend. Mushi is able to move up as well.
Alliance are just trying to get a feel for how Fnatic's going to play. Are they going to try and use the Faceless Void like aggressively and set up? Or are they going to try and use it reactively to TP to towers? Are they going to be sitting behind people with the Mirana trying to arrow people? Or is she going to be trying to farm up the jungle with Arcanes? They're still not exactly sure how Fnatic are going to respond to these early threats. But now, see the large-scale engagement about to brew on top.
Yeah, here comes Alliance. Mid one defense, 3-4-3, still no level 6 on him. Alliance is waiting just long enough that RK does have his impetus, so the damage is there. Moonlight Shadow. Admiral Bulldog looks like he's the primary target on bottom lane. Ohio could just walk up to him and grab that lasso. And Bulldog, there's not a lot he can do about it. He is a little bit tanky, but now with the Starfall, Admiral Bulldog falling, not dead yet. Lets the Wrath of Nature go. That'll help the top lane, where you currently have the Chrono Mushi picked up and thrown back down again by the Rubik. And Chrono stolen, actually holding Witch Doctor and Ohio back on the tier 1 tower, allowing him to kill off now the Witch Doctor. Timber took a fall. S4 hit by the arrow of DJ. Loda has to pop out of him. A little bit of infest damage, but Mushi stands his ground, looking for the time lock. Will actually take off a little bit of the damage thanks to that time walk of his. And Alliance need to back out of here. DJ with the Starfall doesn't get the extra star onto Loda. Down to 20 HP. RK will turn with the damage. And he had enough mana for one Impetus. Then the stick charge back up again. But that was enough to dissuade again DJ from chasing Alliance.
I really like that play from Fnatic where they went for the weakest target, the Nature's Prophet, who's not quite with his team. Alliance tried to get a little bit greedy and get squeezed a little bit more farm out of Admiral Bulldog before they pushed that T1. But they got punished for it, and now I think Ohio has more than recovered from his early 2 deaths.
Ohio's back where he wants to be. Maybe not all the way where he wants to be. Wants to have that Blink Dagger up, but being only 200 net worth behind Admiral Bulldog.
They still have Chronosphere on Rubik. Stole it last night, used it on 2 heroes, like you called out, but they can set up for another kill with it in 1 minute's time. I guess they don't have the best hero. Enchantress can kill people in there.
Yeah. That's probably the best combo for him.
Stealing Time Dilation is also really good too, if he can manage to get his hands on that.
This is EGM's Rubik. If we've learned something, he can get his hands on anything. Mushi, that was an aggressive jump forward. He's going to lose his life here. He came down just for the room, but he time walked himself in. It might be level 4 with a 6-second cooldown, but Alliance, they only needed 5 seconds for that.
Wow. Yeah, that was aggressive. Maybe cutting down the trees so that he can get a little bit more vision of those 2 heroes, but maybe thinking that Alliance is not going to play aggressively, but they built all aggressive early items, like no Midas on Bulldog. He's going for drums first. We see the phase onto the Enchantress. So you know that Alliance are just looking to fight, not farm.
And with that tier 1 tower dropping on the top lane in favor of Loda, that armlet's coming out quicker. So Alliance's team fight getting better. Now Bulldog comes to the mid lane.
They're missing a Blight Stone on Alliance. I think it really helps for the tower.
Chrono up from the Rubik. It's got the Batrider. They drop double sentries here. There's no way to hide in the Moonlight Shadow. A little bit of waste of money with the sentries, but they take the kill and the tier 1 tower. And they didn't even need to bring Loda. Loda is still on that top lane farming up. Maybe not the greatest thing when Faceless Void is staring him down, but he's got no friends around to help find the kill.
This is just a lineup that Alliance loves to run. When you can kind of take away a lot of your mental power from execution on the hero, because you play the hero hundreds and hundreds of times, you can make much better plays around the map, farm a lot more efficiently, and you also like know when and where your teammates are going to be.
Maybe this is also the other reason why the tier 1 towers are dropping. It's the standard play. Give Bulldog the space to be Prophet.
And now Pluck closing in on his Blink Dagger. Combine that with Lifestealer and Nature's Prophet. No one's safe on the map.
That's really good team fight, really good jump. Also got to give Mushi something to think about. Like, he's going to go for this early Vlad's build, but he may have to consider going in for a Manta to break free of the silence.
Yeah, I think a more common choice is Diffusal, because it's a bit cheaper and it offers still pretty good damage inside the Chronosphere. And you can help your teammates out just in case. And then you can just time walk out of the Dream Coil.
Both teams getting some free hits on the safe lane tier 1s. Looks like Loda's moving just a little bit quicker on it, and with the help of Admiral Bulldog.
Yeah, I actually really don't think Vlad's is the build here.
It could just be a reaction to the fact that Alliance want to try and team fight.
But there's not really any heroes that make use of the lifesteal.
He's going to love this. He's still got Time Walk stolen, so he repairs all the damage. S4 turns, looking for the Dream Coil. He'd prefer to get both of them, but he'll settle for just a Timber Saw. Bulldog will TP himself in too. And they had a Loda just waiting, sitting inside. 343 starts his TP. There's no extra stun to stop that. In fact, now they TP the top lane. Mushi, does he go make a break for the tree line? TP scrolls available. Yeah, he does. He jumps over. And again, no stuns available. So TP are successful. As 2 tier 1 towers also taken, 1 for each side.
Rubik's almost as far as the Timber Saw. He's just a couple hundred net worth, and EGM almost has Blink Dagger.
Yes, an EGM Rubik. There's a reason why this hero a couple of years ago was taken off the mid lane and put into a support role. And EGM was one of the catalysts for that.
Yeah, some teams also like first ban it versus Alliance.
EGM, that's a fresh ops. Now they try and sentry. Mushi time walks in, more of a zoning style, but it's actually Arcase, but Ogre Frostmage that does the rest of the de-warding. So at least they get rid of the obs.
Fnatic can't feel safe farming anywhere though. Like all these heroes can just easily die to the Infest Bomb from Puck or even an Infest Bomb from the Nature's Prophet. So Batrider with the Blink Dagger. Maybe they can put some moves onto Alliance. They need to get a kill. Bulldog is probably the easiest target for them to kill.
Especially when he's not going for that Blink Dagger style. Yeah. But he is still fairly tanky.
He's also farming in the same place. He's off the map. He's in the jungle. And they know when to show the heroes that are very unlikely to die. Like Flota's out in front. He's kind of hovering around that mid lane. Puck's also a pretty decent target to show in the lane.
They know. Like, Fnatic know that Alliance are coming over, but they just smoke underneath the Dire Observer Ward, the jump forward. They kill off the Timbersaw before the fight begins. S4 goes in, a 3-man coil! Holy Fnatic in position! The Paralysis Cast going to get shooted down the corner! A 3-man for that one too! Mushi, the Sprout, it keeps him far enough away! EGM can time walk off the damage! DJ makes a break for the trees, but Alliance, they haven't lost a single iota! Finally, the puck will pop! It's the Maledict that does the work.
Wow, they looked prepared for it, but they didn't have Mushi there. Mushi needs to be the one to stop them with the Chronosphere. And without the Witch Doctor alive, they just did not have enough damage. That was a great Chronosphere. So they jump on to Timbersaw. He's blown up. Where's Mushi?
Still not there. TP is in, only just arrives.
But
the
everyone's
Chrono is great, but everything's done.
They've got caught by the Chronosphere, or by the Dream Coil. Admiral Bulldog's already on the top. He casted his ultimate, and the two heroes in the back just already died. And the fight's lost from there once you just lose mid one without getting anything really in return.
Man, I want to give even more props to Bulldog for that Sprout. Actually in the middle of a Chronosphere, keeping the Faceless Void between his prey, or getting in between his prey. And EGM is such a nuisance. Now they go for the bottom lane again. There's TP support just in the neighborhood. S4's here. And you have that Blink Dagger on EGM now. He has a stolen Starfall.
And now they don't even need a gank anymore. They have...
They know. Blink, pick him up. EGM, throw him back in again. They knew the Timber Chain was coming. RK wasn't close enough for the stun, but still it flew. Now the Dream Call mid one. It is just looking too easy for Alliance. But it's good vision. Fnatic looked for it with the Sentry Ward, but they missed the obs.
They can easily do Roche now. Level 3 untouchable on Enchantress, Blightstone, and Echo up on the Lifestealer. This is going to be a super easy Roche, and Fnatic can find a few minutes to farm, but when it comes team fight, how are they actually going to protect someone from dying instantly to the Lifestealer? Where are their force stabs?
They don't have anything. Come on, Witch Doctor's just streaming. He could have arcanes or some other normal item apart from a wand. Probably just happy he hit level 6.
They need more picks with the Bat Rider. They can also use Moonlight Shadow.
Well, there's an opportunity, but EGM right in the neighborhood, and Ohio will drop. EGM gets the last hit.
Man, too predictable for them. That's like the only thing they've really been doing is trying to get kills with the Bat Rider. They also have Chronosphere plus Witch Doctor ulti available to them, but Mushi's been far more concerned farming his secondary item after the Vlads. Or even Void with Mirana, I think would be a pretty good combination for them.
Once DJ does have that Ags, then maybe you have the damage, but still requires the Mirana to be in a good spot.
Yeah, she's getting there. Pretty close.
That could be worse.
Now you have Nature's Prophet almost with an Orchid. So Timber going to have a really rough time. You want your Yules by the time that the Orchid comes out. But he's not even going to have Bloodstone. He bought his cloak because he was about to die.
One starts the TP, Sun's too far away. And no Bachelor on Loader yet. So a very easy TP out. Diffusal Blade is done for Mushi, who now actually gets silenced. Decides to hold on to his Diffusal Charge. It's just S4. I don't know if he's actually trying to bait out a Diffusal Charge, in fact.
He has to be careful. They can actually turn around with Chrono. Is Puck actually going for an Orchid as well? We don't see that very often.
More silences.
Yeah, it's great versus Faceless Void, although he does have Diffusal.
Yeah.
2 Orchid,
But he's going to burn the charges so quickly. That's why I thought S4 was baiting out a charge on him just then. It's like, well, you expect the rest of Alliance to be right behind S4. So Ags gets done now for the Mirana. Took 19 minutes on the support. Not a bad timing, but it's EGM in the mid lane. They're looking towards Mushi. EGM jumps in, picks up Mushi. They're still into the tower. Can he time walk? He gets the Chronosphere off. Mushi now time walks off a little bit of the damage, but he's more importantly TPing away. But Ohio, he can't do it. 3-4-3. The Death Ward goes to work. EGM was looking for the steal. Couldn't find it. 3-4-3. The damage will be enough. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off. Not the cleanest fight for Alliance, but Fnatic finally getting something. Their 4th kill in the game.
S4 try to go for the +1, blinking in the back line and coiling people so they could pick them off as Faceless Void retreated from battle. But Fnatic, they weren't really concerned with saving Imushi, and all 4 of them were there trying to kill the Puck. It's been a struggle to try and find good builds for the Puck. A lot of the Puck's builds fail very early on. Not that great with their lineup.
Unless you go like Veil Dagon to go against the Timber.
Yeah, maybe if you had a Mirana, but Veil Dagon requires a lot of farm, and it's still, I would think, falls off a little bit. So maybe he's just looking for another way to scale into the late game. I think like getting a Bloodthorn probably would be pretty good. Right click, very, very hard.
That's an award from Arcade, but it was easily scouted out thanks to the Observer and Sentry on the hillside. As Arcade, oh man, even denying his own Observer one. Fnatic can't catch a break. And the push comes again from Alliance to the tier 2 tower. The 2nd remaining out of town for Fnatic. And that's a big army for Fnatic to try and clean up. Chakram won't do that much.
All of Fnatic's heroes just feel fairly useless. So, like in terms of their teamfight prowess, like most of the abilities have just been used to save people.
Top, Bulldog, he's got an infested loader inside it, and then they just attack it at TJ. The Orchid goes to work. You look for a good carrier. The Puck was the first one for the lifesteal, and now it's actually Puck who's in trouble. Lassoed up, Mushi looking for the Time Locks, S4, phase shift. Can he get himself out of this one? There's no orb, he can't blink away in time. And that is going to be Puck down for a long time, and a good bit of money in for Void.
Yeah, Puck's actually died 4 of the 5 times that Alliance have perished this game. And I don't know. I don't know if Oblivion Staff was a build. Maybe it's going to work out for him later on, but
instead of getting something like a Yule Scepter to make it a lot more difficult to kill him.
Yule's is way more common versus the Faceless Void. You need to get rid of that time dilation. If you can't phase shift the 2nd time, like the hero just dies because he doesn't have that much armor, very little HP. You completely rely on your spells and your items to get you out of trouble.
Well, as you can see in the Goldcraft, there's still a lot of money going the way of Alliance, so maybe he can still afford up the Yule Scepter. I don't know if you want to leave a casual Oblivion staff on the Puck, though.
You could technically turn into Echo Saber, I guess. It's not like you're investing any gold in the recipe, so you still get the mana regen, the int, the attack speed, and the strength, more importantly. But yeah, I don't think that's what you do. But you know, if you don't want to build an Orchid and realize the error of your ways,
you can always just sell this Null Talisman, get the Yule Scepter, and then get the Orchid later.
Yeah. Do you still want an Orchid though?
Oh, when you got a Timbersaw on the field that's not going to build a BKB? Yeah. It would make sense.
He'll probably look to, I don't know, maybe Lotus?
Timber, Dream Coil, S4, cancelling mid one's TP. Supports on the way from both Fnatic and Alliance. It's Nature's Prophet who comes forward with the Moonlight Shadow, the Blink Lasso. They focus on Prophet, Bulldog. The arrow will connect as well from TJ. And this is Alliance. Losing players they don't really need to lose. S4 locked in the tree line, still no TP scroll available. He'll have to walk it out. Phase shift, orb up in 1 second time. DJ waits for the moment. And well, Batrider Firefly will take the moment from him.
Oof, and that's rough. He's fighting just before level 14. And level 14 is actually a really important level on Puck because you need that level 4 phase shift so you can phase and then blink. He only had 2.25 seconds left.
EGM?
Phase shift.
Mid one doesn't have a TP scroll. He has to stay here. EGM, he knows something is wrong and they're going to find him in the tree line. And that is now the 5th kill for Loda. So while Puck has been dying, Bulldog, couple of casualties as well. In fact, just between all of like Fnatic's kills, it's only on Bulldog and S4. Loda is having a terrific time.
But you can see the gold grab starting to swing up. One of the worries as you play with a Puck on your team, is he going to fall off 20 plus? And even more worrisome if they get BKB.
Chrono, they find Loda. Loda, he needs time. This Chrono needs to end for him, and he can't do it. Loda will drop. That's a huge kill for the Batrider to take S4 with a Dream Call. They hold Ohio, not Mushi, however. He'll just time walk himself out, but it's going to be Ohio picked up by EGM. With a stolen time walk, he can track down the Batrider.
Rubik's making so many plays in this game. EGM, what a beast. Maybe he can carry.
He's building Aghanims. Yeah. This is an Aghanims EGM rush after the Blink Dagger.
Imagine if he steals Death Ward with a Dream Coil.
And if he steals Death Ward, though, that's kind of on 3-4-3.
I mean, he's just sitting there channeling.
But then again, actually,
you don't want to. You can talk with a Voodoo Restoration.
He hasn't skilled it. Yeah. There's not a single point in it, so technically at the moment he can.
A lot of times you're just like not. You're more worried about your placement. You don't want to get caught in the Chronosphere. You want to be like close enough so you can follow up. So it's something that's easily can slip out of your mind, especially because Rubik's not a super common support pick nowadays. Mushi closing in on his core, the Yasha, Manta, so many ways out of
the hit to kill EGM.
Okay, what is S4 going to go for? He's back in base right now. Is he going to spend his 2,000 gold? He could kind of complete his Orchid, or he could sell his Null and almost get his Yules. I'm not sure what his mindset is here, or what he wants to do. I think he's dying a lot, so I think he needs a defensive item.
You'll find out sooner or later, man. That was a weird move from Fnatic. They Moonlight Shadowed while Witch Doctor was dewarding an Observer Ward of Alliance. So Alliance had perfect vision of what was going on. They know Moonlight Shadow was down, and they infest Lifestealer into the puck. EGM is the front runner.
Mid one doesn't really have an escape plan. Ohio does. It looks like he was trying to set up for a smoke, and
they find Mushi. Observer Ward's down. They jump. They pick him. They control him. Perfect movement from Alliance, and now they're 60 seconds without a Faceless Void.
Yeah, he thought his Manta illusions would keep him safe, but you know, if you send him as 2, they definitely know that they're illusions. Yep. And he also was way too close to the tree line on that right side.
Advantage for Fnatic is the creep waves are all pushed out. So even if Alliance did want to take down that tier 2 tower with this 1 minute downtime of the Void, they're just not capable of doing so. Even their bottom lane is being pressured. Bulldog has a couple of trees down there, but he's not committing himself.
Ooh, DJ actually has a gem. He thinks that this is their time to get back into the game, maybe stop that second Roche coming out from them.
Maybe they're also just worried about all this vision of Alliance, seeing where they're maneuvering.
Yeah, but he can easily die. Like in a fast combo from Puck, like there's no way out for the Puck or for the Mirana at that point.
Doesn't seem like there's any way out for anyone apart from maybe a Timber or a Time Walk, that's it. But here they come, Void's up in 4 seconds time. The jump in, they find Arcade, dragging him up on top of the hill. Is there any save? No, there is not. In fact, now as the Infest pop out, mid one's low, Mushi looking for a Chrono target. The only one he's going to find is the Puck, who then actually has an Infest rune. S4's taking a little bit too much damage from the Maledict, so he's going to pop from that with the phase shift timing. He'll survive through it. Loader, will it be enough with a Chrono? They hold him in position. They actually do. It is still enough from the Maledict to kill off the Puck. Lifestealer drops 2, and they're all on the run. EGM, Bulldog, Diffuser Blade slows him down, but he already has a Hurricane Pike freshly delivered to give him that movement away, but the Flame Breaker's down. Another Diffusal charge, slowing him up, and Bulldog will die. Fnatic getting big back-to-back kills against Alliance, and this will repair all of the negative XP they were behind in, and may even bring the gold down to being practically level.
Yeah, and most of Fnatic's heroes have bought items before they've died. Like first Timber with like his cloak, now his Bloodstone complete. I saw Mirana buy Ghost Scepter before she died. Faceless Void had a Manta style before he got picked off on top. And looks like Puck has completed his Orchid, so he went for it.
Yep. Still seems like a huge danger zone for Alliance. They had such a good start, almost 10,000 advantage in the gold, and they were getting kills left, right, and center. Fnatic couldn't find anything. The Lifestealer had free reign. But now Fnatic they're getting really good chain kills.
I think they kind of were in the mindset that, okay, well, they're not going to really play aggressively on us. We've counter-ganked a couple of times, like they countered the Bat Rider on the top lane. They dealt with multiple Void Chronospheres, and they felt comfortable enough to farm because that's what Alliance like to do. But Fnatic, they were not stopping. They weren't scared of the Infest Bombs. Looks like Alliance may be able to secure themselves a Roche. Fnatic nowhere close to the pit.
Yeah, they're too far away.
Down. Yeah, there's no way for them.
Yeah, the damage from Alliance is also quick enough. They'll get through Roshan.
So a lot of times they actually give it to Bulldog, but maybe they give it to Loda this time?
Yeah, protecting Loda seems to make a little bit more sense. That allows him to safely farm up and maybe even purchase his full Assault Cuirass, which looks to be his next target.
Yeah, then he can actually go in and bait the Chronosphere. That fight, he actually had to back off very early on because he was scared of being in that bubble.
Oh, S4, he just blinked forward, just used his orb as well. It's a smoke maneuver from Fnatic, but it's kind of a weird one. They ran 1 down mid, they pushed 2 to north and 2 to south.
Oh, this is it's
now
pretty
it's
interesting. If they show someone on top, then they're going to all think they're near bottom. But Alliance actually returned with a smoke of their own.
Yeah, and they pinged out exactly where mid one was moving. They're actually pinging to stay towards the mid lane, but if they follow down inside the jungle, S4 is going to get an easy pick on mid one. He's got 15 Bloodstone charges. Denial is possible. Oh, they break the Timber Chain. No Bloodstone charges. Well, he loses 5 of them, but no Bloodstone denial.
Ohio and Marana springing a trap on top lane. Will Bulldog or anyone else TP up there?
Oh, Bulldog just TP'd himself to the mid lane. They're coming for Arax. You got the range on the Prophet. You got a Live Sealer who's just itching to be into a building. Oh, okay, maybe the puck will come up, but DJ revealed himself.
It's a trap, though. I think
the jump. Ohio, secondary TP's on the way. The last two on S4. Can he survive? The Orca was on DJ. Bulldog is on his way in. Now the Orca's on Ohio. Ohio still has that advantage of flying. Oh, DJ hides in the tree line. Another phase shift from S4. Wants to orb up. It's going to be too far away. He'll join in, then blink forward. Then it's EGM who finds the kill with the Starstorm. And with that arrow flying from Marana, you actually reveal your position. The DJ leaps up and then TP's away to safety.
Nice silence from Puck. They weren't able to get like all the bursts down during the lasso. Ideally, like the Puck just farms the lane and doesn't actually jump, so you can get the lasso on him before he casts anything. But it seemed like Puck was expecting it.
Here comes Alliance. No Batrider for 30 seconds. Buyback is unavailable, so they can chip away at the base. Timber is also on bottom lane trying to push this out, but in the meantime, Alliance now arrived on the top. Timber needs to be here for the chakram. Slows down the push, but doesn't really stop Loader. He just rages through it, the paralyzing task, waits. Oh, the arrow! It hit S4. That's a good 5 seconds. You do still have the Live Sealer inside of him in S4. He'll drop quickly. Mushi, Chronosphere, EGM, and Arcade. Caught the back lines. The Chakram as well is ripping through Arcade bit by bit, but they need more damage. The Malik will help with that one. EGM trying to juke at everything he's got, but he already used Elite. 2 heroes lost from Alliance, and Ohio wants more. Flame breaks available. There's no Arcade seeping. He stops Bulldog, and they will hold him with the lasso. Fnatic defend against Alliance. Very aggressively pushing in to that tier 3 tower, and they pay the price.
Not S4's best game. That was one of the worst times to get hit by an arrow.
Loader is walking very close to the Fnatic lineup. But Fnatic, easy push to tier 2. Another bad fight for Alliance.
Mushi, I think, had a really patient Chrono Spear. He got the Rubik so that he can't just steal it and then Chrono his entire team. A little bit slow with killing him, but still with the right idea.
Yeah, still the perfect start as well. We get to have a quick look at it. There's that arrow onto S4. The Death Ward from very, like, the best safety point for 3-4-3. And Loader had to tank through all of it. Once you mop up the back lines, you're pretty good. We come back live as the Infest pop back out again as Mushi as well as mid one on the run. DJ is low. This is Alliance. They need to take this fight, but the time loss from Mushi holding Loader in position. You can time walk down again into the safety of Moonlight Shadow. Prophet TPing forward. Where's that vision? The Sentry Ward is down. The Sprout holds Timber Sword. The arrow will fly through. Doesn't find his targets. The BKB Batrider on the front lines can't get the lasso off. He doesn't actually have a real target to go for. And does S4 want to jump any further? He knows the BKBs are down, but where is your target? The ping came out. They saw 3-4-3 in the tree line just to the right. That's where Live Sealer will go. The arrow comes in. Again, it goes away from the Alliance heroes. Unable to connect, and now that's Witch Doctor down for a little bit.
Looked like they were about to retreat, but Timbersaw canceled his TP, realizing that perhaps Chronosphere could have swung that fight for Fnatic. However, he didn't really have enough mana to Manta and Time Walk and use Time Dilation and Chronosphere. That's why I kind of like the Echo Saber build from Faceless Void. It gives a little bit more mana regen than the Vlad's, and you can farm and fight, especially if you're a position 1 Void, which he's been playing pretty well.
As long as he gets the Chronos, it seems the rest of his team can do the work. And with an E-Blade up on DJ, more burst damage potential from Fnatic. Doesn't have the Blink Dagger up at the moment, but Batrider, Fireflying, looking for an opening. The Treant from Bulldog is so close, and the arrow will actually tank on the Treant. And this gives just a warning to S4. He'll back up a little bit from the top lane. And EGM is now doing the split push on bottom. He's got Time Walk available with Blink Dagger and a TP. They actually scan to see if anyone from Fnatic is coming out, and they are not.
He actually has Ags this time. Last time I think he had Ags, but wasn't able to steal anything aside from the leap for Mirana. But yeah, a lot of great spells to steal. Do you get the passive Starfall if you steal Starstorm? I don't know.
That's a very good question. Technically, you think it should work. EGM. Oh, Batrider. It was the same time as EGM went for the telekinesis. He wants to time walk off the damage. Able to do so. BKB triggered from Ohio. They really want to kill off EGM, but it was Witch Doctor on the backline that got the kill. Now Mushi jumps forward, got instant time lock on Bulldog and the chrono. It got lower on Bulldog. S4 Dream Call trying to cause a couple of problems. Ohio is dropping down low while EGM almost soloing up DJ, and he'll blink up and find that kill, but it's the rest of the damage being done by Mushi. He'll find that kill on Loda, the big hero of Alliance. The top net worth, but it's still a 3-for-2 trade-off. No Witch Doctor early on, while we're still able to get that kill on Batrider. And the plays from EGM, the man being initiated on, able to track down the Mirana.
I think you're okay with that here for Fnatic. He got the 2 big cores, the Lifestealer and the Nature's Prophet inside of that Chronosphere. And as long as they die, your Timbersaw didn't die, it's still a little close, I guess. Losing Mirana is a pretty big deal considering she has Ethereal Blade at this point. What on earth?
Yep, it's the money, man. E-Blade, that's the pop I was talking about. And the damage, which is still there as well for Alliance, it's going to start to increase. Arcade, now 50 gold away from having his Aghanim Scepter, combining with the Dragon Lance.
And now they have a Lotus Orb on Timbersaw, so they have so many ways to get out of the silence on to Fnatic, especially if Faceless Void replenishes his charges.
Timber's going to find him in Visrune. They just walk over. The Faceless Void's in the neighborhood. Sentry Ward Arcade. He thought something was awry. He popped the Sentry Ward down. Now Bulldog TP's in. Do they have a control? No, they don't. And they know that Mushi's around. There's no Chronosphere available. But there are 8 fresh Diffusal charges on that Faceless Void. And he's now got the level 2 Diffusal Blade.
Another position 4 scaling well as we see Ake complete the core items, Dragonlance and Ags. Not too many great targets, though. Timbersaw normally like either really close or too far. Faceless Void can time walk most of the damage, and he has Manta. Might be very difficult for a single target hero like Enchantress to dish out the damage.
Nice blink, Lasso, S4 pulling back. There's help, Lotus on the way, the phase shift is there. Admiral pulled over the corner. That guarantees the kill on S4 as he comes out of his phase shift. The arrow won't be able to connect. The Death Ward, however, ripping through Loda. He'll infest into that one little Radiant Creep, pop back out again, but it doesn't get him far enough away. 2 heroes down for Alliance, both without buyback. Fnatic have an opportunity here. They can push through the bottom lane and do some damage to the base.
Man, what another great Chronosphere coming out from Mushi. Did not hesitate at all. S4 is really important to them at this point, and catching Lifestealer, especially during a rage, so important.
Mushi time walks forward, EGM's.
Okay, he has Starstorm, so
yeah.
You can actually see if...
Yeah, I think he actually tried to do it then, like he ran forward. Now Arcade, a big hit. This could be it for Fnatic. Hitting that pop, the E-Blade helps to get the kill for Timbersaw. But with another hero down, Arcade down for a minute, it may not just be 1 lane of Rax. We may be looking at 2 lanes of Rax, and now they find Bulldog. The Blink Lasso from Ohio. Admiral Bulldog shredded up, and he'll pop to the Maledict. Nothing was going to stop that. Alliance losing too many heroes, and the former TI winners are staring down the barrel of a 2-0 elimination by Fnatic.
Puck has his next item. It will be a BKB to complement the Orchid. But at this point, it's too little too late as Fnatic look to claim another lane.
There's your smoke. What are you going to do with this?
They need to fight before the Chrono's up.
Rubik gets a pick up. Try and drag mid one back. The jump in. Mushi time walks off all the damage that Alliance did. The Dream Call doesn't control him. And with the Lotus Orb on Mushi, he's so safe. Bulldog also sprouted up, and the arrow connects to the Chrono. All the remaining players, Alliance, how do you get yourself out of this one? You can all over, and EGM will time walk off the damage, but Mushi time walks straight back with him. There's your Starfall damage. Alliance back to Fountain, but no place is safe on this map. Fnatic, they own your home. And Alliance, 2 lanes of Rax down. The only thing that protects them is that tier 2 tower on top lane. But at this point, Fnatic can push for GG. Everyone's dead. No buybacks available.
This tournament has been a sad state of affairs for those a fan of the European teams, as another one looks to bite the dust.
Our Alliance, you hope for it. Even okay, I like the Deso pickup on 3-4-3. Just the glory, a little bit of extra negative armor to bring down these buildings, but there it is. GG, well played. Fnatic have done it. They will start off our day with a 2-0 victory over Alliance, eliminating them from the International 2016.
Wow, Mushi was so clutch in the later half of the game with his Chronospheres, just and that unlucky arrow catch as Alliance were in a position of power, trying to push that high ground.
It looked like such a good start though for Alliance. Like you get that first blood, you shut down the Batrider, but then space just seemed to be created. The pressure didn't really come. A couple of T1 towers went down, but the Batrider found his items, he found his timing, and he found his progression.
Handshakes coming out, good sportsmanship all around.
Yeah, these guys, like everyone from these teams have been in the scene for such a long time. But Alliance, this isn't their year. Fnatic, they keep the run going, and we hold in multiple SEA teams into the later bracket of the main event. TNC and Fnatic. You gotta love it. SEA Dota, strongest region in the world, right?
I think Alliance at least will probably have like few regrets about the way that they drafted the last game. Like,
yeah,
you know, at least they got to do what they wanted.
Yeah, and maybe that's just what you turn back to. Like the panel was saying it, like Fnatic's draft, it just looks really, really good here. It looks like Alliance is going to get like just 2-0 whitewashed out, but you got to go with what you're comfortable with. And that's it. That's all it is for Alliance. And they are a team that has done that multiple times over. Even when the meta doesn't go towards it, they still, it's like, you know what, we're going to stick with what we know. We stick with what we're good at. Unfortunately for them, it's not enough today. It's still a 2-0 victory going the way of Fnatic. So
we'll see Fnatic another day.
That we will. Into the next round. I can't wait to see him play up. With this type of lineup, Mushi going next level gives me a little bit of a flashback to how they used to play under the tag of Orange.
I bet Winter's happy.
Yeah, Winter should be ecstatic. I hope you're ecstatic, Winter.
Well, you know what's funny is Winter's been in a particularly, spontaneous mood today, and he has been eager to ask a question for you, Ben Merlini. So, Winter, what is it?
Ben Wu, can't flame Mushi this game, can you?
Nope, I cannot. Dude, his chronos were great, okay? What do you think about the S4 Orchid, though? What was that about?
Well, I think they needed more items on S4 just because they could continuously to shut down the Timber. But I felt like overall Alliance, even though they had such a big early game, I felt that Enchantress needed to get a Midas to carry his team. They needed the Enchantress to be much more bigger than what Arcade was in this game, because he was like the primary source of damage later after everyone else went past the early game.
Sounds good. Toby Merlini, fantastic cast. We look forward to hearing more from you throughout this tournament. We're back now at the drafting panel. I got Draskell, Black, and of course Winter back by our side once again. Gentlemen, Alliance are out.
Yeah, I mean, this draft for me, the reason why we wanted or said that Fnatic were going to win is solely because the late game and the early game, it seemed like it was really strong. Alliance, they wanted to put a lot of pressure on during the laning phase. Aka's rotations were great, but at some point, you know, it's kind of the same story. They start splitting up, getting picked off, maybe going a little bit too aggressive, and then Fnatic managed to turn it around, which is superior late game.
Black, anything else to add to the early game part where Alliance were really succeeding?
I really think they just fell back to the same pattern as game one. They did really well when they grouped up and played together as a team, and then suddenly they got picked off here, picked off there, everywhere like alone, and then it just all fell apart for them.
I mean, it was looking like Alliance had their draft, they had the early game, they had all the momentum, but suddenly something shifted. And to help us identify where that moment was that the tides did begin to turn, we have none other than Weatherman Purge by our side. How's it going, Kevin?
Pretty good. Going to take a look at the fight that was really crucial there. Like you guys said, the early games was very, very good for Alliance, but the crucial moment was really when S4 got arrowed here. The bigger thing was actually just there's somebody. It's not just him. There's somebody else in there, right? And once he gets arrowed, it's complete follow-up. He wasn't turned the right way either. They tried to force staff him, but that wasn't enough either. And at this point in the fight, where you're going to land a pretty guaranteed Chronosphere here on 2 heroes, it's just escape at this point. And the only thing that could have made this better for Alliance is if maybe EGM could have bought an extra second or two, possibly stolen Time Walk maybe. But at that point, all it matters was that DJ was able to land an arrow, get the puck kill. EGM didn't buy enough time. Bulldog wasn't able to get out either, and just too many kills. And they had a good net worth advantage at that point. I thought they might be able to get a good fight and maybe take a Rax advantage, but it just wasn't in the cards for them. The early game wasn't good enough.
And because of that, it was Fnatic who were able to take the momentum right back their way and walk away with the win, all coming from that arrow, that magical DJ arrow. And actually, to segue on top of it, Robin Hood himself is out there with KC for the winner's interview.
That's right. We're here with DJ. They just called you Robin Hood. That's your
Robin
new
Hood?
nickname.
Why?
Yes, because of the arrows.
Oh.
I guess that's your new nickname. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel so good. Top 8 TI.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You guys have really fought your way up here. And watching the first 2 games that we just saw, patience really seemed to be the name of the game. How did you fight through that, and how did you lay in wait?
On the second game, we know that our late game lineup is much more better than Alliance. So we just need to be patient and get more items and stuffs. So yeah, we know we can win the game.
I think what's so interesting about your team is that you're having to fight through so many more games through TI to get to where you want to go. How is that affecting your stamina, and how are you handling that pressure?
We just always talk, and we always discuss about our playstyle. Right now, we resolve our laning phase problems. We know that if our laning phase is okay, everything will be okay. The game won't go hard.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's been working for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you want to go let out some adrenaline a little bit? You look like you just want to just...
I don't know.
I'm not going to make you scream or anything, but if you need to just kind of take a breather, I feel like I'm preventing you from doing that. There you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I won't keep you anymore, but we're going to send it back to you guys. Congratulations again,
Thank you.
DJ.
Thank you, Casey, and of course, congratulations again to DJ. A hell of a performance by him. Winner, he looks just so he looks so calm in the sense it was a great achievement, but we still think we could do more.
I think deep down in his heart, he knew that they had a very, very good bracket. They had very favorable opponents, so they have to do better against the stronger opponents in the next round.
I don't know, Black, do you think that they could continue to perform like this and we could see a couple of C teams in the whole back end of this bracket?
I mean, in the first game, they didn't look that impressive for me personally, but in the second game, they definitely stepped up and they showed that they can beat even the best teams if they're playing like that. And I think they could definitely take it to the teams that are still left in the bracket.
What about for Alliance, Draskell? I know that this is going to be their departure from the tournament, but maybe looking forward for Alliance, maybe some memorable moments that we've seen from them already. The kind of the team they are, I'm sure that they will continue to play, obviously, but
well,
what
I
can
hope
we say
so.
for them?
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of Alliance fans out there that feel the same. It's a team that's been around for a very long time. Obviously, this is the TI3 iteration. I feel like their game plans and drafts are never off. It's always just something in the game goes wrong, and I feel like they're never really able to regain their footing and get back on track to what their game plan is supposed to be. So if I'm Alliance looking forward, that's probably one of the main things I want to do. Just keep putting S4 on the tempo control heroes. We saw how well they played in the early game against Fnatic here in Game 2, and it looked really promising. And then just a couple of mistakes later, this is very high-level Dota. The draft of Fnatic had superior late game, and they just fell a tiny bit short.
So teams watching this series from the outside, because we know there's a lot of them doing so, Black, if you're watching Fnatic closely, potentially could be an upcoming opponent, let's say, what kind of notes are you taking to prepare for a team like that?
As we said previously, DJ was usually always the standout player that if he has a good game, the entire team is going to have a good game. But this game was very different. Suddenly, Mushi stepped up and he had an amazing game. Maybe that's in the head of the in the back of the head of the other teams now that they actually have to shut down two players instead of one. And I think that's why they have a good chance now.
Wonderful stuff, guys. So with that concludes our first series of the day. We'll go ahead and check out what Paul and the gang are up to. We'll send it outside to the company.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have moved outside to the glorious outside with the VI. It's a little bit bright out here right now, and the temperature is raised.
It is a tad.
Charlie,
Charlie,
are you suffering? You've got a reflective suit.
Yeah, he's got a white suit. He's good. He's staying cool.
I hope you
I,
all
on the
burn.
other hand,
Dazzling
and
us.
you, Paul, absorbing all of that.
Yeah, we are. Hi, everyone outside. Hello.
Hello.
How you
Oh,
doing?
look at them going nuts. They're going nuts.
Going crazy.
Hello.
Charlie, Fnatic Alliance. Alliance.
See this?
Yeah.
Done with it.
Yeah.
That sucks.
the coin
That
is already
sucks.
gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you see this, Paul?
Yeah.
I'm good with this.
Good with that?
This works.
Shut up.
You were
Period.
right. You were right. I mean, Alliance just didn't adapt, I don't think, to the way Fnatic were playing. And
Yeah.
I said in the second game, after the first game, I said, Cap, that they were going to go back to what they know best. And it just did not work out eventually. They looked good at one point.
Yeah, the second game, Cap, do you feel like they could have... I mean, they got a great start, good early game, looked okay.
They did get a very good start. I think that part of that is simply the draft. The draft is always like the way that they're set up. They have to have a good early game. And then the real hard part becomes whether or not they're able to close the game out. But unfortunately, just something about the way that Alliance plays, they oftentimes will focus on, farming out a little bit more. Something you see these other teams, the teams in the upper bracket, the really fast teams like Wings and MVP Phoenix, when they have an advantage like that, they're not afraid to just go forward and push that advantage to the limit. And I think that's why they remain in the upper bracket, is because they play so fast, and that's what the meta is all about right now.
And at the same time, it was so hard for, even though Alliance had such a lead, it's hard for them to finish that game because they have to play it perfectly. They draft almost a single core lifestealer against a Void and a Batrider. Incredibly difficult to play that to perfection. They're just not playing the meta. They're playing their own style. They have been for the last 3 years. And you saw in that first game when they try to play what everybody else has been playing, they're just not comfortable with it.
Yeah, Fnatic though, great for them. They weren't particularly great in the groups. We criticised them several times during the group stage that they weren't playing the way that we'd seen them play at the start of the year or even in Manila a few months ago. But now they've somehow found their way through. That's usually a mark of a team that can go far, isn't it?
Yeah, but I do think the Alliance kind of gave them a gimme here. It was just a pretty free win.
Yeah, I think I will agree with that. I think that we see Fnatic ramping up a bit, but we still need to see them do a lot more growth if they hope to be able to make it further through this lower bracket. I think that Fnatic still made a couple of errors throughout both games, and they can't afford those kind of errors in the teams coming up.
What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, if you look at the first game in particular, the amount of space that they gave the Sven to farm, and he was just a beast at the end there. There's a couple of times you see players getting picked off, they're still farming. I don't know why they lack that aggression. I don't know what it is. Are they just want to keep it steady, or what? Why would they not just push and win when they had an advantage?
Well, when you've been doing the same thing for 3 years, it's very hard to change.
Old habits. Yeah.
You have to say, though, this has got to mean so much for Fnatic right now.
Oh, congratulations to them, absolutely.
If you look at how much they've won, DJ by himself, 159 somewhere in there, $1,000 that he's won so far over the course of his career. This tournament alone can double that, triple, quadruple that, depending on how far they make it through this lower bracket. So they've got to be so ecstatic they've made it one step closer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm looking at Charlie.
Look at me like you're expecting something positive.
Well, we were hoping, Charlie, that we'd get something.
You're right. I turned the wrong direction.
Yeah.
That's my fault, guys. I should have turned to Ted.
Yeah.
Ted, isn't this great?
It is wonderful, Cap. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I think we're getting used to the fact that Charlie. Actually, I read a thread this morning that says Charlie seems to have got less savage now.
Oh, don't do that. What are you doing?
I can change that if you want.
He's gonna get all mean. Come on.
Okay, so where do Alliance go from here? Having been eliminated, it's not potentially the result they wanted. 9th to 12th you look on paper and think, actually, on reflection of the year, that's probably about where they were, right? But they won't be happy with that.
I mean, I think you have to look at adapting and changing. If you stay the same for so
long. Did they not do that,
long,
though, in the group stages? And we've seen a little bit in these games
right,
as well?
but you got to get used to that. They tried it in that first game at Fnatic, and they just weren't. They didn't feel comfortable. They didn't know how to play 5-man. They draft 5-man heroes, and they don't 5-man. So you have to look at changing and learning and growing.
Yeah, just because we saw Alliance after TI4. They obviously made some pretty big changes, and those kind of changes can be good. Just because when they went back to their original roster and they had pretty good success, and this is where it comes to a close, it doesn't mean that change is bad. It doesn't mean you should stick with this. I think that oftentimes change is a breath of fresh air that gives you new ideas and fresh innovations in Dota that can lead you to a better place. So it may be that even just a couple of players switch things up, but I still have high hopes for every single one of the players at Alliance.
Okay, let's take you through the brackets right now. You can see the upper bracket still waiting to play those 2 games. We'll have those 2 series this afternoon. MVP versus Wings, eHome versus EG. And at the bottom half of the bracket, Fnatic now moving on to the 3rd round of the lower bracket. They will play the winners of our next series, which we will bring out our teams very shortly. In fact, we'll start with Newbie. Had a great 2016 so far, been one of the top 3 teams for over the last 6 months. A threat everywhere, but they find themselves in a tricky position. They have dropped down to the lower bracket, and they'll have to fight their way past a team who have also had a fantastic year. Team Liquid have been absolutely phenomenal in 2016, but it will mean nothing unless they can make it through another round. Huge match for both teams, particularly Team Liquid, of course. It hasn't been plain sailing so far here at TI6, but for Matumba Man, perhaps it has.
Today, guys, I'm gonna show you how to sail, going to our family's boat, and we're gonna see the great fortress of Finland. It's amazing. Let's go. This is the mighty vessel we're traveling with today, and our captain, my brother, Hanu, is joining us. I don't even know what these things are called, so...
Fenders.
Blenders?
Fenders.
Fenders. All right, guys, I'm taking the fenders off like a real sailor.
El Capitan. El Capitan.
Sailing.
There's a tradition among sailors, especially on this boat. When we get the first sail up, we take a shot of rum.
Cheers.
Cheers. And if we get to the harbor back, we take another shot and thank the gods for the safe voyage. Right now, we're in Lauttasaari, and the island in front of us, it's the Suomenlinna Island. That's where we're headed, like the most famous fortress of Finland.
Game.
My deckhand is already drunk. So.
No, I'm not. Someone tried to pee from there, and he grabbed the flag, and the flag broke into the sea. That was glorious.
Yeah, I think that was me.
That was so good. It was the greatest trip I've had in my life. Sailing is a lifestyle. I like that. You go from harbor to harbor, and you see different places. Every time it's new people, new harbors, like new experiences. It's like amazing. I'm sure real sailors are gonna laugh at us. Or rather laugh at me, but it's okay. We're at the Finnish Castle Harbor. My favorite memory on the boat was we're just starting our trip. Everything was going good. Then there's a little bit of storm, and then both of his friends were just vomiting, and I was just laughing right next to them because they were so sick. For some reason, it was so funny for me because they were just vomiting and having the worst time of their lives, and I was so excited about the waves were huge. I was like, yeah, this is an adventure. Let's go, guys. That was good times. Why do I have to do all the hard work?
Because I'm the captain. You get to call the shots when it's your boat.
I hope it's gonna happen soon enough.
Just have to win the next tournament.
Yeah. We just came from our boat trip, and it's still light, even though it's midnight. And now we thank the sea gods for the safe trip back to the shore.
Cheers. Keep peace.
Keep this.
I'm not sure that's not just an excuse to drink some rum, but nevertheless, Matumba Man enjoying himself on the boats with his brother and his family, and he'll be a key man today, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, originally Liquid's plan going into this year was to make Matumba Man their star player, make him that miracle, that Sumail that other people fear. And when you have that core player that you can play around that other people are afraid of, it makes what you were talking about earlier, unforced errors happen and tilts the other enemy team.
Yeah, I think Matumba Man, particularly an aggressive carry, is the kind of person who can take over the game. And that combination between Matumba Man and Fada is really where it shines, right? Matumba Man is able to play that super aggressive, a little bit risky style, but very high reward, while Fada is kind of like that always solid rock. I think it really encompasses a lot of what Team Liquid is able to do playmaking-wise in the mid-game.
And in terms of newbie Ted, they could hardly have thought they would find themselves in this position, particularly having to play Liquid at this stage. This could almost have been an upper bracket final.
It really could. We've been saying the whole tournament that this feels like an upper bracket game, this feels like a final. It's crazy just how tough that lower bracket is. And of all the teams you want to meet, Liquid would not be top of your list. We all put them in our top 4, I'm pretty sure, and I didn't expect to see them there. They didn't expect to be there, but I don't know, man. I like Team Liquid a lot. I think they can do it.
Okay, Charlie, for those that are new to Dota and are just joining us for the first time, perhaps we get a lot of new viewers, obviously, for the international. Explain these two teams, because 3 months ago, if we'd have been at an event, you'd have expected this to be the grand final. These two teams were dominant 3 months ago.
Absolutely, and there's no reason that they can't still do well here. Newbie 3 months ago was probably at the top of their game, sort of came out of nowhere for a lot of people. They did really well at Epicenter, really well at the Manila Major. Very solid team that played around their 3 cores really, really well. Really solid strategies and really understood how to distribute farm amongst those players. Liquid, incredibly hardworking team, no egos amongst them, and they really sort of understood how to enable each other, especially when they brought on Heen and Blitz to shore up their weaknesses outside of the game. I think I'm going to take Liquid for this series, just because, yes, they didn't have the greatest group stage performance, but one of the weaknesses that Kuro's had in the past is sort of not the greatest endurance throughout like long tournaments, long days. But hey, group stage is over. He only has to play 1 best-of-3 today.
That's a good point, actually. Cap, you were at Epicenter when these two clashed in the grand final. It was the end of the 29-game run at that particular final. So at Newbie, we're on a 29-game run. It's the record in Dota. It's never been beaten. Brand new thing for them as well. And then Liquid go and beat them. Is the same thing going to happen today?
I believe so. They haven't lost a series yet against Newbie. The most you could say is they tied in the 2-game series. So I think that Liquid will be able to take this, but it's going to be a very close match. Newbie are incredibly good at distributing farm. They're going to need all 5 members at their peak to be able to beat Liquid here.
Okay, thanks all 3 of you. We're going to head back inside the arena now, back to the key arena for our draft, of course, to rejoin the Coddle Gang, who've stolen our desk.
And the desk feels good.
Newbie versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're getting ready to hop into game number 1 of our second series of the day. It's Newbie versus Team Liquid. Back here at the drafting desk. It's a nice desk, too. Real good. I'm feeling comfortable here. I think we should stay. I am with Mr. Ben Merlini Wu. We got Black back once again, and now Waga has joined us. Welcome, gentlemen. Waga, we're about to hop into Liquid versus Newbie. Impressions about this matchup?
I just fear that Liquid, they need to be in their shape, right? We caught them at the end of the group stage when they got 2-0'd by a secret that had struggled against everyone else. And I just fear that Liquid, when they get out of their form, they might be caught by surprise. And then Newbie is a fearsome opponent.
Yeah, I think they won a TI after all, so we'll see. We already have the draft underway here, gentlemen. It looks like Liquid, with their first pick, snagged up another draft, another first pick, Mirana, after banning, of course, the Wisp and the Drow. Newbie grab up the Bat Rider and then a Shadow Demon to pair it with.
We've seen it commonly happen. Like, Bat Rider is just a really comfort hero for KP, but the Shadow Demon block pick after the Mirana was picked up, it's just like, goes just hand in hand with the hero. You can see Trigon really easily, you can gank really easily, you have just a ton of damage.
So this is already very different from Liquid. They had not picked Sand King yet in the group stage, and they haven't played it probably in the last few months that I've seen from them. And they've been running a lot of Alchemist, a lot of Death Prophet, just older style, which they came in second Manila with, but they've still been trying to ride that wave. This is what got us here. Let's keep picking it. But now they're in the losers bracket. They have to change things up. They have to do what other teams have been doing.
I think it's a good understanding of the meta as well. Sand King has proven to be extremely useful. He's not that hard to implement in any different draft. Chain stunning with the Mirana is really, really strong, the AoE damage. And I feel Shadow Demon Disruption might not be so good. If you lead with anyone else, then he disrupts, then that gives him time to epicenter and jump in and destroy the target. So we'll see how it works here.
And like one of the big problems Liquid had that we like spoke about as well is they just like drafted the same heroes over and over and over again, and now they actually change it up, and I think Newbie might be caught by surprise by the change of strats.
I think they might be trying to do more of like what eHome like to do with the Sand King and just fight all the time and have a reliable carry on their #1 position.
And whenever I see a Liquid draft nowadays and I don't see the Jarek's Earth Spirit considered whatsoever first pick, first ban, and he is regarded as one of the best, if not the best Earth Spirits on the planet, leads me to believe that hero is definitely dead and not in the meta. So we'll have to see what they pull out for him instead, unless it could be the Sand King, I suppose. I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing with it now that they got it already.
I mean, like the position 4 Earth Spirit, it fell out a bit because it's just not as strong as it used to be, but occasionally you see it still like pop up, like 3rd, 4th pick. It can still really like, destroy the mid lane if you have an aggressive hero like a Quap, like a Puck, like heroes that Fata really likes. Even the SF that we haven't seen a lot recently, but Fata really likes that hero.
Or DP. That
or
Fata,
DP, yeah.
That's a hero that can dive towers with, so then you can make use of the slow. The issue with Earth Spirit is that he just doesn't slow them for long enough. You need to dive hard. But I think this is going to be a core position Sand King, and as for Jarex, he has a lot of different heroes that he could be playing, and Nyx Assassin was not banned out as well. When you see a Batrider on Newbie, it just leads me to think that Nyx could be a good pick again.
They haven't addressed the bat in any sense. No. Vengeful Spirited, Oracle's been banned out. They haven't picked like a safe lane Jug, Lifestealer, Slark, like you guys mentioned. So I wonder if they're going to actually draft anything to deal with it.
Do you think I know Jarex really likes to play Tusk as well, even though I personally think it's not a really good hero anymore. Do you guys think we could like,
bring
see
it back, man?
I would love to see it, man. It's like not that good anymore.
I know
like,
he
has damage.
More tools than like Earth Spirit, but doesn't he also kind of need to do the same thing Earth Spirit does in the early part of the game, add pressure across the map? But I feel like we're in a meta where just mid laners are not easy to take down anymore.
Yeah, like everybody picks these like Mirana solo mid and Puck solo mid, all these like escape heroes, Alchemist that stand really far back. It's just really, really hard to gank mid lane because there was like the big change of the meta when suddenly everybody just played around middle and just want to gank the mid lane.
I don't think that Tusk is easy to run at all anymore. It's too volatile. If you fail your early game, you just fall behind and you do not have a mechanism to recover with.
Isn't volatility good though? That's what got MVP in the winners bracket semifinals. Same with Wings.
Yeah, but volatile, I much more believe in a Spirit Breaker or something that's unstoppable than a Tusk who's just really squishy and has to go in. That's the issue with him. Yes, he can avoid stuff, but if you fail, you instant die. Whereas if you fail a Spirit Breaker, you survive and you bash someone. That's the outcome.
I mean, I have to agree, like Tusk is not really a hero anymore.
That's the best hero in the game right there, though.
Coddle?
Oh yeah.
Well, I like KP's Naga way better than the Coddle right there. What do you think about the Naga? Like they're usually when they pick that, they have like a safe lane Naga. They run it on support occasionally, but usually not.
Usually KP, yeah.
They're usually KP on the safe lane, and then they go aggro tri lane and make sure that the Naga gets like a really easy lane and just free farms there.
Do you think any small part of that Coddle pick was a minor block pick? Could have been great on Newbie's side too, with Shadow Demon as a pairing and with Naga obviously on your team.
It could be a block pick, but also keeping in mind that when they pick Naga, they usually go aggressive tri-lane. Coddle is an amazing defensive tri-laner. Like, if they really want to go aggressive against a Coddle, it's going to be really, really hard to pull off.
That's true. And he's also super good at just pushing high ground and closing out the game. That's something that we see a lot of teams struggle with. And against the Shadow Demon Naga, we could get into that point where just endless waves of illusions dealing damage to you, everyone goes low. If you have an Aghanims on Coddle, he heals up your entire team, you keep pushing the tower, and you get the racks.
That heals I think even better than the mech.
It's crazy good.
Yeah.
It's really, really
And Blinding Light is super good against all those illusions too. They just won't hit your buildings anymore. It's like, what, 80% miss chance, I think?
Yep.
Yep.
Just got to be careful interacting it with a huge team fight. Something like Epicenter. You don't want to be overlapping Blinding Light people out and away from an Epicenter and lead to a fail of the week or something.
However, even if they win a team fight, they have no way to hit towers. Like Murana, one of the worst heroes to hit towers as a core Sand King as well. Like, how are they actually going to do damage? We've seen like Fada play a lot of DK in the past, but they're going to need something like that if they want to be able to break high ground, or else face up against a Naga plus Shadow Demon late game. Pick your
Although
poison.
with Liquid we have seen, like at Manila too, when they were like in the finals, the first game, they would just go Timber Core and then Ursa and like another hero that can't really hit towers, just like run at you. Like they've shown in the past they don't really care about hitting towers. They just want to like dominate the game and then just win by like a huge goal advantage. Like because if all enemy heroes are dead, no matter how fast you push, it will like be able to close it out eventually.
I don't know, against a Naga now, that can be a little risky.
It's gonna be tough. If she gets like a good game, I feel Liquid is gonna have a very, very hard time.
So what actually counters Naga? Aren't you a Naga player, Black?
I am. Well, Kunkka is not one of the heroes usually.
Liquid,
but
inspired by Matama Man's sailing video, go for the Kunkka. I like it.
Beautiful stuff. They have really good combinations again. When we see heroes like this, Kunkka, Mirana, Sand King, all of them chain so well. If you get one stun on the enemy, they might just get completely obliterated. But Newbie with this SD and Naga Siren can counter that. So I'm a little bit worried for Liquid because the draft they are going for, it might be hard to execute against Newbie.
I mean, that's what Liquid is really looking for, right? They have not picked a line or anything to deal with the illusions, so they really want to make sure they can shut that Naga down. They really want to kill her a lot, delay those item timings, and I think if Newbie can just weather the storm a bit, they're going to have a really, really great time because they have no way whatsoever to kill the illusions right now.
And like Shadow Demon is really good versus Kunkka. Like if you try and kill Naga Siren, you're just going to get disrupted. And then if you try and kill anyone else, Naga sleeps you. And Lifestealer is also pretty good versus heavy magic from them.
Ember Spirit.
Yeah, was just about to say there's not that many stunts on Newbie, so maybe a Storm, but Ember of course falls in the same category if there's not much to hold him down. And yeah, good luck playing Batrider and trying to grab the Ember Spirit easily in a team fight. He's jumping everywhere.
Liquid is going to have a really hard time taking objectives though after a kill.
Yeah.
But Newbie can just go for like a team fight support with silence. Like let's say Disruptor. Disruptor is a very common pick with the Naga Siren. Drop it on the Ember Spirit. No saves. What are you going to do about that?
And Echo Trident is still really possible because before level 3, Ember is not a reliable setup at all for the Kunkka Torrent. So basically they just can like hope to spam them out of that lane if they really choose to go aggressive tri lane.
Ooh. Final grab by Newbie. Nyx Assassin to round things out. Can't help but feel like this could be a long one, gentlemen, but what's your impressions after seeing the full draft?
Definitely Newbie, I think.
I think Newbie definitely won the draft. It just feels like well-rounded compared to the Liquids.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think Newbie would have been even stronger with a Disruptor. I like that call, but Nyx probably will work as well. I think Newbie has a good draft.
We'll have to see how things do pan out. It looks like we're set and ready to go for game number 1 of Liquid versus Newbie. We'll send it over ringside to our casters. It's Odie, Pixel, and Draskell.
Thank you very much, Dakota. Here we have it, Newbie versus Team Liquid. We've seen the draft, Sandy. We're going to have some exciting stuff, some potential late-game action going on between these two titans at the moment. Meeting in the lower bracket, of course. As mentioned, this could have been a grand final matchup. Before TI, I think a lot of people would have pitched this as the grand final matchup. But we've got it here. We're ready to go. What do you think? Obviously, the panel unanimous with their decision. Do you agree or disagree? Who's got the edge here with the draft?
I think the Nyx last pick just destroys Liquid's entire team. Like, if you look at the way that Ember Spirit plays, you have Flame Guard. You can just be in Vendetta. You can pop Carapace. You stun him before he even can react, and then you get a free Impale. Sand King, you can stun him out of his Sandstorm because you have obviously Impale and Carapace does the same thing. You can do it to Coddle Blast. You can do it to Miranda Starstorm. It's like, this is probably one of the best games to be Nyx I think I've ever seen. So I am definitely favoring Newbie in the draft. I do think that there's some room for the Sand King to do work, though, because in a lot of these fights, you really only have like one form of initiation, and that's Newbie with the lasso, and then having a Lifestealer inside of him, you know, the standard bomb. And then you're going to have this counter initiation from Sand King that we've seen in the past throughout TI6 just be completely devastating. So maybe that's what Liquid are looking to do.
Absolutely. And of course, talking about the Nyx pick as well, it's none other than Chuan going to be playing it. And Chuan, some of the games we've seen in the group stage, he's had some remarkable performances on heroes like the Lion, the Disruptor, looking to set up. And Nyx Assassin kind of fits into that role as well. So we can expect to see a lot of stuff come out from Chuan.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he has a standout performance, because I do play a little bit of Nyx myself, and I enjoy watching the heroes. So looks like everything is going as expected. It's going to be the KP Naga. And Newbie, they have a very interesting lineup in the sense that they can fight pretty much at a very early stage in the game. As see a little bit of skirmish here for the rune.
Absolutely, we can see both teams eyeing up the top rune. Got the number advantage on newbie, so they'll be able to secure it for KP. And indeed, as we get into the lanes, the setup at the moment, 2-1-2 coming out from Liquid, and the more orthodox lanes, by the looks of it, from newbie. I mean, in terms of the lanes, you talked about the draft, you said you like what newbie are doing, but overall, lane-wise, are we going to see a team come out with an edge?
Looking at the way it's shaping up right now, Black mentioned on the panel that you always want to give KP a pretty easy lane. I think against a Mirana, it shouldn't be too bad for him, as long as he gets to the bottle, relatively uncontested. They're actually giving Chuan a 1v2, but I don't think that this lane... Oh, see a burrow here top.
Already looking for the aggression onto Kaka. He's got a level in disruption. He's actually going to use it to hold back the SK. And that's actually going to keep himself alive now. Hao turning onto Kuroki. He's got another torrent, so Hao won't be able to chase it. But already we can see Liquid just piling on the dangers to that disruptor, as well as to the Shadow Team. He's got to be careful in this lane, because anytime he comes close, once they've hit level 2, Kuroki and Mind Control, they can jump on that SD.
Yeah, it's a tremendous amount of damage they can do between the two of them, and it's only going to get worse. And because of the fact that it's a melee core farming against a Sand King, you know, Mind Control is eventually going to start getting points into Caustic, and that's going to make things even a bit more hairy. So Liquid, they have a bit of an advantage here in this top lane, and they definitely have more kill potential, but they need to be careful not to overextend.
Absolutely, and of course the way, as you said, with the bat from newbie going straight into the jungle, and the fact you've got Chuan immediately on that bottom lane soaking at XP. If Liquid aren't able to punish the lanes heavily enough, surely newbie's just going to find more in terms of efficiency in this early game.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, Liquid just don't have really the heroes to contest. If you want to do this dual off lane and have Kuro sitting top, there's no way that he can reliably go contest Mu, and if he leaves, then I don't think Mind Control is going to be getting much either. The Shadow Demon will have a lot easier time zoning him out, and there's a sacrifice that they're going to have to make during the laning phase. They either choose to go stop the Bat Rider from getting farm, or they stay up here and try to keep the Lifestealer down. And right now, they're prioritizing the latter.
And in terms of Mu on the bat, getting a decent timing on the Blink Dagger, how hurtful is that going to be for Liquid's lineup? Are they going to be able to deal with a bat looking to make those initiations early on if he gets a decent timing?
I mean, it's definitely scary. An early blink on a Bat Rider is going to be terrifying no matter what team composition you have. They do have X and an instant stun with the Sand King, but I mean, I'm assuming that Mind Control's Blink Dagger might be a little bit slower, just because Bat Jungle is extremely fast nowadays. You know, you can see him now, he's got like a triple stack going on. So I don't think his Blink Dagger time is going to be too off.
Top lane going on to Hao. Actually already used the Rage, but Kaka, disruption to hold back Mind Control. Kuroki, still 6 seconds before he's got a hit, but the Tori just needs to touch him, and Kuroki with the plays. In fact, they may find another Kaka. He's already used the disruption, is still on cooldown for 10, and no chance as Kuroki picks up a double kill in the top lane. The exact plays Liquid need during this laning stage to punish newbie's decision of having that sole position in the jungle straight up.
That's the kill potential that we spoke of. When the heroes start getting levels, having extra points into Caustic especially.
Bottom lane, Chuan in a bit of trouble, does get the stun onto Matuma Man. TP's coming through, one more touch for the... Oh, can't quite get it off. Jarex couldn't quite find the last right click. And now, in fact, Mu, he's looking for Jarex. Jarex pops the mana leak, but already Mu with the damage, 3 stacks, and Napalm can't quite do it. They're not going to hold him back. It's like Mu won't quite be able to find that Keep of the Light kill. He's continues to move over, but Jarex hiding in the trees. He's going to be fine, but already we can see very, very close to the Illuminate. Mu's got to be careful. He's out of mana. We'll see if he sticks around in the lane for a little bit as Chuan's been tag teamed back to base. Looks like that's going to be the case. And still top lane, Kuroki and Mind Control keeping the pressure onto Hao. And we can see CS-wise, Mind Control is keeping himself comparable easily with the Lifestealer. 13 for 0 on Hao, 12 for 5 on Mind Control. So this top lane is looking pretty good for Liquid.
This is kind of the shining hope of their game plan. I think that newbie, like during the mid-late game, probably still have a slight advantage, but if they can crush this lane and they get the really early Blink Dagger on Mind Control, the dynamic of the game can be completely turned around, because middle lane is more or less a wash. Like, the Naga's out-farming a little bit in regards to Fata, but we talk about all the time Mirana's base damage isn't necessarily great. You know, he even has a regen KP, so he's going to have a extremely easy time here. And Mind Control just doesn't really have much to fear in top. If they disrupt him, the follow-up is a Lifestealer. That's not really the most threatening thing in the world when you can just burrow strike away.
Absolutely, and he's got a Mango as well, just in case the mana's short, and still holding on to a Sow, so a lot of sustain in that top lane. Indeed, it's going to be hard for newbie to punish that, at least until we see Mu get that timing on the Bat Rider Blink Dagger. Mid lane, matchup we've not really talked too much about, but it seems to be even Stevens at the moment. 26 for 4 on KP, over on Fada's Mirana, 23 for 6. So not much difference there. In fact, KP just going to head back into the jungle and choose to clear up some of the jungle camps. So, of course, it's going to give a bit more lane for Fada in the mid lane to continue this very good start when it comes to CS. In top lane, they're looking for anything here. We can see the two of them moving close to Hao, making sure he doesn't disrupt this side pool too much. So Hao's going to be able to play it careful enough, and we can see the positioning of the Shadow Demon just behind Hao in case he needs some backup. And the bottom lane is turned into a bit of a 2-on-2. Looks like Moose started to cement himself down here with Chuan, realizing that a little bit of pressure needs to be put on Matumbaman, who, as we can see at the moment, top of the CS on his Ember Spirit.
It's still a relatively hard kill for them. Matumbaman more or less needs to make a mistake if he's going to be dropping in this lane. My biggest concern still for Newbie is the fact that Mind Control is just getting a ridiculous amount out of his lane. He's already up to 800 gold. He can go for Arcanes and probably still have a pretty decent blink timing at this rate. He's just farming so much with the caustic.
He's going to try and go on him, but as we can see, just Burrow strikes away. It's a kill that Newbie are going to have a lot of trouble trying to get with these two heroes. Mind Control more than okay. And he's going to be able to remain in lane and keep that pressure on. Look at the aggressiveness. Where do we start to see things turn again? Well, top Hao. The one taking a fair bit of damage, still has the rage and open wounds. But Liquid getting the harassment in. There's been a rotation from Fada. We'll see if he can set anything up. The torrent! Oh, it's beautiful onto two. Mind Control comes in with the rage from Hao. Looking to turn it around, but he's already taken down. Now look at Mikako as well. They're going to find a second kill. This rotation from Fada on the Mirana doing absolute wonders. And Kuroki, X-Mark torrent onto Chuan. The Burrow Strike won't quite catch the Nyx, so they won't kill off Chuan. But a great rotation from Fada, making sure that this top lane goes from strength to strength. All 4 kills for the side of Liquid happening up on this safe lane from Newbie.
These torrents have been on point from Kuro, like setting up those kills. This is exactly the start that Liquid need. They need to play fast tempo, force Newbie into an uncomfortable position. They're playing against a Naga Siren. They're playing against very good mid game from the side of Newbie once Moo gets that Blink Dagger going.
He's got to be careful if Kuroki comes across. He's very low. Looks like he will indeed back up away from Kuroki. I mean, as you said, this fast tempo from Liquid that they are forcing, how do you recover from this if you're a Newbie? Or do you just look at the fact that whilst this is all going along on the top lane, KP's getting a fair bit of space on the Naga. He's pretty much been uninterrupted for the first 7 minutes.
I mean, he is hitting a good amount of creeps, but his Radiance timing is still going to be, you know, post 15 minutes, most likely at this rate, because he's only sitting at about 1,000 gold right now. So I would be a little bit uncomfortable if I were Newbie. Now we're going to eat a stun here, but should be okay.
And you can see that Cottle has come up top as well. 3 of them on the side of Liquid. Garax, Mind Control, and already been getting going on. Needs a bit of help. The torrent is going to come out, but Hao still with the rage. Brings himself in, jumps himself out. Mind Control coming back in with the Burrow Strike. Now the TP in from Fada. They'll look to punish Hao. He's got no rage and he's got no hurt. Liquid again outplaying Newbie on this top lane.
That was such a good bait from Mind Control, like just waiting it out, realizing that he didn't want to stun on top of that to force Hao to overcommit and just buy time for Bot to TP. That's the kind of teamwork that Liquid have always had the potential of executing, but it just seems like now, even changing their game plan a bit, they just know exactly what they need to do.
5-0 at the moment for Liquid. A very, very strong start indeed. I mean, just looking at the comparison between the offlaners and the safe laners, about 1k in each terms when it comes between Mind Control and, of course, Hao and Matumbaman. Mind Control. Being eyed up, but it should be fine. He's got Burrow Strike available. Actually, there's going to be 3 coming in. And still, it's a kill that's very hard for Newbie to get, and to have the lockdown onto someone like a Sand Kings, he's able to walk around them every time.
There's not really a tremendous amount of catch until the Nyx starts to get levels. Like, ideally, you want the Nyx to have level 6 Arcane's Blink. That's like his core. Once he has those, he can be very disruptive. But because of the fact that Chuan started in the offlane and then transitioned out of it very quickly, he didn't really get as many early levels as I was kind of expecting. So he just hit level 5 right now, and he still needs a little bit more time before he has enough for the Arcanes. He can start contributing to the team.
And this smoke from Liquid, it looks like they, well, I think they'll be happy with whoever they find, but obviously KP being off the map for quite a bit. Naga would be a nice pick. They may just look to go for Hao again as they make a beeline for the top lane. He's on his own at the moment. No backup. We'll see how Hao plays around this one. Liquid closing in. The Lifestealer in trouble. They just need the torrent to begin it. Moonlight to allow them to close the gap even more. Hao, yeah, immediately going for the rage TP. No messing around. And of course, no chance for Liquid to cancel that through the magic immunity as Hao's out. on top lane. Clara might just go for this arrow. Star Storm, not quite enough damage. Spooky Moon nonetheless. In fact, bottom lane's where they could have going to continue to try and make a jump in. But Timmerman's got to be careful. 3 heroes here. They look for Tron. Oh, mind control gets the burrow off. And Liquid again finding another kill. This time, Newbie had 3 heroes in the area, but they were unable to do anything against the heroes that Liquid have and the way that they're playing at this stage of the game.
Chuan held on to his stun for a very, very long time, which means that he ended up getting Searing Chains cast on him, and that more or less just results in his death. So a little bit of a misplay there by the Knicks, but still Liquid are just, they're rolling in this laning phase. They have all the control in the world. They're reacting very quickly to any gank. It's been all Liquid so far here in the first 10 minutes.
They need to take this tier 1 as well down bottom, and of course Newbie not going to react to that. They've got to let it go in this stage. Top lane, mind control. Hanging around with Hao. Hao does have Moo on the bat in the sidelines, but already moving away, knowing that they can't close the gap and get the catch onto this Sanking at this stage. But lots of money indeed on the course of Liquid. It's the exact start that they were hoping for, and when it comes down to a draft like this, it's the start that they need when they run this kind of team.
Absolutely. The amount of control that they have over the game is about where it needs to be. You know, getting the offlane tower is great. They're not necessarily amazing at hitting buildings, but they're very good at playing aggressive and getting kills. And sometimes that's all you need to be able to apply pressure to a team like Newbie. So for now, they're executing their game plan. Having that boat available on the Kunkka is going to be amazing. Like, you land an arrow into a Torrent boat, that's just like a guaranteed kill. A Torrent into an arrow is obviously good too. And at this point, you know, KP doesn't even have Song. So if somebody gets initiated on, they're pretty much dead.
And I guess at this point for Newbie, you just have to let Liquid take these outer towers.
Yeah, I don't think you can fight
this.
Yeah. You're really waiting for the heroes to get level 6, like the Shadow Demon, for example. I think Chuan just hit it a little while ago, so I think we could start to see him move around a bit. And then obviously you're going to want the Naga to just farm up the Radiance. I'm not really finding a whole lot of things that Newbie can do to stop this aggression right now. Like, they really need Batrider Blink as well. That's another thing. Like, Muzo, he's at 1,500 gold, and then, you know, he gets the Blink Dagger. Maybe they go for a smoke with the Lifestealer and try to get a pick off and, like, regain control. But for now, I feel like that's kind of their only option unless Chuan is able to find something on the Knicks.
And of course, a lot resting on KP to get that Radiance out. 2,700 on his road towards the Relic. And as you said, a lot of eyes on Chuan to start making some movements, making some plays happen, as he's about to reach onto level 7. And then at that stage, I mean, are you then still waiting for the Blink Lasso as well, or can Chuan start to roam around the map, look to set things up on his own, or does he rely on having Moo's presence as well?
Well, if he moves around on his own now, he's really only going to be getting information. If he has teammates, though, they can definitely try to score kills that way. They do have a lane ward top, so they pretty much see all of Liquid's heroes. This could be an opportunity for them.
Talking about Blink Daggers, Mind Control's just picked him up, jumps in, flips onto Moo. The arrow's going to be off the mark. Chuan coming in, and he's got a Hao inside. Oh, they've got a sentry down though, Liquid. They'll spot him out. Just keeping Chuan back. Making sure he can't make the jump in. He's actually out of mana, stunning himself up, and Liquid surrounding the Nyx assassin. They'll take him down. Hao's inside. They immediately go for the Raise TP, but they might have the damage to kill him. No, not quite. Hao gets out. Kaka, he's not going to be as lucky though, as the Torrent comes in. Liquid surround the Shadow Demon. A killing spree for Fada and his Mirana at this stage of the game. And just remarkable play off the back of this laning stage from Liquid, as they'll turn this push into another tier 1 tower at the top. And we could just see on the net worth how is so poor this game at the moment on Lifestealer. He's only just above Kuroki's Kunkka.
His lane was heavily contested, and there wasn't really anything that Newbie could do about it. Nyx is just not a good lane support. KP though.
Epi's coming out. The Torrent, the burrow as well is perfect. Liquid again. Kill after kill after kill. And Moo, is he going to be lucky enough to get away? Looks like they're just going to hold him back. They've got nothing left in the tank to throw at him. Top lane, Hao. He's on his own. Hao's got the rage, but TP's on cooldown. There's a little escape for Hao here. The arrow. It's going to be juked off by the rage. It's going to continue to run. Liquid, how heavy do they want to go on this? Not too heavy with the TPs coming in fact, but Timmerman. Oh! Remnants away just in time. But Newbie, they just can't quite get the bite onto Liquid. They're just one step ahead of them every time.
That was a really big misplay by Chuan. That's the second time he just holds onto his spell for a little bit too long. That should have been a guaranteed stun. That stun results in a kill, and a kill on one of the more important heroes on the side of Liquid. So I'm not sure if he's just not familiar with the hero. Stun
KP. Oh, it's a good job he doesn't go down there. Look at his gold. He just had enough for Relic.
Well, he died when he had 3,900 earlier and lost like 300.
If he went down again, that would have been really, really bad for the Naga. But he picks up the Relic. First hurdle has been jumped.
As bad as this looks for Newbie, there still are opportunities for them to come back just because of things like Batrider Blink, Naga delaying the game once the Radiance is done. But this is not going anywhere near according to plan for them. The safe lane got pressured way too hard. They weren't really able to react to it because Nyx is not that kind of hero who rotates until a little bit later. He's a bit of a greedier lane hero. So Liquid just punished it like unbelievably hard.
Absolutely. And I mean, just looking at the comparison, I know we've drawn it up before, but Kuroki and How, I mean, you know it's a bad game when the support Kunkka's nearly got phase armlet before the lifestealer.
It ain't great. It's probably, this is a Lanham Kunkka right now, you know? He always just has a tremendous amount of fun.
I'll beat him, but only just. Kuroki, I think he's just about a couple hundred away from the recipe. He's got the rest on Courier. So very close between the two of them.
I'm glad to see them integrating different heroes into the lineup now and playing a very heavy, aggressive style. Seems to do very well against what Newbie have in the early game. Because, I mean, Nyx, he's an okay 1v1 laner and whatnot, but you're not going to see, like, Nyx TPing around the map very often at low levels and trying to make plays or anything like that. So Liquid just know that they can pressure the lanes as hard as they want.
Mentioning fast starting timings as well. Farda with the 16-minute Aghanim's on Mirana. This is going to be pretty devastating if they can get a jump onto Newbie. Newbie are playing it a lot more safe now, keeping themselves right in the jungle. Already moving in under the cover of Matumba Man's Invis Rune. He may be able to set something up here. Scan from Liquid's going to confirm the suspicions that Newbie they are around in the neighborhood. Moonlight as well. They're going to look to set up onto Hal, but they've got a sentry down, and Hal immediately rages in reaction, backs away. See how deep Liquid want to go. Matumba Man, he's moving forward for this. The arrow will connect onto Tron. Hal jumps inside, but it may not be a safe vessel move. Goes for the lasso. Now coming back out, but again, mind control of the burn. The MP, Newbie, they're in so much trouble here. They've lost Moo. Hal's got to get the hell out of there. Tron, it looks like he will be lucky enough to TP out as well. It's a good song from KP. Allows two to get away, but it's not going to save himself. KP gone down. Kuroki actually had the egg to bring back Tron. 3 dead on Newbie. It's 12-0. 17 minutes in. Liquid looking like absolute championship material this game.
KP is regretting his decision so much there to try to save his teammates. Like, he pops Song, gives him enough time to be able to escape. Saw the X coming out from Kuro, and then all of a sudden he just loses his own life because of it. And that's just more gold lost, delaying the Radiance even more. Not a single kill for Newbie. Like, Liquid, they're just playing so well this game.
This is absolutely remarkable stuff at the moment from a team that did struggle, of course, off the back of the group stages, coming through the lower bracket, going up against Na'Vi, moving forward from that one, but now against Newbie, it would certainly on paper look to be the tougher challenge, but already in game one, Liquid with a very convincing start to the series, 18 minutes in, and as you said, Newbie yet to be able to even make a dent in the armor of Liquid's lineup.
Still some Dota left to be played here. I think the one shortcoming in Liquid's lineup is they're not really great at killing Roshan. So it's still going to take, I think, a little while for them to breach tier 3s, and there's always an opportunity for a Batrider Lasso, pull somebody into base, or, you know, Naga Siren eventually gets to that Radiance and can start pushing out lanes a bit. The only problem is that Liquid have a ridiculous amount of wave players. So they have Ags Mirana, they have an Ember Spirit, Caustic with the Sand King, and a Keeper. So they can push waves like nobody's freaking business, and that is not really a great thing when you're playing from behind as Naga. You want at least 1 or 2 lanes to be pushed out all the time. I'm kind of thinking to myself that Liquid are more or less going to have to make a mistake right now if Newbie want to make a comeback.
Mid lane, looks like Liquid have got eyes on making a play, but Newbie already moving themselves away. One thing, of course, as well, with the lineup the Liquid's got, they can keep all of the lanes pressured in so well. Just using the Ember Spirit in combination with the X marks from Kunkka, they can just control all the lanes and always been in the right place for the right fight at the right time. Moving down towards the bottom, Newbie back away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And still, the lead continues for Liquid. I mean, what is the best play for Newbie here? Is it just on getting the space for KP so he can push the lanes back out, keep the game going, and get this to a timer that the heroes of Newbie are going to really come online? But as I say that, I mean, Liquid, they're not going to be too shabby in the late game either, if Newbie are able to extend the game.
No, their late game isn't necessarily even that bad. This Chuan, it looked like he was going with a
Lifestealer and Fest try to go for a kill. And I don't think they're going to be able to find anything. Oh, Moo's going to find it.
Jarrett. Brings Father in and immediately Newbie forced back. They're being very careful at the moment, Newbie. They know that they really can't afford to lose another fight. 20 minutes in, with the game being in the state as it is.
And Liquid are doing a very good job of not getting caught out by either the Batrider or the Nyx combination, because Lifestealer can be just infested into either one. And if one of the supports are isolated, they can get picked off, and that just gives Newbie a little bit of map control. So Liquid have not given up a thing. Like, they are just standing firm. We're not going to give away a pick. We're not going to let you reestablish that map control. We're just going to continually apply pressure until you break.
And of course, Liquid just realizing how strong they are as the full 5-man at the moment. Just keeping themselves together, looking to put the pressure on mid. Newbie right back in the base, just giving Liquid this space to push in, knowing that at this moment in time they can't stop a full 5 push.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, are there any other big item pickups in the foreseeable future that could turn the tides for a fight for Newbie?
I'm not entirely sure if there's one item that's going to do it. It's more like KP needs a lot of items, like 2 more on top of what he has. And I mean, the same problem that we spoke about earlier is still kind of occurring. Like, Newbie don't have good ways of pushing out the wave. So if you can't push out the wave, then you can never really create moments where Liquid are isolated, because they feel like, okay, if we have all lanes pushed, we can kind of stick together, farm as a group, you know, walk through the jungle, go top, walk through the jungle, go mid, stuff like that. And then the Nyx and the Bat aren't really going to be able to reliably find pickoffs. When that happens, Newbie are feeling like, oh, our only wave clear hero is Naga. That's it. Liquid have, I mean, even heck, the Kunkka farms the wave pretty well. So they have almost 5 heroes that have good wave clear.
And Jarex, as we can see as well, just with the space and the time that the Liquid have, with the amount of pressure and control they have on the map, he's closing in on the Aghanim Scepter. And we have seen many times before how devastating that can be for the opponent, especially when the team comes to pushing high ground. Liquid are going to be able to stay there, remain there. They can even send people back to base with the X-Mark if they need topping up. Yeah, with the Chakra, with the Illuminate, it's going to be so hard for Newbie to slow this one down, and it's getting really hard to start to see the silver lining for Newbie. Maybe if they can find a kill, they'll jump onto Kuroki. Kuroki in trouble, but immediately the reaction from Mind Control. Epicenter of Bow Strike onto Kaka. It's going to be the 1-1 trade. How? Oh, he didn't quite make it. Fodder gets the arrow off after the rage, and how? He's got to run, he's got to hide, but there's Hon on the case, but Timmerman coming in as well. How is going to lose his life by literally trying to fight back. It's not going to work. And Newbie may have been able to find the first kill of the game for themselves, but they end up losing 2, and it really is not a trade that they want to take. How going down again on the Lifestealer.
It's been such a struggle for him. Ever since the beginning of the game, like, his net worth is what you would expect, like, maybe an offlaner to be at this stage in the game. So Moo's kind of reflective of what a normal offlane would be. I mean, even he hasn't had the best game. He's only been involved in their only kill, I should say. It's 14-1 right now, but yeah, it's still a struggle for Newbie. Their biggest issue is being behind with no wave clear and heroes that need to be able to gank is not a good combination, because in order to gank, you need access to the enemy team side of the map, or you need to know where they are and be able to split them up. And you can't split them up if you can't clear the wave, because you never force them back. There's no reason for Liquid to leave their side of the map unless they feel like Newbie just smoke is 5. So this is a very precarious situation for Newbie here. It's only 23 minutes in, but you kind of just have that looming sense of Liquid need to mess up. That's what needs to happen. And you can tell that Liquid understand their lineup very well, because they're not trying to kill Roshan. Trying to kill Roshan, I think, might be a bit of a mistake for them, because Newbie have a good team around the pit. Like, just being able to lasso somebody, pull them on the cliff, Nyx getting a stun in there, Naga Siren Song. It's all very, very scary for them. So I think Liquid can delay it for as long as they like and just maintain map control. And then when they're so far ahead that they feel like there's no way they can possibly lose, then they can try to go for it.
And Liquid, of course, just being a team that's played at the caliber that we expect. It's very, very high level. It's the chances of them messing up, especially on a stage like this, they're not that high, are they, Andy? Something's going to have to go very wrong for Liquid to drop when they're this far ahead.
Yeah, it's not even just about how far ahead they are. It's with the lineup that they're far ahead with, and against what Newbie have.
when it's as far behind as it is. Because the Naga Siren illusions aren't tanky enough to push the wave reliably. And since every single hero on Liquid has some form of burst damage, they just kill the illusions too fast, and KP can't really create as much space as he would like. I mean, he's doing everything that he can, realistically. And up until this point, you know, he's only died twice, and he's still farming at a pretty decent rate. Like, he's up there with Fata, and he's up there with Matumba Man. But there's only so much one Naga Siren can do.
Absolutely, especially as we're seeing against the course of Liquid. Tron hanging around town bottom, but of course on his own. Rather unlikely that he can try and make a play. And Jerax, even himself, most of the Ags nearly built. It's not really a kill that Tron can go for, and in case it's certainly going to be that way. Unless he gets some backup, how? TP's into the lane. If Jerax comes up a little bit, how might see the chance to come down and
he should be
follow
dead,
through
actually.
Tron's initiation? Yeah, Jerax, he's been a little bit too cheeky here. In comes Hal, and they will punish the Keeper of the Light. Jerax getting a little bit too greedy with his positioning there on his own down on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to be able to finish up the Aghanims. So that death, just a little bit of greed, which is, I mean, it's not a big deal. You kill the Keeper of the Light, the tier 1's already dead. You're not going to be able to really counter pressure anything. Liquid are at a stage where I don't even think that they need to back with one hero being dead. Just really depends on if Newbie want to try to go somewhere in force and kind of get control of their jungle. Because right now, Matumba Man's just kind of chilling there with Fata, and they don't really have that much to fear.
Oh, and Matumba Man, he's found Moo. Goes with the Remnant Burst, not quite enough damage. He will be able to flap his wings, get himself back to safety. But as we're seeing at this point, it's very hard for individual heroes at the side of Newbie to come out on the map without Liquid being there ready to jump on them and punish them. Still 14 for 2, 26 minutes in. Heavy lead for Liquid. And the question is, of course, how, or if it's going to change when they do go for the high ground push. But as we're saying, there's not a lot of pressure on Liquid with the lineup that they have. Chuan coming in with Hal. See if he can find a pick, but at the same time, if he goes in for a fight, Liquid will react. They have the full team down in their jungle.
They can't go for this. This is way too dangerous.
They do have the rest of Newbie coming in from the north. Chuan's actually going to reveal himself, try and go for KuroKy, but immediately gets himself away. Moonlight's there as well. Do they have detection? They don't. How? Just rages. TP's out. The X marks will be back. No! They managed to get How. He didn't manage to successfully escape. Chuan's down. How he's looking for KuroKy, but he's not going to get it. Liquid's there to back him up. KuroKy, can he toggle his way out? Oh, he's doing it. Kuro with the armlet toggles. He's A-OK. A Newbie again losing 2 off the back of a bad initiation. And at this point, Andy, it just feels like frustration plays from Newbie.
It's desperation more than anything else. They understand how far behind they are, and they feel like they need to make a play. You know, you have this Nyx Assassin and the Spat Rider, and neither one of them have really been able to do much. So they go into an engagement where they have pretty much zero vision. The Nyx walked around a little bit, but he didn't thoroughly scout the area, so he didn't realize how many Liquid members were actually there. And that's why I was saying it was too dangerous, because you're going in blind, more or less, when you kind of need to know how many heroes are going to be fighting before you fight them. And unfortunately for Newbie, they just feel way too pressured right now. They're throwing haymakers, more or less.
And we can see here, I mean, just how, look at him. He wants that KuroKy. And it does take a fair while for Liquid to bring him down. But KuroKy, there's one. And there's going to be the second toggle there as well. Just another day in the office for Kuro as he walks it off.
That's the problem with being a lifestealer, is you have a very set attack speed at every stage in the game, so toggling those kind of auto attacks is just like, it's easy peasy, you know?
KuroKy, of course, with Hood picked up as well. Going to get even harder for Newbie to take him down. That's not going to put them off though, Chuan. He's up here. Scan from Newbie, just checking potentially if anything was behind KuroKy.
Well, they did show bottom, so there's maybe a little bit of a better chance that they want to try to go for something.
They're going to bring KuroKy away.
Okay, they're pulling him out, yeah. That's a good call. They don't really need to split up a whole lot right now. Although I mean, it is 16-2, but we also need to recognize the fact that breaking high ground for Liquid is going to be tough because they don't really have good heroes at hitting towers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess the best is what Fada. They do have obviously the sustain from the Keeper of the Light to keep them pushing in. But yeah, it's not going to be a quick siege from Liquid at this moment. Ooh, see if we could catch anyone out there. Immediate TP's out from Newbie. Moo looks like he's just off the vision. He'll get away, Kaka. He's not going to be as lucky though. Mind control catches him out in the tree lines. Timmerman comes in to seal the deal. Another kill for Liquid. As it just goes on and on and on. This lead that they've had since the very beginning of the game, it's just never been in Newbie's ballpark, this one. There's been a little bit of a turnaround when the game kind of slowed down. We're going to see it go on to Fada. Can he get himself out of this? He's got to leave, but the stun's too long. And Newbie, exactly what they needed. A lot of money going the way for How from that kill.
Man, did they need that. That is one of the best, if not the best hero to kill at this point. I guess you could argue Ember is almost equal value at this stage. But yeah, that was absolutely necessary if Newbie want to stay in this game. They need to pick cores multiple times. You know, once you get one kill, it's kind of a bit easier to snowball because then the map starts to break up a bit and Liquid maybe decide, okay, let's go try to farm in our downtime. And that's another opening. You know, maybe Moo gets a lasso. Maybe they can turn it around step by step. But there's still a lot of work left to be done here for Newbie.
As we can see though, of course, KP as well, the progression on this Naga Siren. It's been absolutely perfect for the Naga. Top of the net worth, 17k. The build going very, very well, but as we mentioned, Liquid do have ways to deal with it. But it certainly seems, you know, maybe it's starting to bite Liquid a bit back in the foot, the fact that they don't have ways of breaking the high ground. And we may very well see this game get to a point where Newbie are able to swing it back around a little bit, but I can't expect to see Newbie just suddenly snap back and bring it right back over to the side of Liquid, because they themselves, they're going to be able to stop Newbie in turn pushing onto their high ground if it gets to that point. But we could certainly see this game begin to level out if the game continues at this pace.
Yeah, for sure. If Liquid fail a high ground push or fail a Roshan, you know, Newbie can bring the game back almost with one really, really good team fight. It might take two just to even the net worth difference and the experience, but the Naga Siren is getting closer and closer to that Octarine core. Once that happens, KP is going to be able to keep the lanes pushed out even more reliably, get the lower cooldowns going. And Liquid, with their inability to really take Roshan that fast, that's really the thing I feel is hurting them the most, is they can't get an Aegis up on a hero and just hit the buildings. That's what they want to be able to do that, and they just can't with their heroes. I guess having the Aghanims on the Keeper of the Light might help a bit, but it is nighttime right now.
Liquid, maybe seeing if they could get a pick off around the Roche pit. Moo was in the neighborhood, as we can see as well. Moo closing in on
top lane. Matumba Man's actually going to get picked off.
Oh, wow. Swan and How. I mean, this 1-2 combo, that was not expected. I mean, this has got to be worrying for Liquid in terms of wanting to push out the lanes with these split push heroes like the Ember Spirit.
Well, this is why I was mentioning that Nyx Assassin is like one of the absolute best heroes against Ember Spirit, because if you accidentally walk to a lane with Flame Guard, or you even have a Battle Fury and you don't turn your Flame Guard on, the Nyx can stand on the other side of the creeps and hit Carapace and you get stunned. And as soon as you get stunned, it's a free impale, Lifestealer's beating on you, you're dead. Ember does not build tank items. He builds all damage and a Blink Dagger. So a Lifestealer will shred you if he's able to just hit you.
Especially with that death so complete on How. More chance to rip through the lineup of Liquid. And Liquid, I mean, with those kind of pickoffs happening, how do they avoid that? Is it just a case of getting better warding out on the map, or is it a case of Liquid going back to this form of sticking together as 5 and just being a little bit more careful when one of them goes out to farm?
The issue with sticking together as 5 at this point is that the Naga Siren actually has enough items to start pushing lanes now, and the more lanes that she can push, then that means that Liquid are going to want to try to have at least one hero away from the fight, or from the rest of the squad, and that's usually going to be Matumba Man, because Ember is one of the better deep pushers they had. If it's not him, it's going to be Fata. So between those two, one of them is not going to be there. And if the Nyx Assassin manages to catch you with a Carapace into a stun, you could just very well die. And because like grouping up as 5 doesn't necessarily mean they're even going to be able to go high ground, they're kind of in a situation now where the Nagas come online and they're not able to get an Aegis, and they can't hit tier 3s. Like this is a very, very big problem when you pick Ember, is most of the time you're really good at fighting and you can defend forever. Like if newbies start walking into the base, you have double sleight of fist with a chakra, it's going to be really hard for newbie to break that high ground, but they will eventually whittle it down just because of illusions. Liquid don't have that kind of utility. They just have one ranged core that can really attack the tier 3s.
A couple of big item pickups for the side Liquid in the form of Matumba Man nearly finishing off the Daedalus, and Mind Control nearly with the Ags complete for Sand King. Quick defense, but Mind Control, He's going to be fine. He's X-marked up. There's a fair few of Newbie here. And immediately ball back.
Radiant's top tower
And they'll turn this into a push on the bottom, maybe, Liquid. They're coming in heavy on the bottom. Newbie still up top, keeping some back. Maybe ready to try and go. At the moment, just move backed up. And the rest of the TP starting to follow through on Newbie. Liquid hanging around for this.
With the Keeper Aghanims, I think it's a good call to try to group up and do this. Because they realized what they were doing is not working. They were getting heroes picked off and giving a newbie a way back into the game. So I think this is the right call.
As we can see, just with Kuroki's Tidebringer, the slight fist from a Timberman, they can clear out the waves that come out. At the same time, Hao, realizing that at the moment he's not needed back at base. He's going to keep the pressure on. There will be a TP coming down from Matumberman. Just going to quickly slide the wave and push it back, but Hao claims himself the tower. TP's out. So gets the objective done. Liquid certainly struggling with this push, and it's only going to get harder now that Hao's been brought back for the defensive.
What they can do is they can just joust the base over and over again, just keep using Illuminate to heal everyone up and just get little bits of damage. And because of the fact that everyone on the side of Newbie is sitting inside of the base, it's not like they're getting anything more out of the situation. They're just watching their tier 3 slowly die. And that's still an advantage for Liquid.
Let's see. Arrow coming through, the jump in, onto Move, personal range, Hao tries to react, looking to take out Fodder, but he leaps out of the base. Move, he's going to keep himself alive with the BKB. Kuroki left alone on the front lines though. Newbie will be able to punish that. The slide coming from Matumberman is not enough damage, and KP with the song. Newbie's coming in, they're a bit riled. The Liquid are trying to break the base, jumping out. They get themselves down to the south. Liquid on the retreat. We'll see if KP can get a latch with the net. He's got the gem, he's got the vision, mind control, taken down as well. And Newbie with the defense, and Liquid, I can't help but feel, Andy, this is really going to throw them off their momentum if this continues to happen. Sitting outside the base is 5, trying to push in, but Newbie able to stop you, moving into Roshan. They're going to be able to take the Aegis. Liquid maybe slowly falling apart.
That was the opening that Newbie needed to, like, after that defense, even though they only killed 2 heroes, securing the Roshan, this is a huge win for Newbie. Now all of a sudden, you know, KP's net worth, he's like almost 1 full item higher than the next person on the list. He's going to be able to push out the lanes a lot easier. The deep push from Liquid, it's becoming less effective just because of how much tankier the illusions are. And once again, showcasing that even if you're winning and you're keeping all the lanes pushed, you still need to be able to break base. I think Liquid might be kicking themselves right now for not just grouping up right away as soon as the Keeper of the Light got Aghanims, because they had such an advantage at that point. But they waited until KP farmed like 1 extra item on top of it, and I think that when you get the Aghanims as Liquid's lineup, that's the let's go point, that we need to end the game right now. So instead of doing that, they split up. They get heroes picked off. It gives Newbie an opportunity to get more items. You know, that 1 kill that Hao got on Fata was like 1,000 gold. Like, that's the kind of stuff that brings Newbie back into the game, and I think that Liquid just mis-executed a tiny bit with their game plan.
And as we can see with these plays and these offenses from Newbie, do you think there was a part of the side when they went into the draft that realized that the beginning of the game was going to be a bit tough, and they'd always planned to be able to kind of calm it down and bring it back round?
Well, they might have had some idea that it was going to be tough, but not as tough as it was. Like, Liquid were just crushing them for the beginning of the game. And I just think that Newbie relied on their heroes just kind of countering what Liquid wanted to do, especially towards like the mid-late game. Living life on the edge.
Certainly needs to be careful with the full 5-mana Liquid here. Newbie, they are here in quite strong force as well. Have all the ultimates available. See if they want to try and make a jump move. Goes in with the lasso. Liquid, they need to do something in reaction. Moonlight comes out, but they've got the vision. The slide coming down onto Move, onto the BKB. Gets himself onto the sidelines. Hao focusing mind control. Takes down the Sand King. Can they get themselves anything more here? Liquid trying to retreat. Kuroki looking to get to himself down to the tree line. Matumberman held in place by the disruption. See if they can follow through with any kind of stun. They've fought him there. KP can't quite do it though. Matumberman still alive. He's going to get brought back to base. Will be saved. Only just, but again, Newbie coming out of these engagements on top. It is just the 1 kill, but this has got to be continually just more worrying for the side of Liquid that they're losing fights when they had the lead that they did in the early game.
Now, there's another problem too right now for Liquid is the fact that they can't kill the Lifestealer. So whenever he pops Rage and he has that vessel that he just infests into and jumps on a target, there is absolutely nothing that Liquid can do outside of throwing a boat to save him. Like, I don't really think anyone... Okay, there's a couple of force stats, but more often than not, if he gets on a target, he's going to kill it. He has the SOI, he has a phase, he runs extremely fast, and I think they're very good about how they put their disables on the hero the lifestealer is going for, so their teamfight coordination is also on point. That was one of the big reasons why I actually favor their draft, is because when the lifestealer gets on somebody and there's one disable, the hero should pretty much just be dead, and there's not really anything that Liquid can do about it. But now, a little bit further behind now, Liquid. And the problem now is because since the lanes are pushed, you know, we talked about everyone like splitting up all over the map because that's what happens when your lanes get pushed. You have to go deep push them. This is the kind of gameplay that newbie want. They want you to split up. They want the Nyx and the Batrider to be able to find pickoffs. And Liquid now have this kind of situation where they need to decide, okay, can we push all the lanes? Can we push only 2? And then hope that we can find some kind of fight.
And this is, it really has been just KP as well, just keeping his composure. You know, all the lanes crumbling around him at the start, but top of the board, he's played absolutely perfectly, avoiding being caught out by the side of Liquid. I mean, the thing I'm happy about, Andy, is we're seeing a game. It's going to potentially go late. There's an Ember on the back foot. He's stocking up the gold. We could see a Rapier on Matuma Man this match.
It's very possible. I think Keeper of the Light is one of the best pairings with Ember as well. Having the double Sleight of Fist with the Chakra Magic is always really nice.
Ruby again with this smoke into the jungle, but at the same time, Liquid, they move out themselves. So both avoiding each other, but this is going to mean that Newbie will have the high ground if Liquid back up, but Liquid, they're going to continue to move around. The line's being drawn by Kuro. They want to do a sweep at the jungle of Newbie. So neither team will catch each other out with this movement.
It should be fairly obvious to Newbie that something's going on. And they looks like they just anticipated there might have been a smoke. And they're not really scared of taking a 5 versus 5 engagement. They know their lifestealer is extremely tanky right now. And if worst scenario happens, they can just go ahead and pop Song.
And we have it, a tier 2 down. Arta coming across into the cover of Moonlight though. And Newbie will be happy with the objective. Back off. I'm sure they'll be very happy with the state that they've managed to bring this game back round to. I mean, I don't know if we can have a look at the net worth graph, but yeah, it's gone straight back round past 0. It has got to that point. As we said, you know, if Liquid mess up, Newbie, they're going to be able to stabilize the game. Yes.
This is why all the panelists favored Newbie's draft, because if it gets to this point, it's very difficult for Liquid. They don't really have the tools that they need to be able to breach the high ground. They can't kill the lifestealer. The Naga Siren's getting way too out of control in regards to farm. They just had a very, very solid early game, and you can't really ask for any better execution than just almost shutting out Newbie for a good stage of it. Problem is, you have to eventually be able to break base.
Fada. He's got to be drawn. That was a heavy load on that courier. Fada's going to jump forward looking for Tron, but he turns around. But Fada from chasing Kaka. He will be left behind. Liquid will punish him. With the presence of the two of them there, allowing them to get that kill on the courier.
And just look at the warding as well from Newbie. They used that smoke the time they had over on Liquid's side of the map to make sure they had plenty of vision. So whenever Liquid are backing up and dealing with the Naga Siren illusions, they'll have pretty much all the information they need to be able to go for the pickoffs. Nice rage. Very nicely done there from Mao.
There's nothing that Liquid can do through that. They've got a lot of stuns and a lot of control, but we're seeing Magic Immunity is not something that Liquid's lineup excels on.
Oh god, no. Their heroes just can't do anything to Lifestealer. I mean, they need the Ember Spirit pretty much to get a really lucky crit or buy a Rapier and hope that he's standing on top of like Naga Siren's army of illusions with a Shadow Demon. That's how they kill him pretty much. Because there's no way Matuma Man's just going to sit there and auto-attack. You just die.
And in terms of the lifesteal as well, it's quite refreshing to see because it feels like we've seen it quite a few times here at TI in just scenarios where it doesn't work. But this game, this lineup, the lifestealer pick, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's a hero that he's very counterable, but if you pick him at the right time, with the right lineup, he can still be devastating. And this is one of those situations where that is most certainly true.
See Newbie ready to get on the aggressive, immediate jump in though. In, Matuma Man pops the BKB. At the same time, though, How on the sidelines with the help of Mu takes down the Keeper of the Light. Now moving in for more, eyeing up Kuroki. How being careful as the braces come off. Still Mu forcing Kuroki back. On the back lines, though, Matuma Man, Remnants up. They're looking for the lockdown. They've got to be out of luck and a big kill for Newbie. Matumba Man down. 80 seconds on the sidelines. Does have a buyback available. We'll see if Newbie are able to force it out of him. 44 minutes in. This game gone entirely on its head. And Newbie really the ones with the advantage here, and we'll see their high ground push, and it's certainly going to be a lot stronger than Liquid were able to offer against them earlier on.
Without the Ember Spirit, they just can't deal with the push. Like, all Hao has to do is walk up the hill and hit Rage, and realistically, they can't.
And the illusions, of course, it's this illusion-based push that's so hard to stop. They'll get the jump in, Hao, torrented as well. They'll get the two of them out, the both coming through, but Hao gets the Rage off. Looks towards Kuroki. Kuroki ripped to shred. The Admiral goes down with his ship. And as you can hear, the crowd understandably very impressed with the way that Newbies played this game. They were put right on the back foot. They brought it right round. And they will clear out the mid lane of Rax here. Matumba Man decides to hold on to his buyback. They'll let the Rax go. Hao now with a Daedalus. Newbie there looking for more. Immediately moving around to the bottom lane. Still 30 seconds without Kuroki. They're going to have Matumba Man back up. Liquid. Ooh, mind control, not quite long enough. Can't get the clip on. Looks like Newbie will offer a little bit of mercy now. They'll back up. As we can see this graph, it's absolutely devastating for Liquid. Butterflies picked up by KP.
I think it just goes to show how fragile Liquid's lineup actually is.
And Axe on Nyx Assassin.
This is a nightmare to deal with. Like, this, in my opinion, is like the best Aghanims in the game, like bar none. Having the shorter Impale cooldown, it's like doubles or triples of range, something ridiculous like that. Same thing for Mana Burn. And the best part about it is being able to burrow and just pop Spike Carapace and just hit any hero that's in the vicinity. That way it doesn't require you actually being hit. That part about it is just so good. But I really love the Nyx pick in general. I thought that was one of the best heroes they could have pit against Liquid's lineup. And Newbie now feeling very confident, in control. Roshan's going to be up in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. And Liquid, if they can't make something happen between that time, I'd say that Newbie might just walk away with this game.
This could be a helpful rune up top for Liquid. DD picked up by Matumba Man. At the same time, the Newbie, they're going to smoke up, ready for a bit of a clash. Looking to wrap around from the high ground of Liquid's side of the map. Mu on the lead with Hao inside, and we'll see who he catches out first. Father looking to clean up the wave, but Newbie jump in. Oh, he'll get the BKB off with the lassos there, and the damage will be more than enough to follow through. Father down, but Matumba Man coming in with the BKB. He didn't do anything in return. Kaka caught out by the turret, mind control, epicenter onto Hao. Hao falling low, the Rages looking to take down Kuroki, just forced back by the blinding light. KP, look at this tunnel, somebody's still down. He pops amongst it all. Hao's gone, and it's mind control again with a burrow strike. Liquid looking to take this round. Tron tries to bury himself, but they'll bury him even deeper. 6 feet under, 3 down on Newbie. Still, KP sticking around in the fight. He's got a lot of health. He's incredibly tanky. They can't kill the Naga Siren. Liquid just trying to get themselves out. After taking 3, only losing 2. In the position that Liquid are in, it's a trade they'll be happy with, but Newbie, they certainly aren't. They want to try and find more. Moving in onto mind control. Jumping forward. They'll take the Sand King as well. Newbie making sure they secure themselves on top of them on the fight, but the Matumba Man coming in. He wants to try and look for the star play that the team needs. Jumping up to move, but the lasso's back. KP surrounded. There's a torrent to get moved. The flight of fish from Matumba takes 1 down. KP left alone. Can they kill him? I mean, Matumba Man, he can only just run and blink into the trees. He's got to get himself out. KP looking to cut him off.
Into the creep wave.
Matumba Man realizes, though, that the Juke out into the trees and heading back. At the same time, there's a Shadow Demon closing in for the top. The Sun can't quite get him. Matumba Man blinking just out of range. But the plays from both sides starting to come out here.
The big thing about that fight in middle lane was that Matumba Man had a DD, so he got like 2 crits with a Sleight of Fist and just annihilated Newbie. I think he almost one-shot the Shadow Demon. That was a very unfortunate thing for Newbie, but great for Liquid.
I'm looking at Matumba Man. I'm seeing an Ember Spirit that's only 300 gold away from Rapier territory.
I honestly think...
Does he go all in?
I think you kind of have to at this point. It's either that or an MKB. But the problem with MKB is it's good against the Naga Siren because it's a Butterfly and a Radiance, and you want to be able to reliably hit the illusions. But I still feel like one of their main concerns is still that lifestealer. So you're not going to have like the raw damage output that you need to kill him, but you would be able to wave clear the illusions a lot more effectively if you had MKB.
Liquid actually choosing to come out of the base.
Well, they need to. Like, this Roshan is so important.
Songs up, though, for Newbie. They've got the tools available to fight around it. You can see the warning from Liquid, giving them a very clear vision around this area of the map. And move into the pit, start to work away at Roshan. And Newbie already hot in the case, heading down the bottom lane. They're going to look to wrap around from the riverside, or maybe even from the high ground of Liquid's jungle. It's down to half.
Did they actually not know?
Are they not looking for... They're sweeping the jungle, and indeed, Newbie at the moment, they're not moving towards the pit at all as Liquid. They may just get away with this play, and it looks like they will. They'll take it, and Newbie, they'll come in now, but if it's too late, Aegis has already been picked up by Matuma Man gets himself up to the high ground, trying to get himself out, coming back in with a sleight of fist. Kuroki taken down, the first casualty of this fight. If Newbie can get the clip onto anyone else, Farder allowing people to retreat with a Moonlight Shadow. Most of them out there, Mind Control burrows away. The song comes out, but it's only going to catch Mind Control. They do take down the SK, get the gem, but Liquid, they keep 3 alive. They took Roshan, took the Aegis, and Matuma Man, that courier's on a delivery, and it looks like Rapier should be hopefully on the menu, and it is. It's coming out now, the big guns for Matuma Man. Rapier, Aegis, we got ourselves a defense.
Now the problem is he actually needs to be here with the Rapier.
And needs to speed up that delivery process. Get it out. Indeed, as we can see, Newbie hitting down on the racks. But remember, at this point in the game, it's just the middle racks that are down. They've still got 2 lanes of racks up Liquid. Let's have a look. Let's check out these deeps. Matuma Man jumping in to slide as well. How? Wolf falling incredibly low here. Jumping forward, gets himself in Twan. Twan picks him up. Move. Lasso onto Farder. Matuma Man still going to remain on the sidelines. Has the sleight of fist spam. And Liquid, they're going to be okay with this. They hold the defense. Get everyone out. Newbie, though, they will retreat. No one will be punished. But this is at the point where the game is on, Andy.
That was a 1300 damage crit on the Howl, by the way. That was some insane damage. If they had even just a little bit more, they might have been able to take him down. And that would have been a big opportunity because he's about to finish his AC. He's got the Hyperstone in his inventory already. He's only a few hundred gold away from having the completed item. And he's going to mitigate a lot more of that damage now, so you're not going to get many more opportunities to chunk him like that.
Let's see how aggressive Liquid go with this Moonlight. Newbie, everyone's up, but you can see they're hugging the tier 3s at the moment.
Well, he did reveal himself, so Catapult hit him.
So no one's going to be coming out from the side of Newbie. I mean, Liquid, obviously with this newfound Rapier and the Aegis, is this the time for them to go and try for a push? Do they just have to wait for Newbie? But at the same time, will Newbie hold back their push until the Aegis times out?
It's really hard to say. Like the whole thing about Rapier on the Ember Spirit is that you can defend for almost an indefinite amount of time, assuming that you have the Keeper of the Light, like spamming Chakra on you. But fighting in the open is much more hectic. There's not a guarantee that you're going to get good Sleight of Fist because you're not funneling like all these creeps and heroes through one small choke point. It could be a very disjointed and chaotic fight for Liquid if they want to do it outside of the base. I mean, now would potentially be the best time because they have Aegis on Matuma Man. And maybe they're feeling uncomfortable letting Newbie get to their base again.
Just question who gets the jump and move. Coming across. Got a How in him, in fact. Manages to get the catch of the Mind Control. Mind Control's gone buys back immediately. Realize he's going to be needed to fight. It's a slide coming out from Matuma. Maybe the setup here. Can they find the follow-up? And Matuma Man's going to be able to walk it off. Wounds are out. He's in a lot of trouble. The Aegis will be popped. The same time, Kuroki sends a boat back in, trying to hold Newbie out. How, in the middle of it all, though, gets the rage, and Matuma Man again being controlled for the time being. Remnants himself up, but they've lost Kuroki. How's chasing down Farder. Going to be buyback from Kuroki. Twan, sending him Matuma Man. He needs to get himself up. One Regan. He can't go down. He's done. No buyback available on the Ember Spirit here. Liquid with an incredibly painful loss in this fight. How? He's gonna be fine. Kuroki's down. Mind Control as well. Farder, the last man surviving. He's taken 2. He's taken 2. It's gonna be enough with the buybacks from How and Twan. They realize this is the time to finish up the game. And it may all be over here in game 1 for Liquid. They tried to pull it back, but look at the financial damage, and GG indeed. Liquid with the early game dominance, but Newbie They controlled the game perfectly. They brought it back round into their realm. And at the end of the day, as flashy as the Divine Rapier pickup was, it wasn't enough for the side of Liquid to bring it back. Newbie just playing on another level at the end of that game.
Well, the panelists obviously favored Newbie's draft a little bit. I was on their side, but Liquid had a very strong performance for the first 15 to 20 minutes of that game. They were just completely shutting down Newbie. And then after a couple of pickoffs, I think Fata was one of the most important ones. When he died, gave away about 1,000 gold.
And Chuan, of course, I mean, his Nyx Assassin performance, as you said, an absolute beauty of a pick. And Chuan, at the end of the day, setting up for the fights, bringing in Hao. It caught them off guard every time at the end of the game.
Yeah, I love the Nyx pick. I think it was probably one of the best games to pick it in we've seen throughout the entire tournament so far. And Liquid, I mean, they had an amazing start. They tried to keep pushing in, and eventually they say, okay, we need to back up. KP, he's got his items now. He's starting to push out the wave. A couple of pickoffs later, one failed high ground push, and here we are with Newbie having victory.
Yeah, I mean, KP, as you said, 6'2", 874 GPM. He knew exactly the role that he needed to play on the Naga Siren, and Liquid just were unable to stop it. I mean, going back, would you say you would still point fingers at the draft? The way that, Newbie came out on top was one of the glaring issues here for the side of Liquid.
I think that if you have the kind of lineup that Liquid do, you need to do well in the lanes. Otherwise, I think you're just going to have like an almost unwinnable game at that point. So the fact that they did so well just attributed to their individual play, which I think is great. But again, we saw the glaring issues. They could never kill Roshan. They could really not go high ground. I think they might have been able to breach it if they went as soon as Jerax finished Aghanims. I think that's the point in the game where it was crucial that they just, okay, we need to 5-man now, because if we don't get at least one lane, KP is just going to start pushing out everything. And then, the Nyx and the Batrider with the Lifestealer infested inside of them just start picking people off, and that's pretty much exactly what happened.
Absolutely. Well, the draft analysts, they're pretty much bang on with their analysts before the game. Let's bring them on now, see what they have to say about this performance here between Liquid and Newbie, and just Newbie's dominance.
Hello, Odie. Hello, Draskell. How's it going? Wonderful cast so far, by the way, and it's been a hell of a showing. We'll be able to kind of jump into it a bit further, but I do want to ask you, I mean, after a game like that where you're winning 15, 20 minutes, almost what looks like a shutout, and only to end up getting swallowed up by a Naga Siren, what does that do to you psychologically, and how can you shake that off?
I think that Liquid they're very experienced, especially Kuro. So I think he's going to have a really good method at being able to calm the team down and say, look, we had a really good start. We made a handful of mistakes. And then, obviously Newbie are a very terrifying opponent to play against. So you have to have the utmost respect to your opponent on this grind of the stage. So more than anything, I think it's just stay calm. They had a really, really good start. If they can play like that again, maybe with a slightly different draft, I think they can easily take it to a game 3.
Sounds good, Draskell. Thank you so much, UNOD. We'll see you for game number 2. We're back at the drafting panel now with, of course, Merlini, Black, and Waga. Ben, I mean, we keep going around over and over and over again here. Liquid, we were saying at the draft it didn't look like they put together a team that was really too good at being able to take objectives. We kind of saw it there, but they felt like they were going to be able to do it. Not the case.
I think Newbie should have won that game much easier, though. The early game, there were so many individual mistakes that we saw from them, maybe just, afraid of getting eliminated, maybe not expecting to be in this position. But the Naga Siren pick, they knew that they had to deal with that at some point. And where do you think it went all wrong for Liquid?
I believe the issue for Liquid is they had a really good early game. They played phenomenally. I give them that. But the drafts, I was talking a lot to Black during this game as well, and the draft just fails at one point. They can't break high ground. They have the Coddle who heal for sustainability, but who's going to run up and punch the racks? Who's going to run up and take the tower? You can't do that with Ember Spirit. You're going to get jumped. And likewise, Mirana doesn't really do that much, and they just didn't manage to close out the game. And that was something we worried for in the draft.
Yeah, we said as soon as Naga gets like 3-4 items. They have a Shadow Demon as well. They would just have like 3, 4, 5 illusions pushing out every lane. And Liquid, they had okay heroes to deal with illusions, but not the best. Like Lion is the best hero for that, obviously, and they didn't have like any to burst the illusions down instantly. So all the lanes were pushed out constantly. They couldn't even go for Roche because the lineup wasn't good for it, even when they had a huge advantage, and they could never crack high ground. Even though they were ahead like, 12-0, then they give like away 1 kill, that gives like another minute for Naga Siren to get bigger and bigger, and as soon as Naga is like 5-6 slotted, you can't win a game anymore with those heroes.
Yeah, and finally one more thing. I think when Naga takes over the game so much, it's just perfect for a draft that Newbie had. They had Lifestealer, they had Nyx, they had Batrider, all these heroes just looking for kills 24/7, made Liquid just run together as 5, and they simply got out-ratted and out-split pushed, and later on too weak to fight.
But let's scroll back the clock a bit to when things were green and great for Liquid in that early part of the game, and to help break down exactly what was going right for Liquid and how they were able to kind of really succeed. we're going to throw it over to Purge once again. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, I know it's a little hard to see considering how the game actually ended, but the early game was so beautifully laned by Newbie. They had all these huge advantages. Namely, they did this cool strat where they put the Batrider in the jungle here, and he was focused entirely on using Iron Talon to kill these two camps and then stacking the large camp. That was really great for them. And other than that, there was a really aggressive dual lane from Liquid here, but they had like the best dual lane to deal with it. Lifestealer as well as Shadow Demon should be able to deal with that aggression as long as Lifestealer is the one that gets initiated on. But it wasn't exactly that easy. Batrider in his first 3 stacks, he got like the worst stack possible. This stack here, these guys all have the same magic resistance as a Viper with a hood, and it took him forever to kill. Lost 20 seconds or so to clear that before he started his first gank, which went on the bot lane, and they just happened to have a Caudle with which Mana Leak shut down. Any other hero here, it would have been Jarek's actually dying, but because of the Mana Leak followed up with Wantoma Man's Searing Chains, no kill there. So that early game aggression really didn't work out so well. They got some levels out of Nyx out of this, but just because he was in the offlane while Bat was jungling, but ultimately it wasn't that big. And then in the safe lane, of course, the biggest mistake was just that Kaka kept getting a little out of position here. If they're able to initiate on him first, it should lead into a kill. So the fact that this is how the lane started, he barely survives in this moment, that's really bad start. But really the biggest thing was the double kill that actually happened here. Mind Control played amazing for this one. Landed a really nice Burrow Strike on Hao in just a moment here. And then Curl followed up with a Torrent, which ultimately got them 2 kills and really just started Liquid off on the really right train.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Now, gentlemen, if Liquid were to continue that bit of momentum, and let's say, you know, not in the case where Newbie could have slipped up, was there anything Liquid could have done to be able to actually close it out? We identified where the problem hit and where things were starting to wish-wash a bit, but in another universe where things continue to go well for Liquid, what would have the best-case scenario been?
I think one of the big crucial things would have been to get the pipe mech synergy for high grounding, right? Because they didn't really have that. They were going for Hood on Kunkka, but he went Armlet first, so it became a very, very late pipe if you're going to try and do that as a support.
You have to commit to the high ground push.
Exactly.
Like, I think when they were at that right side, that's when they all backed off and they were all getting spammed down by Naga Lucius. But you have to prepare for that moment. That's the one moment you have to end the game before Naga gets out of control. You need pipe, you need mech. They had recall too. They could like easily TP back to heal up.
It seems a bit similar to yesterday when we saw LGD do their push strat and they didn't really have that pipe mech combo early for finishing out the game. And here it feels sort of the same. They had the best early game they could wish for. If they were going to win this game, this would have been the game to do it. You know, when you play this well, but it just ran out of their hands.
It was really awkward because I saw Kunkka, he had a hood, and on top of that 1.5k, which is pretty much a pipe. But then he goes back into a Crystallis instead of finishing the pipe to actually push. Maybe he was scared that they need like a bit more damage, but that was like a really weird choice because they definitely need a pipe. Coupled with the Illuminate and Mech, they have like 1000 wave heal that Naga Siren cannot deal with at that stage because he had only like 2 or 3 items. And in order for Liquid to win, they need to play like perfectly. They can't make a single mistake. They lose one team fight, they lost the game.
And unfortunately, they did end up losing that game number 1. So we look forward now to game 2. How do we change things up? Do Liquid pull out what Alliance did and go back to some more comfort picks? Because we identified that for game number 1, they were pulling out something a little bit different for them, like in Sand King, maybe even the Kunkka pick. What do they do now for game 2, Ben?
We've seen a lot of different heroes for them that can actually break the high ground. We've seen Death Prophet a lot for them. They used to have a lot of success with Lycan, not so much recently. They've even Alchemist, I would say, is pretty
DK,
good.
yeah, they play these heroes.
DK, like all these heroes.
Nature's Prophet too.
Yeah. Maybe not so much in style right now, but it seems like they need one of those if they want to continue this playstyle. Also, they could just take the Naga for themselves. Naga actually got past the first phase, which I was a little surprised about. And like both of these teams have been running Naga a lot.
Matumba plays really good Naga too.
Yeah.
The thing is that for Newbie, they don't really play so much of these split push kind of heroes like Naga. It's really only KP on his offlane that he then becomes the carry. Hao likes to play much more aggressive heroes. Like we saw on the Lifestealer, he loves playing Weaver and these fighting heroes. So if you just get rid of the Naga, maybe that would eliminate this chance for Newbie to play this kind of style. Because Liquid outfought them really hard in the early game. And I love the Sand King pick. They worked for them.
Yeah, but in the past, I think Liquid had lots of problems with split pushing in general. Maybe Newbie picked it up like right away in the second phase. Maybe they kind of knew that's their weakness and then just like picked it up right away and knowing that it is their weakness.
Yeah, that's fully possible. Teams come prepared now.
Yeah.
What stops Newbie, though, from just banning out the Naga in that case? I mean, you look at a team like Liquid at this point, and for most teams, they'll pull out the Naga when they feel like it's a must-needed win.
I actually think the Shadow Demon's a pretty big deal. Like, Shadow Demon allows them to stall an additional, because there's, like, 30-second duration on illusions, 40-second cooldown. So you have that 10-second window. But when you have the Shadow Demon, there's no downtime at all. You can push like all 3 lanes and 2 jungles at the same time. They need, I think, like you can actually end the game against Naga in 2 situations with the carry. One's Huskar, which we've actually seen pretty successful. I guess Drow Ranger too, but she's usually not in the pool. But I also think Anti-Mage is pretty good. Yeah. It's not that great versus Shadow Demon though. So I actually think if they eliminate Shadow Demon, they can actually play against a Naga Siren, Matumba Man, Anti-Mage, end the game that way. Because I think that's a one position that you'd much rather have as opposed to an Ember.
Anti-Mage, I'm sure you would love to see that.
I mean, Anti-Mage is like one of the counters to a Naga Siren lineup simply because the timing Naga Siren wants to hit, Anti-Mage hits that timing way earlier. Like you easily have like 10 minutes of time where you just like can push the Rex. You have like this timing where you get your Heart, your Butterfly, then you go Roshan, you have an Aegis to work with, and then you have this like 5-minute time window where Naga Siren can't touch you at all, and that's kind of when you usually end the game with Anti-Mage because Naga Siren lineups can't really pressure you that much.
How come we're not seeing Anti-Mage though from any team at all?
Usually people like the Alk more. Like Anti-Mage has the timing earlier, but Alk hits the timing even earlier, and you're going to be too slow if you have an Anti-Mage, but it's kind of been ignored. I saw it picked a few times in the group stage, but with all the Naga coming out, it could come back.
I mean, AM is still a good hero, it's just...
You would always say that.
No. Come on. But you see, like lots of teams are really just scared of getting pushed down early and losing the game really fast when you pick AM, but then they still pick heroes like that Naga, like that Alchemist. It's like kind of the same case where you need to be scared of getting pressured and pushed down really early. So I'm not sure why AM fell out of fashion so much.
Yeah, I just hope that Liquid don't get too hung up on this one game that they just lost and keep focusing on exactly what Newbie did here. Because while this was a very strong performance by Newbie where they had 3 heroes non-stop ganking and the lifesteal combo and so on with Nyx, and then Naga just split pushing, I don't think that they're going to go for the same thing next game, actually. I don't think they're going to play this around Liquid. I think they're going to take the fight either in a push strat or maybe even by just more aggressive form of carry. Maybe a Terrorblade, but...
Yeah, is there anything maybe they can pull out that they saw from the EG versus Newbie lineup? Was there anything we saw from EG that was, pretty nice to have against a team like Newbie?
I think Liquid and EG are very, very different teams.
It was a completely different. It's not like they can run the same strat as EG, and a lot of it was just due to out execution. They outplayed them in many of the team fights. It's not really something that you can rely on with the strategy that they had in Heroes.
So you're saying they just don't have the skill of EG to be able to...
Not with the heroes that they pick. It's just a different hero pool.
Yeah, I think they have like different skill. Like they're equally skilled, but on like different areas of the game. Like every team has like their specialty, and their specialty is not EG's specialty. What I really like, what Liquid does really well, is taking these heroes that take objectives after getting like 1 or 2 kills, like that Death Prophet. They even ran TB before on Matumba Man. Like I just want to see them to have heroes where they can like really punish the enemy lineup when they make a mistake.
What would you say is something that you like from Newbie then? I just out of curiosity. If they're specialties, I'm curious what you think.
Howl Lifestealer.
Howl Lifestealer.
He was such a rock in that game. Like
he really was. Yeah, he had a really terrible early game.
I think it comes down to how, though, more than just How's lifesteal. He activates so well on every carry he plays very early on in the game, like way before 15 minutes, sometimes even before 10 minutes. He just is there and kills a lot of people. And that's what I love about when they draft that Weaver, they could go back towards that as well. Something they did a lot before.
Looks like we actually have a draft. It's game number 2 of Newbie versus Liquid. Let's get underway here. Looks like Newbie had dibs for first pick. This comes after they ban the Oracle and Elder Titan. For Liquid, they get rid of the Wisp and the Drow Ranger.
Why would they ban the Drow Ranger? I haven't Newbie seen... Like, they didn't run it a lot, right?
Do Liquid take SD here in this phase? Because right now the Battery got picked.
I mean, they have every team counted, yeah. But they get like a really premier combo. SD, Mirana, we spoke about last game. You have the first pick Mirana, you always want to block pick with a Shadow Demon. Now they get both, and also a Bad Rider counter right off the bat.
Got to make sure they don't fall short. I mean, already these two, we know not to be big on the objective follow-up. I hope Liquid don't drop themselves into like a more singular discipline, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they should definitely draft heroes that can take objectives. You want to have that like one... it's probably going to be Mirana middle, so you want to have that offlane hero like a Prophet. You want to have a carry like a Lycan, like a TB that can really take objectives. And is like really good with Shadow Demon. Like the biggest weakness of Shadow Demon is the weak laning phase that he really has. Like, let's say like a Sven plus Shadow Demon, what we saw before, is like a really weak lane, but once you actually transition out of the laning phase, that hero becomes a monster.
I actually disagree. I think SD is a strong laner. Even if his song got punished last game, it was because the Kunkka played so well. I feel there was so much done with it. But I think SD actually has the potential to either go ganking in the laning phase or just shut down a lane pretty hard with a disruption, denying so many aggressive moves. But I wonder what they're going to go for with it here. You have so many different paths you can take. When you have SD, Mirana as your opening, you really don't say too much about your lineup, right?
Yeah, it can be like a safe lane Mirana, mid Mirana, could still be an off lane Mirana too, and I can pick the Kunkka again. Like, we don't know what they have up the sleeves.
Jungle Mirana?
Could be like a position 4 roaming Mirana, but that Juggernaut pick is really, really good against both those heroes. Like, he's kind of just immune against both of them.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. But if you get the disruption though, and the arrow is perfectly timed, then you can't even spin out of it. Yeah, so that is a kill potential that they have. You just need to make sure nothing is blocking the arrow on the way in.
But it's like really, really hard to time, because if it's like a bit too far up front or a bit too far behind, then you can actually spin.
Yeah, with the pressure, it could be really hard. You need to have the arrow be on top of the disruption when he comes out of it. So you definitely need to know your Mirana.
We see the Luna ban from Newbie. Obviously, Shadow Demon Luna is like a very sick combination.
Yeah, but there's still so many different things you can pick for an SD to clone here. So while you get rid of Luna, it's probably just because it's that's the toughest one, but you might still get something like Terrorblade, like you mentioned earlier.
You can never ban out a Shadow Demon combo. There's like way too many heroes. Like, my personal favorite is Morphling. Morphling against those two heroes is super good. Matumba Man loves playing his Morphling, and we could maybe see like that pick later, because it usually slips like through people's minds, because it doesn't have the great success here.
I like this approach by Liquid. They ban out the Naga in the second phase. They just go like, okay, they can split push really hard when they have the Naga. Let's just try and avoid getting the same thing happening to us as last game. And I don't think Newbie will have a natural hero that they can do the same thing with. So now Newbie has to change up their play.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, still the Kunkka available for Liquid too. They didn't really ban it out, and I think now that they have the SD on their side, it's actually a much more potent combination. A perfect position 5 for Kuro. I haven't seen Newbie's ban yet.
Axe.
Why Axe? Just scared about laning versus Jug?
They're going for Huskar.
I think they're scared of the disruption. Like, disruption arrow is extremely hard to combo, right? But if you disrupt Juggernaut even, and then he comes out and spins, Axe could still be there and just call you. You're not running away. So I think it's just about the holding people down. They're scared of this.
Yeah, and on top of you still have the Axe disruption illusions, who can just like push out lanes really easily.
Sure.
They do go back for the Sanking again. Really good with it, like both Shadow Demon and Mirana. Like, it's just like an all-around solid pick.
Mind Control was a monster. In the last game, in the first 9 kills that Liquid had, he had been in every single kill.
Yeah.
So yeah, they played really well around the Sanking. I love the fact that they go, hey, we didn't do too much wrong in the early game. Let's try and just analyze what went wrong and approach it differently.
I really think it was just that they drafted themselves into like a little corner where they have to make sure to execute perfectly, or they're actually just gonna flat out lose.
I honestly think the itemization hurt them a lot in the last game though, so maybe they need to think about that as well.
It was a good draft, just not a good anti-Naga draft.
Yeah.
Do you think Liquid picking up the Sand King, do they have it within them to have that option where if Newbie pulls something out and they want to have like a melee core mid lane, we could see them try to pair up the Sand King in that sense where they can dominate at that point?
They can always they have Matumba Man's hero open. They run Timbersaw on him quite often, so they don't really need to move the Sand King around. Yeah. They don't have to, that is.
I think Mind Control is going to be playing the Sand King again.
Yeah.
After that game, he looks very comfortable on it.
Yeah, really confident on the hero. What do we have for Matumba Man? There's Ursa, there's Anti-Mage, there's Morphling, as we said before.
Slark was not banned out.
Slark is really good, yeah. He like started that Moonshard Slark build.
Yeah, he started a lot of interesting stuff. He's a very curious player, Matumba.
Yeah, he definitely has a lot of interesting stuff up his
Same thing with Anti-Mage, right? The Moonshard early on, was he the one who started that?
That was CTY.
Yeah, CTY started.
Yeah.
He was popularizing it in the Western scene very quickly as well, though.
Oh, he was, yeah.
Immediately.
And he was like, oh, CTY does this, let me just try this on another hero, and then he just like, does it on every hero.
Moonshards, man.
Newbie transition into their next support grab, which is going to be a disruptor. They're one of the few teams that still continue to pull this guy out. For most, they kind of still continue to neglect him and throw him on the side.
Disruptor is very good against Mirana and Sand King, not so much against Shadow Demon though, because if you get glimpsed back and you actually get disrupted at the right time, you won't get glimpsed.
Yeah, you can protect. And I liked the Disruptor suggestion last game when they had Naga. Now Well, I guess it's still good with Batrider. The combination is very nice. Being able to pull them back and then Batrider takes care of them, or even the other way around. Just Batrider grabbing someone and then you ulti them with.
What's really nice as well is kind of like a Void Batrider. You can create it like wall where the enemy team can't pass, and you just pull one enemy away and you separate them.
Yeah.
A small thing too is he can instantly kill SD illusions. Although Lion much more preferred to that, he does still have that small upside.
Yeah.
Does going in for the Disruptor prevent any of those Matumbaman picks you were calling out before?
Slark mostly.
I mean, Slark gets hard countered by Disruptor. Until he gets BKB, I guess. Yeah. Like after he has BKB, then Disruptor is just like a dead fish to him.
It's also a matter of how much you can outplay your opponent. I think you're still confident playing Slark in this game. It's good against Batrider in many ways, as long as you don't feel you're gonna get vision. Oh, they're going for the Morphling instead. That is also super strong.
I mean, Morph SD is just, you reach at minute 30 mark, where Morph has like 300 agility, you disrupt him, and your base literally just dies in 1 second.
The SD illusions have like solo killed, I believe, wasn't that against? That was against Newbie as well.
Yeah,
it was Sean, he was dying, yeah.
A 6-dollar lifesteal died to 2 disruption illusions of Morphling.
Yeah, this brings back some nightmares for Tron and How, I think, because that Morphling, scary stuff with SD.
So what counters Morphling? I think the only one that's really talked about is AA, but is there any aside from that?
Elder Titan.
ET's first band.
I think, like, obviously Antimatch is really good, but you can't pick right now because you have Juggernaut already. Like from the mid heroes, what really counters Morphling?
I don't know, it's hard to say into Newbie's draft. Generally, I would say the Invoker is pretty good. You could go Quas Vex, but even with the next one Invoker, eventually you get strong against it.
I guess he's decent, but not really like a solution to Morphling.
Not the dream, right?
Morphling is actually really good against him too. Like he gets his E-Blade, you get that Soul Catcher on him, he actually just explodes.
Suppose the Lotus Orb is good. At least many people go for the Lotus Orb on Timbersaw. That's going to be nice against Morphling, SD, Sanking.
So we see like 3 cores, I guess. 2 support heroes that are like very, very good right now would be either Rubik or the AA. Like Disrupt the AA is not terribly good, not terribly bad. It's like
they ban out the Lion Liquid here, so they don't want to play against the Lion. Of course, that could take care of the illusions a lot. And again, Liquid with the SD Morphling late game is just illusion hell.
But yeah, one thing we didn't speak about before, you can't Manta style and replicate your own illusions as Morphling, but if you disrupt him, then you can actually replicate that Morphling, and you have like a super strong Morphling replicate.
It's tanky and it lasts for a long time, but it deals like no damage compared to SD ones though. SD ones are monsters.
The SD ones are a boss, but you can like push out 3 lanes at once with just illusions.
I think Newbie should be pretty happy to go for an AA actually.
AA
I don't know.
Good.
Maybe Dazzle even.
It's AA or Rubik if you want to be a bit more aggressive. Like AA is the more defensive approach, I think.
Sure. It's a good Rubik game.
Yeah. Like Sanking or Chen. I was going to ask, what do you think about the Chen in the crowd? There was like a dude.
Yeah, he failed to bring in the creeps. He must have left them at the door. Yeah. He must have been inspired.
Maybe he went the Dagon build.
Ah, yes.
Solo mid Chen, good stuff. Yeah. Well, the Chen Juggernaut is really, really strong. There we got him.
Yeah, there's
Chen.
Yes.
It's my time.
But yeah, like Newbie going for like a pretty push-heavy strategy. Morphling needs some time to get online. Like we spoke about the like 25-30 minute mark when he gets really, really strong, and they want to end the game before that.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also pretty strong base defense by Liquid right now. You have the wave clear from Mirana SD, and then you have the full commitment team fight is so close always. When Sanking has a blink, he could jump you. Well, we'll see here. It's pretty hard to play Chen against Sanking, I feel.
It is really, really hard.
Can't help but bring up a similar point to what I said earlier with Newbie's draft right now. Is it likely this Timber is going to be in the mid lane? Because I don't know if Liquid could throw the Sand King around or not, but they actually finish with an Undying grab here.
That is interesting.
Fun stuff. Well, there's our draft, gentlemen. Impressions before we send things over?
Liquid's, I think, slightly a favorite. I really like the Morphling from the Chen pick. It seemed like it was, they like tried to disguise it. They had the Juggernaut for the push, but Timbersaw not really that good at breaching high ground. I think they might suffer the same that Liquid had last game.
Yeah, I think they just forced something on them that they really shouldn't have. So I actually think I favor Liquid here.
I feel last game was much more of an outdraft where Newbie had the edge. Right here is pretty even, but I guess Liquid has a slight edge. It's just really volatile though. Undying in the early game, if he succeeds, then maybe Newbie can just take it. But if he fails, then yeah, he becomes so useless so quickly.
We'll see which team will succeed and which will fail as we send things over. It's game number 2. We throw it to our casters now. It's Odie, Pixel, and Draskell.
Thank you very much, Dakota. Indeed, game 2 between Newbie and Liquid just about to begin. They've switched stuff up this time. Liquid obviously a game down as they head into this one. And Liquid with a bit of kind of an eHome-esque strat. They've got 4 of the same heroes they did yesterday. Obviously 4 very relevant in the meta. The SD, the Sand King, that combination that we've seen eHome be able to execute perfectly. We're going to expect to see similar performance from Liquid as these guys, they work perfectly as a team. They've got the Undying as well. This is exactly what eHome had yesterday against Alliance, and it worked perfectly. Is it going to work as good here for Liquid?
I mean, I'm with the panel on this one. I really feel that Liquid's lineup is quite a bit better. I mean, especially during the late game, they have a little bit of illusion clear, I suppose, with the Timber Saw, but everything else considered, we saw what those illusions can do to even the most farmed cores. So I'm assuming it's going to be even worse in this situation for Newbie.
You see Liquid already with their positioning down here to get the ward down behind the tower. See if they can find anything in terms of a pick, but nothing's going to happen at the moment. Newbie keeping themselves back. But as you said, overall, you prefer the way that Liquid's drafted this time round. And does it give them a little bit more flexibility in terms of timings as well? We obviously saw in the first game, they were able to secure a very, very convincing early game, but they were just unable to convert that into a strong high ground push.
No, I think that Liquid definitely have amazing high ground potential this game, because all you have to do is just disrupt the Morphling, and then you just hit objectives. It's very, very straightforward. So for Newbie, they're the ones who really need to apply pressure. Like this Chen last pick, this has to do a tremendous amount of work, like, you know, either pressure mid, pressure the safe lane, just try to get something going as fast as you possibly can. So I'm hoping for Chuan's sake that he can perform.
Lane-wise from both sides, looks to be standard stuff apart from the fact that down on the bottom, of course, Undying will be hanging around with the mind control.
I like this swap, actually, like putting the Timber Saw on this lane. Like Undying during the early game, like obviously he wants to drop like Tombstone and fight under it. If you have like a lot of points into reactive armor, the Timber Saw is not really going to care that much, and plus it's double melee, so you know that your Whirling Death and whatnot are going to be much more effective. So putting the Juggernaut down here, I think, would have been a much harder matchup for the Jug than it would be for the Timber.
Especially with the fact that Mu does have Chuan backing him up on Disruptor, so maybe, as you said, even kill potential if Liquid get themselves out of position. Of course, that leaves the other lanes. This matchup in the middle lane, House Jug, with Fada on the Mirana once again, as we saw, of course, Fada in game 1 playing this hero. And this matchup, again, fairly even for both. You don't see either of them going down unless Fada hits an arrow from a good position.
Yeah, the arrow is the only way you get a kill here. If anything, I think Newbie might be favored slightly in the middle lane just because if Chuan wants to run over there with a creep and just be annoying, he can do that. And Fata is not really going to have any help because Jerax is going to be doing, I think, some pulling and stacking in his side of the woods. But it really just depends on where Chuan wants to pressure. If he leaves us alone in a strict 1v1, both heroes just farm.
You see Chuan already making the movement up top, bringing some creeps around. Oh, it's just a couple of skeletons. Nothing going to happen there unless you can just check out around the pull point, seeing if anything's going down on the side of Liquid. It's not going to be the case, though, as both members of Liquid, the Timberman and Jerax in lane. Just coming in with a Satire, spamming the purple walls, keeping Timberman back. And indeed, he's got to be careful. Have 4 stacks of the napalm on him as well. He's giving himself out of harm's way. But Chuan just getting the most out of this. He's got a couple of more blasts left in the tank. So he'll stick around. He's hit a couple. And is he? He's not going to drop the third one. There we go. There's the third one. And Timberman does still claim the gold and an XP, of course, from it.
Still got some pretty good value out of that. Was that 3 shockwaves? Not too bad.
Yeah, 3 shockwaves down onto him. More down bottom. Let's see Mu just salve himself up there. Harassment from Mind Control with the Caustic Finale, causing a little bit of an issue for the Timber at these earlier stages. Not going to be enough to get the kill though. We can see CS-wise, the lane is going very nicely for Mind Control. He's 15 for 3. So we're certainly seeing that the Newbie are unable to pressure this Sand King, especially with the backup of Kuroki on the Undying. Liquid seem to be doing very well on this bottom.
Sand King's actually just like OP. This hero just lanes so well against a lot of the stuff that's commonly picked here at TI. And when you put him in this aggressive position, you're laning against another melee, it doesn't matter what support you're with, like he's gonna get farmed.
Top lane, see them moving in onto KP. He has got the Firefly. Disruption to set it up, and the burst is enough. Liquid getting themselves first blood for Timberman and his Morphling. Great way for them to start the game. And Timberman, he's going to be happy with that kill as well. As we can see, 15 for 3. We're certainly being slowed down a little bit by the presence at the back. We're going to free up a bit more space for him. Back over towards the mid lane. How 18 for 2. Fada still has the edge. 22 for 4. So pretty much as close as we expected this to be, especially with the fact that Chuan yet to make a rotation towards the mid with the Chen army. He's just picked up a smoke, and we may indeed see that change if he wants to try and make a move somewhere on the map now.
I mean, he buys the smoke, but he doesn't really have the best creeps for ganking. That's the problem. I mean, maybe he can pressure bottom a bit, give the Mu Timber some breathing room. Skuro's making his way over for the 4-minute rune as well. I think he might, yeah, he's going to beat Chuan there. He's even going to scout out the rotation as well. So nice stuff, again, from Liquid here in the early game in game number 2.
I mean, Chuan, as you said, with these movements around, where do you imagine we are going to see him head for? Where's the easiest place for Chuan to make a play on the Chen?
Like, killing mid is actually pretty hard unless you can force out a leap, so I don't think he would be going there. I think the easiest place to have impact is either helping the Batrider or helping bottom.
You can see already, Liquid, they're going to be the first ones to try and jump in on Mu. Kaka, spawning, dropping down the field. KuroKy's just going to walk himself out of it, though. Now turning around, in fact, mind control. Maybe even looking for Chuan, but Chuan, he's got the creeps onto KuroKy. KuroKy, double strength sap. Looks like he's going to be fine. Jax has joined the force as well. Burrow strike onto Mu. Liquid responding as best as they can under the cover of Moonlight. Looks like they're going to be okay. And again, KuroKy comes back in. 3-man decay takes down one. And even now, they're looking for more on the field. Coming out, but oh, here comes control. Mine. Burrow strikes through.
Oh, one hell.
Finish off Chuan.
He had 1 HP.
Oh, Chuan HP. He made it out. Liquid responding nicely to Newbie's attempts at a rotation down there. 2-1 at the moment. And Liquid are going to have to get themselves back to base. This is going to give a bit more space for Timber, of course. Mid lane, How ready to move in. Fada actually hasn't got a lead for 3 seconds, and How he does have an Omni Slash. Fada, he's got to juke this.
There we go.
Leap comes off cooldown just in time. At a very, very close call there for Fada.
It's hard to chase in that situation. You need the phase boots completed, I think, for How to be able to get that kill. He only had the 1 blade of attack, so a little bit unfortunate, but still doing very well in his lane. Obviously, Fata's beating him by a little bit, but sending Fata back to base will pretty much allow How to catch up. No real issue. Should be able to secure the 6-minute rune as well. So Newbie with still a better early game than we saw previously. The difference is that...
Ooh. It's nice. I mean, How's just bottled himself an invis, and he's still got that Omni. This, you know, he could certainly set something up with this one.
I mean, if he goes into the jungle or looks for any solo kill, he should be able to find it. The other option is he can TP bottom, and he can just pop the invis and then look for a counter kill there as well.
Mind control, of course, still in a very good place, but at the same time, Mu has caught up on the Timbersaw. Even CS at the moment. Mu level 6 as well, so the killing potential is certainly amped up. So Kaka hitting 3, didn't have the pointing glimpse earlier, now he does. So the catch potential is going to be even greater down on this bottom lane. KuroKy's headed back over though to join the force of mind control. Make sure that Liquid can keep the control that they have had on the lane. Jumping in, already TP's coming in. How immediately joining the fight. He's looking for a chance to use the Omni, hasn't quite got the mana with the bolt charge. Now he's got enough. He's invis as well. But not quite the usage of the invis into an Omni Slash he'd maybe hoped for, as Liquid just back themselves away. And Howard just make the long journey back towards mid with that invis rune. And doesn't look like he's going to find the kill that he wanted at all with that rotation.
That was a really bizarre chain of events. Like, if anything, you bait your teammates and you just use the invis to force them to overcommit, and then you just get a free spin or a free Omni, and instead he just literally ran at them. I don't know if he thought he used the invis, but that was definitely not the play.
As you can see, just little movements like that. It's going to allow Fada to getting to a point where he's nearly 1k ahead of How when it comes to net worth. Top lane, Jarek's doing his best to create space from the Timberman. It's working out so far.
I mean, he's going to hit level 6 at what, like 9 minutes? 10 minutes? It's going to be really nice for Jarek's. And this Chuan...
It's not managed to achieve that much.
Yeah, Chuan's Chen is not really... I mean, he's gotten 1 kill for his team, which is great. But he's not really able to apply pressure anywhere else. And the thing is, it's really hard to gank Morphling, but you can pressure the lane.
Fada jumps in. Easy kill for the Mirana. And the ping immediately comes out from Newbie. They know there's going to be a ward around on that high ground. But Fada, free solo kill. Top lane, ping's coming out on Chuan. He's got the positioning. He may be able to punish Jerax. They have the detection. Jerax goes for a TP from Invis. The flame break knocks him out. Well, How's presence as well. Take down Jerax, Moonlight Shadow or not. Now with a good army as well on the top lane, Newbie could look to try and pressure in this safe lane of Liquid and shut down this area of the map, make it a little bit harder for Matuma to have as much space as he'd hoped for to farm up. They're going to react Liquid, of course, by just bringing Matuma down to the bottom lane, keeping him away from Newbie's aggressive push. And already Mu was the last man left, but realizing he doesn't want to stick around for this, especially with Mind Control fishing around in the tree line to see if there's any stragglers left behind by Newbie. It looks like it will simply just be the tier 1 for the tier 1 trade at this point of the game, and in a game where the early game is certainly looking better for Newbie in comparison to how game 1 was, but at the same time, Liquid, they've certainly got their strengths. Fada, of course, on the mid Mirana. We can expect to see good timing on the Aghanims with this beginning, unless Newbie put any attentions towards that mid lane. There's certainly a lot of space being given at the moment from Mirana. Liquid now heading up top as Newbie pushing onto the tier 2. We'll see if they're able to do anything about this. I mean, Newbie's strong. Obviously, with the Chen, it's very effective, Andy.
I mean, they're getting some damage in the tower, but they might get punished here for staying too long.
So they're just going to try and clear out the Chen army. And they're going to find it as well. They'll take down creeps. Now, moves the tombstone.
Kaka is only level 4 right now. It's 10 minutes in. You really want your supports to be a higher level by now. Having Static Storm is going to be huge. Having higher levels into Glimpse to make sure that you punish and can abuse that shit.
They might get a catch on the back line. The burst strike onto Mu. How? He's going to react by moving forward with the Blade Fury, but Jackson, the Demonic Purge, used to kite How up. He's still got the Omni though. He's going to jump for us. Only a few slashes, of course, at this stage of the game. Not quite enough damage. KP still moving forward. Gets the lasso onto Fada, and the Blade Fury as well. They should be able to finish off the Mirana. Fada trying to get out, won't quite make it, takes down the Bat in return. How, surrounded by 3, it's a 2-for-1 trade for Liquid, and it looks to be even better. How, he's left the kitty cat up on the high ground. And Matuma 1v1 in carry versus carry at the moment. At the same time, Chuan TP's out in front of Liquid. And all that's left for How is to just run away. Matuma waveforms forward, finishes off the kill, and that's going to be the third one he's picked up this fight. A fantastic fight for Liquid in the terms they get so much for the Morphling there, and that one engagement puts Matuma at 6k net worth at this 11-minute mark.
It was a very disjointed fight. Matuma was pretty much on the opposite side of the rest of his team, just fighting the Timber, kills him eventually, and they commit a lot there. It seemed like there was some miscommunication.
Oh, and Fada will just walk in, and Gaka, no chance of getting away from being hit from an arrow like that. Liquid, certainly with that fight in the way that, you know, you said yourself, it was always going to be risky for Newbie trying to get that kind of a push done at this stage of the game, and it's hurt them pretty hard in this early stages.
It's because they feel very pressured. They know their lineup is not going to scale as well as Liquid's. Even with an Undying on your team, like the Morphling is going to be a huge nuisance. Arrow going to be off the mark here. But yeah, Liquid's lineup is just, in my opinion, straight up better during the late game, especially with the addition of the Chen. That hero just falls off really hard when you don't get the objectives, and every tower except for the tier 1 safe lane is still standing for the side of Liquid. Chuan, he is level 6 now though, and he's getting closer and closer to that mech. That's like the only reason I imagine they draft the heroes, because they want something to pressure lanes really hard. They recognize that Disruptor is a weak lane support, and just having something to be able to pressure is necessary, not only a natural mech carrier, but it's not really working out for them so far.
You can see a smoke from Liquid as well, ready to make a movement into Newbie's jungle. Jax and Fada coming in. Chuan could be the one to pay the price here, as indeed Jerax finds the setup. It looks to be no help for the Chen here at the moment as they'll chase him down. Matuma turning up to the fight as well. He'd love to get a bit more gold in his bank. It's going to be Fada getting the kill. Mu as well caught out. And again, Liquid playing this early stage of the game very nicely indeed. Newbie unlikely to want to respond to this. I mean, How has got an invis, Omni Slash at the ready as well. If a member of Liquid comes apart from the pack, maybe he can get a pick off. He's just going to keep hanging around, get the intel for the team. Liquid looks like they won't be punished for this, and just waltzing across the map as well. They may even find another. I mean, Kaka, he's on his own, and Liquid just walking around the map, taking kills wherever they want.
This is the same Liquid we saw in game 1. The difference is that this time around they can actually hit objectives. So this is a really, really bad situation for Newbie at the moment. They have their ultimates available. The problem is KP's blink, it's 13 minutes in, he's still like 600 gold away. Whereas the Sand King just completes.
Oh, and again Liquid They're just walking around. Newbie, one after another, getting picked off alone. And as you said, with the progression that the bat was looking for, KP and his eyes on the blink dagger, it's going to be painful. 12 for 3 early stages. And as you said, this is certainly going to be a very different scenario in terms of Newbie being able to swing this one around after a start like this.
Newbie don't even really have the greatest of wave clear this game. Like, sure, the Timber's fine and everything, and you can use Firefly and Batrider.
Oh. And how? Oh, he's immediately, the combo's there. Is he going to get a chance to get out? No, Blade Fury is still on cooldown. He's going to run. It will come off in a second. They've got the Hand of God. And only just getting himself back. Liquid continuing to chase with the TPs coming out. Oh, Decay nearly does it. How very lucky to get away with his life here. We'll see if Newbie are able to bite back. They're moving forward, but detection isn't going to be there on the outer bounds. As Liquid is able to play around with it. Kaka bursted down. Liquid, see if they can get anything more yet. Demonic Perch on Moo. Mindstroll hasn't got quite enough mana though for a burrow strike, but it doesn't matter. The burst from Liquid between the combination of the Soul Catcher and Matumba Man. 14 for 3. Things looking very, very nice indeed for the side of Liquid. And we can see what the Juggernaut House, 6.7k, he's up there. But the rest of the team and Newbie, they certainly are. The core's taking a massive hit and falling hugely behind at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's a very lopsided performance so far in favor of Liquid's. The Morphling is going to be extremely difficult to deal with this game. He has the Link-ins well before the Blink Daggers coming out on the KP bat. That's already a big enough problem, honestly. And in addition to that, still the Chen hasn't really done enough, like nowhere near enough.
On top lane. Oh boy, he gets the Omni off in time to jig off some of this damage. But they just turn around and bring him down. Liquid again. They're finding so much, and Newbie, they're coming out a little bit too much, it feels, on their own. And especially the big cores as well. And as we were saying, Jug, he's one of the shining hopes at the moment for Newbie in terms of his farm, but if Liquid are able to kill him just like that when he's out of position, it's going to be very hard for Newbie to bring this one back round.
They needed to pretty much play the game that Liquid played in the first match in the first 10-15 minutes. Just try to go for kills, try to pressure, put Liquid in an uncomfortable position, but they weren't able to do any of those things. So now Liquid are just in a fantastic spot. They have a really good core matchup. They have a Mirana and a Morphling against pretty much just a Juggernaut.
Oh, look at this up top again. An arrow from Fada connects. And it's turning into a little bit of a slaughterhouse here for Newbie, as they are losing heroes left, right, and center. It really does feel like a repeat of the start of Game 1. But as we've been saying since the draft, Liquid, they've got certainly a bit more of their bases covered, and they do have push potential and ways to utilize this lead that they've created, as opposed to what they had in Game 1. Mid lane, Matumba Man coming in looking for How. Static Storm, it's not going to control Matumba. And the burrow strike, Liquid. No chill whatsoever. The perfect plays coming out time and time again. And they're not even done. They're hanging around on the sidelines. How? You don't want to come out, son, because they're going to be able to jump you on the back lines. They're looking for trial first.
Oh my God.
He's trying to get himself back to base. Liquid, GG. It's all over. It's all over. And what a way for Liquid to come back after the mishaps of Game 1. They asked you, they said, Andy, would they be able to compose themselves, bring it back? But absolutely tenfold from Liquid. The draft was there. We said it at the start. We knew it would be strong with this combination of SD, Sand King, Mirana. There's a reason why those three heroes are hot material at the moment. Finishing it off with the Undying, just like we saw from eHome. And then, of course, Matumba Man, Morphling. It's a pick that they'll always feel comfortable on falling back on, fitting into any kind of lineup. 8-0-4, impeccable play from Liquid, and Newbie, they tried to go for early aggression with that Tron Chen, and it just didn't work out. They didn't find the timing.
I mean, he couldn't find anything. I don't really know why they decided to pick that into a Mirana and a Morphling together. Like, those heroes are notoriously hard to take down in the early game because they both have escapes. So maybe Newbie felt like they were kind of in a corner and they needed something that had a lot of tempo control in order to kind of fix the problems that their draft already had. But honestly, I think Liquid's draft was like miles better in this game, and it was showcased by just how lopsided it actually was. 17-minute GG.
Absolutely. One of the fastest GGs we've seen definitely here on the main stage. I mean, obviously going now into game 3, who are you more worried for in terms of coming off the back of these first 2 games? Who's going to be more hit down, and who do you feel has just had the more solid overall round play of these first 2 matches?
Oh, I think that Liquid have played really well in both games. I think in the first match, though, I said they needed to make some adjustments from the heroes that they actually picked, and that's what they did. It wasn't like a complete change-up, but they threw in the Morphling, Matumba Man, obviously very comfortable on the hero with the Shadow Demon as well. Like that combination automatically lets you translate into the later stages of the game. So I'm really happy with the way that Liquid adjusted from game 1 to 2, whereas Newbie, this time around, I feel like they almost got outplayed 2 games in a row, and I felt like their draft in the second game was just not good.
So, Newbie, they've got to step it up. Game 3, performance-wise, they need to rethink themselves. And we'll be able to bring the draft analysts, see what you guys have to say. Again, they're pretty much bang on. You said that you felt Liquid had the edge here, and that certainly was the case.
Really was. They made the proper adjustments, like you said, and were able to pull through. They actually forced Newbie into a GG so fast we had to run to make it to the panel in time. But now I want to ask you, again, because we're not going to have you for our draft, unfortunately, what adjustments now will Newbie make to approach Liquid in game 3?
I mean, this draft to me was very all over the place. Like, I don't know what really the game plan was. Like, I know How likes playing Juggernaut, but you could see how many adjustments Newbie had to make in the laning phase just to be able to deal with the dual aggressive lane that Liquid were throwing at them. And I didn't feel like they had a distinct advantage at any stage in the game. Like, I never saw a point where I'm like, oh yeah, now Newbie can do something, except for maybe KP getting a Blink Dagger. But he didn't even get a Blink by the time the game was over. So there needs to be big adjustments from going to 2 to 3. So maybe just a completely new draft.
We'll have to see what adjustments they make, and we'll talk about it more here. Thank you so much, Owen and Draskell. We'll see you at game number 3. We're back at our drafter desk. Merlini, Black, and Waga. Gentlemen, let's start at the beginning. Early game. Ben?
Let's start with the draft.
Oh, we can go way back. Let's go to the draft.
They trade Bat for SD Mirana.
Yeah.
And then they get Jug. Is that...
I don't feel that works so well.
Yeah, but why? You pick a Bat, you give him a hard counter, on top of like a super good combo and early game pressure lineup. Like those 2 heroes together, just counter Bad Rider. You pick Bad Rider for comfort reasons, I guess. I don't know, but it definitely wasn't a good pick here.
Okay, I also feel that Undying, he had a good impact this game where he just managed to stop the early game aggression. And if you're not able to be aggressive in the early game when you have a Chen, you just don't do much. You fall behind, and even the Timbersaw, he was not getting any form of farm, really.
So do you think they just like, oh, we're going to switch it up from game number 1, we're going to go out on the early game, rely on Chuan's Chen? Like, what was their idea behind it? I really think, that as we mentioned before, I think they kind of forced an idea upon themselves that they really want to apply early pressure, pushed really early with the Chen, with the Timbersaw. Both those picks didn't really stand out to be like good in that situation.
To me, it feels like they came into this series. Every team will come in with at least 2 things that they're really prepared for. Okay, we want to do one thing and then the second thing. And they pulled out their Nagasara and Strat in the first game, right? And then they got into the second game. And the things that they're doing here, it just doesn't seem like it went well for them. They felt out of their comfort zone. But I don't know. The Chen felt like it was hard to play against those heroes.
Now, to help us break down a bit more about the early game we were talking about, we're going to send it over once again to Weatherman Purge.
I'm glad you guys are talking about Chen, because that's basically what I wanted to focus on. Now, we didn't have time to throw hero icons on this. This is basically a 30-second show, but I think we have some good stuff. Now, Chen did start in this position, kills the first camp at 30 seconds, waits for the next one to respawn, and then what he did is he moved to the Dire jungle, and he was aiming to pressure there. But what Jerix did really impacted the game, regardless of all of that. So the first thing that he did was that he blocked the first large spawn at 30 seconds. As long as he stands in this rectangle, no camps will be spawned there. And then what he did immediately afterwards was he started a pull. This is when we're about to hit 1 minute, aka another neutral spawn. So rather than completing all of these last hits, he spent some time moving down to again block the large camp. And this had a huge impact because in the early game, what Chen basically does is, here's the moment here where he's grabbing his second creep. He'll take the Satyr. He moves to the top lane to start harassing. And I didn't get a clip of this in time, but if you remember, the Satyr did end up dying. It died to Morphling, which gave Morphling levels and experience. And the best way to remove the fact that this is going to give gold is you create a new creep. So at that period in time, let's just jump forward and see if we can find the moment here. Nope, a little bit farther, a little bit farther. Okay, so this is about where the Satyr is dead. If we zoom in over here, you should be able to see the little chase going on over there. At this point, he would love to grab a large creep because it spawns here. Instead, he's forced to basically walk across the map to go grab a different one. So he can't grab a new creep. Morphling gets the last hit, all because Jarek's blocked that twice. And he just assumed it wasn't spawning because it hasn't spawned yet, right? He just assumed there was a ward there. There actually wasn't. He gets scared to the right as he blocks a small camp instead. And basically, that's Chen's first 2 minutes. That's the point when an Enchantress and an Chen are supposed to do a lot of impact. And because he did this, he's level 2 now. It's 2 minutes in. Super delayed. He could have gotten way more in the jungle just because Jarek's blocked those 2 camps those 2 times. It was very subtle, but it had a huge impact.
Very rough time, it looks like, for Chuan in the early game there. Any of you guys play Chen? You're all core players here. Do you know the struggle?
He made a very good point. Like, we spoke about it. If Chen doesn't have a good early game, which he certainly didn't because of Jarek's like magnificent support play, then he's just not going to have the impact, especially not when you play against Morphling and Sanking.
Who, by the way, is our MVP, as you can see. Look at that guy. MVP.
Yeah, Morphling, he worked really well into the draft that they had. It allowed him to be more active, and he got super farmed in that game. But to go back to Chen, I feel that he could maybe have played a more greedy style, just farm up, get some levels before he makes those rotations. Because I feel if you just come up with one creep to a lane, you need to have an ultra strong lane to find a kill in the first place. But if you come there a little bit later, sure, the opponents are going to have time to farm up, but Chen, he gets so much more powerful with just 1 or 2 more creeps.
Yeah, there's 2 styles, right?
Mm-hmm.
One, you farm up your mech really fast, your mana boots mech, you pressure a lot after that, or the second is you just like get 1 creep, level 3, and you just go.
Art style Chen.
Art style Chen.
Yeah.
Art style Inch.
There's also another option. He could just dump the Satyr there and then play greedy after spamming out with one of the... You'll see Puppy do this sometimes just to secure one of the lanes, and I think that would have maybe helped him out so much. You don't actually have to physically be there with this hero, but regardless, the early game was just atrocious for newbie.
And once again, like first game, second game, both, Liquid just seems to like get the better of newbie.
But that's what we said after being done analyzing the first game. We talked to each other a little bit afterwards, and we said, hey, now that they had the better draft here coming into the second game, will Liquid just take this game? Because they outplayed newbie in the first game, but we said they had a bad draft, and they did kind of fall on that, it felt like. But now in the second game, they made it look so easy when the draft wasn't even a big outdraft. It was just outplay and outdraft, right?
Yeah, maybe we can see from the first game that it actually was like quite a big of an outdraft. Because like when they were like around 50-50, they had like no chance.
We'll have to see if newbie can shake this one off. I'm sure their captain, Kaka, would be one to kind of help him out in that department. And speaking of which, we actually have a nice little short here. We'll check out the hometown here of Kaka. Let's take a look.
我是来自嘉西济人镇，然后他又叫池渡。20岁吧，我就跟我父母说想去看能不能当一个职业选手，然后他们一开始是不答应的，对我的期望值还是蛮高的，因为我之前有2个姐姐嘛，因为我们那个时候都对男孩子要求比较高一点，希望我可以更厉害啊，更学业更高啊之类的。后面也跟他说，就是我就很认真地跟他们说，就是这是我的追求吧，哪怕失败了没关系，那我回来就继续正常工作，就是想看能不能成为职业选手，看能不能走出一种出路，就去尝试了一下。刚来上海的时候，一个人都不认识，然后比较单纯嘛，直接只想打职业，只想打好，然后就每天就开始在玩啊，训练完就在玩啊，然后训练完就上分啊。但我觉得过得还蛮开心的，每天都在干自己喜欢干的事情，所以当时应该算个大旗吧。然后大陆的话，应该是从加入柚木之后吧，一直打得不是很好，感觉自己的打法跟队友的打法不一样，语言也不一样。因为我以前打得非常有自信的，就非常有自己的想法，到后面发现，我已经迷失了自己，我已经没有去干自己想干的事情了，没有去按照自己的要求去玩这个游戏了，就变成一个傀儡了。好，队友让我干嘛我就干嘛，就发现自己没有思想，玩得也是非常痛苦。但我还是愿意就慢慢打好，所以我还是有信心的。我在牛逼这半年拿成绩也是最好的。就感觉像打了 PS 冠军那种，然后我们每个队员都比较走心，都比较强。
就是我觉得一个队伍里面化学反应是很重要的。像现在他这样的能 BP 能指挥的辅助不多。
但是卡卡的话，还是大家都是比较信任他的队伍，他会考虑大家适合玩什么，然后会玩什么，然后就是跟大家讨论吧，然后就选一套比较觉得就是对对面阵容有针对性的一些阵容吧。
他是一个特别理解游戏的人吧，然后跟他一起搭档也比较舒服，因为他会让你知道你该做什么，然后整个游戏该怎么打。
拿了牛逼以后，感觉解放了自己吧，比较奋起的一年吧。因为每个人都会有这股气，我觉得这并不代表什么，然后还是要去追求一下自己的追求吧，或者说梦想吧，或者说什么样的，你要首先要玩游戏要走心。
An awesome extra little tidbit there about Kaka and his home. And, you know, to be in that kind of position where you're going off somewhere, like for in his case, Shanghai, where you don't know anyone, and he has to captain a team of world champions. I mean, that's got to be something else. Black, you've traveled all over, been a part of many teams, and maybe teams where you might not feel like the person who really fits in. You know, can you go into a little bit about what that experience is actually like?
I mean, I think the biggest issue I've had was when just after LGD Ind, obviously like LGD Ind, we had like 5 English-speaking people. That wasn't a problem. But then after that, when they departed back to Europe, I was like the only one who stayed in China. And then after that, I was kind of like in a struggle. Like, should I go back? Should I stay here and prove myself? Because I really felt like the atmosphere was like way better for myself. So I decided to stay like a bit longer, 2-3 months. And then I joined Team CIS, which like that team asked me to be like their captain as well, even though I couldn't really properly speak Chinese, and I didn't really captain before either. So we're like 4 really high MMR matchmaking players, and then me, like the foreign captain that doesn't speak your language. And then like, I don't know, like he said it, you have a lot of struggles in your life, but it doesn't define you. And then we worked like really hard. We actually made it to the wildcards, where we ultimately like had like lots of visa problems, blah, 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 whatever. And like we didn't make it, but what he said is definitely true. Like if you can like weather the storm a bit and overcome your struggles, like you will feel very, very happy.
Man, that's a fun little throwback right there. I remember my first TI casting experience that involved your team, CIS, so a lot of good stuff there. But it looks like we actually have a draft for game number 3. Newbie versus Team Liquid. Well, let's get into it right now. Newbie with their first pick actually snag up the Wisp. Liquid grab Mirana and Shadow Demon once again, and then Newbie go right back for the Batrider.
I'm really surprised by that they just picked Batrider again in the same combination. This time they have a Wisp though. They have like Kaka is a very, very good Wisp player. Maybe they can like change something, but so far I'm not sure why they picked the Batrider in those same 2 heroes again.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's so hard to play Batrider against Shadow Demon because if he's on top of his game, he's going to protect everyone. And even if you get ulted as well by SD, you're just screwed if you don't have 4-staff as a Batrider.
And the cast range is massive.
Yes.
1,000 easily.
So they valued extremely highly this Batrider. I would not have seen them drafting that.
I gotta say, as a fan, Kaka's Wisp is out of control. Even back since like Hyper Glory Team, it's been something really special.
It's going to be a way different game though. Liquid, I think they expected them to go back to the Naga because game number 1 they got outplayed even though they had the Naga. They won because of the Naga. Game number 2 they lost without the Naga. Like okay, they'll probably go back to the same thing game number 3, but we have to let something through. And they chose to let the Wisp through as opposed to the Drow Ranger, and now they get the Wisp in response. And I think that with this Batrider and the Wisp, they can actually play a strategy that they wanted to, similar to last game, but it was just with a different set of heroes, something that actually synergizes much better than what happened last game.
I really like the Huskar ban too. Like Liquid is saying, if we just play a standard game, they remove the Naga, they remove the Huskar. If we just play a standard game against you, we're confident that we can beat you, because that's pretty much what happened last game. 50-50, they just completely crushed them. And like, we'll see what happens here. They go for the Axe next.
Yeah, it was not removed this time, so to have that strong SD-Axe combination. Axe, I feel, have been amazing here on the main stage as well. When he goes in, he can just lock one target down. No matter what core you pick right now, if he gets Blade Mail on Axe and calls you, you will almost kill yourself just to Axe.
Especially late game, you just kill yourself. You can't even prevent it. You just like die.
There's a counter that the OG used. They're eliminated, but it was really good versus the Axe as well as the Mirana. They used OT. It was actually really good. You can Astro either the hero that gets called or the Axe to counter the initiation, and it's really good against the SD Mirana combo. I'm not sure if they'll use it, but it is an option available to them. I really liked how Newbie banned Sand King, because I think mind control Sand King has been Yeah. Winning games.
I totally agree, but honestly, like, so is his Axe. Like, they can only remove like one threat, now they have to deal with the other, because obviously they don't want to have the Luna go through, because Luna SD is like really strong.
I've noticed that, is that Liquid usually do play their best when, especially in tournaments and events where mind control steps up to play, for sure.
The thing about him is, though, that he's super versatile. He's one of those players. I remember back in FPL, he used to play with all the pro players in the FPL league, and he would pick for his team, and afterwards he would just say, okay, pick whatever hero you want. I'll play whichever position, and he would just captain the team to victory, no matter what hero he was given, and he would be outstanding. He's just extremely individually talented. I don't think people mention that enough about him.
Yeah, I think most people really don't give him enough credit. Like, we said it before, every team has like this one standout player. For that team, mind control as well, Liquid will run over you. Like, if you shut him down, you really shut down most of the aggressive options of Liquid.
Reminds me about Navi in a lot of ways with General.
With General, yeah. It's very similar.
All right, Newbie move forward, and they're going to be the team now to snag up the Morphling. What do you think? Is that partially a block pick, you'd imagine, since Liquid have already committed for the Shadow Demon on their side?
Yeah, it's really good. I think that also Axe is one of the best replicate targets in the game.
For sure.
It's also not really vulnerable to the Shadow Demon Mirana. Just morph out, no problem.
Especially in the early game. If you get the replicate on the Axe, you can just farm away with that in jungle. You get like 2 creep camps easily. That's so much money for the Morphling, bonus money.
I just thought back to the Bad Rider pick, and I remembered it's the only comfortable hero for Mu that he can actually play off lane. Because in the first game we saw they switched around, because they might look into actually dual laning middle. Morphling IO is a very strong dual lane mid. Probably not that much against Potom, but they can really shut her down as well.
I feel that becomes a weakness, though, when they're playing like this, moving KP into carry positions and doing these switches. Because Mu is such an outstanding mid player as well. He has some heroes that he excels at, and I don't feel Batrider is one of them. He's one of those players who really plays well on high damage mid heroes, such as TA, Storm, Ember. These heroes he actually plays really well.
Yeah, I completely agree, but I'm still not sure what they did in the first game. I just hope they don't do it again. But it's like definitely an option they have if they really wanted to go for it. Yeah. Which they hopefully won't.
Yeah, they might juke and pick a real Mu hero here.
Yeah, like he has actually so many heroes, you can't actually say what he plays. His Puck is amazing too, his Invoker is amazing too.
There was a time when everyone considered Mu to be the best mid player in the world, him and C2I. And
it was during Tier 4. Like when he won the championship, he was actually just oh!
Black just lights up like a light bulb.
Yeah. All right, Black, tell us, is this working here or not? What's he gonna do? What's he got to do?
This is like such a good AM game. You have Disruptor to You have Shadow Demon to save you. You have an Axe to keep a target in place while you like completely shred them apart. They don't really have any good heroes against you. Like Bad Rider Lasso, yeah, okay, sure, but it's not really like a counter to you. Like, oh, I'm so stoked to see Matumba man. Hey, man.
Are you gonna backseat him, or are you gonna make sure you're watching over his shoulder?
I'm gonna send him all my power because he's gonna own.
Bias caster.
Sorry.
All right, moving on after Liquid snag up that AM. Newbie move right into a Timbersaw here, Ben.
Timbersaw again. Pure damage to deal with the anti-mage. Really good at shredding down that Axe too. So they don't actually have any physical damage. So Axe normally, pretty good if you need that armor, but it's actually like almost exclusively like magic and pure damage coming out from Newbie, which the anti-mage is going to have a good time. But if they're 4 and 5ing a lot in the early game, I can actually see Newbie like getting out of control, especially if the Morphling decides to get involved early, which he normally does with a Wisp. Without a Wisp, you farm Lincolns. With, you can go ham.
What do you think, Waka? I think this will come down a lot to how good Liquid will play like 4v5 for about 20 minutes. Like when AM comes online and he joins those fights, obviously they can fight really well, but I think the game is going to be determined like before that point.
It's going to be hard against the Wisp and Batrider, Timbersaw. These are early game aggression type heroes. Those first 20 minutes are going to be crucial. And of course, what you're referring to, the anti-mage needs his time. Even though Matumba man is excellent, I think it could be hard actually for Team Liquid to hold it, but they have great heroes to do it. That's for sure.
Yeah, and they will also have the last pick to counter the last pick of Newbie, possibly like just like round the lineup up.
Yeah, but Liquid have the great thing already. The Anti-Mage, they picked their carry to counter the Morphling, really. Late game, if you get Abyssal Blade against Morphling, even if he has the Lincolns, someone on your team can easily remove that. You have great stuff to do it. It's going to be so... Wow.
You know, Shadow Shaman is a nice pick. I was just about to go on, though. What if they actually juke with the Morphling and put him on a support role? That would have been so dope. But we won't see it.
no.
Never mind.
Haven't actually seen much support Morphling in a long time now.
Unless you play a lot of pubs.
Yeah.
Wings did it earlier in the group stage, and it was against an AM, believe it or not.
Yeah.
They used it as a lot of single target hate to make sure they locked him down.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman?
Then it's just even nicer because the replicate on an anti-mage for a support Morphling to get is really powerful.
Yeah.
But like the Shadow Shaman obviously is pretty good against. It's pretty good against AM. Like when he gets his items though, like he's just food for him. Like, he kills him like 3 hits.
I think this Rasta needs to get Blink Dagger in this game if it's going to work out. Or a Glimmer Cape early, that could also work, but it's not going to save so many people. So I wish he gets Blink Dagger early because he's going to need... Someone needs to go on SD. That's the big issue for Newbie that I feel. If SD doesn't get shut down, then he's just going to save whoever against the Batrider. This is looking tough for Newbie, I feel.
All right, looks like our draft is complete. I actually didn't happen to catch the last pick there by Liquid, so maybe we'll see once they hop into it. Looks like maybe a Rubik.
Rubik, yeah.
Rubik was the last pick there. Gentlemen, quick predictions before we throw it to the casters?
Anti-mage.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Anti-mage, I think, was a great pick.
I'll go with Newbie.
Black is just not happy. He's giving you this look like, what the hell are you talking about? Fair enough. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our side of the stage right now where we have our casters for game number 3. It's Odie, Pixel, and Draskell.
Thank you very much indeed. Game 3, Liquid versus Newbie. What a series it's turned out to be so far. Ups and downs for both sides. Overall, though, you said before this third game started, you felt Liquid as a whole, they've played at the higher level. Going into this final game with the drafts that we've seen, have they got the potential to do it again, or have Newbie got a bit of an edge with this draft?
I'm on the AM train. I am definitely on the AM train. I also think their last pick, the Undying, is really strong. They're going to do the whole dual offlane thing again, and it's against an IO potentially. Shadow Shaman, not known for really dealing well with aggressive lanes in general, and then a Morphling who is going to take a pretty long time to come online. So I'm really worried that Newbie aren't going to be able to play the game fast enough to really punish Liquid at all. And I think that it's very likely that Matumba Man just runs away with this game.
And in terms of keeping control, and as you said, if Newbie then don't maintain control at the start, you feel that just the lineup that Liquid have, the aim and such, it can deal with the split push pressure of the Morphling of Newbie and come out on top in the late.
Oh yeah, I mean AM clears waves with the best of them, and you have a Mirana on top of that. Plus, it's still going to be very scary, I think, for Newbie to move out on the map. Sure, you have the Batrider, you have the IO relocate and whatnot, but Liquid's heroes are pretty mobile, especially once the Blink Dagger comes up. Like the best thing that you could hope for is to get a pick on like an Undying or a Shadow Demon, because those are the two that are, you know, the least mobile of the 5-man squad here of Liquid. But yeah, I'm favoring them pretty large amount. Not to say that Newbie can't win, but they do need to play a very fast tempo game once that Batrider gets a blink.
You can see at the moment Liquid around the top rune. Newbie were there in pretty much full force, but they don't want to contest it. And that is going to result in Liquid being able to secure themselves both of the bounty runes. Newbie not able to find an opening to contest either sides. And lane-wise, as we see them come out, it looks to be, in the moment at least, Mind Control on his own on the bottom lane. We saw obviously in the first 2 games he did have a support at his side. But Axe going to be going up against the dual lane at the moment of Newbie. We'll see how that goes on. Kuroki's going to look to direct his efforts towards helping out Fuddy, get a good start in this mid lane, and I guess this is required against the Iron Morphling lane.
This is the best possible lanes that Newbie could get, I think, in this situation. Like, it's obviously not going to be a great middle lane, but it's going to be good enough. And having the Shadow Shaman down in the bottom lane, it's good enough to solo zone. So Shadow Shaman's not good when it's a 2v2, but when it's a 1v2, he's amazing, because Shackles does a really good amount of damage. Even at level 1, it's a very long disable. And plus, you have the Timber Saw in the safe lane, so you can deal a huge amount of damage to him.
And we saw that just a few blasts of the shock from Shemin, forcing Mind Control to back up on the Axe. Mid lane, and in the moment, Kuroki still spamming up the decay, keeping Hao and Kaka back, creating space for Fada to get the farm. And it's certainly working out at the moment, as we can see. Early CS advantage for the Mirana. It's Kuroki again, just comes back in. And this decision to put these 2 heroes mid certainly seems to be working out in terms of making sure Hao doesn't get the speedy beginnings that he requires.
They just want to lane against Newbie. They just want to go aggro. As soon as Kuro finds a spot where he can sit and just throw out decays and be a nuisance. I mean, he has 240 max health, and he's converting more. I mean, that's not a great thing.
Well, bottom, Mind Control. Not a man to get afraid of moving in and starting to skip the creep wave out away from Newbie. Put some pressure on this lane on his own. Certainly looks like he feels safe enough that he can afford to make these pulls away. bring the creep wave back to his side. And actually, well, spot signing in his runners are going to want to take it now as he, of course, just wants to clean up the creeps. And last but not least, really the top lane. We haven't really talked too much about it, but it is indeed the bat. KP this time, going up against the safe lane of Liquid. And he's already found himself level 3, so looks like he's able to get the experience in terms of getting close enough for the creeps. That's not going to be the case with Jarex hanging around the Timmerman's side on the Shadow Demon.
I mean, at the very least, it should be difficult to kill the Bat Rider. They might be able to force him to jungle. He's already making his way down there right now. Probably just wants to stack. Oh, arrow hits.
Yeah. He's got the Battle Hunger down.
Oh,
not going to be enough at the same time, though. Mid lane, the aggression and pressure from Kuroky's presence pays off with a kill. Big stuff happening there. Monkey's going to hope to deny himself for the creeps here. It's not going to happen. Who's got the burst? But that first blood for Liquid.
Dude, just look at the CS. This Morphling has 5 creep kills.
Maybe it is the support Morphling the draft banner was looking for.
I don't think it's the support Morphling that Newbie are looking for, unfortunately. It's just so difficult laning against this Undying. I mean, sure, now that Kuro's gone back to base, he might be able to catch up a tiny bit, but this is the big worry that I had. They just don't have an answer for the laning phase, and you need Morphling to be able to stay at least somewhat relevant in regards to farm if you want to try to contest that AM. I'm really wondering what the idea is here. I mean, the Bat Rider, he might be able to get a Blink Dagger timing that's okay, but other than that, it's looking a little bit rough right now for Newbie.
I mean, Matumbaman as well, with the pace that this game's going. Are we going to see a Vanguard come out, Matumbaman turn up to early fights, or Battle Fury straight up? What do you expect he's going to go for this game on the AM?
I mean, if I'm this far ahead and they're feeling confident, I'd probably just go straight Battle Fury. I mean, you can go back for the Vanguard later because you're obviously going to want Abyssal Blade. The other thing, too, is if you buy Vanguard in this game, you can play very aggressive, which is what a lot of anti-mage players like to do. But I feel like in some situations when the laning phase is so easy for Liquid right now, you're probably not going to get punished if you just go straight Battle Fury.
See top. KP trying to guard the rune up for his teammates, in fact. Starting to move in on to Vada. Jump forward from Mao. See if they can finish this one off. Rana gets himself out. Oh, he goes down. They'll get the one kill in Newbie. See if they can get a second. The Flamebreath bringing Kuroky back. He's got 3 stacks on him, and wow, Newbie able to punish Liquid this time round. Great play from the 3 of them as they team up together. And Jarex, he is on his own. We'll see if Newbie can go in for more. Salving up.
He needs to get out of here.
2 stacks on him, but looks like Newbie don't want to follow through and chase it down.
Arrow.
Okie-dokie do. Arrow to Starstorm. Vada cleans himself up, one in return, and in fact, has to be careful. Tethers across to Hao, keeps himself alive. So Newbie able to get a couple of kills mid, but Liquid bite back, and of course Vada getting himself in again on the action and remaining ahead of Hao's Morphling.
Well, he didn't buy back, it's just 5 minutes in, so you just respawn instantly. But yeah, Fata with a really nice arrow there onto the Bat Rider. And this whole time, Matumbaman's just hitting creeps, man, getting damage on the tower. It's below half health already in the off lane. Should be able to kill it relatively fast. Once that happens, he can just be more efficient, just do pulls if he wants, hop into the jungle. And this is still, Newbie need to continue to find kills like that. If they can just bring the Bat Rider and the IO around, it's a really strong combination. Hao eating a Starstorm there. Yeah, but Newbie still have a ton of work to do.
All eyes on really, KP and that Blink Dagger timing.
Dude, the Shadow Demon has more CS than Hao. Come on. This is not good. The laning phase is just total disaster right now for Newbie.
And we've seen as well many times before, if Jarex gets some, an early Blinker Ether Lens, he makes so many plays happen on his Shadow Demon. We've already seen it once this series. It's a very, very strong hero for Jarex. But then again, it feels like in this tournament, a lot of heroes could be associated with Jarex pulling off the plays with. He's certainly been on form across the board this TI.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, but this man is about to get some serious gold. Like, he's been stacking all these camps. Newbie have not really been contesting at all because they've been very heavily focused on trying to get kills to equalize the deficit they've had in the laning phase, but that's not really going to matter too much. This is a 6-minute level 6 on Jarex.
Yep.
We were talking about DJ earlier in the first series having like level 5 at 6 minutes. He's a full level ahead of that. That's completely insane.
And of course, meanwhile, anti-mage. Matumbaman, no issues at all on this top lane. Newbie unable to do anything to slow down the farm of this anti-mage, and it's only going to continue to spiral out of control unless they're able to make the plays onto him, or at least force the pressure elsewhere on the map.
He's even giving the other stacks to mind control, so not only is he going to have a very fast level 6, but Mind Control is going to have a super fast Blink Dagger. Like, Liquid are just a well-oiled machine here in game number 3. This is unbelievable.
It's perfect efficiency from the side, and a lot of course, those arrows and reasonings point towards Jeraxon's control and preparation of the jungle for his team. You see him already just coming across and making sure the newbie themselves can't even make a move over into the jungle of Liquid. Closing the gates. And the Tumberman, he's A-okay. Jerax is there just in case anyone from newbie tries to come close to the anti-mage. It's really not going to be the case at this point.
He might choose to go back for Vanguard, just given how far ahead they are.
KP, maybe in trouble. The Demonic Purge is down, but Tumberman moves, and he's got a Mana Void if he needs it. Will pop it. Not enough damage at the moment. The KP will live. House come over with a TP reaction, but Tumberman simply just backs off under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. He may actually want to come back in, see if he can get the last touch onto this tier 1. See if he gets it with this next bit of a push. At the same time as we can see Mind Control getting more and more stacks from the jungle here. And Fada, more and more space in the mid lane. There's Newbie being pulled across the map and then back up to top. And look, as the Tumberman claims more gold with the final touch to the tower, forces Hao back. And the Tumberman, Perseverance picked up. He is indeed going to go straight for the Battle Fury this game. And we can see already at this point, 8.5 minutes in, top 3 net worth all over on the side of Liquid.
Dude, just look at the net worth and experience. It pretty much tells the entire story. Liquid have just had a ridiculous early game. It's 8 minutes in. That's a 500 GPM almost a minute on average that Liquid are gaining on newbie. That is almost unheard of.
And I think that is the scary thing. I mean, obviously they did drop a game this series, but you look at every game and Liquid in the laning stage, they just play it on another level.
They have the better lanes. I feel like they've been playing better Dota in general. And the last 2 games in a row, I feel like their draft has also been better in addition to that. So maybe newbie just not really prepared for Liquid in the series.
See, with the smoke, they find themselves. Kaka, can they get the catch onto him? It looks like he'll get the chance to tether away.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Won't catch out the blue ball. See, Jerax actually just going to wander around and drop a ward, but he may get in trouble for this one. Move, wrapping around. Jerax, I don't think he plays way out of this one. 3 heroes surrounding him. Will lose his life. As Newbie able to pick up something from that play. The ward is going to remain there for the time being. We'll see if Newbie are aware that that indeed was placed down and see if they do anything about it. Same time, bottom lane, wards were dropped as a bit of pressure is being put on by Chuan onto the tier 1 bottom. But Liquid actually able to farm up some of the wards, get more money onto Mind Control on the AXA. He is going to be one building the Vanguard first this game. And Tumberman, just one component away from the Battle Fury. It's going to be a very, very quick timing for the anti-mage this game. Same time, Fada. Good, gets the leap off. Didn't actually manage to jump out of the pit. Moonlight Shadow's there. Mind Control reacts, gets the dunk off. Demonic Purge onto Moose. See if they can chase down for more. Looking towards Chuan. Is Chakra for Moo holding them back, but there's the Mana Void. Tumberman turning up to the fight. It's a double kill for Mind Control. Moo could be in trouble as well. They're closing the gap. Moo doing a bit of fuel left in the tank. The dunk. Oh, it's a little bit premature. Mind Control won't be able to find a third, but still Liquid taking themselves 2. Newbie getting nothing in return. It's really looking very, very impressive at the moment for Liquid. Just an insane amount of value already built up on Tumberman's anti-mage pre-Battle Fury. It's only going to get greater at this rate.
How are they going to stop this anti-mage? Like, if he gets a Battle Fury at like, what, 12 minutes? He's just going to go completely out of control. They're not going to be able to stop him. I mean, the one bright side for newbie right now is that KP, he is kind of close to getting a Blink Dagger. And that could find some decent opening for newbie to claw their way back into the game through pickoffs. And you can see how desperate they are. Look at this. This is a 4-man smoke commitment. They need to get it. Oh my god. And it gets scanned. Oh man, Liquid.
Oh, Liquid just one step ahead of newbie each and every time. They'll drop a ward down behind the towers, but not finding the kill that they wanted. Going to attempt for a tier 1 here, but Liquid may even be in a position that they want to try and do something about this. Fada revealing himself. TP's come through. Yeah, they want to fight this. They want to hold this defense. They may even be able to farm some of these wards. You can see Fada already just taking some of this extra gold. I mean, 28 gold apiece. It's not bad. And the tower, it's not going to be taken. Liquid probably even going to get the chance to get a deny on this one as well. And at the same time, KP on the sidelines, they'll even get themselves a kill, jumping in on the back. KP to go down, Shackles onto Mind Control, but he's healed up by the Soul Rip. He's not going to die here. Now he finally goes as Hao zips across, but Liquid, they're going to be able to find themselves more in return potentially.
Oh, the timber damage.
Chakra could be the turn. This is double kill for Fado in return. 3 dead on Newbie. Kuroki's going to chase down Tron. It looked pretty with the IO coming in to help, but it's not enough. And again, Liquid taking the favorable fight. Kuroki just going to man up against Hao. Hao's got to get himself away. Will TP out. But another fight where Liquid is just coming out on top. It's not going great for Newbie once again in this earlier stages. It's every single game's been like this series.
Well, I mean, this went about as well as it could have, I think, for Newbie, because they already had committed wards at this point. You see the waveform in there from Hao getting the kill onto Mind Control, who pretty much got all of the crowd control used on him, unfortunately. And everyone's grouping up around Mu, and the Timbersaw gets quite a bit of burst damage out to kind of equalize the odds a little bit. At the very least, they walk away with a handful of core kills, and I think that's okay for them. If they can like manage to pull it back through kills and fighting, that's kind of what their lineup is meant to do. Whereas Liquid, obviously having a split push potential with the anti-mage, that's kind of how they want to play this out.
Timberman treads, Battle Fury online, the farm will continue. You can see 5k net worth lead at the moment. I believe not as big as the least they did have in Game 1 and Game 2 at this stage, but nonetheless a sizable one to have. And one that's only going to get larger unless Newbie are able to put a bit of a spanner into the momentum that Liquid have got. And eyes on towards the bottom lane. Timberman is in the neighborhood with Mind Control, and more's going to be coming in. The Cavalry, Liquid, bringing the full team down onto the bottom to put some pressure on. See how Newbie react. They're already keeping themselves in the tree line. They realize that Liquid off the map. Something's going on. Chuan's out of that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Liquid will just find the space to take a tier 1.
And super aggressive warding coming out from Liquid too. They realize the position they're in. They know that they can just farm very, very aggressively as well with the AM. But there is a Blink Dagger now on the KP, so if they want to try to go for some kind of defense, maybe for the tier 1 mid or something, because I really think you don't want to give that away for free, especially given the fact that you're up against an anti-mage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, it's going to be the aim, by the looks of it, from Liquid, getting in position. KP coming around from the backside, will jump in onto Fado, but Liquid, they are there in response, and indeed the defensive destruction comes out. Kuroki is trapped up in the walls, but the Soul Rip, he's incredibly tanky, finally goes down. They find the burst. Can they get themselves anything else, Newbie? Moving in onto Fado, he's already used the leap, and Newbie get themselves the double for Mu. It's a good defense, and they may even get more, but Mind Control there to turn the tides. Core onto KP. Liquid get themselves a kill in return. But it is a favorable trade for Newbie, and they do hold on to the tier 1, as you said, one of the highest priorities for him here.
And Liquid need to remember that they are pretty much playing a 4v5 game. I think Matuma Man has been a bit more active than most of the... Oh, that mana void. Alrighty.
Easy kill.
So Matuma Man pretty much just equalizes that teamfight exchange. And also keep in mind that Chuan had to commit Mass Serpent Wards for that, which means he's not going to be able to use it in any aggressive manner for taking towers and stuff. That's one big thing about your Shadow Shamans, your Death Prophets, that you are very cooldown reliant. As long as those Mass Serpent Wards are down, you're going to be having a hard time contributing. So all things considered, Liquid probably okay with the situation. They got some damage on the tier 2 in the bottom lane, traded it for a couple of heroes. Still doing very well.
As we can see that with the comparison, I mean, regarding the situation, Moose still had a pretty clean game on the Timber.
Yeah, the Timber's he's a really good pick because he just does a ton of damage and there's 2 melee cores, but the problem is later in the game, he's going to become almost like a nuclear bomb when he starts using his mana and you just get level 3 mana void cast on you, and anyone standing in the vicinity, they're just going to explode.
So what's the plan now for Newbie? Is it a case of waiting for maybe Liquid to try and go for that tier 1 push in the mid again, or can they smoke up with KP's Blink and try and kick something off with the bat?
I think that you really want to wait for wards to be up before you try to do anything, and the most likely scenario for me is them trying to pressure the safe lane and just drop wards on the tower, relocate in if you find a lasso target, because that's like the biggest strength of their team, is their ability to pick people off.
Well, starting to find a bit of gold on the Shaman now as well, 1300. Imagine wanting to get that Blink Dagger timing online. Talking about item timings though, Moo, indeed. Bloodstone complete. The Timber Saw now is that period of the game where we've got to see if Newbie's able to continue to find these team fights where they're getting more involved in the kills, or if Liquid are able to take away those Bloodstone charges and find some action. Bottom lane, Hao tipping away, but Mind Control's there to cut him off with the Battle Hunger. Can't quite get the call off. Good adaptive strike from Hao. Now he gets it though. They don't have the damage to deal with it. In fact, Liquid, they realize they've got to get themselves out. Fada, TP's out. They've got anything to stop Mind Control. Here they do. Adaptive strike comes out just in time. It's a Mind Control, stuck in the tree line. Hao finishes it off. And again, Newbie were recovering very well this time off the back of a very slow start, but still the prevailing issue remains Matumba Man very, very far ahead of the pack with his farm. And also on a note of Fada's Mirana, it's going to be a good timing again with the Aghanims, which is now complete.
Yeah, the thing about that death from Mind Control that makes it painful is the fact that he was very, very close to his Blink Dagger. And I think that, you know, going for the Vanguard, I understand where he's coming from. It's a greedy choice. You know you're ahead. You want to get further ahead. But I'm kind of wondering if just the standard Blink into Blade Mail would have been maybe a better choice, just given the fact that you would be able to take the fight to Newbie so much faster and kind of catch him off guard. But either way, he's still having a pretty solid game. And as you mentioned, Matumba Man's just ridiculously farmed. You know, 10.5k net worth at 18 minutes. Pretty good. And with the Vlads, he can also go for very early Roshan if Newbie ever decide to overcommit to some engagement or are just obviously not ready for the sneak. Because if just him and the Axe walk into the pit, they can kill it.
And in terms of Newbie fighting around the pit, do you feel that they have an edge here, or is Liquid going to feel very confident?
They can fight around the pit. I was speaking more in terms of being able to sneak a Rosh. Going 5 versus 5 around the Roshan pit area for Liquid might be a little bit dangerous right now. Just because, you know, you're up against Mass Different Wards, which are very good at controlling a small area, and that's kind of what the Roshan pit is, so you kind of want to kite away from those, which obviously leaves the objective open for Newbie to take, depending on how the fight rolls out. So I think it's a little bit risky to go for the all-in Rosh, but if they manage to see Newbie on the map and they say, hey, we got a Vlad's, we can just kill it, that might be something that they consider.
Chuan has the blink now done. Some big arms coming across, out across the board, in fact, as we see Hao with the Lincoln. So they're going to help out against Matumba Man if he jumps on him, looking to burst him. And talking about Liquid, they're going to go for the exact play you suggest. Jumping into the pit, looking to take it whilst Newbie are unaware. Things coming out, they will have an illusion coming through, so Newbie will be aware this is going on, and of course it's not the fastest of Roche. We'll see Liquid stick around for it though. Veil complete on Kuroki, ready for the next fight. There's a blink on Mind Control, also a blink on Chuan for the side of Newbie, so we'll see if Chuan can get a good jump and a good lock-in this fight. So who's going to lead the way? Hara actually catches Almu on the sidelines, but KP jumps in, wards have been dropped as well. Roshan still alive for the time being, but it gets taken down by Liquid. Matumba Man able to pick up the Aegis. So Newbie unable to disrupt them where they wanted to. Matumba Man was shackled up by Chuan, but there's no follow through. He's going to be fine, and jumping in Mind Control gets the cooldown too. They're going to potentially lose moves while he's trying to timber chain away, but Matumba Man chases him down, finishes him off. It's a triple kill for Fada. And that really could not have gone any worse for Newbie around the pit, and it may not be over yet. Looking to Hao. Oh, the Mana Void onto Chuan. Make sure he can't blink away. Matumba Man reading the situation perfectly. And how does he get out without a TP? They're going to chase him down here. Liquid finding yet another with an absolutely incredible Roshan fight. Roshan, Aegis, and pretty much the whole team of Newbie to boot as well.
Man, they needed more follow-up after the wards were dropped. Like, for a second there, you saw how much damage Liquid were taking during that small engagement when they just dropped the Mass Serpent wards, but they lose the Bat Rider pretty much right away after it tries to lasso on the Mind Control, and at that point, Roshan already dies, Matumba Man blinks out of the pit with the Aegis, and then from that point on, Newbie, they can't fight anymore. As soon as the fight is not occurring around the Mass Serpent wards, you just have to bail. There's no way that you can turn it anymore.
And as you said yourself, with the draft that Newbie had, again, they would have been hoping for a bit of an edge towards the beginning of this game. Otherwise, it is, of course, going to enter this territory. It's going to be incredibly hard for them to catch up with Matumba Man's farm. And to the point where it's going to be even harder to deal with the anti-mage as Matumba Man closing in on Manta style. At just 21 minutes in, this progression has been absolutely ridiculous. And of course, Jerax, as we can see there, a lot of the backbone of the team, as we saw with the preparation of the jungle early on, making sure the farm was ready for Mind Control and such. 1-1 at 11, getting himself involved in so much action across the map as well on the Shadow Demon. Been very solid performance from him. Top lane Liquid coming through, and now Matuma jumping immediately onto Kaka. Kaka trying to get out. Oh, he's got an Invis rune in the bottle. He is a lucky boy, and they don't have detection for that, so he'll get himself out with the Invis, Kaka. It won't be quite the free kill that Liquid would have hoped for, and Kaka, he's just going to continue to roll out. I wonder if he's going to kill himself there, but it looks like he may be able to make a safe escape. He's got the TP is out. There we have it. Level 17, 22 minutes in. Manta, Battle Fury, Vlad's Treads. Matuma is very much good to go at this stage. 3-0-4 as well.
Killing him twice, I'm not really sure how they're supposed to do that. He's so far ahead. He's got 5k more net worth than the next highest person in the game. That's his own teammate. And Fata is still ahead of Hao as well.
Smoke up for Liquid. They did scan the area out, and they knew Liquid were over in that area. KP trying to move away. Jarosh really would love to get a range for the Demonic Purge. It's more the vision at night that's going to be the shortcoming here. Now get the vision of... Oh, no, still out the side. Now he comes back. Oh, that blink! That blink, though! KP! Can't quite believe he reacted that quickly. I mean, does he get himself out? You can see Liquid still looking for some bat, but he is well and truly out of there. My goodness,
that was a really good reaction.
So close to going down, Andy.
Yeah, that was a sick reaction from KP. Interestingly enough, I think there was a stat last game they were showing his win rate on specific heroes.
I believe it was 0-8.
0 and 8.
It was 0 and 8.
So
he's looking to break it this game. He wants to prove a point, Andy.
I don't know if this is the game for that, Owen, unfortunately. Seems to be very, very tall order. Top lane, Jarek's going to be in some trouble here.
See what kind of a jump they get. In we go with the relocate, bringing Chuan in. Immediately takes Jarek's out of the fight, newbie. They get themselves anything else. Fada's already on the retreat. But Tummerman's still around. I mean, do they want to go in here? Tummerman going in on the front. Bit. Didn't actually touch Chuan, so Chuan gets to blink out. A little bit awkward there from Matuma. He didn't find anything there. That was a bit weird.
Well, the problem was he didn't have Mana Void, so it wasn't actually shown on camera. He Mana Voided bottom onto the Morphling when Hao was TPing away, maybe not knowing that he had Lincoln, so he has nothing really to stop TPs or bursts or anything like that.
Still though, this stage of the game.
And Newbie are doing a really good job at splitting up the map at least. They're not just like letting Liquid push in all 3 lanes and sitting inside of their base. They're actually out and about trying to make things happen because they realize, obviously don't want to lose, but at the same time, you can't just let Liquid have free reign over everything.
Fana heading over. Well, he got that creep. And we'll see with the ward out. I'm going to spot KP around. They want to do something about it. He'll try for a TP out underneath the ward. It's not going to happen. Immediate disruption. They'll surround him. Pat is down. Liquid again with another pick-off thanks to this really nice warding. We can see with the aggressive wards as well from Liquid. They've got so much vision around Newbie's half of the map. It's allowing them to find these pick-offs. At the same time, though, the old relocate wards on the top lane. TP reactions coming out immediately. We'll see if they're able to get a kill out of this, but Tummerman jumps forward. He's going to try for it. Working into Hao. Does have Mana Void available. Fada's coming across as well. Hao out of mana. Could be in a lot of trouble here. He's morphed a fair bit of strength, but it's not going to be enough as Hao taken down. Liquid responding to the pressure and at the same time. I mean, Io came back off the relocate, but the rest of Liquid were there to deal with him.
They just lose heroes in all over the map. Losing heroes top, losing him mid, losing him in the jungle.
And he has a Basher done now as well.
I mean, not just a Basher, but he's probably going to have
money
the
on
full
top of
Abyssal
it.
soon. Yeah.
This is...
Well, this is the worry, right? At the beginning of the game, looking at the anti-mage and just seeing what kind of potential newbie actually have to kill him, it's very reliant on an early Batrider Blink Dagger and the Timbersaw just going ham and dealing a ton of damage and bursting him. But the problem is he was completely uncontested. He got the Battle Fury super early, gets the Vlads after that and the Manta at very quick timings. That Roshan as well secured them a very dominant position in the game because then Matuma Man is fearless. He can push whatever he wants. Okay, you kill me once, but you have to pretty much use everything to kill me that first time. So when I respawn, either my teammates are going to be there to back me up, there's a Moonlight Shadow, or I can just simply blink away. This is, as Black said on the panel, this is an amazing game to be an anti-mage.
Especially with this match. Farm at this stage, only 26 minutes in, but indeed if you look at some of the items Liquid have, it doesn't feel like that. Well, top lane, Tummerman jumps in on Tamu. We'll back off. He's got the hood as well.
He didn't want to go for it because he saw that the Morphling and Chuan were both in the area. Obviously, Chuan having that Blink Dagger. So the aggressive wards, once again, paying dividends here. For the side of Liquid, they're just going to maintain their control of the map and be satisfied knowing that Matumba Man is happily chopping away at creeps.
I mean, Liquid, of course, at this stage, I imagine they are feeling fairly comfortable. Roshan, we'll see when it's going to be back up in just under a minute. Now, Liquid, obviously realizing with the Aegis, they don't need to rely on an Aegis to make the plays and to take these fights. And with this Moonlight, they'll start to make a move over Sentry to Sentry, so they'll see the newbie know that they're there, but they'll still get the jump onto Kaka. Mind control immediately with the call. That's going to be a freebie, and now the rest of Newbie need to be careful. They're kind of split up here. This is awkward positioning from Newbie, and Matumba Man goes in on Chuan. Up towards the top, the bat. AP trying to get himself away. You have Hao forcing out this top lane, trying to get Liquid's attention drawn away from maybe even thinking about pressuring the high ground of Newbie at this stage with 2 heroes down. This is getting very scary as the Abyssal is on its way out for Matumba. As we've said time and time again, it really has been the perfect anti-mage game, and Matumba Man has played it absolutely flawlessly so far.
I gotta give like huge credit to Kuro for the game 2 and 3 drafts. They were both just so good. Like the lanes, the overall idea, it just seemed to put Newbie on the back foot from a very early stage. I mean, we saw game 1 and we said, all right, maybe if they had some different heroes, this would have been a lot better for them because they were playing, it seemed like on a different level than what Newbie have been the entire series. But since that point, it's just been, like clearly Newbie are just not quite on the same level.
Certainly not off the back of today's performances, indeed, if you read it from that. But Newbie smoked up, realizing it is going to get close to the timing. Roshan back up in just over a minute. And they do want to fight by the looks of it. KP looking to lead the way, find a catch. They'll scan it out. They know that Liquid's hanging around behind Roshan and KP ready to make the jump. See what he can get a lead on. Jax is going to be the one that's revealing himself first, but Fada close by him. Fada's actually jumping up onto the high ground. As Liquid, looks like they actually just end up avoiding each other. Liquid making a beeline potentially for the mid. Newbie, looks like they realize they're just not finding anything with this movement. And they themselves have to be very careful about how they reveal on the lanes and immediately TPing out back to base, realizing that the gank was failed and they want to make sure that Liquid aren't able to turn it around and capitalize with the use of Moonlight Shadow.
Well, Liquid got pulled a little bit out of position because they saw the Morphling with the wards, and they were maybe assuming that Newbie were somewhere else on the map with a smoke. But the thing is, if you go for the Morphling instead of the fight with the smoke, it means that you're guaranteeing that that hero is isolated, and you pretty much force the entirety of Newbie to either TP back to help him, or you just lose that hero. So it was a nice call, but unfortunately they couldn't really get there fast enough. But the bigger picture here, obviously being Roshan, Courier's already in the pit scouting it out, Liquid are in the area, just ready to kill it as soon as it spawns. And the unfortunate part is Newbie wanted to take the fight before this thing spawned. Because once it spawns, they can't contest. If they try to fight this, I think that you use Mass Serpent wards and you don't win the fight around the pit and an Aegis anti-mage is pushing your high ground, you can't defend it. So now it's going to be fighting into an Aegis, but they will have all of their spells available. But we could be looking at the last hurrah here for Newbie.
As you said, this is going to be an absolutely incredible push from Liquid that comes through once the Aegis is picked up. Newbie in no location at all to contest this. Sending in a replica out. Of course, definitely not going to want to come over and join it. Croaky drops the tombstone as well, just in case Newbie were going to think about going for any sneaky sort of plays, but it's certainly not the position that the Newbie are going to want to be themselves in. As the space is given, Matumba Man picks up the Aegis. And as you said, we could get ready to settle in for a big, hard push from Liquid. But at the moment, looks like they want to lead it off by potentially finding a kill. Matumba Man's coming up, leading the way. Obviously, he has the Abyssal. If he gets the jump on someone, he's very, very, very capable of finding a solo kill. KP will be able to TP out. Matumba Man's still just searching to see if the bat's hanging around. It looks like they want to just push back on this top lane. One of the lanes that Newbie's been able to push and force back over to the side of Liquid. But it really is the question, Andy, what do Newbie have in ways of just dealing with this kind of push that's going to come through with an anti-mage that's nearly 10k ahead of your lead farmer?
It's not even just about the AM, it's also the combination of the Shadow Demon as well.
And the Axe Undying.
My god. You don't actually get to see that too much, unless there's an Alchemist in the game or something like that. Some of the Undying builds we've seen from, like Lanham, for example, he would just go for the Veil into the Armlet instead. He just likes to zombie bunch people, but Aghanim's has its own benefits. 10 strength per application of decay is pretty good.
Tis mine.
I'm struggling to find ways for Newbie to really do anything but defend their high ground. Like that's what they can do, and maybe get like a pick off by pulling somebody really far back with a lasso and hoping that the rest of the Liquid can't follow it, but they might be losing their bat.
I mean, he's just trying to get something done out on the map, but of course Liquid, they're not going to let him get away with it anytime. So I'm seeing 21 to 11, 32.5 minutes in, and now Liquid coming over towards the mid, putting themselves in position for what could be a very, very painful push into the base against Newbie. As we'll see what their best attempts are to stop it. But the gold continuously being racked up on Matuma. 4K gold in the bank. We do have an axe on Timbersaw.
That will help a lot, actually. The wave clear is going to be a really big thing for them when the anti-mage starts wanting to go high ground and hit the tower. Being able to kill the creeps, kill the illusions. That is a very, very big deal. So it's good timing that he gets it now, but is it going to be enough?
Matuma,
he does not care.
Jumps in. He's looking for the kills. The arrow's actually going to hit.
Oh, God.
Oh!
Mana Void is real good against Timber.
And this man does not have a buyback. I mean, he's only going to be down for 40. At the same time, bit of pressure being put on top by How. They're actually going to bring in the wards.
Okay.
Oh, sneaky rat-a-tat-tat from Newbie. They'll find a tier 3. We'll see what kind of punish Liquid can do. They get the call onto How. They do take the Morphling kill. Kaka is going to be going back to base in a second. Does get out. But at the same time, Matuma is finding the trade. Takes the tier 3 down mid. He's going to stick around for more. We'll see if a buyback gets forced out on the Morphling or if they just let this go. Chuan setting up with the Shackle. Jerks is there, ready for defensive play if it's needed, but looking at Matuma, it certainly isn't for the time being. Unless, oh, the lasso, KP's caught him. Can they bring him down? But they've got to bring him down twice. You've got to remember, they have the Shackle follow through. The adaptive struck as well, but Jerks with a defensive disruption. Can he get himself out once? No. They'll take Matuma down the first time. Shackle is back off cooldown. Are they going to be able to do it again? Matuma blinks out. Oh! They can't hold him back. Matuma gets out. He's lost the Aegis, but as we can see, just the amount of pressure that Liquid are putting on is forcing Newbie to throw everything out there, including the buyback from How.
They did make the best of a bad situation. All things considered, Liquid should have been able to Rax there, but they didn't. So Newbie are walking away from that feeling like, okay, sure, we bought back in the Morphling, but we made Liquid go back, and we also kept our Rax alive. I think against a team with an Anti-Mage and a Shadow Demon, keeping the Rax alive is basically priority number 1. And there's no way they can win a straight-up engagement, so going for the quick push play is definitely what you want to do.
And now he's got a BKB.
All right, life is now hard. Killing him with Magic Immunity. The Shadow Shaman is what allows him to die because he has so much disabled just in the one hero.
KP playing around there. They're looking for the jump on him. Mind control, closing the gap, getting the call up and the relocate out. It is there. They'll save KP. Tron! Abyssal Blade to the head from Matuma. The Shaman's down, and he would have had wards as well. 5 seconds of the wards are off cooldown, so 50 seconds without the wards on the defensive. Liquid ready to move in. The damage with the Soul Catcher bursting down Kaka. Maybe they're going to have to hold this 3 versus 5. See their best attempts. Mind control jumps in. How? Oh, he's lost his man, lost his life. No buyback available. And Liquid very much on the verge of doing it here, and indeed they have. Liquid will send Newbie home. Moving on in the lower bracket in a series that has just felt that Liquid are playing on a totally different level. Newbie tried their best. They obviously managed to take game 1 off Liquid, but we could have put that down to a draft issue. But as we saw in game 2 and game 3, when the draft was right, Liquid just played it so well.
I gotta really give Liquid all the props in the world here. Their drafts in the second and third game were immaculate, in my opinion. Like, Newbie were heavily outdrafted in both those matches. And Liquid, it didn't even slouch on the play either. They knew exactly what they needed to do. That anti-mage was completely out of control, almost 800 GPM. They just had no answer for the anti-mage at all.
It really was the perfect pick for Matuma. And it really has felt, as you said, the draft They talked about it before, how people were looking for Matuma Man to be the star player, and he stepped it up this series. I don't know overall, but I feel he hardly died at all across the whole series.
Yeah, 0 deaths this game, 7-0-6. He was a monster. They didn't really have much to pressure him because obviously they had to deal with the dual aggressive lane as well, coming out from Liquid, like Mind Control, going down to the bottom lane, and then you had Curl plus Fata in the middle lane against the IO and the Morphling. They won that lane really hard. At one point, I think Hao was being like quadrupled in CS, so from a very early point, Liquid just had a dominant lead, and they never really lost control at that point.
Just the team as a whole, I mean, it's a team that's obviously stuck together as this roster for quite a while, and we can just see the efforts paying off. I mean, each individual player could be picked out. I think obviously, as we saw beforehand, Purge picking up on Jerax's play. I think if you go back and just look across the whole series, if you're a support player, and just watch Jerax and what he does and what he's able to set up and achieve with the efficiency early on in the game, it's ridiculous. He just gets so much done for the team.
Yeah, he was triple stacking camps and Mind Control. He eventually abandoned his lane, goes in the jungle. You know, he gets the Vanguard at a very early point in the game. Hit a little bit of a rocky part, but he recovered nicely, gets the Blink Dagger, and because of the fact that Jerax was so efficient, he totally allows other heroes on his team to shine. And that's what like the hallmark of a true support player really is.
Absolutely. All things really coming together for Liquid today. You know, something that didn't necessarily happen in the group stages where they did suffer. But fortunately for the boys on Liquid, they're pulling it together on the main stage and giving us some very, very convincing performances. We had to bring the draft analyst. I'm sure we've got a very happy Black over there after that AM performance.
Oh, I think they're happy. Can you describe what the hell's happening right now? That is the victory AM dance by Black and Waga right now. They are elated right now. Wonderful performance by them. Wonderful cast, guys. Thank you so much, Odie and Dreskel. We'll catch you later for more Dota action. We're back at the panel, of course. Merlini, Black, Waga. Welcome back, gentlemen. Black, gotta start with you, I know. AM, wonderful showing. He did a great job. What led to his success, starting with like the early game specifically?
Well, like we said it before, he's going to have that like 20-time window that he needs, like space from his team, and he's really gotten that at the game. Like his team supported him super nicely. They made space for him, and I think that's like the reason why he was shining that much this game.
I think in all three games, like Newbie's early game was just really weak. They played much worse, I think, than their series versus Evil Geniuses. Why do you think it went so poorly, Waga?
I actually think you're right. Newbie's early game was weak because Liquid, you say they create space, but at the same time they had a SD farming jungle, Axe farming jungle. They were just being greedy on the side of Liquid, and still Antimage had 105 CS minute 12 or 11 or so. Everything was just going their way, and nothing really contested them.
To help identify exactly what went down and bring out some cool graphics and numbers and squiggles, we throw it over to the side where we got Purge, bringing us not just the weather, but some awesome early game action.
Yeah, I was really surprised the gold advantage was so high for Liquid there. I mean, I shouldn't be at this point because it happened every single game, but let's take a look at all three lanes here. First lane, Timbersaw, Shadow Shaman. This is versus an Axe. Keep in mind that Axe's third skill does pure damage, so that really pesky armor that Timbersaw normally has isn't really a factor. So he could basically just do whatever he wanted. He did end up dying one time there, but that's not really that big of a deal if he's farming the whole time. In the off lane as well, Batrider constantly getting his mana delayed or drained by the anti-mage, which completely kills his ability to like go back to the jungle and farm. So even if he shows up here once and loses mana, he's screwed. And in the meantime, of course, Jerax was just up there killing stacks. Last game he blocked that camp 3 times, all because of the Chen. This game constantly stacking it from level 1 to make sure that he could clear these later. And the more he stacks it, it actually gets better against Batrider because of more magic resistance. Really cool pulling there by Jerax. And the biggest lane was really the mid lane. Curl constantly zoning out Hao. If you take a look at him here, we'll just do a little bit of a zoom in. Lots of decay stacks, which means every single time that he gets hit with one of those, his HP is lowered by 80 total. So every single time that Potom hits him, it does a massive amount of his HP, something like an 1/8, which is way more than normal. So every single right click doing 50 damage, going to jump him down a huge amount, which completely prevented him from farming. As you look in the upper left, look at that CS. We are a whole 129 into the game, and he's got 2 last hits compared to the Potom 7. It's just like ridiculous. And the last way that I want to show you this is we'll hop back into the data. That's not what I wanted, but I'm happy it's here. Can we get the magical in-game data? Anything? Anything? All right, it's not going to happen. I'm happy we're here, but unfortunately, no more data.
There it is. There it is.
All right. We'll commit. We'll commit. We're going to move over to the graphs. That's really what I wanted to look at, because most of the time when one person does poorly, it's not really reflected in the graph. And in this time as well, it's not really here. But if we could zoom this in somehow, there's no way I can. But there was a pretty big difference in the early game between experience and gold between the two teams. So we'll hop on over to the player net worth, which is the thing we really want to compare. Let's look at the carries, for example. You can see each individual line, by the way, scrolling all the way over. We want to compare the carries, Morphling as well as Anti-Mage. And if you guys want, you can save a little time, just uncheck 5 at once. So yeah, look at the farm differences. Like, Anti-Mage was constantly on an upward trend, and at some point he just completely out of control. And we can also look at the other two heroes that are similar, which was Timbersaw as well as the Mirana. Different lanes, but fairly similar purposes. They were pretty much matched here, so just the fact alone that Anti-Mage was so farmed completely made a huge difference, and at some point they just couldn't control him.
Thank you so much, Purge. That was awesome, and I look forward to having an extra bit of that data and post-game in my client in the near future. And also, if you want to send me that Charlie and Fly wallpaper, that'd be great. Gentlemen, we come back now, but with success of Liquid, we can't help but we're going to be sending it out to Casey, where we have Captain Kuro waiting.
Captain Kuro is here. Congratulations once again to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Big question. I mean, the first game was a bit tough for you guys. Newbie came from behind and beat you, obviously, but I want to know how you were able to compose yourselves and come back and take the next two.
Well, I've noticed that I've made one major mistake in the first game, which I fixed for the next two games, so I was quite confident that we can beat them in all 3 games. After the first game.
When the anti-mage pick was made, the crowd went absolutely nuts. I'm curious if that was a decision that you made early on in the draft, that was something that you had planned on doing, or if that was a reaction to how the draft went since it was the last pick.
Well, it's like after the first game, I've noticed a certain pattern that I must follow to beat Newbie, because it's Newbie. They're super good. So it's like I picked Ember Spirit in the first game, so I needed like a harder carry to actually like finish the game against Newbie, because they play from behind. Even when we lead with 20 kills on them, they just play from behind and they actually kill us and win us. So gotta respect that and get a hero like AM.
Looking ahead to Fnatic, you 2-0'd them in group stage. Has anything changed since group stage that you've been watching as far as your thoughts on facing that team again?
Fnatic is in a similar spot like us. We just try to improve throughout the tournament. Looking at them, they're just getting better and better. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Well, you did it today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kuro. We'll talk to you again soon. All right, Paul, over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Casey there with Kuroki, and also thanks to our draft panel again. We're now outside the secret shop and just on a tour, really. We're just having some fun here at the International. We're also joined by our morning panel who are filling in for the last time. How are you all doing?
The A panel, Paul.
The A panel.
The A team.
The A team. Okay, sorry. So let's just wrap up on this. Newbie, great team. Sad to see them go out so early, Cap, but Liquid looks strong. They're a scary team now to meet in that lower bracket.
I mean, I would definitely, if you look at the various teams of the International, I think Liquid more so than most of the other teams are definitely a best-of-3 team. I think that's partly in why they weren't able to make it into that top area in their group stage, is because they're a team that does need that extra game to make adjustments. And you could see that. The way Kuro talked about, from game 1 to game 2, he said, I made some sort of mistake. The analyst didn't really like the draft. It seemed like he kind of alluded to that a little bit with the Ember Spirit and the talking about being able to end the game against Newbie. I think that's probably a little bit of that game 1, right? They need that extra bit of give in order to make their way through a series, and that's why Liquid's probably one of the scariest teams in the lower bracket.
Does that make, sorry, Charlie, does that make you think that Kuro's like a reactive captain, that he likes to get a game 1 where he sees what the other team is doing, or he surely knows what Newbie are about before the series, right?
Yeah, very, very much so. He's very much a captain and a player that thinks about what the other team is doing, what their patterns, their habits, their tendencies. And this win has got to give them a lot of confidence. I know after the group stage, they're very down on themselves. They felt like they had, unresolved issues or whatever. But, this match is incredibly important because whoever was going to drop down between EG and Newbie was going to be a tough match for Liquid. And I think whoever wins this match is going to go really, really far in the tournament.
Yeah, okay. Ted, what were your final thoughts on that? Because we watched all 3 games, and first game, Liquid looked really good early game, then they lost, then they looked really good early game, second game, and you were like, whoa, okay, they've got to close this one. But that was easy. And the third game, again, looked good early game, and you just, sometimes you wonder, don't you? But Kuroki made a great point that he knows how strong they are, whether they're 20 kills up or whatever. He knows they can still kill them.
Yeah, sorry. Some kind of protest going on. Here's the thing, Paul, right? I'm not in a position to explain it or understand it, and I'll tell you what, very few people are. When we were watching it up in the suite, I was with Black and I was with Winter, and they were arguing amongst themselves about who had the better draft and who was going to win, and it ended with Black calling Winter a shithead, and I thought, this is getting serious. But so that's the panel. They don't know what the hell's going on. They're arguing amongst themselves, so don't bother asking me.
All right, okay. We'll never ask Ted about anything ever again because Ted knows nothing, apparently. Let's take a look at the bracket right now.
My point was nobody does, Paul.
Okay, I got it. The lower bracket is completed in round number 2. Alliance sadly have left us, as have Newbie. 2 fantastically storied teams, both international champions in the past, have now departed TI6. Liquid and Fnatic move on. They'll play again in the lower bracket. And TNC and DC will be the other lower bracket. We're going to focus on our upper bracket right now. EG versus eHome a little bit later on. Wow, MVP wings as well. What an incredible set of games to come.
Oh, yeah. MVP Phoenix versus Wings, that's next up.
I think
super psyched about that
the thing is, right, everyone in the booth has been excited about this game since we knew it was going to be this game today. And everyone, there's been like a buzz around the whole place. Whether you're out here on the green, upstairs in the VR area, just coming out. So everyone's like, I can't wait till later. MVP Wings is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you know it's going to be a fun game. You know it's going to be action-packed. It's probably going to be very intense. I hope that it's intense because otherwise we're happing this up for nothing.
It's going to be 2 teams just running at each other over and over.
That's what you hope, right? That's what we hope anyway. I want to say thank you to all 3 of you because I know that you're going to go and enjoy the game and you're going to have the luxury of relaxing as well, except for maybe Charlie, who we're going to put to work this afternoon.
Good.
As we put into work yesterday as well.
Charlie just sits down and talks for like 2 minutes. I have to cast a whole
What do you do? What does Ted do?
Yeah, what does Ted do?
I'm going to the bar, guys. I mean, it's literally it's nearly 5 o'clock.
I'm going to leave these guys arguing right now, and instead we're going to get our brand new panel on. But first, let's check in with a couple of men who unfortunately departed yesterday. OG, of course, crashed out of the tournament much earlier than they thought they would, and certainly the most experts thought they would. They caught up with both Charlie and Malk yesterday.
So guys, out of the tournament, I'm thinking you guys were the favorites for the whole thing. Do you feel like that played against you?
Yeah, I think it's always bad. Like, same happened after Frankfurt. You know, we were winning, we were doing great, and then you go into this tournament, and naturally, it's harder to get that same level of excitement and fire that other teams have. It's just what happens, and I tried very hard, and I think all the team tried very hard to fight against this, you know, feeling of relaxation or you're better than everyone, because it's not true. But I mean, it wasn't enough.
So you finished the group stages really strong. When you matched up against MVP and TNC, what do you think went wrong during the series?
A lot went to shit. I feel like Tal said, we're battling a lot of things. I felt like I was also battling something like Maya put this tournament as something that was too hard to reach, or like too big, or I don't know. I feel like as a team and myself, I wasn't able to get in tune with everyone. Like I also felt like I was talking way less. This tournament, it brings out something like the other tournaments don't either.
Pressure, nerves.
It's like how you set it for yourself, like what you make it out to be. Because really, it's just another tournament, but it really just feels like something that's so hard to accomplish.
We weren't really like in sync together, and everything was just crumbling a little bit, like one piece at a time. And then it doesn't matter who we played, because if we can't, you know, like we're losing to ourselves pretty much. I still think, you know, if we're looking at the potential of each team, I think I do think we're the best team. I really do. But, you know, one bad day or one anything, and like it all goes down.
I gotta ask, everyone wants to know this. You guys have been the best team throughout the year. You guys are built on friendship. Is the Dream Green staying together?
Nobody really knows what the future holds ever. I ideally had this team like in my head when TFI was over, that I had a team that I could play with for 10 years, and I still feel like it's the same. I do not know what the future holds, like, even for myself, you know. You never know. But Dota is probably going to continue to happen, and of course, we get drawn into it one point or another. Gonna see our TK in 1 week, make another team.
Okay, so we have reset. We've got our brand new panel back with us right now. Shane, Shiva and Gods have joined us. We'll get their thoughts in just a moment. But first of all, we need a couple of teams, and they are ready to enter the key arena, so let's introduce you. Our first team a year ago were wild card players. They didn't have a hope, they said, but they went a long way. This year, however, they've gone even further. They are guaranteed top 6, looking for an upper bracket final and a guaranteed top 3. They are MVP. So MVP back to their booths once more in the upper bracket, still with 2 lives left, looking to move on 1 more spot. Remember, a winner of this game guaranteed an incredible $2.1 million. Their opponents are waiting, literally, in the wings. They have surprised and thrilled with their play style all year long, but can they make the upper bracket final? They are Wings. Plenty of Wings fans in the key arena today, making themselves heard, no doubt, cheering their team on as they go head-to-head with MVP. We'll let the teams get a little bit settled. I just want to very quickly talk to you three about QO. Has Fast become one of the stars of the show right now?
His Phantom Assassin is absolutely amazing, star of the show, but he couldn't get to where he was to steal that show if it wasn't for his team, of course.
That's the thing. Last year he was doing it on his own. That was what March even talked about when he was playing on the match stage. Look, I just pick QO something, hope he carries us. This year it's no longer just QO. They've got the full package. QO is still that star player, but he's got the full team around him.
I don't think he could have played the way he does unless he had the backup of Forev and the other guys. Like, when you think of PA, like Shiva said, you think, okay, this hero is really weak, not great in the early game. But when paired up with Forev's Darkseer and all these other melee strength heroes that are just going ham from the very start, that's what really lets MVP fly.
There's one thing that you just ended on, melee heroes. So Wings, the only team in the tournament to pick techies and melee heroes.
We're going to go back to the techie Shiva.
They also...
they obviously had a plan when they picked it. You said it. Like, they thought it could work.
Yeah, we'll get more from you guys on heroes in particular in just a moment. But first, let's get more information on QO. I'm intrigued by this man. He's a fantastic player. We know all about his PA. But who is he really? Let's find out.
Here in Seoul, there are so many places to eat. You've taken us here to a Japanese restaurant.
Yeah, I think Japanese is my favorite.
Why do you like sushi so much?
When I was in Australia, there was a sushi place in front of my house. I always eating sushi whenever I have a chance.
Now, how does it work at the team house? Do you make your own food there, or?
There is aunties who does the food for us.
So you have a chef?
Yeah, she's master.
Okay, so this is the old stomping grounds. Was this as developed when you first moved here?
Not really. Past 5 years is when it starts to be developed. So there was apartment, but there was like not those kind of shops.
You basically grew up here.
Yep.
Little QO is hanging out here as a kid. What does that say?
pretty children house. My mom used to run this place. We lived like up there.
This looks like a really fun place to grow up.
I was just playing computer game up there.
So you didn't hang out?
Yeah, I didn't go there.
You were waiting to discover Dota.
Yeah.
Waiting for Dota. We're about to go into a place that you have spent a lot of time in. What are they called here in Korea?
It's called as PC방.
PC방?
Where it's just an internet cafe for other country.
Yeah. When you were younger, did you spend a lot of time in PCbangs?
Yeah.
Well, let's go see what's up with this, right?
PC방.
Let's go. Okay, my first PCbang experience. I like how there's a bunch of food here too. You never have to go anywhere.
Normally, if you come here, you have to eat ramen.
You have to eat ramen?
Yeah, I always eat ramen. Cup noodle.
Cup noodle?
Cup noodle.
Cup noodle? Oh, cup of noodle.
Yeah, cup noodle.
All these people are playing a number of different games. Like, see, I think, is that
It's League of Legends.
League? And then I see StarCraft. Does it cost a lot to...
This is $1. It's like $1.50 for 1 hour.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
In Korea, like you only have to use $20 to play whole day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've tried playing 48 hours before.
How far did you get?
36 hours.
So we have our ticket.
We can sit anywhere.
Anywhere?
Yeah.
This feels right, number 72.
Yup.
So how long would you normally stay at one of these places when you were younger?
Basically, after primary school finished, that was like 4 p.m. and I played until 8.
How many internet cafes like this, how many PC bangs would you say are?
Every like 2 blocks.
Every 2 blocks?
Yeah, every 2 blocks. That's how like popular the net cafe is in Korea.
Okay, so this is where we leave you, but thank you so much for the tour. I think it's only appropriate that we take a soul selfie, because we're that way. And good luck at TI6, man.
Thanks.
We'll see you in Seattle. Bye.
Great stuff indeed. There is QO the man, ready and waiting for the draft, of course. We'll get some final thoughts from our panel on the two teams. And great. Have you been to Korea, Shane? Been to the PC Bangs?
No, but this looks amazing.
They're great.
Every
2 blocks, literally in Seoul.
And I'd say the atmosphere is like I went to LANs when I was younger. I love the atmosphere in them. I'd say it's very similar there.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's almost like I've brought this up last year, I think, about the way that the Koreans play, and it's part of their culture. And there is a PC Bang every other block, and the way that they can come out of primary school and play till 8 o'clock in the evening. I don't think my mum let me out until like 7 o'clock. I think I had to be home by 7, right? And that's when you're playing outside. So it's a different kind of culture, and it leads to this kind of brilliance that you see brilliant players coming out of Korea, and we're just starting to see that now in Dota.
When you look at MVP and how they play, they don't actually have much of a analytical way of talking about the game. It's like, go, 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 go. Remember at Dream League, we heard them, and they just scream, go, kill this guy, kill this guy, this guy.
So loud.
It's ridiculous. And then you look at Liquid, and they're very slow, but the contrast between MVP and Wings, I think, is mostly down to Wings is unpredictable in their draft, and MVP are unpredictable in their play.
Yeah, gods, it's going to be a hell of a game, isn't it? I mean, we've built this up a long time now. Over the last 36 hours, we're all very excited in the booze about getting to this game. I'm really looking forward to it because you just don't know what they're going to do to each other.
It's got to be the unpredictability of this series as a whole that really is drawing people to it. Neither of these teams are necessarily like the fan favorites teams here in Seattle, but I think the crowd is going to be more excited for this one just based on the level of Dota, the play, the picks, than anything else you're going to see today. So it's absolutely fantastic.
And pick-wise, Shiva, we've had 104 picked and banned now, because Necro was played yesterday as well. So 104 picked and banned, 6 left. Are we going to get any more from Wings? Well, because they are the team, aren't they?
If anybody was going to pick any of the other heroes, it would be Wings. But for me, I'm not sure. I think they kind of went as far as they were going to go with the Techie Sponge.
Yeah, Techie Sponge
they need to bring it back in a little bit.
Was a little bit too far.
Maybe.
A little bit too far. Yeah, I mean, Bloodseeker's in there.
Nah.
That's not going to get picked, is it? There's a
They had
There's
an
a leader
interview where
in
they
there.
said, "Oh, we haven't. Bloodseeker's the one here we haven't been practicing." So,
But was that a red herring?
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. Melk does too. He's been saying all week that Bloodseeker will definitely get picked. No, it won't, Jacob. It just won't. Yeah, there's a few others. Lena's in there as well. Trian.
Yeah, but I would more like to see that from EG.
I think Bloodseeker is definitely viable for Wings.
Oh, come on, Shane.
No, I've seen them play it before.
Start
The
agreeing
Jungle
with
Blood
Jacob.
Secret. It's possible.
Dear me. Okay, last 30 seconds. Quick predictions. Let's go down the line. Gods, which way is it going? Wings or MVP?
I have a little more trust in Wings as a unit, as a team. I think there's a bit more structure in their play, and I think both teams are going to prepare a lot. So I'm going to go with Wings 2-1.
Okay, very quickly.
Wings.
Shane.
I don't know who's going to win, but I know it's going to be exciting.
Okay, let's get into draft one.
MVP Phoenix versus Wings Gaming. Game 1.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're getting ready to hop into game number 1 of what could be the most exciting and intense matchup of the day. It is MVP versus Wings. I'm back at my drafter's desk, if you will. We got Blitz in action. We got Merlini back, and Winter is joining us once again. Gentlemen, it's going to be a barn burner, I'd imagine.
Why are you laughing, Will?
It's suspicious that we're all on the battle together.
Yeah.
They played a schedule before. Maybe they actually knew.
Anyways, Merlini, a.k.a. Mingli, if there was a good way to describe these two teams going toe-to-toe, what would you say it would be?
Someone described this to me as deathmatch versus all random.
I really couldn't fault them on that. We know MVP to be like the caveman Dota that just gets in your face and they don't really care if it's 5 melees or not, they're ready to bang it out. Or Wings, who seem to just pick whatever the hell they feel like.
I remember when I was talking to QO, he told me that their style of Dota is focused around him. And speaking further to him, he told me that there's no real analysis of their play. They just, when they're in the game, they just scream and they're just like, go kill that guy. There's no discussion about how to do it. A lot of these other teams, they plan out fights. They're like, all right, you position here. But MVP, they just forget about all of that.
Third pick Puck? That all looked pretty okay up until that.
Gaming.
Rather strange early puck.
Yeah, very.
Good way to relocate though, like to set up an initiation for that. But yeah,
Both teams like bad, I suppose, but Puck's way better versus the Oracle. And Darkseer, for that matter.
Yeah, I guess you have that going on for you. With the puck, you're going to be able to jump behind and silence the Oracle. Maybe even get an early Dagon so you can actually kill her first. So seems like a solid idea from Wings.
If you were Wings, would you have considered banning the PA, considering that MVP, I don't think they've lost with the PA?
I would ban Darkseer though. I think Darkseer made the PA very strong.
Okay, you don't think it's the PA independently?
Yeah, like because of the Iron Shell, that's number 1. And number 2 is like not every offlaner can fight all the time. You don't want to have an offlaner that relies on cooldown, and you want an offlaner that can buy mech as well. So not many offlaner fulfills that criteria.
It becomes hard to gauge if Wings are that kind of team that maybe they welcomed the Darkseer PA with open arms and prep that they had something ready for it. It's Wings after all, you really never know. But
oh my God.
Okay, that hero's back somehow.
This looks like a very, very comfortable opening for MVP. Like as always, all their melee heroes with the Iron Shell. I mean, Shiva brought up a pretty legit point about the techies against all the melee heroes.
Yeah, of course.
Are you saying it's time for techies again?
10 seconds.
I mean, if you have 5 melee heroes, why not?
I think if you lost like you did against DC though, I think you're like about that, especially when you have a Drow lineup, right, with Puck.
He has like permanent double damage.
I mean, because it's Wings, you know, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Dude, 40 times 2 is not that high, Ben. Puck Drow though, I think right now it's the battle of Wings have the counter initiation with the Gust and the Puck going in, but if MVP play this right, especially in the laning phase, they're probably going to do the dual lane, right? The Darkseer and
A fistful of Tangos on the same team.
Is it off-lane Puck now?
Off-lane Quap?
No, I think Puck is more, because you need...
probably Puck.
You need...
We've seen them both happen in
Isn't
time.
Quap way better?
Yeah, but you need more farm on the Quap. You need Quap to snowball, whereas Puck can probably afford a much weaker start.
Because he really... That's the issue with him, is that you get the blink and then it becomes underwhelming in this meta.
What about support Quap? We've seen it a few times, even in competitive.
Alliance used to run it.
Pycat way back in the day, I remember that.
I don't know, because it's Wings, it's like, I don't know what they're going to do, you know, we'll just see with the final pick. Generally, you would expect off-lane Puck.
Maybe another mid laner, because why not?
Why do we say generally expect off-lane, considering that hero never gets picked? This is just Wings, what they do.
If one of these two teams like walk away with the TI title, it's like, well, let's just throw strategy out the window at this point. Moving into the final bans, MVP make sure they get rid of some possible early game aggression from the jungle by getting rid of the Chen. And we go to Wings Gaming for the final ban here, which we anticipate.
Wait, is there still ET left?
Yeah. That hero is still available. If Wings want it.
All right, what about Earthshaker, Ben?
Earthshaker is really good versus the melee hero. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think for Wings, the common theme right now is you need to be able to disengage and simply get away and create some distance between your range heroes and MVP. Because MVPs, you know what they're going to do. They're just going to run at you for 25 minutes.
And then it might actually allow them to do like Earthshaker co-op off lane and pressure. That lane is decent.
Winter.
Yeah, that lane is decent. Then can have like puck mid, which is hard to gank.
This is one of the few lineups where I would actually advocate something like the ES. One of the only ones.
Ban comes out on the Faceless Void, and we'll have to see. Nope, it's a Warlock.
Upheaval against melee heroes. I mean, okay. MVP finish up with the Quasvex Invoker that they always go for. Very typical MVP stuff. They're gonna run at you. They're gonna keep fighting. Don't need much farm.
Is Warlock the answer?
They brought out a Warlock against MVP. How dare you?
I don't know, man. I'm just gonna go for MVP Dakota.
All right, fair enough. It's a hard one to gauge, but if you guys had anything else to say on it, nope.
MVP.
Let's just see.
Wins all the way.
Let's see the action break out for itself. Let's go ahead and send it to the floor now, where we have LD and Mott.
Thanks so much, guys, and we are here trying to determine who is going to be top 3 at TI6 for $3 or at least $2 million, LD, and what a draft to start us off with this game 1.
I am expecting nothing but blood, Mutt. It's all ranged heroes. Yes, Wings want to kite, but this is a team that plays aggressive in their own right. MVP, nothing different here, just typical face rush Dota from them. They also have the Dubu Earth Spirit. This guy is an absolute master on the hero. Combine that with Ion Shell. Lots of early pressure for MVP. Wings' early warding, support positioning will be extremely important. And they need levels on these supports. It's a Warlock and an IO, so they have to have a decent laning stage.
If they can get that chaotic offering, they can stop that MVP aggression with that golem and see how much damage they can pump out.
But look at this, MVP already invading the jungle.
They're going to jump in. There's going to be the dagger. Shadow gets caught. There's going to be the rolling boulder. Cold snap as well, and Shadow will be your first blood. And already,
they want
MVP
more.
Get on the board. Blink will be able to blink away that co-op, but still, first blood going the way of MVP, as you would expect with his face rush style.
You know, generally, that's a pretty good position in the jungle to break smokes, and he was fairly far back, but PA's dagger just has absolutely insane range. Even at level 1, it's got ridiculously long catch potential. Just got caught off guard. That's where a position where you'd ideally like the Queen of Pain to be, maybe the Puck. If you're going to put the Drow there, have more support behind her, but this is just, it just seems to happen whenever MVP's playing. Teams just don't respect how aggressive they are. And once again, off to a hot start here. They do get the bounty rune for the Invoker. So as for the lanes mod, it looks like it will be the Queen of Pain mid. So they're going to run the off-lane Puck for Faith Beyond. He might get help from the IO though, which is a pretty scary dual lane with the Drow.
This is the draft panel was talking about it. This is one of the most interesting drafts you'll see. And again, it's Wings that does it. They just pick so many crazy heroes. They were thinking Techie's there for a little bit, and that's not going to be picked up though. Wings will have that IO helping out Faith Beyond in the off lane to begin with. This QO sit in the safe lane trying to farm up, and Febby as well trying to zone out. The 3 lanes are situated now. MP versus Blink. Pretty solid matchup. And how do you feel about this Invoker going up against the Quap in the mid lane?
It's a Quaswex Invoker up against Drow Ranger Aura on Queen of Pain. So generally you would say Invoker's going to have a tough time here. He does have a lot of regen with Quas. He's not going to die, but last hitting is generally difficult. But the good news for him is he's already getting help, and he goes in with the Tornado now. He's going to force out the Blink from Blink himself. The Earth Spirit started there to help secure the lane. So he's not being left entirely on the island, but look at this mod.
Yeah, they have the Stifling Dagger. They want to go in the eye with the Rolling Boulder, and as well, this is trouble for Wings, and it looks like they might lose it. It says no tether. He's able to at least try to get alive, but it's too much damage coming out, and Wings will lose yet another hero with that aggression, and Dubu rotates up top early to get that kill.
They have no ward vision right now of the runes or the Earth Spirit's potential rotations. Only one hill ward. It does spot the Iron Talon jungling for Darkseer. So bottom lane, entirely abandoned. Drow can free farm. This is generally where a lot of teams would look to Roma support, maybe try to secure the mid lane, potentially go assist that top lane, but you're running a Warlock support. This hero needs levels. Speaking of which.
Snap mid. Aggressive blink coming out from the mid player, and MP will co-toad it, so he has the Quas helping him regen, but the Shadow Strike is there. He has the Fairy Fire if need be on that Invoker, but it looks like there will be no extra kills going the way of either side.
Still Dubu. He secures a Haster in top with the Earth Spirit. Looks like more support rotations. Ice is going to come in mid, but he has been scouted, Mott. You walk by dire wards for this.
And it is going to be a Warlock support rotation. It's not the best thing. No upheaval skilled up either, so he has the Fatal Bonds, the Shadow Word as well to help out, but that's not going to be able to do too much, and he will head back down towards that bottom rune spot. Dubu's still on the hill, getting set up, maybe looking for a Rolling Boulder, but they want to bait up this aggressive blink instead. He will blink defensively. Doesn't get up to the high ground, but he's going to get away just fine. Dubu is putting a little pressure on at this point.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up because I think it's worth discussion, and I'm curious to see if Ice will go for many points in upheaval this game. It sounds amazing against 3 melee heroes and just a face rush lineup as they again move in on Blink, forcing him to back out once more. But is it really that good? PA has Blink Strike to get out of it. You've Surge on the Darkseer, and Earth Spirit has the Rolling Boulder. So all 3 heroes can pretty easily just remove themselves from upheaval. I feel like with Wings, this was more a pick designed just to fuel the 5-man push, but he'll need the Golem before he can really come into play, as there's again a movement. Dubu trying to set up Faith Beyond, who already used the orb, unfortunately. Kick,
and he gets stunned up. That's a great boulder smash, followed by the Fortune Den. It's plenty of damage.
They have no idea what Earth Spirit is doing. That ward is not helpful in this situation, and Puck using the orb to offensively harass and farm. You can't do that when the IO's not behind you and when you have no vision. It's just a lack of vision here that's really hurting Wings.
Yeah. Wings, they seem a little bit spread thin at this point in time. This Warlock can't help them out. The IO's too low level at this point. Maybe he could have overcharged, but even then, when you, like you said, offensively use that Illusory Orb, you are more than likely going to go down, and he does. So Faith Beyond, not the best off lane, not the best start. Stifling Dagger dodged nicely by the Phase Shift. He has the Waiting Rift as well, but
he has CSC well. That's the beauty of having the Drow Ranger, as he might be able to get a kill here on 4F. 4F does back away. Faith Beyond's going in for this.
Top lane's Rolling Boulder away. Meanwhile, looks like they're going to be okay for the time being. 4F is able to surge himself out, and looks like they will get out. Faith Beyond was looking for that kill, but he's not successful in doing so.
Yeah, he saw Darkseer go to farm the big camp. He knew he was low. He didn't know exactly where he was, but he's still chasing Mott. 4F's greed might be punished. This could be huge.
He's trying to TP out. The Illusory Orb isn't there in time. Oh, he actually hit it, but it didn't do enough damage. He's sitting in base with maybe 10 HP. Jump in mid, Scream of Pain, MP with the Shadow Strike as well, but he's regenning it with a Quasa. MP should sit behind.
But they're wrapping around. MP is a big kill. He could invoke Ghostwalk, though. The Orb's going to connect. They get him. Wings, they needed that kill.
That's a big pick going their way. And some tower pressure as well. The Glyph will go, but they have a siege group there as well. Dubu will rotate in. Level 2, that Boulder Smash as well as the Rolling Boulder, but he needs more help here if he wants to try to find something. Looks like they will back away with a little bit of tower pressure actually taken.
So looking at the drafts, Wings like to push, right? They pick the Drow, they have the Warlock. This lineup has pick-off potential, but they're primarily about 5-man. They really have to be careful about QO coming to fights. P8 is actually very scary, even in early engagements with basic farm. He's about to hit level 6. They definitely need to keep tabs on him. Their natural goal is going to be, once the Golem is up, to push with that, but they better mind the PA's position or they could get mega punished.
Is there an item that QO is waiting for to be involved, or just levels? Or
mainly just levels. Getting the max dagger is really important, having 1 point in the crit, but bottom lane action breaks out.
Boulder Smash onto 2, beautifully from Dubu. They get the silence as well on both heroes, and now Shadow in trouble. The Shadow Word healing him up. They get the overcharge as well from the Tether. Great turnaround. Can they get the kill? The surge away. Dubu will survive the Frost Arrows, not helping with that surge from the Darks. They're so close with both teams going down there.
And speaking of rotations, Mott, hey guys, QO has decided it's time to take a fight bottom. They're all low. There was a ward scouting this. 4 heroes coming bottom potentially. MP thinking about it depending on the rune. He's going to get a regen. They're diving for this Mott. Look at this aggression from MVP.
QO really wants a kill here. Not sure he's going to find it. Innocence might be the best target, though. He's got no tether, and he dies within 3 hits. The Stifling Dagger helping out 4 out. Body blocking as well, but again, more Shadow Word from Ice. Still low. Forever will try to TP away. Gus will not stop it, but he will make it out, doing some nice damage to those Shadow, almost bringing 4 down.
Wings, no TPs on either core there. Faith Beyond on the Puck did not have one. He's not quite level 6. And equally importantly, Blink has not skilled the ultimate yet because he went for the 2 points in Shadow Strike and wants the max Scream of Pain. He doesn't have a TP either. You have to carry TPs on your cores when you're up against MVP. They will dive you, they will punish you, and they're going to keep tabs on those inventories as well.
Again, it's all about those levels for those wing supports right now, and you're looking at it here. Level 5 for this Warlock, so he's getting closer and closer to that Chaotic Offering, that Golem that can turn fights quickly. And he has 3 points of the Shadow Word as well to help out healing or doing some damage to
They have some long cooldowns here, though. So it's a roll bottom, they catch out Shadow.
Another great Boulder Smash. Dubu finding him. Forev going to come up with the Iron Shell, and that is a kill between the Darkseer as well as an Earth Spirit. And it's just that easy. Too far up, there's the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, they have a lane ward behind the tower. They could potentially dive Ice. They know he doesn't have backup for now. The double Ion Shell is scary. They don't know exactly how close he is to level 6, though. And there are TPs on the 2 team fight specialists for Wings. Faith Beyond has one on the Puck. Blink has one on Quap, but is a bit low on mana. The Courier coming out to rejuvenate him. But Dubu, who has been hugely impactful, already 4 assists, involved about 80% of their kills, looks to make another one happen in the mid lane.
He's going to drop the ward first, get some vision. He'll have eyes on Blink in the mid lane now, and whoever rotates into that tier 1 tower more than likely.
Radiant's bottom
Warlock is going to buy a smoke now, but he walked past the ward. They're going to try to cut him off.
Ice, yeah. They've targeted him and said, okay, we'll see you. We're just going to keep tabs on that Warlock for now.
You can just see from the way they're moving, like even if they don't go for the kill, they're always thinking about where is that next kill going to come from.
Oh my. The crit on this Stifling Dagger never feels good, and Faith Beyond has to feel the repercussions from it, so he'll salve up and be back to full health. But here again is the dive bottom. Rev and Dubu looking for it. Shadow under the tree line, and he's missing out on farm because of this.
They smoked at the same time on Ice on the Warlock.
That Chaotic Offering is ready. They do get that tier 1 tower mid as well, so MVP aren't going to show up to defend that tower. They just have to find a hero in the jungle potentially.
Just the Boulder Smash bottom. It's not actually a dive from MVP. Wayne's not going to take the bait mod. A kill here could lead to a tower.
Green Coil, jump and scream. Lose your orb as well. Chaotic Offering. Maybe not needs to be used. They have detection? It looks like they do. They will bring down that Invoker, even with the Ghost Walk on.
And they still have the Warlock ult. This should be a tier 2, but MVP spreading the map. They leave QO top, Forev bottom. They're still waiting on the mech here for Forev. Oracle level 6 is very close. Invoker starting to come online, but only has the 3 points in Wex. He's not really in full fighting shape just yet, but once they get that in the Earth Spirit ult, they are going to want to take team fights. They just want to fight around the big ultimate cooldowns on Wings. MVP can fight pretty much constantly. It's Wings who rely more so on their ultimates.
The more I see this pick, the Phantom Assassin, the more I love it against the Drow Ranger. Jumping in, you have Blur, obviously. Bottom tower might get denied, and it will. As Blink comes in with a TP, nicely done, but he might pay for it. He's Blink up, ready to go, but Sonic Wave will go first. Dubu will take the majority of that damage. Still, Quap blinks away, gets out in time, and gets the deny on that tower.
Yeah, with the tower deny, probably still worth it, but Quap ult is a long cooldown.
Yes.
This may deter grouping up, and you really want that magic damage against PA. Can't rely on right clicks against evasion. One of the other reasons where the PA pick feels really solid is you're up against a Drow lineup, 5 ranged heroes, so nobody else is really a traditional right clicker. Quap can scale a bit that way, but evasion just against Drow alone is so useful to have.
It's the Vlad's the choice for the Phantom Assassin. Just some extra stats, armor, damage going your way. It's
they
nice.
might be able to Roche now with the Quap ult down. It's a little bit risky, but MVP, they're known for taking some risks. They did paint out the pit.
If there's a team that is a risk-taking team, MVP, I don't know what you want to call them, but they're actually kind of just ridiculous with their movements. And Faith Beyond, though, on the off-lane Puck is actually doing so well. He's very close to... Actually, he bought the drum. I thought he would just save it for the Blink Dagger, but he's picked up the drum instead. Give his team some stats. Forev, though, on the other side, looks like he will grab the mech on that Darkseer. All right. Setting up down bottom. A couple of heroes rotating in. Wings, again, still have that Chaotic Offering, yet to use it. The Warlock's nearby. They have the Invised up Queen of Pain.
They saw Blink. The smoke will break.
Q's going to back. He's going to throw one Stifling Dagger, face shifted nicely by the Puck. The Illusory Orb coming through, no jaunt forward. Lots of good vision coming out from the MVP side, though. If you look across this jungle, they have a lot of good wards. One down in that bottom lane, one in the jungle, and then one towards that mid lane that Dubu put down. So some really nice vision coming out from MVP LD.
You really want vision against this strong 5-man so that you don't have to fight them all at once. This is where you look for quick pickoffs, hit and run tactics from MVP. Vision is what fuels it.
TPN from MP. He'll walk past that ward. It feels like that ward's been there for forever, and it's actually just going to go down now, but they will see MP rotate in. They smoke up, though.
The Radiant ward they just had bottom has expired, Mod. Otherwise, they would have seen this coming. but they might sense it anyway.
They have someone in the Roche pit right now. It looks like it is going to be that Darkseer. They scan, and they will be successful. Radiant.
MP walks by. He throws out a tornado. Very confident positioning from him. I wonder if Wings are going to react to this. They're so scary around the pit. This is a really big risk by MVP.
This will take a while, too. No armor reduction. Illusory Orb in. They'll see Febby. And now it's time for MVP to escape the pit. There's the surge out. Jumping from QO, though he wants to go on Blink with the Shadow Word. And another Stifling Dagger crit coming out from QO.
They have relocate. Remember, Wings effectively have 5 heroes here. As Faith Beyond John said, that's pretty deep.
They can't really punish it, not yet anyways. Dubu going instead on Ice Ice. There's the Magnetize, the silence up on Blink as well. Tornado will clip Ice Ice. They have the Chaotic Offering. Will they get it off in time? Yes. Doesn't hit anybody though. No real disables coming out on Ice Ice solo. The Magnetize not bringing him down, but Dubu lays it or gets laid into by Shadow. But QO goes for the work. Sonic Wave coming in, clips onto 2. Neck back up. MVP running everyone over. And Blink might be next. 4 dead, and it's a double kill.
They're
coming
just
out from Kreb.
completely out finessing Wings in the fight, never getting hit by the Chaotic Offering, juking by all the big ultimates, catching them out one by one. Even though Wings had 5, it didn't feel like it, Mott. Faith Beyond 2 might go down.
What a tornado from MP. There's the Fairy Fire, though. Faith Beyond trying to man up, and the Golem gets the double kill. Wings, they will at least get a couple in retaliation, LD.
They did use all 3 ultimates for that. They lost everyone else. That is a clear win for MVP, but it does salvage the fight. So you see here a great silence on Blink, keeps him out. Ice Ice forced to use the Golem. As you mentioned, doesn't really hit anything. I think might have clipped MP there, but it's not good enough. You need a multiple hero Fatal Bonds with the ultimate. Shadow now suddenly finds himself in front of the fight. This is just how mobile the MVP draft is. They bring him down. The IO's so damn squishy. She drops. Really nice usage of the Oracle ult there to help ensure QO can stay alive and be even more aggressive. Almost dies to the Golem, but almost doesn't count, and that's just kind of what this MVP draft counts on, is barely winning fights and then turning those slight advantages into a huge lead. So very well fought by them, and it's tricky. They're all squishy. Your positioning has to be perfect on Wings.
Yeah, they will have the mech to help out though on Wings' side. They're building it up on Ice Ice as we speak. He has the headdress now, just about done. MVP will head back into the Roche pit. This time they have a Blightstone to help out. They want potentially a Desolator for QO, the Vlad's Deso combo. Somewhat, I would almost call a standard build for Phantom Assassins. We haven't seen them enough to at least see what's standard at this point.
Yeah, some players will work in an Echo Saber. BKB is quite core in most games. This game, there's the Golem stun and there's the Queen of Pain ult, but I still think it's a very good BKB game. Lets you man up on the Drow a lot, so probably won't go for it first, but at some point may incorporate it into his build. Still though, we know what MVP already like to do. They like to run at you. Now they have an Aegis. The next step for them is reestablishing that map control over the enemy jungle. Wings actually leading when it comes to golden experience, but MVP will not just sit back and trade farm. You're not seeing a Battle Fury PA. Invoker not even going for an early farming build. He does normally go back for the Midas, but MP having a bit of a rougher game, just now completing the drums, so it's just typical MVP, the way they're itemizing. They want to fight. They do not want to sit back and trade farm.
Only 46 CS for the Invoker, and net worth-wise, he's below the off-lane puck. Blink Dagger is done for the Darkseer, however, and that's going to be great for setups. What level is this Darkseer? Level 10, so he has 3 points in the vacuum, 1 point in the wall. He's about to be 11, so those 2 points in his ultimate are going to come out soon. But Blink is just cutting the creep wave, and they're going to try to split this up as best as possible. EMP, Cold Snap, it hits nicely, but it's still plenty of mana for Blink to blink out and TP away, it looks like, and he will make it out.
Well, that's a really nice maneuver by him. It's going to slow down MVP's ability to push and take towers, and that's really what they want to do, is force objectives while Wings have to fight into the Aegis. As for Wings, they'll be looking to trade, they'll be looking to stall. And they are going for the split push top lane. It's kind of tough for MVP to come defend a tower. They definitely can't TP on this tower. And they also, Wings overall, will push a lot faster. It's Aquas Wex Invoker, Aquas Exhort, no Deso on PA yet, so I'm quite liking the way Wings is adapting to this. Just, hey, MVP are fighting really well. They have Aegis, they're building to fight. Let's just push towers instead and avoid those fights entirely.
And it's not like MVP can TP up there, like you said. They would be fighting into that Warlock Golem, which is back up. They're still trying to push that tier 2 tower bottom lane. So maybe successfully. Wings not rotating over yet. They're just getting farmed themselves. The Blink Dagger is now done from Faith Beyond. MVP. No.
They're also waiting on the mech for Ice Ice. He's very close to it. The Darkseer mech was instrumental in that last team fight, but now Wings, they can equalize the score here.
Not only that, the Queen of Pain building into the Orchid Malevolence as well. So everyone getting their items for Wings right now.
Orchid is potentially game-changing. Pretty much every single MVP hero it's good against excels versus the Oracle and the Invoker. Those are ideally the two heroes you want to focus, but just blowing up the Oracle at the start of the fight, that means QO is going to be much less confident, especially once the Aegis expires. So I think so far, Wings really doing a good job at not falling prey to the MVP snowball effect mod. But as I say that, MVP on the smoke again.
QO's Desolator now finished up, and he finds himself a double damage rune. This could be ugly if Wings are not careful. They're positioning right now solid behind their tier 2 tower, not showing themselves in that ward towards the jungle, and MP and MVP might not.
He wants to go in.
Yeah, they want to go up to the high ground. The smoke is broken. There's the Dream Coil. The Gust on it too as well. Lots of damage coming out. There's the Golem on top. MP might fall first. QO, he's got the Aegis. Maybe he needs to worry about that second life. Now the Sonic Wave coming through as well, and they'll take down 3. Blink gets a double, but QO, here he comes, looking for Ice Ice. Gets the crit, but it's not enough damage to QO. He's getting kited. He can't do this on his own, and Faith Beyond comes in and finds another kill.
What a terrible choke point for MVP to fight into. They're walking up a cliff without vision into a Puck, a Warlock, and a Queen of Pain. The Warlock will only hit one hero. The PA actually managed to dodge away to the north. 3 heroes escaped to the south. But the thing was, it spread out the fight regardless. So suddenly your PA with an Aegis is completely isolated, kept away from the Oracle. The Silence also basically deleted those 3 heroes that were to the south of the trees. And from there, fantastic Queen of Pain play by Blake. We'll get another look at it here.
You see it in the replay. They just get caught with that Druid Coil onto 2. Could have been even better if Ice Ice was a bit quicker on the draw with that ultimate, but they get plenty of kills going the way of Wings. They get the Aegis. It brings out a lot of heroes for MVP side. So now that net worth lead is increased to 5,000 for Wings.
MVP really, the way they win fights is by getting a kill to start them. If they walk into a 5v5, they don't instantly blow someone up. At this stage, they're going to get kited and controlled. PA cannot do it alone. This is a game where PA needs that Oracle ultimate to help her out. Surge, they Invoker, isolating heroes, Earth Spirit silencing them, but it shows you the zoning potential Wings lineup has. And coming into this series, a lot of people talk about, oh yeah, MVP love to run 5 melee heroes. There's not 5 this game, but it is a face rush draft. It's an in-your-face lineup, and pretty much everything Wings has picked is either good at disengaging or good at punishing aggression if you group up.
Tornado will catch Faith Beyond after he loses your arms aggressively. He does get stunned up as well. Look at that damage. They bring him down with the Purifying Flames, Fortune's End, and MP's Bolt Snap. That's plenty of damage. He's on the sideline now. And with no Chaotic Offering, it looks like MVP might be able to push this tier 1 tower mid lane.
QO is already on the hunt again. They do have a ward here. They saw Blink go to the creep camp.
Blink can...
They see him now. Yeah, he gets the hell out of there.
Maybe a lucky crit would help him out in getting that kill, but...
More kiting tools, mod. Now the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep themselves away from MVP, and they want to dictate the fights here. Wings want to be the one to keep the pressure up, split push the lanes, make sure everything is going their way. But Dubu will put up a nice aggressive ward here. He'll TP out as well, but it's slowed down. And again, with MVP having that face rush lineup, with it slowing down so much, it almost certainly favors Wings with the split push that they've got going on right now.
MVP are controlling the map. They're out farming Wings for now. And for Wings, they really struggle to fight when they're either not... Oh, hold on. They caught Blake again.
They got the Orchid, and Dubu should fall to the Shadow Strike. It looks like he will go down. The Gust is up, and now QO. They just blow up. Poor Dubu.
And now Shadow might be in trouble here. He's been left alone. They try to burst him. Oh, baby. Barely escapes. They relocate him in, but the IO dies instantly, so he did not have an easy getaway plan. Good news for him is MVP with the Earth Spirit Death. Light on any sort of control. So could have been really bad bringing the Drow in and losing her there too, but works out okay.
So 20 minutes into this game, looking towards that next Roshan potentially. Not up for a little bit of time here as MVP. They want to be able to get into that pit, especially with that Desolator. The PA, and you were talking about this, the BKB choice, it looks like that might be next for QO on the Phantom Assassin, so there's a good chance that he's going to have some match community pretty soon.
Yeah, as mentioned, there are some things that pierce this, but it allows him to be much more confident in the fights. He doesn't have to worry about getting Orchided, getting Gusted back. and he can more confidently commit in. He also doesn't rely on his team as much to stay alive. So even if the fight gets spread out, QO can still be doing work, and then the team rejoins. I think given the way MVP have itemized, this is an essential item, even if it doesn't block everything. But at the same time, Wings still have tools to kite even through that. Like, you still can Hurricane Pike yourself away. The puck can phase shift. It's now level 3, getting to that point where you can always reliably phase shift blink out. Warlock, once he drops his ult, doesn't care too much if he dies. Wings, though, on the move.
Smoke up, Faith Beyond looking to jump in. He's going to find the waiting rift to lose your arm. There's the Scream. MP will fall. They relocated Shadow as well. Dubu now. He's going to try to roll out. He will. Vacuum wall. Nicely done, but there's no follow-up coming out as Forever's caught by that Dream Coil. Scream of Pain, Shadow Strike, 2 down, and they might catch a third, although...
The IO dies to the Drow Ranger illusion. QO looking to come in, but where's his opening?
Bebby about to go down, and actually surviving now with the Fate Zeta coming through. That push coming in. Forev, Bebby has to use that Oracle ultimate just to stay alive. That Chaotic Offering doing some good work, but not enough to bring down the Oracle. 2-for-1 trade, though, LD.
Wings absolutely handling this MVP aggression well, and I don't really feel like MVP have much of a plan B. No Midas on Invoker. Sometimes you'll see, like we've seen MP in the past, when they don't have a mech carrier, he'll buy mech, but then he'll go back for Midas and transition into the mid game and the late game. We're not seeing that. He's going Yule Scepter now. We're not seeing a PA Battle Fury. Darkseer will farm well. The support duo, Earth Spirit, Oracle, these heroes don't really farm. They don't have Bounty Hunter, so there's no track gold. This is not a lineup that farms that well. PA, in theory, scales well in the late game, but eventually Drow Ranger, she may get a Silver Edge, she may get an MKB, she gets Evasion. I don't really think MVP can count on taking this late with the way they've itemized in the hero matchup. It's very important for them to snowball, find kills, and out-map control Wings, at least bottle them up in the base. So far, though, not able to do it. Wings have just been ready for the aggression and able to react.
A lot of the time you see the relocate in like you talked about, and there's just too much damage coming in as Wings have, of course, that Drow Precision Aura as well. There's so many ranged heroes here. QO, like you said, they'll be able to deal with this Blur eventually later on down the road. His BKB is almost completed, but Swap has her own as well. Blink will be able to pick up a Haste Rune along with it, so Wings are starting to control the map a bit better. They could use some extra map control. There are still very good wards placed down by MVP over towards that Roche pit. But for Wings, they have the pretty much entire Dire jungle controlled here. Some good wards at the entry as well as on that Uber Cliff.
And now Mott, they look for a smoke. They can also Roche very quickly with the Drow, but it's not up yet. They're hunting for kills. Maybe gonna try to drop a ward. There's a Haste Rune bottled on Blink. He also has his BKB now. You can still Blink Strike on BKB targets, but Faith Beyond, he finds the jump. I think that's too deep for Wings.
Yeah, that's underneath the tier 3 tower. They don't want to commit too hard. They lose a fight there, and they might lose all of this advantage that they've garnered over the course of this game. 24 minutes in, and that does mean that QO will get his BKB, and that might be an important item. They're going to counter smoke for MVP, and they're going to look for a target. They're going to draw a line and head straight down towards that Roche pit. They want that pickoff before they head into the pit, LD.
They would love to just take Roche now, knowing that Coil's on cooldown, but unfortunately for MVP, it's going to be just about a minute, exactly the amount of time the puck needs, now 40 seconds until the Coil's ready. They need a kill, like you said.
This smoke might be broken by Faith Beyond if they walk up in the wrong direction.
Great positioning to break a smoke by him, and a very elusive hero as well.
But they're going to go elsewhere. They're looking for Shadow, and they might find him. They jump in. He's going to get caught, but there's the BKB. Wall dropped down, but no vacuum. There's going to be the real kit in from Innocence. Dubu gets crushed by the right click. Chaotic Offering elsewhere. Ice is low. We'll go down to the Purifying Flames. So far, 1-for-1 exchange. QO now. BKB's up. The Sonic Wave goes right through it, but he will at least get the IO. Now try to man up against Shadow. It's not enough, LT. He goes down. The most important hero for MVP has fallen.
He did it. He's too squishy. Didn't have the help of the Oracle in that fight. Now they're looking for more. The Invoker on the run. Wings, though, no detection.
Bebby is going to have to use again that Oracle ulti.
But they're flanking with Shadow.
And then there's the Dream Coil. Blink low on mana, but boy, does he blow up after that Oracle ulti is done. It's going to be, I think, 3 going down for MVP, I believe.
They really want to take Roche now because they used all their big ultimates there. And MVP going to respawn in about 20 seconds. They do have the Ice Armor to assist with this endeavor. Age is so important for MVP, the type of lineup, kind of like a Huskar draft where often it's really scary early to mid-game, can fall off late, but if Wings could take this Aegis away from MVP, it's game-changing.
Rev's going to come in, vacuum Shadow to the high ground, but he just forces himself down to the low ground with the Hurricane Pike. Dubu jumps in. There's the boulder smash onto 2. Roche now is going to fall, and they will take it. It's too late from MP to get that Tornado EMP combo off, and Wings have the Aegis now in tow with a Drow Ranger.
That was a really well-fought engagement by Wings. The only thing that didn't go well was Ice dropped the rock, immediately died. We have yet to see a particularly effective Warlock ult, I would say, aside from that one fight near the tier 2 mid for Wings, but it just doesn't matter. They're doing such a good job at kiting MVP. Like, the distance they had to chase that Drow with the Hurricane Pike, then Io relocates in behind her to keep her alive even longer. Innocence also has a Glimmer Cape, so he can use that to save the Drow. Like, they know after that initial barrage, once the BKB wears off, if MVP haven't found a pick or two, they're going to lose the fight. And the other thing is, man, Queen of Pain ult, that is causing problems for QO. His HP isn't that high. Dropped very quickly there to the Quap combo. BKB'd, but evasion is not enough to save him.
And the Sonic Wave. Blink was ready to go. He knows that he has to be on QO. He's got to be the damage dealer. He's got to get that Sonic Wave in and make sure he does the damage to the QOPA. So for now, it looks like MVP starting to get hemmed back in their base. Map control going the way of Wings, and with that Aegis, it looks like 5 minutes where MVP maybe don't want to fight against this squad, and people try to get more farmed up, but there's the Mantis Style for Shadow. He is now top in the net worth. He has been for a little bit of time, and still very close. He's with the top 4 in net worth at this point.
Just another way to waste QO's time in fights. You blink in, you try to blow up the Drow, suddenly she mantas, removes the slow, you might not know which the real target is. Also, obviously, great for just safely sieging the enemy base as they don't have a Shadow Demon. And again, more ways to counter the initiation. Now a Lincoln Sphere on the puck. Wings are getting so strong defensively, and you know, Drow is not the most defensible hero naturally, but with this supporting cash she has, and it's going to be tough to kill her. And then the other 2 cores, they are very elusive. Puck and Quap, BKB on one, Lincoln's on the other. MVP just haven't found that snowball. The quick bursts haven't been there for the most part. A couple of kills, but you need a lot more than a couple in this matchup, and especially with the way they've chosen to approach the game.
Invoker being behind for the majority of the game. Not great for F caught. Dream Coil is going to use the Guardian Greaves immediately. Vacuum wall in. Nice damage. Dubu misses the Boulder Smash. The Sonic Wave will go out, and Forever looks like he will fall first. Kyo jumps in. BKB from Blink, and it looks like he'll back away. Dominating spree. Not sure how much MVP want to go forward here, but they will. QO jumps in. He goes for the BKB. Innocent's barely alive. The Chaotic Offering keeping him up, but now QO jumps in with another Phantom Strike and will find the kill. Blink away from Blink of the Quap. Febby.
But he's running. I thought QO only knew one direction, and that was forward. QO, wrong way, buddy.
Almost going down the Oracle ulti, keeping him alive. That false promise, but Febby will give his life for it. And QO backing up into the base. They're going forward. Faith Beyond's in. He wants Stubu. Gets the waiting rift off, and one more right click. Gets the kill. The Tornado is up. He might get caught. Faith Beyond will just walk out now underneath the guys at the tier 3 tower. Great fight for Wings again. They take the tier 2, and they're knocking on the door of the tier 3 LD.
Oh, buildings fall quickly against this draft mutt. Really nice play by Shadow there, force staffing the IO back. Sure, the IO dies, but it just wastes more time for the PA's precious BKB seconds. Wings are winning the longer the fights go on because MVP can't find quick kills.
Another vacuum, but no wall. He's already used it. Gus will be off target there. Swarm's able to dodge it, sidestep it nicely. They take the melee racks. They don't want to go any further. Now that Chaotic Offering Golem is down, but that is a great start to Wings pushing the base. And they will TP home. They will start pushing out the other waves and go from there.
Also, I want to point out Wings dropped some really good deep wards here. This is going to make it even harder for MVP to leave the base. I'm not sure at this point if they feel like they can even win in the mid game, but if you want to transition late game, then you're looking like trying to build back into a Midas on Invoker. It's already 30 minutes in. That sounds like a terrible idea, so I think MVP are scratching their heads like, what do we do?
This lineup, it was supposed to win early. They were supposed to be able, like you said, face rush this opponent Wings draft, but Wings drafted nicely.
And Wings have great access into late game. 5 range heroes with the Drow, that's great. Blink also with the plate mail. He can build either a Shiva's or an AC. AC great for sieging, gives them that extra physical DPS. They can build into a Hex for Faith Beyond. There's the Oracle to deal with the Hex initiation, but then you're being forced to use the False Promise very early in the fight. It's not the ideal way to do it. It just further gives Wings more options, and not to mention, Warlock is scary, Mott. If he gets off a good double Golem, the point booster now picked up, Ag's likely next. That could just instantly win them fight. We still haven't seen a good Warlock ult, really.
Yeah, Ice.
And there's the AC.
He gets a good Chaotic Offering. That's going to change the complexion of a fight and make it even worse for MVP. And in most cases, but we'll wait and see how that goes. It's, again, more backing up and farming for Wings. This does give some time for the rest of MVP to get some items like that. The Shiva's guard coming out, but here is the puck. Faith Beyond has picked up the Dagon. This off-lane puck is doing so much work in this game, LD.
I mean, what do you do if you're QO now? Like, we've seen a couple fights where he wants to hang on to the BKB. He doesn't want to blow it too early, and then Wings just run away. So he tries to wait until they're committed, but if he waits, he gets hit by the quad bolt, he gets Dagon, he's out of the fight. At that point, he's not engaging anymore. Puts him in even more of a bind. So much pressure on the BKB timing here.
And forget the MKB for the Drow, or even the Silver Edge. It's the butterfly that he wants. He knows that right click is going to be able to bring him down.
This is the better pushing item with the illusions get benefiting from the...
Alacrity, smoke will break. QO walking up. They're looking for Faith Beyond. He phase shifts, but now Shadow Gust up. Cold Snap coming out.
Look at how long QO's holding his BKB.
He's going to finally jump in, looking for Shadow, but there's the Hurricane Pike. Now the Chaotic offering up for him. Sonic Wave. See you later. MP will be able to force his way out. QO pops the BKB, but they can bring him down. Ice, Max up, stays alive. There's the Fortune's End, but QO now getting laid into the right click. Yeah, Phantom strikes away, but one more, and that'll do the job. 4 dead for MVP again. Debbie, the only survivor, he wants Innocence, and it's a small consolation prize if he can get it, but the Glimmer Cape saves Innocence live. And they are going for the buildings. They're going for the tier 3. They are going for the jugular.
Over, Mott. Wings have completely shut down MVP's aggression. The train stops here. MVP are going to have to figure something else out. You knew the fight was going to be hard for them when PA spends his entire BKB trying to kill a Warlock who's already dropped Golem. Can't even get that kill. Wings just completely crushed MVP.
QO could not stay on target. He was looking for, at first, that Drow Ranger, but the Hurricane Pike came out, and it's so tough for him to find any real particular target to hang on to and try to kill. So the Phantom Assassin, which was so successful earlier on in this tournament, not really coming up big for MVP this game, but it looks like the Wings fans behind us very excited.
The cheering section might be growing, Mott. I'm seeing more and more folks start to stand up here. At first it was just the hardcore fans behind the Chinese casters, but now it's migrating towards the middle. Wings is getting some fans here in Key Arena.
That we will jump into game 2, but not before we head over to, of course, our draft panel. Dakota, what did you think about that game number 1?
Hey there, Mott. How you doing? I thought it was pretty damn swell. We were expecting an action-packed matchup, and I think we got what we wanted. For you guys, though, I mean, we anticipated that, you know, MVP might go back for someone like the PA, and we know Wings to just kind of almost all random, it feels like at times, their draft. But do you think that there was a bit more strategy to this one?
I feel like for Wings, most certainly. I mean, you saw that Faith Beyond off-lane puck, and they must have known it was going to go at least somewhat well. And with that extra damage you get from the Drow, obviously, not to mention the Queen of Pain on top of that, you have the pure damage to go through the BKB. And eventually they could have gotten True Strike if they wanted to, but that was just so much damage to deal with, and plenty of kiting as well against the Phantom Assassin. So
I think that's one thing we didn't really talk too much about early in the game, is that Puck and Quap are very difficult to quickly kill. They have a lot of elusive capabilities, and that's what you want against the Face Rush lineup. Resets, delay, stall, wait for the big ultimate combo. They just did a really good job at drawing out the fights.
Sounds great. LD Mott, we look forward to hearing your cast for game number 2, but we're here back at the drafting table now. We got Blitz, Merlini, and Winter back in action, the 3 Merlinis, I guess, if you want to say. Gentlemen, just more on that note as far as the drafting goes. I mean, how did you think it went down for MVP? It looked like that was an MVP kind of a draft, but Wings pull out something a bit different from what we've seen, but at the end, they get the W, Will.
The biggest thing is that they were able to create space constantly in their lineup with the Gust and the Queen of Pain being able to be the frontliner and the initiator for them. More importantly, the puck did so much work in that game. Faith Beyond had tons of farm that I don't think he should have been able to have, but he was able to be the difference maker, and I feel like they just prep for them, because the downside of MVP is every single time you play against them, you know what you're going to run up against.
Man, it was his build as well. That was rather unusual. Power threads into drums, then blink. And that was... when Ben was talking to me, look at the puck's items, I was like, what is going on? What is going on?
We didn't even know if it was an outdraft. We're like,
No, but I think they brought up a good point. Mobility against the PA is very, very important. The puck and the Queen of Pain was really, really good in the team fights.
To help us break us down, or help break it down a bit more as far as the draft went, we actually have on standby over here, it's Purge once again. Hey, buddy.
Hey, it's not just about mobility, it's also about anti-movement, keeping them in the same area. If you look at the draft once again, the really key heroes here are going to be Warlock and Puck, I think. Keep in mind, this is almost the exact same draft that MVP played versus OG that got them those victories. Wings knew they were playing MVP. They planned this. They let MVP get the draft they wanted. They grabbed some anti-mobility heroes, and that allowed them to win that first really crucial team fight here. Now, keep in mind that they know that they had to win the early fights. MVP is very much a mobility team. If you have somebody like, if you have a Desolator on P8, that's not going to allow him to farm faster and get ahead and keep up and that kind of thing. You get gold advantage by getting kills, and that's how MVP plays. So if they prep for this, keep an eye on the map and anticipate those smoke ganks. You get a fight like this, and then we get to see the perfect strengths of the Wings lineup and what it's able to do to shut down. Team fight is won already. Look at that. Like, Dream Coil, if he even wants to leave the Dream Coil, he gets stunned. He can't continuously weave in and out like he did against OG, and that just completely shuts everything down and limits MVP's ability to win team fights. Like, if he just dies right at the start, fights are over. They also did a really good job ganking the Invoker in the early game to keep his farm down, and at that point, it was basically just about controlling PA, and that's exactly what Wings did. So they were completely on top of that game.
By you, Purge, thank you so much for all that. Yeah, the Invoker just unfortunately didn't really have enough room to be able to develop and be a big powerhouse player in this one. So now we get to go on further here, gentlemen, talking a bit more about what to expect moving forward from MVP. How do they react to this, Ben?
I think you have to be kind of shattered after that. That's like their first loss with PA. That's kind of the draft that they wanted. What do you think, Windsor?
I think Kevin brought up a really good point about forcing the PA and pushing him around. Like, he got kited so much that he couldn't do damage despite having Darkseer, Iron Shell, and the early mech. And even, like, Invoker being poor, sure, that's a huge deal for them. But if you think about the fights and how they're going to initiate, and Wings have long-range heroes, so we never saw any big vacuum into wall from the Darkseer because of that. Everyone is fighting from a very far distance, so they couldn't get their combo off with the Earth Spirit, which in their previous series, they did very well in the team fights. But this game, it was really difficult for them to pull the same combo.
You agree with that?
Yeah, and more importantly, I think for game number 2, the biggest thing for me going into the draft is you can't rely on that PA as the auto win that it used to be. That was their confidence booster every single time. I would talk to Q, he'd say, our PA is unbeatable, and right there, they just got knocked off a peg or two. We saw that at Shanghai. Remember, they ran through the group stage. They got first, then they ran into Liquid, immediately started playing differently as soon as they lost those 2 games. I think for MVP, the biggest question is, do you continue to do what you've been doing this entire tournament that's led you to so much success, or do you just change things up because you lost that game?
A hero that we haven't talked about that made the biggest difference, I think, is Drow Ranger. Like, being able to, like, Frost Arrows is pretty important, but it's really hard to win with Puck and Quap nowadays because they don't scale that well. But with Precision Aura, and you have both of them in the lineup, they actually were able to right-click a fair amount on top of being able to do that Magic Burst. Like, do they want to ban the Drow? TNC 2-0'd Wings when they picked Drow twice with Axe, I think, was a key hero for them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, the drums build as well allows her to chase and do more damage. We were like thinking, how come they're doing so much damage with their heroes? And Ben was like, oh, maybe the Precision Aura plus the early drums, allowing them to chase and get a lot of right clicks into. Like, you don't expect that amount of damage from Puck in the early game.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, to actually just go on a completely unrelated note, we're going to go ahead and touch base with a gentleman we actually haven't heard from much at all today. Slacks, are you out there right now?
Oh, hello, Dakota.
I know that voice.
Over there?
Hi there, Slacks. How you been?
That was good. That was such an exciting game, right? Very stressful. I say let's take it down a notch. Let's get into where Zen plays, buddy. You feeling me, Dakota?
I'm already there.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. You know what's best for Zen? How about we watch some short films? They're beautiful. Today, I got 2 for you. The first one, a beautiful SFM made by a new artist coming in the short film contest. And the second one from Dota 2, the guy who does the 5 Reasons to Pick series. How about we go watch these 2 short films? But don't forget, you can vote for these in the compendium if you bought them. Everybody, let's watch them.
more. Pick a different place to raise a family next time.
Bountiful. Radiant's courier has been killed. This can't be happening. Down you go. Here it goes. Focus. Stay out of my way.
On target. Just as I envisaged.
It is amazing how talented some of those guys are at making these videos. And remember, if you want to be able to put in your own vote, you can still do it before a winner is decided. I'm back at my drafting panel, of course, gentlemen. Before we head back into Game 2, if you had to pick between those two videos right there, the SFM Jug or the Dota 2, what would you pick, Will?
I think I'm going to go with the Jug.
I got to go with Jug.
Yeah.
It's my hero. It's my music.
You're shaking your head.
Yeah.
You like Dota 2, didn't you?
Tango into shackle shot.
That was unexpected.
It was pretty badass, not going to lie. So, again, make sure you go put your vote in. But we got to get into game number 2, gentlemen. We have a hot matchup still here for us. It's MVP versus Wings. We have a draft soon to come, I'd imagine, here. But how do you lead in with a draft like this? I mean, are respect bans even necessary at this point, or do you just wipe the slate clean and start fresh with something? Or the opposite, pull out something like Alliance early, go back a couple of pages with what you think is your comfort picks?
Not sure. That's the biggest question mark that I think MVP has going into this, because the thing about them is they're a very confidence-based team. Everybody knows that they just want to play that style where they can just shut it all off and start playing. But when you lose with a draft like that, I mean, me and Winter thought that they were going to win purely based on the fact that they've executed it so many different times throughout this tournament that they'd be able to pull it off just another single time. Then they can go into the next game with a little bit more flexibility. But now that Wings have demolished what we'd consider one of their better strategies, it's back to the drawing board. But you still kind of have to go with that run-at-you style.
I think they only have two main drafts. One's run-at-you, caveman style. Second one is Naga and
Late game.
Alchemist.
Split push into late game.
Yeah.
They might want to consider banning the draw though. Like I think Wings just use draw so well, like so difficult to deal with them. And then go for one of their strats. Maybe the same strat again, but not against draw.
You think just eliminating the draw from Wings is going to be more than enough? I mean, I would personally look at Wings and be like, I don't know really what kind of style they bring as far as what would be better. That split push late game. Have we seen even Wings really be tested in the late kind of a game? I feel like they always seem to dictate where they want to go with the game in the first quarter or first half, and then they kind of just take over from there.
They're also well versed in that too. They play Alchemist. They play safely Naga a lot, so they can definitely pull it out. Although they tend to play it a little bit faster. They like when they pick Naga, they use a sleep a lot aggressively. They fight early with the Alchemist and bring them to fights. So it's not all in on the late game.
Then what's a weakness before it looks like we actually have a draft underway? Like you got to figure out and you got to crack the code. If Wings seem to have most bases covered.
Hope they draft techies. They're one game up.
Yeah, hope that they tank the draft. That's your best bet, I guess, going against Wings. Here we go, gentlemen. We have a Game 2 draft underway here, and it looks like Wings have actually opened up with something very, very standard in a combo, Elder Titan, Faceless Void, while MVP go back for a Bounty Hunter, and they still manage to grab the Darkseer.
Yeah, huge change up from Wings. Like, this is like what I noticed from this team. They rarely do 2 games, same type of like combo or play style. They switch things up a lot. Sometimes not to their own favor, you know, when they pick the techies.
Yeah, there's Wisp, there's Drow still available. They could have gone for the same opener, but just something completely different. Actually, they banned the Axe this time. Did they ban it last time, or was it ET? I don't remember.
I don't think ET was banned the last time. They probably
yeah, that's right. They could have picked it last.
So they banned out the Lich, which could be really good against the Elder Titan Aura, but I don't think MVP would have gone for Lich on the off lane with the Darkseer, because they mostly do it with another hero that doesn't push the lane, like Darkseer Iron Shell, because you don't need Lich on the lane with Darkseer most of the time. And you're Bounty Hunter roaming, so you probably want Bounty and Darkseer together on the same lane.
Reserve time.
Yeah, it's a bit peculiar because if you normally ban Lich, especially against a team like MVP who don't normally go for it, I can't help but feel like maybe Wings are considering something a bit more push heavy.
They did use the Lich in a couple of group games.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They did. It wasn't against Darkseer, but it was basically to secure their lanes. because MVP want to play a very fast-paced game, and having very, very good lanes and giving your offlaner a good start, especially a hero like Nyx, is very, very important. It's very, very difficult to read into what the teams are trying to do, especially Wings, because they're like so random. They do everything.
Yeah.
They don't do the same thing twice in a row.
Yeah, it's always this part of the draft too. It's like it all looks good and normal here at the start. You think these are just two casual, normal, competitive Dota teams, and then things get crazy.
Yeah, it's like you look at the draft, but you don't understand how they are going to utilize the draft and what is the idea behind the whole composition that they built against MVP. Like the last game, it was like, oh, Warlock. What's Warlock going to do here? Then slowly we realized during the game that Puck and Queen of Pain is so mobile, and Warlock with the AoE control is allowing them to win all the team fights. So this game, Wings have superior team fight already right now with the two opening picks, the Elder Titan and the Void. Whereas MVP wants to, again, like their similar play style. They play fast paced. They don't want to rely on cooldowns. They're going to be constantly running at you.
That seems to be a kind of advantage that Wings have. It's like I mean, unless they absolutely go crazy, but yeah, you can keep the draft overall very open-ended, very mysterious, if you will. But once that last piece of the puzzle comes in, then it might be too late for the other team. You're like, oh, that's the game plan, and we don't have an answer.
They're very good at exploiting a certain hero where they understand how much the hero gives to them during a certain point in the game, whereas other teams probably, they look at the draft, we got this, we should be able to take this game. But Wings just has that superior understanding compared to other teams.
Wings move into a Disruptor. Will, this is still seeming pretty normal for a Wings team here.
I think I do
for
like,
now.
yeah, for now, but I think I do like Wings' lineup so far. They've created a good amount of separation with the ET, the Faceless Void, and the Disruptor. Those are three decent ways to disengage the fight, and that's what you need against MVP. You can't get into those slugfests where you're willing to fight MVP nonstop, because I think that's where MVP thrives over almost every other team, is their ability to somehow get people into thinking, oh, we can keep fighting them, but MVP will eventually break you. We saw that in the first game against OG, where it looked like OG were going to dominate that game off the back of Timbersaw, but in a game like this, I think Wings, you have to keep your strategy in mind at all times.
I mean, yes.
Okay, so Phoenix...
SB, okay.
If there was a mascot for MVP, would it be Spirit Breaker?
It has to be.
It's either that or Warlock for sure. I bet.
Or March Screaming.
March Screaming. That's their anthem. They roll in through that curtain with a March Scream and plop right into a Spirit
Well,
Breaker.
I would say Wings have pretty good heroes against SB right now. Disruptor and the Titan are pretty good. I mean, you don't really want to run into those heroes. It's like easy setup for Static Storm, like Elder Titan Storm on your teammates. I mean, then again, that's MVP, right? They don't give a shit. They're just gonna run at you.
Three melee heroes.
I was thinking about whether or not they would take the SB, but normally, actually never do you see a Bounty Hunter and a Spirit Breaker on the same team.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Because you fulfill a similar purpose. You just run around the map and try to create space, but that means you need a really strong, self-sufficient safe laner for MVP Phoenix that can deal with the Void one-on-one, and Void is one of those heroes that succeeds very well in a one-on-one matchup just because of his base.
So you want something like Axe, Timber.
Yeah.
You want to beat him in the lane.
And I think for Wings, the gameplay is try to keep as stable of a laning phase as you possibly can with these heroes, and they further that by picking Jug. Then just get into team fights where you allow MVP to run into you.
MVP, last game, they didn't think they ran at them hard enough.
They're just like, it was a Spirit Breaker, guys.
Down.
Man, they're, I don't want to say stubborn, but man, they just, we got to get it right.
By the way, are you guys surprised? That looks like a normal draft from Wings, not all random draft, Banbu.
I know. What's happening here? This is weird for Wings, which is weird in itself. Man.
They are too
Maybe
normal.
the fifth pick is very fishy. Maybe that's what it is.
Guys, they don't do stuff like that just to be original.
I wonder if MVP's like, I wonder if they're even thinking like, this is a weird draft.
Yeah, what did they ban OD?
There's only one team that's picked it in this tournament, and they're out.
Wings ban.
Maybe from scrims?
Yeah, possibly. So MVP is looking for MP's hero. His Invoker didn't do so well the last game. But still, I mean, I could see it still working for them, you know, because they just have good heroes around the Invoker. You want to fight so much in the early game.
So you pretty much just pick the same draft?
I mean, I don't think they care.
I do like, though, that they're not doubting themselves, because you can't just switch gears this hard.
And I think that this game, their heroes might have a better chance against what Wings have. Like, they're not so mobile, so they can't run away from the PA and the SB. I mean, they do have a lot of lockdown and stun.
I can't believe Phoenix, they're one game away from top, or 2 games away from top 3, and they've done it on the heels of just running the same kind of combination over and over again, and teams just They never learned. But Wings might be the team to finally stop that. They're like, we're not going to engage you in this brawl fest. We'll play the separation game.
I mean, their playstyles, like, you see it coming, but what can you do? Like, it's either you try and fight them, like, they're so fast, like, you know it's coming, but what do? It's either you choose a lineup that fights them, or you dodge them. Right?
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that the winner of this series walks away already with a guarantee at least, what, $2 million more than TI 1, 2, 3. Crazy stuff. Looking for the final grab here from MVP. It's going to be Wings who get the last word in this draft, so MVP got to make it count.
I think the Invoker is a decent idea. It's a concept that works pretty decently against a lot of these heroes because they are very mana dependent, but I don't know how much lockdown that you get, and the Jug can just spin out for the most part and keep things going with his healing ward.
Now, what else would you prefer, Will?
Maybe I'd maybe like TA for them. Actually.
TA would allow them to go for
Rosh.
Really early Rosh, yeah.
More physical damage too.
I mean, you're on the panel. Normally, a Storm Spirit would probably pop up right now.
It would be pretty bad. It would get wrecked so hard in this game. Like every single counter is available. I mean, this one's definitely a tough one, just considering that they did just lose with the Invoker. So it's whether or not you're still confident in running it.
You don't think they are?
I think if they were, they would have picked it by now.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a fair point. They're taking a long time, so.
You could also run Mag. Like Mag PA with Darkseer. It's not really their style, but.
Have they done that?
I don't think so.
And it's cooldown relying, they're probably.
Ursa. So this is the one-on-one hero against the.
Yeah, the self-sufficient hero that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Good matchup against the Void for sure. And again, good Roshan potential right now instead of the TA.
He's melee. He runs at you. Fits the qualifications.
Melee.
Bomberman.
Over there. Yeah, we're gonna see a Bomberman come out here. That's 5 melee.
Guys, they can run a normal draft. They don't have to go. Ben's just
They can.
What if they run the normal draft and lose though?
Dude,
what world are we living in?
Dude, that's the real next level play. Is that everyone's anticipating Wings to pick something weird, then they just run at you normal.
They could like Winter Wyvern or something. Like I think Wyvern's like.
That's pretty good.
They don't really have.
No, but they need a core.
They run Faceless Void.
Yeah. They wanted to do
Faceless
ET
Void
off
save.
lane.
Oh, they have a normal draft. Look at that.
Bat Rider is going to be coming
Impossible. I don't believe you.
That's a Wings draft. No.
That's not a Wings draft. Fair enough. Based on the draft before us, gentlemen, last thoughts before we send it over?
I think MVP is going to do it this time. They've learned from their mistake of last game of not having another melee. This time they completed 5 melee heroes.
I'll go with MVP. Wings' draft is too normal.
They have a normal draft, so I go with Wings this time.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your input. Let's go ahead and send things over now to the side of the stage where we have our casters. It's LD and Mutt.
Thanks so much, Dakota. And we are here 1 game away for Wings to get top 3 and to secure $2 million. And now, of course, MVP Phoenix, they're also 1 game away from going down to the lower bracket. LD, this is a huge game for both teams. Who's going to come out on top in this one?
I have to go with Wings. They have seen nothing but this exact same strategy from MVP. They already countered it once. MVP hardly deviated at all. Slight difference in picks. I think Wings have it. They have great anti-melee counters. They have tons of way to punish tower diving. They have tons of heroes to kite effectively in terms of the Chronosphere, the sleep, the glimpse back, the kinetic field to catch them. But never count out MVP with the Bounty Hunter. So I do favor Wings based on draft, but my heart wants MVP to give us that game.
We want that game 3. We really want that game 3. It's been a pretty hype series already. That first game, QO got shut down, couldn't find many targets. He got a couple of kills in the aisle, but that was it. It was him and Ice. It was the supports. He was bringing them down, but he wasn't doing enough damage to the cores. And again, it was all that kiting coming out. MVP, they didn't have a way to deal with it. Now they're going up against, like you said, the Chrono, the Glimpse, what have you. So Wings, obviously, for the first time in a long time, they go for a normal draft, as the draft panel talked about. And we'll see how well they're able to do with this pickup.
So they're going to run a standard laning setup in addition to a pretty standard draft. We will see the off-lane Void. He doesn't do well against Ursa at all. He gets zoned pretty hard, so may have to resort to the Iron Talon, go back to the jungle. MVP, confident in their level 1. They're very scary with the Ion Shell and the gap closing potential they have. So they will secure this top rune. Blink will grab bottom. Looks like a Bat Rider potentially just going to go mid. The Jug starts boots first, will go to the bottom lane. So it's worth mentioning, as good as Ursa is at dealing with Juggernaut, Disruptor with Void, Disruptor and Juggernaut are very good at also punishing a Darkseer off lane. So Forev isn't even going to enter the lane. He just goes straight to the jungle with an Iron Talon. I do like this decision. This is a very strong kill lane against the Darkseer.
Blink should have a sentry. He's dropped one down already. There's another Stifling Dagger to come through. Plenty of damage on Blink, and he has his bottle already. Went no regen, got 2 pooled tangos. And he's already up to his bottle. Top lane. Ice has rotated up there as well. Looking for the stomp. Won't be successful, though. Just trying to zone out. But again, Blink in that mid lane is getting harassed by Febby. Yeah. Boy, he's taking some serious damage.
You know, Winter told me Bounty Hunter's not a good harassing hero anymore, but here I see Febby just crushing Blink. The sentry a bit off to the side, and he's mostly been heading kind of around the vision. And now he goes behind the tower. Febby, just an absolute artist at the early zoning. Batrider has not even seen creeps right now, Mod.
Yeah, he really can't.
Punished.
He cannot get any last hits. He can't even walk up. And that Bounty Hunter is doing some serious work in that mid lane. But top lane, MP getting chased down by Ice. And this is supposed to be a solo matchup. Void is supposed to be alone, but they've rotated Ice to help out. That means that bottom is, of course, completely free farm going for that Juggernaut. And again, it is going to be Innocence. I'm sure he's getting the pulls off and getting experience as well. Getting to that quick level 6, Static Storm will be a very important factor in this game. Of course, leveled up Glimpse as well is not bad either.
Beware of the Courier snipe. Courier just walking down the lane against a Bounty Hunter. It is only a level 1 bounty.
I think he's, Febby can't grab it.
He may have seen Febby for a second running by in the mid lane, but that's still very risky. Generally, you will see players walk back to the tier 2, even have a support ferried out, or try to juke the Courier a bit, wait for the Bounty Hunter to show himself. So the big deviation, I guess, for Wings is that they're running the dual lane with the Elder Titan, as there is a charge towards mid. 2-minute rune about to spawn. Dubu securing that bounty rune for QO.
There's that Radiant Ward up at the top rune spot that will see the charge coming through. So it's going to be Dubu not able to find that kill with that charge. But
yeah, he just wants to get the runes for the team. Right. About securing the PA's lane. You see the Bounty Hunter harassing, the charge on mid. The key time where MVP are going to get aggressive, as Innocence, looking to scope out this Darkseer, might be able to find a first blood on Forev, who is very low.
Again, seen this before. Does have, I don't think he has the TP that he did last time, Forev. I think he might just be dead.
He's level 2 now. He skills up the Thunder Strike. I don't think he can quite kill Forev yet. Maybe with a glimpse. Meanwhile, mid, there's also pressure on Blink.
He's going to use that Firefly. Another Stifling Dagger comes out. Plenty of damage. The Shadow Walk. He's going to get the hit up, and Blink will have to be very careful with how he approaches. It's the high ground. Febby now with 3 stacks drops the sentry down. He might actually be in trouble. Febby's low, 4 stacks sticks up, but now blocked by the creep wave. Will survive. Blink in trouble. One more right click. It's the dagger that does it for QO.
Meanwhile, Innocence, he did end up going for the kill on Forev. He couldn't quite get it. Missed on the kinetic field. And now Mr. 17% in the house.
Oh, he gets the bash to stop the TP, and Innocence will fall.
Double bash there, secures the kill. Oh, these are the kinds of mistakes that can come back to haunt you against MVP.
Who would have thought?
Still no boots on Blink. This is going to allow the Bounty Hunter to really punish him, and now Ice, it might be his turn mid.
Like you said, QO only goes forward, but Ice, he will go back.
Look at Febby, he's sniping the tower.
Another stifling, he's so low. One more right click, and there it is.
What is this team? MVP, how do they make it work? Somehow, someway. Elder Titan's like, yeah, I'll just go farm at the tier 1. Little does he know, Bounty Hunter will dive him past it, and ends up not even being punished for it. So MVP, just that magic about their early aggression. They found it here, Mod. Now, the good news for Wings, their cores are farming well, and really where they excel at the counter pressure is in the mid game, but they got to get there first. Another charge.
Blink's going to get caught. Oh, but this time he will have help with Innocence, throwing for the Thunder Strike. Here's Febby doing some right click. Shuriken, he's got mana for it, I believe, but I don't think he could go for that kill with Blink around as well. And another hero rotating in. Ice is nearby as well with your Stomp, so drop a ward down, and that's going to be the end of it, and Febby will head out.
So Walking Courier did show itself bottom, I believe. Febby was wondering if it would take the quicker route back, but wisely, Shadow sends it around the long way. So he won't get the Courier snipe just yet.
This is the good thing for Wings. They have Shadow as well as the Faceless Void in that top lane, farming really well. Let's see, 30 last is coming up for the Juggernaut.
Febby?
Oh, head out. We saw Dubu deny himself to Roshan at the same time. Make sure that he gets back to full health and he can charge somewhere if he so chooses to. But that top lane is a matchup we haven't really seen too much of. It's, again, Ursa going up against Faith Beyond. CS is roughly even.
You really have to anticipate the ganks. The wing supports are not that mobile. The charges coming mid, they have 2 heroes in the area. They might be able to punish this dive, Mott.
Stifling Dagger comes out, again slowing Blink. How far do they want to go? into the Firefly and then backing up.
That's not MVP Dota. What are you doing, Dubu?
They're a little too far, I think, from that Bat Rider.
I'm disappointed. But yeah, they definitely should not have dove that with so many heroes missing.
MP is going to get bashed top lane. Another charge coming in, Faith Beyond. He's got the time walk, but it is only level 2. MP's going to try to get that damage done, get the time walk coming in, and now he has no way of getting out. If they get the bash here, he'd be actually huge, but the TP's going to be coming in already from Wings. Although it is canceled, Ice won't end up coming to that top lane. His mid lane, Febby, is still stalking and trying to find.
The scan found him.
Blink is going to get caught by another crit, the Stifling Dagger, and the Stomp will not save him. Although Febby and QO will take some tower hits, they should be fine for now, but Febby continues the chase on Ice, who will stay underneath that tier 1 tower. And again, the aggression, the dive, not punished by Wings.
Even dropping the ward now. Febby making great use of the Bounty Hunter. They would love to kill the Bat Rider when he goes back to farm stacks. He's had a really rough lane.
They're going in again, diving. The Stomp will come out. No! Stopped by the Shuriken from Febby!
Oh, dear.
Wow.
The MVPing is happening. Meanwhile, top Faith Beyond. He's next. He has to drop the Chrono.
I don't know if he can stay here, Aaron. He's not doing nearly enough damage to MP, but Shadow's going to come in. Omni Slash doesn't bounce to MP. Dubu will try to keep you away, and they have to get the bash, and they will. Faith Beyond walks up.
But they're flanking. Febby's already here, Mott.
And Faith Beyond high to the tree line right now. Kyo is instead going to go to work on Shadow. No Omni Slash. He's got his cooldown up 5 seconds. Right will come through. Pops the Illusion Rune. Another Stifling Dagger. Shadow has the Blade Fury.
He's leading them to Faith Beyond, though.
Yeah, they're going to run right into each other. Blade Fury comes out. Shadow's low. Kyo trying to right-click him down, and it looks like he will.
Come out, Faith Beyond. Hey, buddy.
They found him. Double kill for Kyo. Wow. A double kill, and what a start for that Phantom Assassin this game.
The biggest worry, Febby is already level 5.5 as a roaming Bounty Hunter. 3, 1, and 2. The guy hasn't even seen creeps this game, Mott. They're in for it now. This game has become very difficult.
He almost has tracks. His level 6 is going to be up, and then all of a sudden it's going to get even harder for Wings if they continue to dive into these towers.
And you're up against such a good chasing and diving lineup. There's no boots on Ice. Disruptor has no boots either. 2 supports that are absolute food.
Sentry, Ice going to get caught. There's going to be the Janata. Charge coming through. Earth Shock as well. Shuriken. Febby gets another kill, dominating. Faith Beyond TP's in, but it's too late.
He's going to be level 6 at like 8-9 minutes here.
All right, I guess we're still going, huh? Well, Dubu decides against it. They'll back up together now, forcing on another TP. But Shadow decides to stop it.
This laning stage is a complete disaster for
crazy.
Wings.
It's nuts.
And then you have to ask yourself, okay, so Wings have had a really bad laning stage. How do they come back in this game? Well, the thing is, ideally you want levels on your support so you can set up that big combo. The Static Storm, the Earth Splitter with the Chrono, they're nowhere near that. Juggernaut can't man-fight effectively against an Ursa, even struggles versus Spearbreaker and PA. Doesn't have a way to deal with evasion. The bash goes through your Blade Fury. Also, MVP are very tanky, so Omni Slash doesn't net you many easy kills. It's a delayed Blink Dagger on Bat Rider. So perhaps with the Haster he can make something happen, but he's your big initiator for this team. You don't want to blow Chrono on solo pickoffs when you know MVP want to fight every 5 seconds. You need to save that Chrono for a team fight.
Innocence getting love tapped by Febby. Comes in with a Janata. They throw up the Cherokee, but does get glimpsed back into the connect field. They have the Haste Rune. So should be up for Blink. The Firefly with a sticky Napalm should be enough, and Febby looks like he will finally fall. Giving away a dominating spree to the Disruptor. That gets him a big...
Dubu might get caught too.
Stomp coming out. He will get caught. Damage. Firefly, 2 stacks, I believe, as well, and he will fall. 2 quick deaths from MVP and Wings. Now getting back into it.
Over-aggression has its costs. Bounty Hunter going down, no big deal. Losing 2, though. Yeah, they're supports, but gives Wings some breathing room. Do want to point out this game, different build from QO. He's gone back for the Dominator on the Phantom Assassin, so it gives them a little more access to late game. Plus, they have track hold, so even if, let's say, Wings evens out the game, I like their team fight better. I think they are the better late game lineup with equal farm, but you can maintain a farm lead.
Shadow's going to use that Blade Fury, and QO actually taking a fair bit of damage. Febby is in. There's the Janata. Shuriken could come out looking for the Chrono. They'll find it. Febby getting caught. If the damage, Shadow is not in range. Febby, they don't have the detection, it looks like, so they might go back in on Shadow as they get another crit from that Stifling Dagger. Febby continues to hound Shadow at this point.
He does have Omni, though.
He's going to use it, and Febby kills the Healing Ward. Was not expecting the turnaround from Shadow. Still getting crit, running low on mana. Blade Fury QO, though, is in trouble. He's alone. They've got the Glimpse. Can they bring him down? It looks like, yes, Shadow will get a double kill.
Meanwhile, at the bottom rune, They do manage to find another Titan. They were going on Blink earlier. MVP overplaying their hand a little bit now, Mott. That's 4 kills in a row they've given up to Wings, and Wings aren't forcing these. They're not smoking, so they're not committing resources. They're farming during this time. Still MVP with the advantage overall when it comes to gold, when it comes to experience, but that was also with the tower. I think the big thing that's going to fuel the next round of aggression for MVP, that's Forev. Darkseer, mech about to be completed. He's 500 gold away. Yep. He's also just been turbo farming in the jungle. He has not come to fights, but round 2 of the aggression will feature level 4 Ion Shells on 2 heroes with a mech. Waynes are going to have to be extremely careful. This could easily result in multiple towers lost, a Roshan claimed, and another 4 or 5k gold swing, especially now that track is online.
And Shadow is going for a farming build. He's built up the Battle Fury. He's very close to completion. It's going to help out later, and doing the Omni Slash as well, but I don't know if
There's
they want to
5
fight
melee heroes. Battle Fury just feels so good this game if you get the farm.
Might need a bit more, but without the Battle Fury yet, they're not going to be able to fight up, and they will take Roshan. MP's in the pit. This is that overpower and grabs the Aegis as well. 1,100 gold for MP, and Dubu looks like he's smoked up with Forev right behind him.
It's the deep warding game that's very important for MVP. We see again the ward behind the tier 1 tower bottom. We already earlier saw the ward placed near the big creep camp. Failed sentry wards dotting the map, one of them leading to a kill earlier bottom, but in general, MVP have kept the vision up. That's very important for Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, he charges and cancels immediately afterwards. There's a sentry there. They can de-ward. And that ward, Faith Beyond will come and use the Quelling Blade and make sure that ward goes down, so MVP loses a little bit of their vision. Febby, though, doing a pretty good job running around, but the sentries are placed. They see him. It looks like the track's up. Faith Beyond jumping in Chronosphere. He'll find it. They need more damage. Febby, Thunderstrike, and the kinetic field as well. And Febby looks like he will fall. He sticks up, comes back in, and he's done. Nothing getting him out of that bad situation.
Still MVP overall pulling ahead in net worth here, even when those kills are happening, as they get another tower. The more the towers drop, the harder it is for Waynes to reinforce fights when MVP dives. So even if it looks like nothing's really happening for MVP right now, like Waynes are coming back in the game, it just takes that one fight, and now it's a lot easier to achieve that one fight. Also worth pointing out, we've been seeing MVP not really grouping up, but they have Aegis. They're going to get Blink on Ursa very soon, and they're looking to fight top.
Their sentry's down. Febby, Omni Slash, he's going to get caught again, but the mech keeps him alive. Turn around, Shadow, Blade Fury, not there. Can't get the kill. The Stomp, however, setting up it for Forev, but here comes the charge, and Innocent's already low. Nether Strike coming through Ice Ice, taking that damage. Vacuum in, onto 2, getting Forev a double kill.
And now they see Blink, they can get a third.
Gonna try to chase him down. Earthshock should be there. MP really wants this. The Firefly, he misses the Earthshock. QO looking for the Phantom Strike, he gets it, but no Stifling Dagger to follow up, and they're out of vision.
They do have Eyes of Shadow.
They have a dash in them, Dubu can't find it. Instead, they'll turn their eyes to Shadow, and he will just Blade Fury away underneath that tier 1 tower.
That's a fast Battle Fury, considering how much MVP have been running at them. But MP now is Blink. So if they struggled to chase down that 3rd, 4th kill last fight, it's not going to happen this time around. Now they look for the tower. If Juggernaut gets his next couple items, if he gets to late game, Omni Slash could be devastating, but they're pretty tanky even so on MVP. You have evasion on QO, so those extra auto attacks in between the Omni Slash strikes have a chance to miss. Ursa is very difficult to burst, and you have Spear Breaker. Jug needs a lot of farm if he hopes to solo carry this late game.
Well, the good news is that I don't think the Faceless Void is that far behind. He's actually only 500 away from the Ursa. He has the potential to be able to right-click as well. Charge coming through. Dubu is looking for somebody, and he's going to be charging down to the bottom lane where Faith Beyond will TP home. Make sure he gets out of trouble, but MVP will stay together with this mech like you talked about with these Sages. We'll see how much they can get done. They look to dive again, but Blink now fire flying away.
This is the Blink Dagger debut. I don't think Waynes have seen it yet.
I don't think so. He's
lurking in the trees.
Yeah. He's going to walk out now. Still no vision there. I don't think they saw it. He's going to go up to the ancient stack.
And that's a really important point. There is just no vision for Waynes right now on their side of the map. It's all top. So they're not really able to farm much. They might get caught here, Mott.
Smoke. Innocence will be the first to be caught. MP jumps right in. Good static storm, though, still. Innocence will fall to a track heal. Chrono only onto 1, and Faith Beyond, though, he wants MP. There's the Enrage coming in the last, so Febby will surely fall first. MP might be second, but coming in is QO. MP somehow still alive, but finally falls. Vacuum in, Faith Beyond, time walking away. Stifling Dagger, they're diving underneath the tier 2. Omni Slash comes through, but it's not enough. Stomp on top, is it? Can they get the kills? Dubu is low, and finally will fall. MP might be next. next. He already lost his Aegis. The Earth Shock will not help him. And Wings turn 3.
That was huge from Ice Ice. What a great 3-hero stomp. Resets the fight. It buys time for Shadow's Blade Fury to cool down and completely turns the engagement. Also worth mentioning there, the Chrono didn't even catch the Ursa. It looked like it was going to be really bad, but MVP losing Febby very early in the fight, so they didn't get those additional tracks out.
Oh, Febby, you're underneath the Sentry. Not anymore, though. He will make it out, Shadow. He's going to just go for the Blade Fury anyways. Stomp. Link's coming in as well to stick in Napalm. Febby, all right, maybe he is dead. He's trying to stick up, but it's Wings again, finding another kill, and this will almost at the tower, I would imagine. This tier 1 tower might be defended as Dubu's charging in, but Wings are starting to gain a foothold in this game. And remember, MVP, 1 loss away from that lower bracket. Wings want to secure that $2 million.
You know what's really scary, Mod? Wings might win with a normal draft.
Yes.
Then they can win pretty much every way under the sun.
To the draft panel, that was like the end of the world almost. It felt like they were so concerned about it.
They gave up. They had no faith. Non-believers. But look, Febby's died a lot this game. 7 deaths, and generally, you know, it's often talked about like when Pylai Dai plays Bounty Hunter, for example. It's not a big deal if your 5 position dies, if he's getting wards down, creating space, buying time for carries to farm. But if he's just dying a lot and you're constantly trying to fight, it does come back to hurt you. They're not getting extra track gold with some of these kills. QO went for the Dominator, but now back into BKB. Bounty Hunter's deaths add up this game because he's not really creating space as of late when he dies. He's just giving them gold for free. Some deep wards, but not wards that have been converted into kills, so Febby needs to be careful here.
Ooh, TP, but they don't see it. Blink is going to be able to get out. No shuriken from Febby to be able to stop it. At what point do you say for MVP, okay, well, we're sick of fighting. We need to maybe farm and stay ahead? I don't know if
Are we talking about the same team?
I mean, I know it sounds implausible, but they have the ability to farm with some of these heroes.
You want to be more careful when Wings have their big cooldowns. So Chrono is up currently, Earth Splitter's ready, Static Storm, everything is available for Wings. That's where you don't want to hyper-aggressively dive into the enemy team, plus they don't have Aegis. So fighting around the ultimate cooldowns and fighting around the Aegis timing, those are the 2 big factors that will keep MVP's aggression in check for now. But Forev has the Blink. I think we saw that in the last fight. So there is some combo potential with that vacuum into 4-5 hero charge. Can set up for a really strong team fight.
Charge in, Shadow will Blade Fury. Again, if they want to fight, they'd have to do
Glimpse.
it here too. Glimpse, Static Storm, Febby found it yet again. Stop, killed. Down for 35, and the Chrono top QO! Omni slash to death. And they're looking for more. Charge away. It's not yet. Surge through from Forev. Dubu will at least walk out. Blink into the tree line for Forev. Jump in. Faithion gets the bash. Dubu caught. Can they bring him down before he charges out? No.
Let's stop.
It will catch him. Oh, beautifully done from Ice Ice. And it will fall. It'll be a 3rd kill going to Wings. They just keep getting more and more out of this game, LD.
Man, this Elder Titan has been a real game saver. 0-5, but right now I feel like Ice Ice is the one who's stepping up to the plate. And there's a reason why this hero hasn't been getting through very often, even when he has absolutely nothing. Right now, just Tranquil Boots, Windlace. He did just buy a Staff of Wizardry, but he's been very poor all game. His kit is so good, and it's 5 melee heroes. The Stomp is going to connect more often than not. We still haven't seen the Big Wings team fight. That's what worries me for MVP. They can never screw up a team fight. One really bad team fight will be a wipe. If there's a really good Chrono, a Static Storm Stomp combination, they don't really have answers for that. So
it's like Wings, one more fight will put them. They're on the cusp right now, but they can start getting some real big items here. Blink has to avoid this charge.
And remember, this is with MVP having a great start to the game. Like, imagine if Wings didn't give up all those early kills, if the Sentry was placed a bit differently mid, Batrider didn't die to Febby and constantly get dove. Like, this is with MVP having that fantastic start, and they're still struggling down the stretch. It shows that there are drawbacks to running 5 melee heroes who just run at you. There are counters to this. Looking back, like, God, 3-4 years ago, there was a big series between IG LGD where IG was recorded after the series, and they talked a lot about LGD at the time was facing the IG face rush. That was what it was called with the translation. And the counter was Enigma, just picking this hero that can dominate melee heroes because they love to run Night Stalker, Sven, Bounty Hunter, just run at you heroes. This is a strategy that has been used before in different ways by teams in the past, and Wings is showing it can be exploited, it can be punished if you play crisp, coordinated Dota.
Wings looking like that And a team that is solid all around. We've talked about Wings beating themselves before. It doesn't look to be the case so far in this series. They're already up 1-0, and they're looking for that game 2. And they're getting closer and closer as time ticks by. There is the Desolator pickup for QO. Help him dish out the damage, but he has died a couple of times to Shadow's Omni Slash or Chronosphere. We'll see if QO can find the kills instead of dying in these instances.
Shadow now buys a Blink Dagger, so he's even better at split pushing and getting away with it. Also can assassinate heroes potentially if he isolates them. 7-1 and 4 on the carry player.
QO has fallen behind now with only 7,000 net worth. Shadow walks up, Stifling Dagger, but it's eluded by the Blade Fury. Dooku in the tree line looking for a charge. Chronosphere blink in. He catches 2. Earth Splitter on top. Omni Slash will go in. QO not done yet. Looks like he will be about to fall. Static Storm, and it should bring him down, and it will. Circuit Toss is coming in. Shadow's getting low, but he's just going to come through with Faith Beyond MP now. Looking to bring down Blink one more. He fireflies away and gets up out. MP can field it in, and Shadow finds himself another one. Good back wall, but it might be too late. Febby walks into a Blade Fury and dies. 4 dead
Look
for
at
MVP.
their HP bars, Mod. They're all almost dead. They get 4. They walk away unscathed. No track gold for you, MVP. That is MVP's ticket to late game. It's track gold. No huge economy here from the PA. Had the Dominator earlier. They sold it. But with that, with no Battle Fury being picked up, not really the type of lineup that just wants to be giving up kills and going late. It's not like this is Team Secret where they'll be down 20 kills, but they're running Alchemist Terrorblade, just planning on the 70, 80-minute win. This is a team that wins early or struggles to take it late.
MVP did do very well early, but they couldn't quite get over that hump. And like you said, QO sold that Dominator. Very interesting choice to me. And of course, he's still kind of low in the net worth department. So damage done to Innocence, but it's not the early game. Febby needs +1, more than +1 to help get that kill now. Because they will go for Roche. That'll help stabilize their economy if they can get it. And it looks like with the Ursa, they can.
I don't know how concerned Wings is about 2 lives in MVP.
I wouldn't be at this point. They've won every single fight for the past, I think, 10 minutes or so. If you look at the graph, it just shows all green dots going the way of Wings from a long period of time. It's about 18 minutes on or so. What a lead.
They have to get something done with this Aegis. Multiple core kills, ideally. Take that tier 2 mid. Try to bottle up Wings a bit. But look at the spread from Wings. It's the same thing as last game, Mod.
He is diving in. He wants to kill. And vacuum wall. Static Storm on top, but they've lost Innocence. Chrono on it to the Earth Splitter. It does beautiful work. The Omni Slash is there, and MP will fall. At least he enrages. He'll stay alive for now, but the Blade Fury will come through, and the rage is done. It's going to be 3 dead for MVP, it looks like, as QO now looking for Faith Beyond, but the Time Walk is there. Aegis is down. Can they bring him down a second time? QO stopped up perfectly timed from Ice Ice. Double kill. Shadow is godlike. And MVP, bit by bit, they're getting dismantled by Wings.
You know, I remember when Ice Ice was confused constantly with Ice from Malaysia, with Ice from Singapore. Nobody knew who this guy was. He stood in for Big God at DAC a year ago and wasn't really considered to be that big of a deal. He was a decent pub player that Chow8 saw and believed in. But my God, he is a hero for this team. Now the Earth Splitters, the Stomps, endless control. Ursa, PA, they're just getting completely chain stunned and bursted by this guy. Man, what an underdog story, Wings. They once were, but now they're looking like an unstoppable juggernaut down the stretch. And to make matters even worse, with that fight, Mod, they start to get their next round of big items. Manta complete on Juggernaut, so even harder for the PA to focus. He can remove the track as well. Already Blake has the Aether Lens, as well as the Blink Dagger. They're looking for Faith Beyond bottom.
He's got Time Walk if he needs it. He's
But
already
he's ready
underneath
for
that
this.
tier 2 tower. And again, there's good vision coming out. Entry to the jungle is an observer ward on the raiding side that Forev has to take down.
Just notice their items. 3 Blake Daggers, Void Artist Time Walk, and a 4-staff and Elder Titan. Wings are just going to kite the crap out of MVP. We saw it last game with slightly different items, but the same concept, and I think MVP, they go on to lose this match, they may have to rethink their overall strategy because it seems like Wings has completely figured it out.
Yeah, Wings look so good right now at this point. 24 minutes in, and they're doing so well. looking for more. MVP, they're kind of hemmed into their jungle right now, looking to farm up and just find whatever they can. They had such a dominant lead early on, 3 of the top 4 net worth, but Shadow was always ahead, and now 6K up on this Juggernaut as well. So Shadow continues to farm away. Now with this Mantis Towel, this Blink Dagger, and an Ultimate Orb to follow up afterwards, which could very well be a Scotty here.
So for MVP, it looks really bad the way the game's developed, the difficulty they have getting quick kills in team fights. I think the next big power spike, and probably the last one, unless they win fights at that point, is the BKB on Ursa. That's coming pretty soon, along with QO grabbing his. At that point, the Elder Titan is less of a threat. There's still ways to deal with BKB, whether it's the Lasso, the Chrono, Bash, Omni Slash. Like, there are still some solutions, but that gives you one more, basically, tank of gas with which to work, and I think they have to find multiple track kills at that point, or they will just have to GG out. At that point, they have no momentum, no control. Roshan wasn't enough. This will be their next big push, and likely their last if they don't succeed in some kills.
This is before they lose any tier 2 towers, and MVP, that's how much they're struggling at this point. There's very likely a GG out if they lose another team fight the way they have been.
They're the ones hiding in their jungle. This is very un-MVP-esque. It's not the nature of the draft. It's uncharacteristic, but they've been forced into it because Wings has just not lost a team fight in, you said, 15+ minutes.
And there's that BKB you were talking about, at least for the Ursa. Again, MVP, they need to find something with this alongside the one with QO. Can they get anything done? Again, like you talked about, they weren't concerned. Wings were not concerned about the double ages, but yeah, that ward should scout out the smoke of deceit coming in from Wings. We'll see. If MVP can set something up here, they might just back away, but no, looks like they're setting the trap. Febby will walk up first, break the smoke. Now he's going to get caught. There's the lasso. Chronosphere on MP. BKB's not there. The static storm to fill up as well. Earth Splitter, he's low. Pops the BKB in the enrage. How much longer can he survive? And the answer is not much, as he's down for 56. Dubu looking to at least get the Nether Strike, but it's just not enough damage. Faith Beyond getting the double kill. Wings, and they're not done yet. Shadow walking up, looking for more. MVP not GGing out just yet, but Wings feels like they're moments away from getting into that top 3 spot.
They saw it coming. They knew it was there. The Bounty Hunter still gets caught by the lasso. You then Chrono the Ursa. There's no counter for Chronosphere. What do? Like, try to vacuum them away from the Chrono? So at that point, Omni Slash just lays into whoever's in there. They burst the Ursa down after the Chrono ends. He did pop BKB, he committed his ultimate. Still, they just kite him, they ignore him, then the PA gets glimpsed away, so she's out of the fight. Now you kill the Spirit Breaker, and then it's a 2v5. Wings are just never allowing MVP to fight as 5. They're the team who's always 5v1 because of their huge AoE control and their team fight abilities. I just don't know what MVP do.
And now there's a Mantis Style and Faith Beyond, even more damage, more mobility as well for him to get out. Febby, he had such a good start. He was like 4-1-6, and now he's got 10 deaths to his name. So Febby struggling on that Bounty Hunter after the beginning stage of this game, which looks so good for MVP.
It's going to get even harder now. Wings have 2 Ghost Scepters, one on the Bat Rider, one on Ice Ice. No Diffusal Blades on MVP. We saw when CTY was playing Ursa, he would often go for that item, but MP's just not farming nearly well enough to get it.
They will find Febby yet again. Faith Beyond pops the Manta, and that is more than enough damage between that and the Firefly. And he's not done. Blink is going to keep going. They're looking for MP. Time Walk. They have the Chronosphere in 6 seconds, but it's not there right now.
Ursa wants to come in. He's thinking about it.
His team is also thinking about it in the mid lane. They're saying, okay, we can come to help you, but we're fighting 4 versus 5. Smoke up, though, from MVP, and this might be the last gasp if it doesn't work out.
But they're doing this 4v5 with no track gold. Even if they win, how much gold will they really get out of the fight?
Ice Ice is isolated, and he is going to get caught. Another strike, vacuum back in. Ghost Scepter coming in, and the Chrono onto 2. Earth Splitter to follow up. MP Static Storm. He will fall. QO goes down as well. MVP about to lose everything.
It's a massacre, Mott. They can't stand against Wings. Even when they 4v1 find the Elder Titan, he presses Ghost Scepter, and suddenly it's them losing 4. Wings they've written the blueprint on how to take down MVP. You just have to take your hat off to this team. Not only did they pick crazy, they picked smart. There is genius behind their apparent madness.
They're going to go for the first high ground push. The tier 3 tower, they are moments away from getting to that top 3 spot. Wings will try to get their first set of racks, and it looks to be successful as MVP no buybacks on QO or Ursa. MP not there to help defend. And Wings back up, successful.
We're at a point now where Juggernaut can man-fight any of these carries. Look how big he is. We'll see the fight again. Charge in from Spirit Breaker. All 4 heroes arrive. No, actually, you won't see it again because there's another fight breaking out.
No, Forev, he's lost the gem. He just purchased it. QO coming in. Blade Fury from Shadow to stop the Stifling Dagger slow. Dubu getting chased down. Firefly bringing him. And QO pops the BKB, and just the 4-staff from Ice kiting as best as possible. His Ghost Scepter is down, the kinetic field is there. They might get this 1 kill, but that's it. That's the first kill they've gotten in I don't know how long.
That was with a Darkseer buyback as well. Oh dear. Even then, it's still not very good for them when it comes to net worth, and they lost the lane of Rex. Triple Ghost Scepter, so yeah, Diffusal Blade will be mandatory for MVP at this point. Ursa still a long ways off from it. PA nowhere near it. Speaking of Diffusal, it's the Faceless Void of Faith Beyond who gets it. But yeah, I think Juggernaut can man fight any of these carries, even the PA at this point. He's got Scotty, he has Basher, he has Manta. He is at 23k net worth, over almost 2.5 times that of the MVP carries. I think he can even man fight the PA.
Dubu charging in, he's gonna find another strike at Shadow, but no! Faith Beyond denies him, gets the bash off, see you later.
Look for the glimpse if they can get vision for it.
Link is on the hunt with the Firefly. They'd like to find more, and there's going to be a lasso onto MP, maybe QO, but now they actually lose the Bat Rider. Shadow in trouble, and they take him down.
Void is trying to run now.
MP looking for Innocence, can't find him with the Ghost Scepter there. Faith Beyond wasn't there as well with that Diffusal Blade, and now MVP will turn this straight into Roshan. Look how much gold they just got from those 2 kills. Shadow with 23k does end up falling. Wow.
Oh, they see the Void, I think.
They have the track up. He'll Manta it off.
Is he going to try for an Age of Snipe mod?
He's pretty far away. He's used his time walk. Charges up, gets the bash out of Heavy. He just wants his kill on the Bounty Hunter. Gets the Chrono. I don't think he can finish off, but he can get the kill onto MP. Can't get Roche. He can get the kill onto the Ursa. Charge in from Dubu, though. QO is low. Has to finish off this Roshan. It's low. Will QO get the Aegis? Absolutely. He'll pick it up. Faith Beyond and Ice. They actually eat the cheese on QO, and he's going for Innocence. But again, no way to stop that Ghost Scepter vacuum back. They now will be able to bring him down. 3 still dead for Wings, and Faith Beyond on half health. Pops the Manta. Going for Dubu, and we'll find him.
He's going in.
Double, and Faith Beyond. Can he do this on his own? Forever and Febby both low. The stuns are there. He's out of mana. Diffusal Blade going to work, and Forever about to fall. Can he get it? There it is. The gems on the deck with Faith Beyond. One more right click from Q will get it done. And it looks like he makes it out.
Are you serious, Faith Beyond?
Oh my
How
God.
is he still alive? They're going to go back in for QO with the BOTs. They might lose the PA as well.
Oh, QO, the Aegis is gone. 5 dead. Can they get the second kill? There's the Manta style. QO gets stunned up with the bash. And he's going to jump in. He wants to get Faith Beyond, but he can't find it. He's going to fall twice. He's gone twice.
Only Wings would actually take that fight. They're 3v5. They're up a lane of Rex. They're up 15, almost 20k gold, even after the 2 deaths. Faith Beyond on a shred of HP goes into 3 heroes, goes into the Aegis. What other team would fight that? And they win. He lives. He's back to full health.
There's no buyback.
This team is relentless.
Wings want to, like you said, punish even further. Smoke up. This might be the last gas. We've said that a lot, but Dubu will charge in, and immediately Faith Beyond responds with a Diffusal Blade in kind, and they will finish off the Spirit Breaker with no buyback for himself. Second set of racks is going down, and MP is going all the way around behind them, but it is going to be 2 sets down, LD.
That is just heart-crushing, Mott. Now they see MP. Wayne's gonna let him go. They're also hunting Febby.
Yeah, well, they want Febby instead, but he gets the Solar Crest and he's just gonna walk on out.
I mean, you just finally want to fight. You get 2 huge track kills. You think you're gonna take Roche for 3. I mean, it's 3v5. Surely Waynes are not gonna contest without a buyback. Wrong. They are, and they're gonna win. That is just the knife through your heart. MVP. Desperation now.
They're defending until this Ancient is gone, and Faith Beyond on the hunt for Febby. Shadow as well, protection-wise. Looks like they don't have it. Shadow is going to walk for that boundary rune. He's going to see that it's gone. Febby won't take it, realizing that his refresher is more important, although Ice almost has his refresher orb. That is insane.
Oh my god. Chrono refresher ultimate on the Elder Titan.
I mean, they're practically killing them with just 1, let alone 2. The Earth Splitter, so.
And they're not even going for defusal blades. MP is nowhere near one. The PA stopped off for a basher, feeling like he has to be able to man-fight the Juggernaut and the Void, but truth be told, when both of them have Mantas, I don't think you win in a 1v1. You're only going to win if you have help, which is what happened last time when they jumped up onto the high ground into 4 MVP heroes that were waiting. These supports are still going to be almost impossible to deal with.
QO avoids it, sidesteps it. We've entered a lull in the game after the relentless aggression from Wings, and they've decided to slow down a little bit, maybe take a drink and reassess the situation, which is still looking pretty damn good for Wings. That's a negative scepter for the Faceless Void, if it wasn't enough already. And he also has Diffusal too as well.
About like, what, with 5-10 minutes in, I mentioned MVP want to fight around the Wings cooldowns.
Yeah.
There are very few cooldowns now. Refresher nearly complete on the Elder Titan, the 1-minute cooldown on the Chrono. Wings, they can fight constantly too.
And they are smoked up, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. There's no tier 2 in the way. MVP are in their base, no face rush anymore. As Blink is looking for that last one, he'll find it. QO now caught. Chrono on 2. QO will fall. No, he gets out. The BKB, but he's still barely alive. The Static Storm. BKB will keep him alive. Tubu, though, will fall. The Earth Splitter MP does avoid it. Now blinking in, looking for Innocence. Gets a pistol bladed up, and he's losing his mana so quickly, he will go down. He's got buyback, and he might have to use it. QO back at the base. They're going for the tier 4. That's it! Wings have secured top 3, and MVP will go down to the loser's bracket, LD.
They are quickly becoming the C-Deck of TI. Didn't come through the wild card, but Mott, this team kind of came out of nowhere about 6 months ago. Nobody knew who Wings Gaming was. They weren't doing anything particularly impressive. They would take games off top teams, but they had never proven it prior to this event, yet to get it done on a big stage. But here they are, guaranteed over $2 million, top 3 at the International, and they beat MVP at their own damn game. They man fought them, and they won. Even with a conventional draft, they prove they can do it. Conventional is the new unconventional, according to Wings. Oh boy. I go back to that Roshan fight. Like, Wings was very far ahead. They were almost up 20k gold. Still, 3v5, you have a lane of Rax. Do you really need to go in? You seem to have the better late game lineup, way more team fight control, extremely good scaling cores. You have a lot of ways to kite melee carries. MVP have not itemized for late game, and they still take the fight. Like, that was where maybe Faith Beyond, you could make a case for his Void even over the Elder Titan. Just an incredible showing. This team is so talented, and they're not afraid. They're on the big stage. They have never won anything particularly significant on this kind of stage, but you wouldn't know it. They're playing like they've been here, they've done that, and they've already been TI champions.
Yeah, they look so damn good. Top 3 now secured for Wings Gaming. Impressive way to do so, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Scoring MVP. I mean, they won fight after fight after fight. Impressive stuff. So,
is our panel impressed?
Yeah, Dakota, what do you think? What do you guys think about that performance?
Conventional, unconventional, Wings seem to be able to do it all. Gentlemen, I mean, I ask you, the two casters, do you think that moving forward, since we're this deep in the tournament, it's time for them to go into their conventional final form? And do you guys think that they can make it all the way, or can we expect also Wings to continue to keep things a bit, crazy?
I mean,
who knows?
Team, yeah, you never know, honestly. They could pick whatever they want, whatever is needed in that particular draft, and I'm sure they'll be fine with it. They've shown it here. The conventional has worked out. We just have to wait and see, honestly.
If they go for a pocket pick, I don't think it's just, let's just pick techies for the hell of it. It's going to be because they think it actually works that game. The Pudge techies game, they said they had a strategy. They never really explained what it was. It obviously blew up in their face. But I think if we see pocket picks, they will be with a purpose. Even if they seem like madness, they're really not.
Thank you, LD Mott. Great cast. We'll catch you guys later in the tournament. We're back at our drafter's desk, though. I got Blitz, Merlini, and Winter back by my side. Winter is over here shaking his head, and Winter, I can't help but ask, what's happening, man?
I can't believe what just happened, how they won that game. They were amazing. I'm not regretting putting them as, like, in my prediction, as the top 1 team here. I did not regret that at all.
You and me.
Good for you.
Andy also did it, too.
I know you guys didn't.
Yeah, get out of here.
I did. I had faith in Wings the entire time.
Such a liar. You have a bad poker face, Will.
I appreciate that.
Will, though, I mean, it looked like, unless I'm delusional, MVP had actually a pretty strong early game there against Wings.
They did, but when it came to the actual team fights, they just got completely outclassed. Most of the time, it's MVP that are making up for a lot of their deficiencies in the laning phase, picking so many melee heroes in the team fights. But this time around, it just felt like they got picked apart every single time.
Do you guys agree with that? Was it the team fights that it came down to, and was it because of just strict execution by a team like Wings, or was it that the draft shining through at that point?
Team fight execution.
Yeah, Elder Titan and Faceless Void played amazingly well. You know, it's a little bit easier to hit your spells versus all those melee heroes, but still, the way they use their spells, as I mentioned, it was flashy. When it's hard to be like super flashy with the ET, they also like they always hit the Earth Splitter inside the Chronosphere. Sometimes it's hard to time it perfectly if you're not in sync, but they were perfectly well coordinated.
Too good.
Too good. Well, I wish we had some technology to be able to check out some of those fights and dissect them a bit further. Wait a minute. We do have that technology. We'll go over here to Purge.
And that's what we want to do. We want to talk about team fights. Like Blitz pointed out, the early game went really, really well for MVP Phoenix, and I thought that maybe with the Bounty Hunter they were going to be able to push that into a victory, but they just didn't get kills. And the scary part is that at this point in the game, it was actually pretty close to net worth. Very, very unnatural low net worth here for PA. Only stayed at about 7,000. Middle of the pack usually is towards the top. So with him in that position, it just became straightforward for Wings. They use almost everything on him. Chronosphere into Earth Splitter, and then finally Static Storm afterwards to guarantee the kill to make sure that he dies. And something else that I just missed, but it's really important here. Where's the other farmed hero on MVP? And it's actually Ursa here. Just initiates on top of Disruptor and immediately gets lassoed by Batrider. Instant initiation here. And that's going to save Disruptor's life and basically just counteracts all of the initiation that Wings did. So because they're able to kite MP and kill QO right at the start, it really made their draft extremely limited in terms of lockdown. SB was picked off almost entirely at the start. He did almost nothing. And I think this just goes to show that, you know, MVP has really gotten a lot of advantage out of using PA in a way that most teams don't understand. But against a team that picks all heroes, it just clearly was a mistake. They had two different strats to deal with it.
Thank you so much, Purge. So, gentlemen, I also noticed in the at least early portion of the game, there was a lot of hate from Wings, particularly on Febby and his Bounty Hunter. You know, I saw multiple Chronos just for him, last was just for him. Was it any sort of strategy from Wings to make sure that they got the Bounty Hunter out of the equation, or at least make sure they keep him down a peg?
Definitely. I think it's pretty much killing two heroes when you kill the Bounty Hunter with the amount of track gold that you get. Maybe even more if you kill him at the start of a team fight. And they just picked him off all the time. He wasn't able to scout, pop smokes, anything of that. And they definitely got their investment back on Sentries and Dust.
Fair enough. It actually sounds like we do have a winner's interview ready to go. So why don't we go ahead and toss it over? We have Casey and Y from Wings Gaming.
That's right, guys. Thank you so much. Y, congratulations. We have Helen who's going to be helping us with the translation. How do you deal with a team like MVP that drafts mostly, if not all, melee and loves to fight? How did you deal with it with your approach in the draft and also with your approach in game?
首先恭喜，我们想知道就是你是怎么去处理像 MVP 这种队伍很喜欢选一些全近战，然后又喜欢打架的队伍呢？
因为跟他们训练的时候一直喜欢他们风格吧，然后他们这5个选手我们都很了解，然后就是算是迎着他们的风格吧，跟着他们风格也一起跟他们一起锤开心了就行了。
So when we practiced with them, we actually know them really well when we practiced against them. And we really like their playing style. So we went along with it. We fought. As long as we're happy, we will fight.
And fight you did, my goodness. What I find so interesting and what people find so fun to watch when they're watching your games, you're a newer team, you're a bit more unpredictable, but how do you come together as a team? How do you gather together and get to a point where you're playing really well, in cohesion, I guess would be a good way to put it, to be prepared for such a big stage like the International?
我们都很喜欢看你们队伍的比赛，但是你们队伍是怎么凝聚在一起，融合你们各个风格，是怎么准备上这么大的舞台，然后打到最好呢？
可能凝聚在一起是大家每个人把自己的想法都说出来，然后大家再把大家的目标再明确一下，可能你就更容易凝聚在一起吧。至于走上这个舞台，是大家共同努力，然后经过也2次，一次的成功，一次的失败，然后大家每个人的经历才会让我们现在慢慢的走在这里越来越坚强吧。
Everyone shares their thoughts and we come together to have a clear goal. Coming to this big stage at TI, we've been through a failure, we had our success, and it's a teamwork.
EG or eHome, any thoughts on a preference for who you face next?
你比较愿意面对EG还是eHome？
肯定是eHome，包括无论打到什么样，就算假如是eHome上来 也是，或者我们输了，我们都永远想打1 home，因为我们首先跟他们训练很开心，还有就是我们两个是唯二的2支中国队。
Of course, eHome. No matter what happens, we would want to play against eHome because we have a lot of fun in practice against them, and we are the 2 Chinese teams left in the tournament.
Can you clear something up for us? Is it innocence or why? When did the innocence go away?
能不能跟我们澄清一下，到底你的 ID 是 Y 还是 Innocence？
可能 ID 上面是 Y 吧，但是 Innocence 也算是我吧，因为只要是算是我喜欢的一首歌，所以我也喜欢用它来代表我，所以2者都算吧。
Technically, it's Y, but Innocence is also me because it's my favorite song, so I like it when it represents me.
We'll have to find that song and play it for you, I guess. And a belated happy birthday. Did you have any time to do anything to celebrate? It was just a couple of days ago, I think.
就迟到的生日快乐！前几天你是过生日，有没有时间去庆祝一下呢？
大家在一起就是最好的庆祝吧。然后包括大家带我赢下了 DC， 当然也是最好的庆祝，只要在一起就行了。
Everyone being together is the best celebration, and having the rest of them carry me to win against DC, that's also a great present.
Very well said. Well, happy belated birthday. Congratulations once again, Y/Innocence. We look forward to chatting with you again soon. All right, Paul, we're going to send it back over to you.
Thanks very much, Casey. Yes, well done to Y. Congratulations to Wings Gaming. They are guaranteed top 3 and a purse of at least $2.1 million. A fantastic achievement. We'll back with our afternoon panel. They call you Team B this morning. What do you have to say to that?
I heard you backing them up as well.
Yeah,
no.
Yes, we were standing right there, Paul.
Well,
we were standing right here, and we heard it.
Come on, guys. You know how to play this game. I just have to agree with them.
Hey, Shane, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. What about you, Shiva?
I'm doing great, too.
We practiced this.
How's the
Not very
tournament
good.
been for you, Parker?
It's been great. Oh, look, Paul, I believe Paul, you know.
Okay.
Really? After all that DC rubbish the other day?
Absolutely. You know, we've got to rebuild this connection. After some hand stroking yesterday, I feel like we're on the same page again now.
Let's not go back to that. That was very dangerous ground. Let's talk about the Wings game. Fantastic performance from them, gods. And I think we kind of built MVP up before the game. We talked about QO and how fantastic he's been and PA. And it just seemed like Wings were just like, you can have the PA. We don't really care. We've got a plan.
It felt like MVP played into their hands with their strategy. It's like, we know what MVP want to do. Rather than ban it, let's prepare for it. We have these heroes, this team fight combo that counterplays the aggressive run at you MVP style so well. You have a hero like ET. That's like the dream hero to have against these 5 melee drafts. It's so easy to hit your Stomp, your Earth Splitter, and then that Void as well. Void Chronosphere just plays into these melee drafts so incredibly well. So I feel like they just had a well-designed strategy to counterplay MVP.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, Jane. Do you feel like you almost knew that MVP would come in and play the way that they would play? And so did Wings, right? So they're then thinking, okay, look, they're not going to prepare for us. They're not going to counter anything we come up with. So we know how they're going to play. We know they're going to come in and play like that. So we'll just build something for that.
It was the exact same in Game 1, as God said. In Game 1, they picked the Quap and the Puck, and they just like have so much magical burst that when QO initiates into the fights, they just destroy them instantly.
Yeah, there was a moment in there as well where they were smoked up. They didn't see them. They didn't know where they were. The puck was waiting, and it was almost like they were like, "We're over here. Come and get us, boys, because we've got something for you." And they destroyed them.
I don't think it's that bad that MVP lost here. So they played their own play style. It's still in the upper bracket. So what better way to improve is if you get every hero you want, you just get beaten 2-0, just slaughter. You have a day to prepare to actually fix what was wrong with your initial plan.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a time to lose, it's when you're in the winner bracket. So,
yeah.
I mean, after that series, any innocence that he had is gone.
It's gone completely. Removed.
What his team did to MVP, innocence has definitely been lost.
Yeah, I also want to talk to you, Gods, as well. When we were back in the Manila Major, I felt kind of let down by Wings, I have to say. I'm just going to be brutally honest about it. I had them in my top 4. I think pretty much all of us had them in our top 4. And they were awful.
Yeah, rubbish.
Rubbish, right? And so when they
lost
came
the
here,
complexity, Paul. Like, just...
Come on, steady on now, steady on,
played
right?
pretty
Okay,
well
just
in that
be careful,
series.
right? They're already wounded animals. You don't kick a wounded animal. In essence, they've come here, and then when we did our top 16 predictions, there was a little element of, do I do it again? Do I put them in that top 4? Everyone was kind of going through that. Where were you on that?
I think I was 5 or 6.
Right. Okay.
They have surpassed. As much said, they're volatile. They could be first, or they could have been bottom 4 again. Who knows?
Sure.
They're completely unpredictable. So
I think the power of Wings is in the versatility of other players, and it allows you to do things like in the DC game, they last pick a Centaur. Like who saw that? It was perfect in the draft, and they know their players can play it, so that gives them so much power.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. All right, let's take a look at the bracket right now and show you where we are after 3 series today. We have one team in the upper bracket final, guaranteed top 3 position, and that is Wings of China. They will play the winner of our final series of the night, eHome EG. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And also at the bottom of the bracket, you can see MVP have dropped down into round 4. They will await the winner of Fnatic versus Liquid. It won't be an easy game either way round. And that one, of course, played tomorrow. TNC versus DC, that will be tomorrow as well. Also in the lower bracket, also looking forward to that one. They will play the loser of eHome versus EG. It's not going to be easy at all from here on in, is it, Gods?
No.
For anyone.
I mean, it wasn't easy from round 1.
No, actually, you're right.
For Na'Vi, you get Liquid. Round 2, OG, you're getting 2-0 by TNC. It's never been easy. You're at TI.
Yeah, and look at all of those teams. I wanted to say, look at all of the teams in the lower bracket round 2 that went out.
Yeah.
Newbie, Alliance, OG.
Who would have thought?
Round 2 lower bracket, what?
There's just no way you predict that, Paul. Like, it's just...
And we almost could have lost Liquid in there as well.
I had OG and Newbie in my top 4.
OG were 1 for me. 1.
Ouch. I had Newbie at 1, actually. So.
I mean, I think you ask anyone, OG or Newbie were pretty much unanimously always top 4 for anyone. And the thing with Liquid is that it's their consistency, which you know they're going to get top 4. Maybe you don't think they're top 1, but similarly, OG, it's like you expect them to be up there. It's just been a completely surprise of a TI.
Yeah, crazy tournament. I mean, we had a crazy tournament last year because Secret came into such a tournament in great form, were everyone's favourites, and obviously crashed out in the same way that OG perhaps have this year as well. I don't think we necessarily thought we were going to have quite the same tournament this year, though.
No, I think people were looking at wildcard teams a lot more seriously. It's not like eHome has come out of the wildcard and caught people by surprise with their playstyle or with their picks. They've just been ridiculously good, and people were preparing for them but still couldn't beat them. So this year, perhaps a team like TNC, some of the Southeast Asian teams have surprised people because it's a region that often gets a bit overlooked. But all in all, it's just the level of play has risen so much year after year.
Do you remember what Swindle said? SEA in America, they're going to rise to the top. It's TNC's time. Jimmy, he's kind of both now, right?
True.
It's the perfect union.
The embodiment of both.
I'm still pinning all my hopes on Europe with DC.
Triggered, Paul.
Hey, they only have one American. I can claim DC,
no.
right? Can I? Can I claim that one?
Oh,
I mean, I'm from Europe. I totally back you up here.
All right, Shiva's with me. Shane's with me. God, sorry, you're out.
I'm not America. I don't mind. As long as Australia can claim MVP because we got QO.
Yeah, but you got knocked out, so it doesn't matter.
All right, well, talking about America and USA, since we're on their home soil right now, how on earth do you cheer for USA?
Hey guys, they don't call it the International for nothing. We got a lot of guys from all over the country playing, but we also have a lot of guys watching. Where are you from, sir?
Russia.
Russia, and for you?
Russia.
And you?
I'm from the UK.
All right, so you guys are all here. Have you ever been at a TI before?
Nope.
No? No from him, no from you guys? Okay, first timer. So, who are you hoping is going to win this event?
Na'Vi.
Na'Vi! Oh, well, I'm sorry about that.
Na'Vi.
Oh, no.
It was going to be Na'Vi, but...
No! Okay, that's okay. I'm going to fix that for you, all right? We're going to make you guys into NA fans. You're in America. We're going to teach you how to be US fans, and it's going to be good. We got you covered. Yo, we need some hot dogs. Can we get some hot dogs there? Yeah, there we go. Get that. Oh, grab your hot dogs. You're good. Yeah, baby. All right. We got food. We got fans. Let's go teach you how to be NA. Here we go. Come on. Wait, pardon me. Excuse me. You gotta go back me. There we go. Oh, yeah. Easy, beat. You're fine. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. All right, so we got our seats. You guys got your food, right? We're good? All right. That's step 1. Step 2. If you're NA, you gotta have some good NA flames. I need you to say some nasty stuff. Oh, yeah, to this enemy team. All right, hit me up.
Your skills are subpar.
Okay, that was horrible. That was not good. All right, you guys got to bring it. You're NA. You're salty. Here we go. Give me your NA flame. Go. No, NA. All right, forget it. Doesn't matter. Okay, great flame. We're good. Food, flame, third one. All right, no matter what happens, when we get a kill, we go USA, all right? You guys ready? We'll just wait for a kill here. Oh! This is it! USA! 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 Oh, wait. That was the wrong team. Screw it. USA! 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 Woo! Yes! Okay. That was a lot of fun. Hello. But don't forget, we're at the International. It's not about the USA. We want any team to win. There's no bias here. All right. USA! 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 EG, baby! Woo! USA! USA! No bias.
Unbelievable. No bias whatsoever from Sir Action Slacks there.
Sure.
None.
Right?
None.
don't
It's
know.
interesting that we have a panel of non-Americans right now, feeling a little intimidated.
I feel like this is the beginning of a bad joke, you know, like a Britishman, an Irishman, a Dutch girl, and an Australian walk into a bar or something.
What happens?
What's the end?
Yeah.
I'm still figuring that one out.
And eHome win.
I'll come back to you tomorrow.
All right, we've got our final series coming up. We're just going to wait for the teams to get ready and enter the key arena, of course. Just gives us a time to talk about the two teams in the last series. eHome versus EG. Fantastic matchup for a number of reasons, not least of which the fact that eHome not only coming through wildcards, but also winning their group as well. And then going all the way through the bracket against the reigning champions, Evil Geniuses. We're going to get your thoughts in just a moment, but I'm hearing the teams are ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, your team from the wildcards, your team from the top of their group, and a team who are yet to be beaten in the upper bracket. Let's hear it for eHome. Three of their players might have the words old, but there is nothing old about these guys. They've brought some fresh tactics to the International. They've been fantastic so far, almost flawless at TI6. Will it continue in the semi-final of the upper bracket? Their opponents are a team who have had an incredible 12 months. It's been a rocky road, but, well, they're back on familiar ground yet again. The champions, the one and only Evil Geniuses. Plenty of hometown support from the crowd, no doubt, as the Evil Geniuses players will enter the booth for their semi-final of the upper bracket as they go head-to-head with eHome. Gods, we'll start with you. eHome have been fantastic at this tournament so far. It's hard to imagine how they can be taken apart or beaten, but if anyone's going to do it, it's likely to be EG because of the form they've been in this upper bracket.
Yeah, EG have looked impressive, to say the least, since they brought Zai back in the roster, since they played their group stages. And the big thing with EG is they look better with every series. They've been getting stronger and stronger, and I think Charlie said yesterday, it feels like if someone doesn't stop them soon and beat them, they're just going to keep on going and just win the tournament. It really looks like they're unbeatable.
Are they better than last year?
I would say that last year was more expected for them to do well.
Yeah.
This year, maybe less expected for them to be as dominant as they are
Do you think they're
right
playing
now.
better, though, this year? Because as one of the analysts said to me earlier, they're sort of on the border of going,
No,
yeah,
but
they kind of play
obviously
different.
this is the most recent game you saw, and it's a different meta. I don't think you can compare that at all. It's not possible. It even was a different lineup. So for me, though, this matchup is all about Zai and Lanham. We saw, obviously, Zai versus KP. I mean, when I mentioned it again to Shane, he already went hyper with
Yeah,
it.
that juke. Did you remember the juke in the Roshan? Oh my god! Like everyone was just losing it in the stadium. It was so amazing.
It was the moment where we all lost our bits as well afterwards because the replay came up and it just cuts a little bit short. You're like, no,
come back. And it wasn't in the top 10 this morning.
Really?
It was not.
I think we should do something about that.
We should. I think we should
was great, it was great.
We should pretend it was today and then put it in tomorrow.
Put it in tomorrow's. There's
Yes,
one for the
please.
editing team.
Honestly, just to follow up on what Shiva said about Zai, huge props to him for bringing him back. You know, he stopped playing Dota for a while. You know, he played some pubs or whatever, but never competitive. Finished his school. You know, it was a huge risk to take him on again. And my God, how is that paying off for them?
Do you think it was a risk?
Well, if someone doesn't play
It's a
Dota,
high-quality player. It's kind of like riding a bike, Dota 2. You can have a few months off, come back, Gods, can't you?
the game changes, it evolves, Gods, right?
It was a bit more than a few months, but I mean, we saw with, I think an example would be LGD. They bring in Banana. He didn't have a few months. He had a few days to start playing when he hadn't been playing for a year. And of course, LGD, we saw a big drop-off in their play. They weren't the top 4 team that we saw them to be at the Manila Major.
Woo! Wave.
Lovely. American Waves going on in the key arena right now. Lovely. We like that.
I like it. I mean, that's fun to see. It would be better for us to be in the audience.
It's nice out here. I like this. I'm with the people out here
Okay, but
on the
these
green.
people, can we do a wave?
The people on the green.
Can we do a wave too? Show inside what we can do. That's not a wave.
They're sort of waving.
Not a wave.
It's an economical wave.
They need some training.
Close enough.
Somehow, it's great to be out
The next
here.
Slack video is how to do a wave. That's
No, I've enjoyed being outside today. Maybe
And it
not
has been
early on
very
this morning
nice.
because it was so warm this morning, but it's nice.
nice
Secret shop's
shade.
closed. We've got a nice little bit of shade. Joining the people outside.
You've got better panelists.
Better panelists.
So you say that now.
See,
I
now
heard
I get
you
into
earlier.
trouble tomorrow now when these guys get there. Oh, we heard what you said, yesterday. Charlie will be like, well, that
What are
actually
you
won't
talking
change.
about?
will
They're
it?
not going to be watching.
Oh.
They've hit the bar.
Oh,
You heard that?
we heard them earlier.
Oh,
Yeah?
okay. Right.
Just flaming them completely, throwing them under the bus.
Totally ruined. Right, let's talk about eHome. Fantastic group stage, fantastic wildcards. They've had a sort of CDC run that was very similar to last year. We talked about Wings having that kind of run. These guys definitely have, having come through the wildcards as well, and then all the way through the group stage. Is there anything in their playstyle, guys, that you can look at and think, yeah, that could be exploited by EG?
I think Old Chicken in the mid lane is probably one of the more exploitable players. He's not as consistent or reliable as someone like a Sumel. I think Sumel, in terms of mechanics, can outplay him in the mid lane. I think Sumel is probably the best mechanical player when it comes to mid lane mechanics. And that's where, if he gets a little bit of help, one gank from PPD, you put Old Chicken behind, I think it's a case where he's never going to catch up. He's not a catch-up type player.
Okay, I have to say, I'm a fanboy when it comes to Sumel. I loved watching him last year. I think he was a pivotal part of the team last year, in particular when he breaks out the Storm Spirit. He's already seen one. Are we going to see another one? Are we going to be spoiled otherwise?
We saw it yesterday or the day before when they played against Newbie. And it was a very strong Storm Spirit, and he did amazingly well. But part of that was because Zai was there, I believe, also in his Earth Spirit then. If they're going to break it out today, it is a bit more expected. I think that eHome will be prepared if they do break it out.
I think to follow up on God's question, the strength of EG is in Zai and his early game rotations and the pressure he puts on the map. And I think when you look at the group stage and how eHome played through every game, including the wildcard, they always stack for Old 11. They focus on getting their cores really farmed.
Yep.
They focus on not so much on ganking, but getting the cores going and getting, like, for example, Old 11 Axe, getting them like super farmed early. And if Zai is able to rotate early and disrupt that, they could be in for a lot of trouble.
Okay, prediction time. We've got less than a minute before the draft. Anyone got a coin?
I'm going to go 2-0 eHome.
I'm going to go
2-0 eHome.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm also 2-0.
Stop copying Shane, Shiva.
I was last time I was right, and I was choosing first.
Last time I was right too.
Yeah, but then I chose first. You followed me.
And they both followed me, so when it came to win.
But you said 2-1.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Look, I'm wearing my Swedish colours.
Yes.
I'm going to believe in the lone Swedish player left in the tournament,
Yes.
in Zai.
Yes.
I think EG are going to take it.
Really? Score?
2-1 maybe. I think it's going to be close. 2-1.
2-1 maybe.
Oh, look, I'm going to go with
Come on.
EG. I went against...
You either go 2-0, you got to believe fully or not at all. Come on, believe
All
in
right.
EG.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. We'll hear more from them after our first draft of our final series.
eHome versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our last series of day number 3 and what some may consider the main event of day 3. It's EG taking on eHome. I'm back at my drafter's desk with some friends here. We got Winter, Black, and Waga back in action, gentlemen. This is going to be awesome. Early impressions about the matchup, East versus West, reigning champions versus these new wild card up-and-comers.
Well, everyone had a lot of expectations when they entered the wildcard, so they didn't perform as well as everyone expected in the wildcard, but they showed up here in the main event and the group stages. So far, they've been so impressive.
Absolutely. Black, what about for you?
Well, EG right now is probably the tournament favorite again, so it's going to be very hard for eHome. Although they've had an impressive showing, I'm not sure whether they can pull it off this time.
Yeah, I'm just very happy to see Parker. He knows what's up. You know, we gotta go for the remaining Swede.
Okay,
you know, a lot
You guys
of
are
Swedish
biased.
players.
Let's
but
relax over there.
I think EG got this though. They're looking amazingly strong.
Yep. Let's see how things do settle in as we look already a draft underway. Yeah. So we got Mirana and Axe for EG. Something a bit more traditional, while eHome, they get the Jug first pick, and then they go right for a Warlock, and then follow it up with Ogre.
Yeah, we're already so far into the draft, actually. There's a lot of stuff to happen here.
Yeah, the Warlock that they ran the last time, it was played by Old Chicken in the mid lane. So eHome did run a core Warlock during one of the group stage
They
games.
also ran a support Warlock on Fenrir, like both.
Oh yeah? Oh, okay, so there was 2 games.
Yeah. They actually really like the Warlock. They like to put on a lot of pressure with the map. Actually, the new Golem plus the healing ward is like incredible pressure. As soon as you drop that Golem, you get 1 tower for sure, maybe even 2.
Yeah, what you want to have against it, though, is heroes that can engage and then disengage safely. So Mirana works pretty well in that regard, but they need more heroes. Axe is very full committal, and that's dangerous against the Warlock.
Does Warlock still have that problem, though, where he could be very cooldown dependent? If you don't make that rock count, you could be stuck on the sidelines waiting until things are back up?
That's how eHome plays, though. They play around their team so much. Team fight, they take towers, they take objectives, they play around together so much. So I think Warlock, being a long cooldown hero, has its weaknesses, but it suits eHome's playstyle.
And it's super smart bans in the second phase by eHome. They remove exactly those heroes that are needed against Warlock. You see Morphling, he can jump in and then replicate out. Same for Storm Spirit, can jump in, kill one guy, get out again. They're trying to remove this playstyle so that EG are forced to take that hard fight.
That's a very good point there.
Yeah, and on top of that, they also banned the Elder Titan, one of the only heroes who can actually safely cancel his upheaval from the back. I think you really need a hero that can also stop his slow, because he just stands there for like 18 seconds and you can't move at all. It's just like a little separate field where you can't fight at all because you get slowed by like 30% every second.
EG move into the Shadow Demon. This feels like the obvious pickup. I'm actually almost surprised it just wasn't banned.
It's the Liquid combo again. SD, Mirana, Axe.
Sand King.
First 3. Yeah, we saw these heroes being played again in the previous series. But we'll see here. I'm not sure yet for EG with these heroes where they're going against the Warlock. Because you need to... Maybe they're just going to punish early game really hard before it gets level 6. Because that's what they have right now. Heroes that can fight early on.
Okay, like I haven't seen it before, but can you Bloodlust the Rock? Because they would be massive.
Why you wouldn't?
Yeah, you can Bloodlust BKB heroes. So.
I mean, if you can Bloodlust the Rock,
towers.
That Rock is gonna be like huge.
It's evil as well. Yeah, you care about the size. Okay, right.
That's a big
I thought you were
rock.
going to say he's fast and he can kill down
I mean, he's
the supports.
fast. He hits
but
like for 200 every hit, if you get like the flaming fists.
But
so,
he's huge. That's.
I mean, huge is good.
What if eHome got a Legion Commander then? Followed it up even a little bit more love for the Rock Man.
Just buff him even more?
Buff him even more.
The Lava Man story.
Why wouldn't you just buff the Juggernaut?
Because he's not a Rock. God damn it, Winner.
I mean, Ogre can buff both.
Why not get Tiny then, Dakota? Isn't that better?
Ooh, the Rock Man strat. I can dig it.
I feel this is a very deep analysis of the game.
Well, do we think though it's a support Warlock or a core one this time? Because like Fenrir played it and they had like a 53k gold lead in that game.
It really depends on the game though, what type of game they want to play. If you want to play faster pace, I think a core Warlock would suit that playstyle more. You want a Warlock to get more levels and get the Aghanims refresher.
Yeah, and as soon as you like hit level 6, you want to drop the Rock in mid lane, just take the tower.
Don't you, Winter, feel that it's going to be hard though to lane a Warlock against heroes like SD and Axe who can come in? I feel it's safer to have him on support, and even if you get a little bit later ulti, at least you're not going to have that potential to get shut down in lane.
I mean, yes, but they have the Ogre to roam around to pressure as well. So I think eHome definitely had the tools to help stabilize his early game and just to make sure that he doesn't die in the laning phase.
That's true. Yeah, Ogre is really great at just staying on the high ground.
They recently buffed the Warlock Rock as well, like the Aghanims one. If you actually get Aghanims Refresher, it just seems like an impossible task to ever teamfight. Like, they literally just do like 1000 burst damage if they all get like a Flaming Fist proc.
I actually don't like the Aghanims for Warlock this game at all, because against Axe Mirana, they die really fast. The Golems, they disappear, and also Axe with a call, the Golems die. If you buy Aghanims, you cut the HP in half for your Golem, and I've seen them just die in the previous game where they did.
But that got buffed recently. I think they all with Aghanims now have like 1k plus health. It's actually like quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure though. I'm not feeling the love for it.
I mean, personally, I am not like a Warlock player. I really don't know how strong or how weak they are. I just know whenever they hit me, I just die.
Yeah. Spoken like a true carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
He must be good.
250 damage? Okay, I died.
It's not super shocking damage anymore, though, because it's always doing the AoE damage. It's not a low percentage to a massive damage anymore.
It's 60%, I think. That's actually quite massive. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's 60%. Got buffed recently as well.
No, I think they made it more steady, didn't they? To make it always be the same damage.
I think so, too. I remember something along those lines.
Yeah, it always does the AoE.
Yeah, it always does the
Every
AoE
hit?
now.
Every
Yes,
hit.
yes.
But it's not crazy.
Yeah, confirm not Warlock player. We forgive you, Black.
Look at this pickup here. 4th pick for EG is actually the Faceless Void. So now, gentlemen, we have an Axe, we have Faceless Void. Who's going where? Who's playing what? EG showing a little bit of flexibility now.
I mean, this looks like a support Mirana or a support X. I'm not entirely sure yet.
Wasn't there a game a while back Sumail even played Axe?
Yeah. But usually he plays the Mirana solo mid. Like he introduced that, like Shiva's Guard Blink Dagger build.
But Zaya's also played Mirana in a 4th position too.
Oh yeah, like I'm not entirely sure who's gonna play what there, but they could also run a really greedy jungle Axe with a Shadow Demon support.
I mean, it all depends on how they think that they can pull the laning phase off. They want to get good matchups. You want Timbersaw probably to go against the range hero. You don't want the Void or the Axe to go.
And to make it more flexible, they also played carry Void and offlane Void. So they have a lot of options.
Is there something to that, like a captain being able to set themselves in a position like this where you're 4 picks deep and you have so many options that by the time you see like the 5th pick from your opponents, you could do anything you want? Is that a nice thing to have as a captain? Yeah, for sure.
But it goes for both teams, right? Like look at both lineups; they can do pretty much whatever they want.
I mean, if you have Black on your team, he plays on the anti-match invoker, then you can't draft.
Some people are a bit more one-dimensional, but they're not playing much anymore. So you know, it is what it is.
To be fair, those heroes are not getting banned anymore, so I would be pretty valuable.
You would be.
On the panel, you are valuable.
That makes our job just so much harder on this side to be like, oh, well, you know, they could be doing this, but it's also this and this, or maybe that. And they've done that once, or that.
I feel EG probably are pretty straight up, though, that they're going to do a position 4 Axe, offlane Void, and just do a mid Mirana. I think that's the most likely to happen. And then, of course, if you see something very surprising from Mihome in the, you know, like the Timbersaw came out, but if they saw something really strange, they could have changed it up. Oh, okay. So you do have core Axe.
Yeah, to stop the healing ward. And the OD last ban by Ehome as well. Very good, because it protects the golem. You do bonus damage to summon units.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Well, what are we looking for Ehome? That like AA pick?
10 seconds.
I mean, it's really good against both Timber, actually against like the whole lineup, pretty much.
Beastmaster is going to be the last pick for
Jungle
Ehome.
Beast. Looks like a core Warlock then.
Yeah.
Jungle Beast, offlane Timbersaw.
No, offlane Beastmaster. 11 is on the Beastmaster.
Right, so it's offlane Beast and support Warlock then. Not running the greedy style.
So based on that kind of setup and situation, who do you got for game number 1?
Well, I think when it comes down to team fight, I think EG has the upper hand, so I'm going to go for EG here.
I think I'll have to agree with that. I feel they have to like more round the lineup to just like close it out in the end.
I'm a believer in Zai, and PPD very seldom has a weak draft, actually. I think that's a strong point about EG. They always had a solid draft in the last 2 years, in fact, when he's been captaining. So I'm pretty impressed. I think they have an okay draft here.
We'll see how things do pan out. To hop into game number 1 of our final series here for day 3, we have Capitalist and Blitz. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dakota. You can't tell, I've got a very loud and very proud American crowd behind me, supporting Evil Geniuses all the way. But what you may not be able to tell is just to my left, there is an equally loud, yet somewhat smaller Chinese crowd backing Ehome. Big crowd favorites on both sides here, but Blitz, who won out in the draft, in your opinion? Because it seems like our analysts backing EG pretty heavily.
I think Ehome can actually take it in the team fights. What it's going to come down to is the mini pickoffs and how the laning phase goes. I feel like if Ehome can roll over EG in the laning phase, then this could be a quick win for them. But for EG, the plan is simple. Fight around the Void Chronosphere as often as you can and try to get a strong laning phase.
And just like that, as the unpause comes forwards, the USA chants begin. No doubt we'll hear plenty of Ehome chants coming in as well. We're going to start things off. Ehome beginning with an early smoke as they start getting...
Oh, there we go.
There it is. The battle of the chants has only just begun.
I like it, man. It keeps it hype.
Oh, absolutely.
Be biased as you want, crowd.
Old 11, smoked up, is already going to lay down some pretty aggressive vision, both blocking away that offlane camp and getting some vision in to that mid lane. No action going to come forwards in our first bit here. Is the Ancient Apparition, we were kind of talking about the EG draft, would they have enough damage to be able to eat through some of these E-Home heroes? The Ancient Apparition very clearly lowers the threshold of damage required to kill E-Home. Is that enough in your mind?
It depends, because for E-Home, they want to just run past PPD's ultimate. If you allow Ancient Apparitions to get into an Ancient Apparition kind of game, which is everybody sets up for your ultimate, you get it on the single targets over and over again, you blow up core heroes, then it's going to be very dangerous for E-Home. For E-Home to play around that ultimate, it's to push the pace and make that hero useless. Because when it comes to the actual team fight, PPD is going to just be sitting back, picking for his opportunities, so largely it's going to be 4v5 and dependent on whether or not his team can hold out for him. And so for AA, laning phase-wise, he's going to be a little bit lackluster. And in terms of teamfight contribution, if E-Home can play fast enough, they can really limit his effectiveness.
But does E-Home have fast enough heroes for it? You've got a Beastmaster and a Timbersaw. Both those cores require quite a large amount of farm before they come online for the mid-game. Are they really going to be able to rush the Ancient Apparition and put EG off guard like they hope?
I think so, because if you're E-Home, what you really want to do is you want to put EG in a position where you have to defensively fire off abilities without really thinking about it too much, just to try to get cores out. And for E-Home, I think they have a lot of their comfort picks. You've got Old Chicken on this Juggernaut. Ice 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 was the original Timbersaw as far as I'm concerned. He was one of the people that was using it in the offlane most frequently when I first started seeing it.
Yeah, there's definitely some crazy offlane Ice 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 clips out there on the Timbersaw. Getting kills 1v2, 1v3 at times. Lanham is going to be our offlaner right now for E-Home as standard Beastmaster play. He's going to be starting off in the jungle with his Iron Talon much faster than even attempting the lane. Even if it is 1v1, Beastmasters will oftentimes just default to the jungle simply because he's able to do it so quickly. So Lanham's going to be attempting to pick up some extra experience by appearing in the offlane. His natural tankiness may allow him to do that just for free without getting punished by the duo of PPD's Ancient Apparition and Universe's Faceless Void.
PPD just going to keep pulling for this lane. This is the correct thing to do when you can't really do much to this Ogre. There's not a whole lot that PPD is going to want to do against this 8 armor Ogre who's got this Windlace. Might as well just let your safe lane carry passively get ahead. And that's what Universe is going to do. And they're going to prioritize this farm quite a lot. As Fear playing Axe in this lane is doing pretty okay, but Ice 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 making his move forward. He's got that Whirling Death. One more hit should do it.
Close. There it is. First blood for Fenrir. Fear. He's playing the aggressive role with Zai, trying to put some pressure on that Ice 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 Timbersaw with that pure spin that Axe is able to put out, but overstays his.
Zai's getting a little bit low.
Is he going to be caught as well? They're actually going to battle it out here. Slowed down by the boar. Has another poison. It's up to 3 stacks, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough. A second kill going the way of E-Home, and Old 11 just keeps on trucking, farming away through those neutrals.
That must be such a nice bonus for him. Instead of farming neutrals, he just farms Zai and EG, not off to the start that they wanted. We talked about how the laning phase had to go well for Ice 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 and the crew, and so far, E-Home are performing.
Some uncharacteristic heroes, perhaps for Evil Geniuses, some uncharacteristic moves, and it's resulting in some mistakes from Evil Geniuses here in this laning phase. Our mid lane still going all right for E-Home. Old Chicken sitting at 10-4 compared to the 12-3 of Sumail's Mirana. Pretty expected.
Yeah, this lane isn't really going to go one favor or another just because the Juggernaut can't really kill the Mirana. The Mirana has some kill potential on Old Chicken, but as long as he plays with that healing ward and that Fairy Fire, he should be just fine. So it's largely going to come down to a CS contesting battle, and Sumail's rotations into the other lane are going to determine a lot for me. In this game, I think this Jug can even make his way bottom quite early. Doesn't have a lot of kill potential, but maybe they can make a move on PPD, zone out the jungle area, and start to get aggressive. We saw in the game against Newbie yesterday, EG, they dealt with that so well, though.
Now, what about this Axe versus Timbersaw matchup? Surely this matchup is supposed to go in a way where Axe puts a lot of pressure on Timbersaw early, but he already gave up that early kill, and I don't think it's going to go well for here.
Oh, he took so much!
My God! That Whirling Death, and now they're slowly ticking away. The Shadow Word will finish him off. A third kill for E-Home.
What? He had like 450 HP. The Fatal Bonds and the Whirling Death just immediately take him down. Fear was not expecting that. Well overrating how much he could tank.
You want to talk about lowering that threshold from the Ancient Apparition? Well, Timbersaw is able to do that so much more on those strength heroes thanks to that Whirling Death. Zai going to be pushed back once again by the double boars. Old 11 is dropping lower and lower, but he's already got his Tranquil Boots thanks to jungling and that early kill on Zai. So he's got the sustain to stick it out in this jungle, and it doesn't look like Zai's going to be able to interrupt him any further.
Yeah, and Ice. He's content to allow Fear to just farm a little bit because they're getting the kills on him, and you're just fattening up to slaughter him later. As Fear going to go back, pop this out for himself.
And everywhere I look, Lanham, he starts going on to PPD, is going to force a rotation out of Universe. Should be just fine with his extra movement speed on Bloodlust. Universe chasing him all the way back. He was even able to stop the attempted pull by PPD and threaten his life. Just enough to force out that rotation. Seems like every single lane is being won by eHome.
Yeah, this bottom lane is doing okay still in terms of CS and this mid lane, but at the same time, you're just concerned about these random deaths. EG, they're probably still feeling okay right now. It's still only the laning phase. We've seen how much a team can come back, but they're going to have to do some common things as they're going to have to allow PPD to try to get this fast level 6, but with Universe in this lane, I'd imagine they want to get him his 6 first, then he'll rotate out while PPD just soaks XP.
Zai, not much to do anymore. I imagine he'll have some opportunities to start Shadow Poison, stacking the jungle for Axe, as it seems like their off lane isn't going to work any longer. Not now that Timbersaw is level 6 and has that Tronc ready to go.
And Lanham right now just pulling back the wave. Sumail doing a very good job of keeping up in CS and just starting to bother him a lot in this lane as Ice pushing out top as eHome make the full rotation around.
No, the TP in Universe, he's going to show himself, thinking it's going to be okay.
He's not going to like this one.
Damage, but Old 11 shows himself with the smoke, and now we'll get the Primal Roar onto Universe. The save from Zai. Disruption, a momentary respite, but it's not enough. Ice with the burst damage comes through, and they get a big kill on Universe's Faceless Void, who was supposed to be farming away in that safe lane and getting great CS, and now has to take a step backwards in network.
Yeah, we talked about how he wanted to rotate off the lane to try to get PPD that fast level 6, but instead eHome are well prepared for it as they want to make a move for Zai.
Zai, again, gonna be caught, and Fear may die too.
Oh,
He's
both
actually
might
being
go down
chased
here.
away. They take so much damage from that Whirling Death. Sumail coming in with some reinforcements, but they've already lost the tier 1 tower and no opportunity for revenge. eHome shutting out Evil Geniuses in this laning phase so far, 5-0.
Sumail gonna bottle Fear up once, just in case he does go down, but he's gonna be fine as he walks away. And Fenrir almost level 5 already. This laning phase has been all eHome. They just predicted the movement up to top. They got 2 more kills than that EG would have liked to give up. As Sumail unable to do anything to respond.
Oh, they're gonna try and force out the leap. Old Chicken does have that Omni Slash, but they see Zai and realize with just that one defensive hero, it's not worth diving the tier 1 tower.
And Old Chicken gonna evade that arrow. So far, so good for eHome. Once again, EG, they're still waiting on this level 6 from PPD at bottom.
Fear, he's gonna show himself as Old Lanham. He comes in, tries to interrupt the pull, but it's gonna be caught. One spin, already up, stun goes down, but he's caught. Ends up getting cold feeted to the spot. And finally, Evil Geniuses get themselves on the board 7.5 minutes in.
They needed that desperately. Just slowing down anything from eHome, trying to write the game for themselves. He's not the biggest pickoff, but you'll take it right now just to get on the board. It's PPD nearing that level 6, and I'd imagine that that's all they're waiting on right now. Universe is camped out in mid. Old Chicken, if he's not careful, he could go down to this combo. They don't have a ward here either, and instead, looks like he's going to contest for this top rune. Do EG match him? Might just be a free kill.
Yeah, they're going to have the Chronosphere set up. The arrow going to be on point here. Old Chicken going to be combo stunned. Can he actually live long enough to be able to get off a spin? Doesn't look like it. The stun just lasts too damn long. A second kill going the way of Evil Geniuses. A small windfall. eHome, they're already planning some retribution. They've got Old 11 and Lanham.
We talked about this rotation.
Jungle. Here comes Fear. They're going to be able to catch him with a Primal Roar. Lanham starts beating onto him. Fear trying to get the call off, but not in time. Ice cuts him down to size with another Whirling Death. Now up at the top lane. Fenrir going to be next up. Sumail, point blank arrow, lands that one, has the Starstorm ready to go. So Fenrir jukes it in the trees, tries to go for the TP out. Not rare. Sumail hunts him down inside those trees and will snag the kill.
Still a core for a support. EG aren't going to be too satisfied with that, especially with how slow this Axe's Blink Dagger timing is going to be. And eHome just look to continue the pace right now. EG, they're going to have to fight around this Chronosphere. This is a situation they wanted to avoid by trying to give Axe a lot of help up at top with this Shadow Demon. But quickly they realized they couldn't do anything, and now Axe's farming rotation, it's not going to be great for him as he's going to camp this bottom area, but so is eHome.
Yeah, you wanted to be able to pick up the Blink Dagger, right, and be able to get ganks every single time Ice Blast is off cooldown.
Yes.
Instead, you're completely reliant on the Chronosphere's cooldown, which obviously much longer at 130 seconds right now at level 1. Not the place that Evil Geniuses wanted to be, because eHome, knowing that it's purely a Chronosphere, can either read this timing really well and say Chronosphere's up, they're looking for a gank, or they can punish this sort of pace where if EG do get a pick off, eHome can strike back really aggressively, knowing there's no chance for EG to team fight them without the Chronosphere.
Yeah, this is a very early mid-tier 1 push by eHome, as they're all going to make their way over, and this is exactly what you want. Connecting to the jungle, creating this area where EG can no longer farm. You can always just starve them out in terms of farm, and limiting their jungle at this point is EG.
Maybe.
Now they're bringing heroes over. This might be too late, though.
Axe is going to be Primal Roar. The disruption will buy him some time. He'll come out, but now the Warlock Golem is dropped down. And Fear, he's not that tanky. Already down to half HP. Can't quite get over 11. The Ice Blast not going to land either. The Chronosphere will secure the kill, but all that for one kill is not going to be good enough. Ice in the back line, going straight for PPD. He wants this free kill to support, and he'll have it too. Also, Universe goes down. Zai's going to be up next. He's trapped between two eHome heroes.
Oh, he's dodging so far.
Makes his dodge on the Chakram, but surely not going to make it out. You can't dodge a Fire Blast from Laudum. 4 down from Evil Geniuses, and
Sumail's getting pretty low.
He may even be caught here, has forced into the Moonlight Shadow.
Ice, he's going to clump him.
On point, Timbersaw not able to hit the Whirling Death though. Uses it a bit too early. They had the wipe. Ice gets a little too excited though.
Could have just trusted himself, but of course no way for him to know that as Sumail walking between this area. They have that ward available. And this is what we were talking about. eHome have to play relentlessly. Even with that Ice Blast available, you just have to commit to the fight and just hope that EG run out of steam because they don't have that fighting hero. This Axe is not in fighting shape quite yet. Fear has to at least farm that Blink Dagger before he can be effective, and eHome are taking advantage of that.
So if eHome is cutting off your Radiant jungle, right, and they've already taken your mid-tier 1 tower, they're controlling so much of the available farm to you on the Radiant side, how do you react as Evil Geniuses? Do you continue to try and fight eHome and push them out of your own jungle, or do you completely abandon it?
I think you still have to try to go for farm. As in this jungle, we talked about it, eHome, they're going to try to own this space of the map as Old 11 trying to burn that mana. Where's the follow-up though?
Universe still being slowed down. Old Chicken coming in. He's ready to go, but not able to close the gap.
And this is so scary for EG because this Axe wants to continue to farm, but every single time it looks like his team is going to get into an engagement, so he quickly has to start backing them up. And Fear, now that he's getting close to his Blink Dagger, that's going to be the timing that EG look for to get aggressive once again in this game. And they're going to need it because this map is just being owned by eHome right now.
Yeah, eHome are punishing Evil Geniuses for this delayed item timing. They're going to be able to get a tier 2 off of it before the 15-minute marker. And no contest whatsoever from Evil Geniuses. If they get into another bad fight before the Blink Dagger, they're going to be kicking themselves. The Blink is really their only way back in to controlling this mid game. And they don't have the greatest late game either.
If you look at the vision game alone right now, EG, with the vision that they have, they see almost nothing on the map right now. And if you compare it to what eHome sees, they see everything. They can go for the Roshan for free because they will spot the rotations coming in. They spot 2 heroes up at top. They know where the Faceless Void is as well.
Looks like Laudum got caught by the arrow, will be nailed by the Ice Blast, as Sumail will take the kill. Now he cops a Fire Blast underneath the tier 1 tower. And that means he's going to have to TP back to safety. But eHome, they call it a wash. They say, whatever. Laudum, not that big of a deal. He's our Ogre Magi. He's tanky. He's meant to take a lot of damage. He's meant to go down sometimes. We'll take ourselves in ages at 13.5 minutes in.
I will say the good news for EG is when it comes to XP, they're not completely out of it. And even gold, this is doable. But they're going to have to start looking for the combination soon, as Faceless Void also doesn't have any farm, as he's been relegated to looking for fights with that Chronosphere. And now Old Chicken, Invisit up at top. Fear's got that Blink Dagger now. This is going to be the first real test for EG.
He reveals himself on PPT, but now he's going to be called up. They do have the Chronosphere if they want to keep Old Chicken from being able to get off the Omni Slash, but they decide against it, knowing they just do not have the physical damage required.
and afraid that multiple eHome members are going to be en route. So they back up, say that it's just going to be a bit of space for Sumail. Now the point blank arrow is going to be leading into an Ice Blast. The first reveal of the Blink Dagger, Fear and Shadow Demon. Zai will be able to help Sumail in claiming that pickoff and now putting some pressure on this tier 1 tower. Evil Geniuses beginning to ramp things up.
Yeah, still 2 straight pickoffs only on the Ogre. You want to start getting aggressive on the cores. eHome smartly only showing the support heroes ever. And this Warlock just sitting back, almost has that Hand of Midas if he wants it. Book 2 completed on Old 11. And eHome, they want to play around this Aegis. They're going to reset, wait for their Ogre to come back alive. Old Chicken's just going to wait for somebody to push out this top lane, as it seems like EG are reluctant to send anybody up here. They have no vision around this area. Remember, as EG, now they're going to send Zai forward just to kind of poke, see what's going on up there, soak up whatever experience he can. He grabs his level 8.
We've already seen the success of Shadow Demon of being an excellent D-pusher and will be able to set up certain ganks at times. Old Chicken instantly into the spin off of the disruption. Not going to chance getting hit by that arrow.
Yeah, and look how much of the map right now that eHome owns. They've got almost all of EG's jungle. They've got their own jungle to work with. They've created this kind of curtain around it. And they can just continue to make these expeditions into EG's base aggressively as they want this top tier 2 tower. They're going to connect with this Juggernaut right now. They don't quite have Ice, and this might fool EG into thinking there's not 5 up here.
Sumail gonna be dove all the way behind the tier 2 tower.
He's got no angle.
He reads it now, tries to get the leap away, but immediately caught by the Primal Roar, beaten down by eHome. Fear, he tries to go in for the response, gets the call, brings Old 11 back into the Ice Blast. But it only clips him, resulting in no real damage. And eHome, all their members looking healthy now as they go for yet another tier 2 tower.
And this is exactly what we talked about. eHome want to force that Ice Blast reactively, and they'll just continue to push on past it. Now they're going to connect for this mid towers. Ice. Wasn't even necessary for that top push. eHome feeling confident all over the map right now, and EG left in a position where they're going to have to set up for something soon. They can still play around this Chronosphere quite successfully, but there is going to be a time period where eHome just overrun them.
6-11, eHome looking for that final outer tower in mid lane. Tier 2 gonna go down, at least about to. They're left in deny range. Don't want to risk getting caught by Universe's Chronosphere as he shows himself. And Universe will be the one to take out that final outer tower with the deny. eHome, they know they are very ahead in gold. Don't need to worry about the net worth difference in that one whatsoever.
And the bigger fear right now for EG is they've got to start getting aggressive outside of their base, clear out the jungle at least one point in the map. They're reluctant to do so while this Juggernaut has this Aegis, but PPD has got to be careful, getting a little bit too close to those boars.
Even if there was no ward there from eHome, there's always some extra vision to be found in the Hawk.
Yeah. Invisibility. They're just taking so many liberties because they know that EG are grouped up as 5, farming camps together, and EG are trying to find whatever engagement that they can, but it's just not offered to them.
Evil Genius is just seemingly never going to get a surprise initiation on eHome at this point, as they are completely out of smokes. So they're going to have to wait and find a better timing for it, I guess, but all the meanwhile, eHome are playing one hell of an efficiency game. They are controlling the map entirely, not giving any jungle whatsoever to Evil Geniuses, even that middle area, because the tier 2 tower is now down. Even that area is controlled up by eHome.
Oh, they're just straight up pushing.
Oh, a little bit too far there from Old Chicken. Gonna be pulled back in, doesn't nail the Ice Blast though. Old Chicken will eventually go down. That's the Aegis though. He's gonna come back up.
They've got Chrono available.
Tier 3 tower with the Chronosphere is gonna be able to lock him back in the moment he shows up. Now the Warlock drops the golem onto PPD and Sumail, but already the Juggernaut's down. Response from eHome, but now the call! There! He stops it right in the tracks. They're gonna be able to take down 2, and a third falls from eHome. Evil Geniuses, they see their moment now. They've got to get as many of these kills as possible to make the response from Fear well worth it. Sumail chasing down Fenrir. He has eHome. Ice is responding with some damage, but he managed to get the Warlock. Sumail goes for the 5th remaining hero of eHome, throws out the arrow. Not going to latch though. Ice will survive to fight another day. But this game just got a whole lot more even, as that is almost a 3K gold swing off of Old Chicken's overextension into the base.
And you have to respect that EG high ground. They've got so many different abilities to work with. Look at that call from Fear, saving the fight single-handedly as Sumail untouched throughout this entire engagement. just starts to chase down E-Home heroes, and this is exactly what EG needed to get back into this game.
Evil Geniuses, this was rapidly looking like it was going to be a complete shutout. Based purely on some mistakes in the laning phase, E-Home were giving Evil Geniuses no quarter. No opportunities for a comeback until they went for that tier 3 push in the bottom lane, resulting in one hell of a team fight and potential comeback for Evil Geniuses. E-Home, though, still in control of this game, and even control the map as well. As you can see, Old 11 still taking over that Radiant jungle. On the opposite side, Ice controlling the Dire jungle in the top lane, and the mid-tier 1 tower still up for E-Home as well. Roshan will eventually be the victim, but they have to make sure they don't get picked off first. Fear tries to get it, doesn't manage to snag the initiation, now going to be counter-initiated on, and left for dead as Ice just once more. He pulls back the Chakram eventually to be able to claim that kill on Fear. Looks for Zai, not able to get him just yet. PPD also going to complete his teleport out.
Decent scenario for E-Home as they managed to grab the axe. Thankfully for EG, they weren't able to lose any more heroes on the backs of that, but still, E-Home trying to reset into this game. They still have the next Aegis to go for with all the outer tier 2 towers. You'd imagine they want to go for the high ground with this next push. At the same time, though, E-Home, they overrated how much that Aegis was going to do for them. They were hoping that EG would have to force the Chrono just to pop that Aegis onto this Juggernaut, but when he went down without the Chrono being expended, that was best possible case scenario for EG.
E-Home splitting apart. They've only got 2 heroes in this top lane, and they may not be expecting a Moonlight Shadow and Chronosphere initiation. The Ice Blast is going to come in, revealing 2 of the heroes, but is going to completely whiff. Universe, not seeing his opportunity to initiate, will back out. In fact, immediately teleporting down to bottom lane, where they're going to try and catch Ice with the Chronosphere, and they got him too. PPD low up, but it's going to lend a helping hand to control Ice. No opportunity for a Bloodstone deny here. Universe will claim the kill on Ice's Timber Saw, cutting the Bloodstone charges down to 9.
That was his first death in the game, completely away from the rest of his team. E-Home are just playing a little bit too cocky. Even that bottom tier 3 push, they overrated the Aegis, and now this time around, Ice feels like he's invincible with his hood and the Bloodstone at such an early time, but you've got to respect the combination that EG have. That Chronosphere is almost always going to lead to a kill, as we saw earlier on.
Jump forward, Samael, double Starfall on Old
He gets him.
Ooh, that is so much burst damage. The Ice Blast led the way, and Samael sealed the deal with a blink in double Starfall.
And Samael, 7 kills already to his name. He is willing EG back into this game as E-Home. They're looking a little bit sloppy, and they're starting to struggle a little bit. They're going to have to wait for this next Aegis before they want to make any aggressive moves like that again. And you can already see Ice relegated to his own jungle, not feeling nearly as confident as he once was as PPD. Even feeling that he can get out into this jungle and ward, and that's when you know for a fact that Radiant are back in this game, when he feels that he can get this far out on the map.
E-Home, though, still have an opportunity to control this game once again. They've kind of been wrested from their hands, but if they can nail this next Roshan, which is coming up in another minute and a half, get that Aegis into their hands, they can control the game once again, but they need to be careful with these pickoffs. And that's why they're going to group up a little bit more. They're going to have 3 heroes mid behind Old Chicken as he pushes the wave with his Juggernaut. They're not even going past the river, it looks like. They're going to go for an invade into the Radiant jungle, seeing if they can catch anybody, and checking out the Roshan pit, I'm sure, to see if the Aegis is available.
He's just going to push out this top tower. He knows for a fact that E-Home are in this jungle. E-Home, I don't think they should find a need to defend this top tower anymore. The better thing to do is control up this jungle, deward everything that you possibly can, then simply go for the Roshan right after. And the best way to do that is exactly what they're doing right now. Sumil going to get a free tower out of this once again, getting quite a lot on the map.
They are going to rotate Warlock up here.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that Fenrir is making this move. He should just start walking back down.
Yeah, okay. It looks like he's just going to get some vision to give him a little bit of a read on what exactly Evil Geniuses are doing with this top lane push. If they're, this 4-man smoke, they didn't go up. They're going to run straight into Fenrir, but the Black Shadow has already popped, so they know someone's around, but Fenrir doesn't know how close he is to death. They're posing on middle lane, though. They see the Juggernaut. Now they're going to run into Fenrir right in the face of everybody from Evil Geniuses. They're almost going to immediately going to pop him. The Force Staff gives them some space, but not good enough.
And EG doing such a good job right now with map control. Going to reset E-Home again, as E-Home going to be reluctant to fight without their Warlock.
Just a scouting arrow there from Sumail. Almost nails Lana. That tier 1 tower at mid is deniable.
And he almost has the Ethereal Blade already. eHome. At one point it looked like they were already on their way to a 10k lead, but instead, back down to 2500 XP, almost going the way of EG for the first time in this game. And this Roshan going to be even more crucial as EG. They can fight around it though. They still have the Chronosphere.
Double damage for Old Chicken. This is looking like a great Roshan attempt, and if a team fight ensues, it could still be good for them as well. The Chronosphere is up for the Faceless Void, but Fenrir, he has a big old team fight changing ultimate in his hands as well. Chaotic Offering, ready to go.
Old Chicken gonna get clipped a few times, gotta be careful. And now EG should start rushing over Universe in prime position, trying to get a Chrono opportunity. Is eHome, they are so reluctant to give up this Aegis. They're going to smoke for it.
They're actually going to smoke and push forward. Not a wraparound. They're just going to go straight into Evil Genius's jungle, see if they can catch anybody. And they've got him too. PPD going to be hit by the Primal Roar. This is a big pickup. It may be just a support, but we talked about in the drafting phase how important that Ice Blast is going to be for Evil Geniuses to be able to fight. And I'm not sure if they can contest eHome for that Roshan now. We'll see. The push out. Ice. Maybe they're going to go for this pickoff.
He's going to buy back.
Buy back now. PPT. Immediately, eHome. They get out of the pit. They know that Ice Blast is heading towards it. And sure enough, it lands now, but finds no members of eHome inside the pit.
Still, eHome, they don't have the Necro Books up. They don't have the Roar. They're going to have to be a little bit more patient around this. They still have that Warlock ultimate though, and they might just run into Universe. Who's gonna get it?
Oh, this is a big one too. The arrow's gonna be able to come in. The Primal Roar, not there from Old 11. Still another 30 seconds on the clock, so they can punish anybody from Evil Geniuses for a free kill on a Juggernaut.
One of the better cores to take down is eHome, again, repelled, and it looks like now they're the ones playing chicken. They've got to get out of this area. This is now EG territory as EG are grouped up. Don't think they can take the Roshan for themselves though.
Without a Chronosphere, it seems unlikely. They also don't have that Moonlight Shadow, two very big-time team fight ults, but PPD gonna be caught once again, separates from his team ever so slightly, and pounced on by Old 11 and Old Lanham. 14-16 now, as the fight around the Roshan pit continues. Pickoff after pickoff, neither team claiming a clear enough advantage to be able to take it, but maybe with this maneuver by Ice, he's going to push in the top lane all the way to tier 3 and blinks away just ahead of Fear. That would have led to his death, but momentary blink will keep him alive just ahead of Sumail and Fear's Wombo combo.
Yeah, now, because they show so many different heroes up at top, with what eHome responded with, they go for the Roshan immediately. This was a very good maneuver by Ice. He knows that EG aren't going to just allow him to push on that top lane. And EG not even going to really bother going for it. They understand what they've just given up.
Yeah, they pretty much once they made that rotation up to the top lane, forced by Ice pushing all the way into the tier 3 tower. They said, we're giving up Roshan if eHome are around that pit, but if we can claim the kill on Timbersaw, it'll be kind of worth it, but they don't even get that much. Ice's reactions just a bit too quick for Evil Geniuses.
I think EG, even with that top lane pushing in, if they had PPD, they probably would have made that they probably wouldn't have gone up at top, and they would have contested Roshan no matter what, because they know Timber's in a position where he doesn't push fast enough. He's going to come back for that Aegis fight. But without him available, he uses buyback already. No ultimate anyways to his name.
Yeah, PPD just as easily could have been the one to defend that top lane push and still had an impact for a Roshan fight, but it all comes from that pickoff that was found by the Beastmaster and the Ogre Magi. Now, eHome, they gave up their advantage pretty heavily last time around when they had the Aegis, and it seems like they've learned their lesson. They're playing this a lot more cautiously, not even extending Old Chicken past that corner on the top left of the map. Push him back into the jungle, and looks like they're waiting for a couple items. They have that Aegis, but they're not immediately 5-manning. What exactly do you think eHome is waiting for?
For this Warlock, you could go for the Aghanims if you want. There's not a whole lot that the Timber needs at this point because he's already the strongest fighting hero on his team. The Beastmaster's got 1900. He could go for a Vlad's if he wants his arrow clips, but Sumail far away is
under attack.
They're going to fire the Ice Blast up at top just to push things back, but Ice already in position.
Feels like that diffusal blade is going to be necessary for Old Chicken. He almost has it too. Double blades of alacrity. He knows that there's that ethereal blade on Sumail's Mirana. That obviously makes his Omni Slash a whole lot less reliable unless he can diffuse off that ethereal state.
And right now, Ehome all farming under the vision of this ward. EG, this is going to prompt them to push out a little bit into their jungle. PPD, a little bit weary to push out too far, as he doesn't want to get picked off once again. That might just lead to a high ground for Ehome. As Eul Scepter completed by Ice Ice Ice.
It feels like in this game, the Chronosphere is what's going to determine whether Evil Geniuses successfully hold their high ground against Ehome's push. If that's the case, does Universe try and go for a Blink Dagger here and deviate from the damage build he has so far with Vlads and Manta?
Oh, but top, Sumail went for it, but he's nowhere near that kill.
He's got Euls and a Blink. Ice 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 is scot-free away.
Ehome making their way up. They're going to try to sandwich this. PPD might just get caught here.
PPD, not again. The hard 5 gets caught. Hard life for Ancient Apparition in this game as time after time he goes for the warding and is not backed up well enough by his team. Gives away the free kill.
And I think Ehome want to make a play off of this, but they're just going to push out the lanes. That was just a free pick off for them. In an ideal world, they transition off of it, but maybe they don't feel like it's enough time. And going high ground against EG's lineup is still very scary. For EG, what they really need to do is be able to blow that Aegis up without having to commit that Chronosphere. That's what made that fight so successful for them last time. They need that Chrono available to kill Old Chicken the second time around. At the same time, EG have very mobile cores, as that Mirana and the Stasis Void, unless they get roared up in this game cap, I don't think they can die.
Yeah, it's just so easy for Evil Geniuses to punish the high ground from Ehome. They don't have a great, like the Juggernaut is just kind of okay at being able to push into that tier 3 with the Aegis. The problem being is there's so little commitment from Fear. When he jumps in, hits that call right next to the tier 3 and pulls Old Chicken even farther back. If he dies back there next to that Rax area, then that just means his second life is going to mean very little, as Ehome are going to struggle to be able to dive that deep into the base. So Ehome quite trepidatious at actually pushing into the Evil Geniuses base, instead trying to secure themselves a very large net worth lead. And potentially, they could push this to a point where we are sitting here at 45-50 minutes and Ehome are sitting 10 to 15K ahead. Do you think Ehome actually has a lineup, though, to beat out Evil Geniuses late game?
When it comes to the ultra late game, when everybody's 6-slotted, potentially, they're going to need a Hex at some point on this Timbersaw. He's the natural builder for it. They're just going to need a second form of Disable from one of their cores. As at bottom, Sumail doesn't have that Linken's. He's got to be careful.
Ice Blast cutting through the jungle there and got some information to Sumail just in time for him to be able to blink and lead himself away from the Beastmaster.
Looks like Ehome just using this Aegis to farm out, as now it is gone. There was no tier 2 towers for them to go for. EG farming very aggressively around the map now, and the lead is still going quite heavily in Ehome's favor because they just have more to work with right now in this jungle.
Evil Geniuses are still finding areas for them to be able to push out and try and match the farming efficiency of Ehome. Thankfully, they've got some mobile cores like Universe's Faceless Void, who can spend some time in the dire jungle.
I think they should start thinking about smoking, or at least go for some sort of pickoff.
For Evil Geniuses?
Yeah, but the concern is that if they run into Ehome as 5, they could just straight up lose the game. Every lane is being pushed out consistently by Ehome, and that's what you want to do when you're winning this far ahead, but you don't feel like you can go for the high ground immediately. You starve EG, make them think they're always 5 in your jungle, then EG feels hesitant to make any sort of plays. Like you see, they're even backing out as 4 right now because they don't feel confident about this, but now they're going to make the play, and they're hoping to run into solo heroes here. Sumail going to try to make the connection to them after pushing out this bottom wave.
The hope being that Sumail, he took a small risk pushing out that top lane, but as it approaches the tier 2, hopefully someone from Ehome will show, and this smoke rotation...
This could be huge.
Ehome are split up. Be able to get the Chronosphere, but no, the blink away! Old 11 escapes, and it's going to be Lanham caught instead, but they already got Old Chicken cut down by Fear. They're still going to chase down Lanham as well. They managed to get him to bash up just before the Fire Blast. 2 down as Ehome are caught with their pants down. Rotation up from Ice 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 meant that he wasn't there with the team,
And while that may have been a fantastic escape, a jump forward, oh, Samael
He gets
nails
him. He gets the arrow on the Fenrir behind the tier 2. And Evil Geniuses, once corralled inside their base with nowhere to go, nowhere to farm, they are now being the ones pushing into a tier 2 of eHome.
Sumail has just been unbelievable for EG. Shades of that TI5 run that they made. They need him to be a star player, and he's delivering so far. 10-1 as EG now on the offensive, despite the fact that at one point they were almost down 10K. Now they're making their move forward. They sense weakness in eHome's lineup.
And the Illusion Army advances. Zai uses his Shadow Demon with a disruption to create even more illusions of Universe's Faceless Void. Oh, the jump!
they get the call!
Oh my God, with the Ice Blast! Ice, and all 11! They're almost gone! Gil Scepter and Ice finds himself a moment, but he's still down! He gets the kill on Fear as a rebuttal, but eHome, they now have to buy back and try and chase down the Heroes of Evil Geniuses. Looks like they may have caught Samael. Old 11 slowing him down.
They are throwing down so much for this.
Roar. They use the Chaotic Offering from Warlock as well, dropping the Golem, but they did manage to get the kill. Looks like they may be able to get Universe as well. He's got the gem too. He snatched that one away from Old Lanham, but now he has to cut his way through the trees, hoping beyond hope that he could escape from eHome, but no chance in hell.
And you saw just how much eHome wanted those 2 cores. They even dropped down the rock on Sumail's head.
And an ironic USA chant coming out from the Chinese side as the crowd definitely getting into this game. Evil Geniuses lose 4. It cost eHome a lot though. You said big time ultimates being used there. The Chaotic Offering, they had to blow a buyback as well on Beastmaster.
Yeah, the issue right now is that this Warlock, he wants to use that ultimate as aggressively as possible, as deep into this EG base as he can, but instead he's being forced to use it either reactively or not at all, and EG are going to be satisfied with that because they can just keep resetting these team fights. They feel comfortable fighting around this AA Ice Blast. They've done a wonderful job of it so far, but at some point eHome, with this lineup, they want to get aggressive, and they're starting to make moves right now. I do fear for them though. They've got to start respecting the 5-man from EG.
Ice Blast being used just to kill a Hawk. That's how important the Vision game is. This close game 1 between eHome and Evil Geniuses. Now EG have to deal with not 1 Golem, but 2. The Chaotic Offering being upgraded now by the Aghanim Scepter.
eHome looking around. They've got this Hawk in a really good position, just continuing to scout. It's going to make eHome feel a little bit more comfortable as EG. They're starting to make a push out into this mid lane. They're even going to use the Moonlight Shadow just to scout ahead as a replacement for their smoke. They're not going to find anything in the jungle, though, as eHome. Now they're starting to think about grouping up.
Yeah, they sit down there at their bottom tier 1 as 3, and the other half of their crew, Ice, and Old 11, are sitting on the far left-hand side of the map, just in front of that tier 3 tower, hiding in the trees. Trying to keep that creep wave pushed forward, just like Ice did earlier in the game, where he forced a rotation out of Evil Geniuses and secured themselves a Roshan. He's looking for round 2 here. See if he can force that rotation and open up the Aegis and Cheese for eHome.
And eHome should know that something is up right now because EG still aren't defending this top tower out. It's taken well over half of its HP. So now they're going to show themselves mid.
Not even PPD back there to defend. He's with the rest of his boys in the mid lane as a 5-man crew. And it looks like they may just try and pressure eHome's base. As the tier 3 is gone already in that mid lane, eHome will be forced to defend. Now the initiation comes in. Fear going to be able to find Lanham with the Ice Blast in the call. They've got him. But eHome, they'll have the opportunity to respond. BKB now activated on the slash.
There's the Chaotic Offering. Lines managed to get PPD. The Chaotic Offering drop, but the Chronosphere controls the both the Golems as well as Old 11. He'll be torn apart as Universe gets 1, looks for 2.
Chicken's getting low.
He's getting low, but BKB and now the spin. He pops out. Universe, he backs away, waiting for his reinitiation. Samael saves himself with the Ethereal Blade for a moment, but the Purge goes down. Now leaps himself into the trees and will be able to TP
Zai's
out.
juking right now.
Zai trying to put his...
he's getting away right now.
Ice. No, he gets him eventually. He couldn't dodge forever. Ice. He hunts for Samael in the trees, but he's already gone 3 down from Evil Geniuses. eHome, a successful defense, and it cost them the Chaotic Offering, but it may have just gotten them the Roshan. 2 up from EG. The PPD is about to come back up, but they've got the Juggernaut. They may just be able to do this.
Very well done by eHome. Once again, though, it's off of EG going for the push. And now, with this Aegis, I think Old Chicken is going to feel a lot more comfortable. They're going to fire the Ice Blast.
That's rough. Moonlight Shadow used, but the illusion of Old Chicken's Juggernaut managed to scout out the use there by Sumail. So eHome will back away from the pit for now.
Yeah, they're just going to reset as 5, I think. EG in a position where they don't want to give up this Aegis if possible. Chronosphere is still on cooldown, though, for another 20 seconds. So for them, they're hoping that eHome just stalls out. And that's what's happening right now is Juggernaut just going to push in illusions into this mid wave and force EG to deal with it. But without pressure in this top area, eHome, they can't really open up this Roshan for themselves quite yet. Maybe we see a TP from Ice 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 up at top to set up for this eventually.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. He's got the boots of travel ready to go. He actually went back to base for the BKB. In order to counter that pressure at the top lane, though, and we've talked about this a couple of times, as Radiant's side, instead of trying to constantly go back and deal with the pressure of the top lane every single time you're being split push, and that obviously opening up Roshan, instead, you are the ones who try and put the pressure in by going 5-man down mid, keeping eHome inside their base and out of the pit.
Yeah, Dota's a largely a process of elimination game. If you don't see anybody pushing in top, then you know that they either have to be contesting for the next objective, or they're in your jungle right now. And Ice 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 is going to find that out for his team as Creep Wave is coming in. Fear going to show himself up at top, and that might just prompt eHome to leave their base and start getting aggressive for that Roshan. You see Ice 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 TP already, and they see 2 heroes coming up here. This might just mean a free Roshan for eHome.
Have to see. Evil Geniuses are already pretty quick with dealing with that top lane push and could rotate fast enough to stop eHome.
They've got to go right now.
Yeah, eHome, they're not immediately going into the pit, though. They're sitting around their secret shop area. Will be scouted out by PPD's Ice Blast.
And this is a very good way for them to deal with this top lane, just sending them these Axe Illusions.
Moonlight Shadow now being used. They think they can catch eHome off guard here. The smoke.
They get the high ground.
Right into Universe. He's going to try and get the Chronosphere. The Force Staff. Not fast enough. They managed to lock down Old 11 too, but the Chaotic Offering. Now the response is Universe forced himself away. Universe. Ice 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 popping the BKB. Almost popping PPD. Will be able to take him in due time. His old Chicken cleans him up instead. Universe now with the TP out inside the trees. Evil Geniuses only lose their support Ancient Apparition as eHome use the Chaotic Offering, but it looks like it's still enough. Without the Chronosphere, they can go back and go for the Roshan.
Yeah, and we talked about the fact that they needed that second lockdown factor coming out of this Timbersaw. At some point, he's going to have to get that Hex, and right now he's got that Yule Scepter, but he's going to have to think about replacing it very quickly, as maybe if they had a Hex there, they can probably kill Universe or Fear, and Fear already popped his BKB out in the beginning of that fight.
Roshan down to half health. Evil Geniuses are going to try and make the best of this situation. They've got 2 pushing up the top lane. Ice 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 obviously not needed inside the Roshan pit. He'll contest top lane. He's got some backup too. With Yule Scepter, he'll be able to slow down Fear. He's got Lanham coming in. The Blade Mail activated by Fear, but he's already so damn low. Ice 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 with a second Chakram. Cleans him up. Zeiss next.
Got the
gets
Yules
up by
for him.
another Yule Scepter. Chakram for days. Evil Geniuses will drop 2 and maybe a third. Sumail already being chased down by Old Chicken. BKB being used. 21-27. eHome with a big win there. Take Roshan, get 2 at the top lane, winning in both objectives, both north and south.
eHome finally starting to recover from that mid game where it looked like EG was going to take this game back into their own hands. And now they're pushing down mid with this DD Juggernaut, who's bloodlusted as well. He's got the Aegis. He feels incredibly confident. But EG, they've still got this Chronosphere available. They could just pop one of the cores, but they don't want to expend anything on this Juggernaut.
5K on Ice Ice Ice's Timbersaw. Potential new item coming in. He's going to again push out that top lane Fearless as he approaches the tier 3 tower. Yep. Double Chakrams, pushes back Sumail and gets his team space to be able to push in both mid as well as the bottom lane.
Yeah, all 3 lanes pushed out now by eHome. And they're just daring EG to make a move outside their base right now. EG, they're just going to keep sending in illusions back at this bottom wave.
Now, this is not going to be an Aegis wasted, right? eHome, that second Aegis that they got, that was a farming one, and that made sense. But surely, with the BKBs they've gotten into their hands now, they're going to go high ground with this one, right?
Yeah, I think with Aegis Cheese, it's a pretty good opportunity. You have all the abilities that you want, all the items. Old Chicken has 5k on him, but Ice, I think once he buys his next item, they'll feel comfortable. But at the same time, you're still fighting against this EG high ground. Ice Blast, plus the Axe Call, and this Faceless Void Chrono. The best time to use them is defensively, inside your own base. And I think that's what eHome are fearing, another repeat of what happened at bottom.
Yeah, you said the best way to really counteract the heroes like Ancient Apparition, right, is being able to face rush them, get in their face, make it so they don't have that setup of Chronosphere into Ice Blast, but hard to do that when you're going into high ground and don't have the vision inside the base. Evil Geniuses waiting and waiting for eHome to make their first approach. eHome not going for it just yet. Keeping all the lanes pushed in, farming away. Not sure what exactly they're waiting for.
Yeah,
Any
now they're starting to form up.
Any item, looks like, yeah.
They'll just send the illusions in. Start beating on this tower. Start the slow siege from this Juggernaut.
You've got the Illusion King himself, though, the Shadow Demon to counteract some of those illusion pushes. This disruption goes down, and Juggernaut's illusion's playing against him now as he pushes out a wave.
He's just going to keep manting and sending him forward as Fear goes for it.
Oh, from Fear, they actually go for the Ethereal Blade. Dagged pop, Old Chicken somehow still alive. Is going to be perched up, slowed down, but he gets the blink away. Now the Chaotic Offering. A disruption buys Universe time, but no. Fear eventually will go down. The Tier 3s now being assaulted by the double golems.
Does have that buyback available, and he was going for the play where they can just pop Old Chicken's Aegis and then use the Chrono as the follow-up, but EG repelled back, and the margin for victory in that fight was so close.
Oh no, now the another initiation, Ancient Apparition, another disruption save, the Chronosphere goes down, Ice Blast over the top, but there's just not quite enough damage to kill anybody significant. They only get Lanham in the back lines. Old Chicken dealing with Fear. He popped the Blade Mail into BKB and is fighting up against Ice, and Daggett comes in. They take away the Aegis to the Juggernaut. But round two, Evil Geniuses now have to deal with a full HP Juggernaut. Disruption, arrow goes down, but the spin was up. Old Chicken, he retreats as Fenrir covers his tracks with the upheaval. Now the call on Ice, almost gets PPD, but a Force Staff save actually gets PPD away. Old Chicken blinks forward, goes for Zai. The Invis might be able to save him. Ethereal Blade, Old Chicken low enough, and the Daggett finishes him off. Ice left inside the fountain with nobody to be able to save him. He's going to drop right next to the Tier 3 towers. eHome on the retreat as Evil Geniuses hold against an Aegis and Cheese.
And this Sumail Dagon is doing so much work for them. Even with that Aegis, unable to be popped in the forced buyback onto this Axe, EG just simply outfought them inside the base when it mattered. PPD baited them so far in, and not worth it for eHome at all, as now they're going to lose some confidence. They don't have this Warlock Chaotic Offering, and EG going to start pushing forward.
I mean, if you look at the HP of a hero like Juggernaut, their primary carry, he just doesn't have a whole lot to work with in the first place. And then when you have things like the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast taken away, a huge percentage of his HP, and then Axe, he's able to take him down when he's below 400 kill threshold right there. It actually means the Juggernaut, he drops maybe 500, 600 HP, and he's almost in the kill zone for Evil Geniuses. It means eHome, they just don't have that kind of high ground guaranteed push in their hands. And Evil Geniuses, they have every opportunity to punish eHome now. They've got the Moonlight Shadow and Smoke Up. They start approaching eHome's base.
Pretty unbelievable. Right now, if you just look at the metrics, 15k net worth lead for eHome, experience in a similar direction, but it doesn't feel like that at all. EG have just opened themselves up a win condition as this Juggernaut was forced to buy back. If they kill him once, the game could just be over. And what a turn of events for eHome.
Evil Geniuses placing everything they have into the initiation. You see Universe picking up the Shadow Blade just for the opportunity for a better Chronosphere, as that could single-handedly win them the fight. Now it's eHome's turn to push out. They've got a smoke. They've got the drive to take over this game again. Not let Evil Geniuses bully them around. They're getting closer and closer. Force Staff forward. And a long-range slow from Lanham will catch PPD. Can they actually get him? The Eul Scepter goes down. Looks like they're going to leave PPD to die. The hard 5 position cops the gank once again.
Not what they were looking for at all.
No. They wanted so much more than that.
This core Axe, even below this Ogre in terms of net worth, but still making such impact as Fear. He's had a lot of game-saving calls so far in this game. But it's been Sumail who is dealing out all the damage in the game necessary for EG to stay alive. Dagon 5 now completed for him, and eHome do not feel comfortable pressuring with that item available.
And that's initiation from the Shadow Blade may be nice, but the Silver Edge and what it can do to his Timber Saw, cutting away that reactive armor, could be even better.
Still think eHome need a second form of control. They have to pop the Chaotic Offering alone just to get any kills. Their only other stun on top of that is the Ogre Ice, the Fire Blast, or the Beastmaster Roar.
Right. And
Not the best form.
He's kind of doing the best he can. He's got the Force Staff. He's even got an Aether Lens. Oh, the Chronosphere up there in the top lane. Looks like they've got Ice rather easily. Evil Geniuses swarm the carry of eHome. Take him down, and they've got 60 seconds now to punish eHome for that death.
And eHome, I mean, they must be really confused right now because they should be winning this game. All of their cores have the necessary amount of farm to win. Their supports aren't doing shabby either. You've got a Midas and an Aghanims completed on this Warlock. At 49 minutes, maybe you can expect him to have a refresher soon after. But other than that, they should be winning fights, but EG are just outplaying them right now as they're going to start their aggressive move forward. This Juggernaut still doesn't have buyback available for another 4 minutes. And EG, if they can kill him once, that could just mean the game for eHome, despite leading almost this entire game.
Cleaning up that last creep wave before they go high ground. 20 seconds left for the Timber Saw. eHome, they're going to need to find a way to hold their melee racks in mid until Ice is back up. And the range racks is already being taken down by Illusions itself. No commitment from EG, and are still going to reap the rewards.
Yeah, right now just beating on this range racks.
Lip being used.
So reluctant to make any sort of move, and first racks of the game.
Universe and his Manta Illusions, and Zai with his Disruption Illusions. Together, they form a blue army. The Evil Geniuses taking down the range racks. Evil Geniuses had to commit absolutely nothing there, no risk. Take an objective, back away before Ice is awake again and ready to fight.
And now this Juggernaut has that form of control that we were talking about. He's got that Abyssal Blade with the blink.
Do you think you still need a Scythe of Ice on eHome as well?
I mean, any sort of follow-up initiation would be really good. Ice still holding on to this Eul Scepter. If he sold it, still wouldn't be in position to buy that Hex, and I think that's the real concern right now because he needs buyback.
Right.
When Old Chicken doesn't.
He's only got 6 Bloodstone charges. Universe with his Invis is going to be able to find Lanem. He slows him down. Eul Scepter is going to be used. Lanem is trying to get away. He's got some backup now as the eHome members swarm in. Moonlight Shadow being used by Evil Geniuses, and they're actually going to look for reinitiation. No chance, though. eHome have already gone up to their high ground.
And EG going to reset, but look how aggressively they're playing. Look at the warding. So they know they're trying to trap eHome in their base, force eHome to make some sort of careless maneuver. This is the first time I've seen EG play such aggressive wards. They've got all the vision in the world to work with. Meanwhile, eHome, they're going to have to rely on these Hawks.
eHome, they desperately need some counter vision down because, again, Universe is going to find his opportunity. He gets the Silver Edge, runs into Old 11. He deems it's worthy of a Chronosphere Ice Blast combo to take him down. Right-hand side, Sumail is going to be caught. Meanwhile, the Secret Chop, we've got a brawl.
Oh, if they get Old Chicken, he's getting kicked down right now.
Old Chicken dropping down to half HP, but Omni Slash solely on Fear will be able to take him down. Looks like with Lanem's help, they also get the Shadow Demons. Now the Healing Ward heals him back up a little bit more. The magic damage comes in. Old Chicken spins off the damage from Sumail. He's now caught by the Primal Roar, surrounded by Golems, and he's down. 4 dead from Evil Geniuses. eHome, they've now got the pit under control, only losing their Warlock. A beauty of a team fight for eHome.
And these bloodlusted Warlock Golems doing so much work in this fight as eHome now going to pick up an Aegis. And they're in prime position once again as EG just got completely sandwiched.
They certainly did. Evil Geniuses, they thought they were just going to be able to get the one pick off there. With Universe leading the way, the Silver Edge commits the Chronosphere on the big initiator of the Beastmaster. And yes, they got that kill, but they're fighting right outside Tier 3 towers, even next to a Tier 2 at that bottom lane, meaning the buyback from the Beastmaster. Very effective, manages to catch Sumail with a Primal Roar, and resulting in eHome getting the Aegis, Cheese, and now just outside of Evil Genius's lane, the bottom. They're going to go for the melee racks. Ice already uphill. Starts speeding away at it with his limited damage. He's not truly a right-click core, but he's going to try and make the best of it with his tankiness. They don't want to commit the Juggernaut, knowing that Old Chicken has already been caught.
Ice. He doesn't have an Aegis, and my God! That magic damage, he just exploded. EG had to use the buyback, but still managed to hold on to their racks. And eHome is going to walk away. Reluctant
they get
to
a
take
tier
that
3
fight.
tower out of it, though. Very large push at top lane of creeps. Will take away that tier 3, so at least eHome gets something for it.
Every single time I think that eHome have control of this game, EG managed to battle back. Then the same thing happens as they wrest control away. But with this Aegis available, eHome, they're hoping to put the stamp on this game. A lot of gold built up on all their cores, but they have to respect the damage right now that comes out of this Mirana. This Axe can kind of just blink in, force that Berserker's call out, prevents him from going for his own BKB. Refresher now completed on this Warlock.
Which is why, right, that the initiation is so easy for EG in the high ground, right? They just blink in, get a Berserker's call. It's not heavy commitment, but it reaps a lot of rewards, making sure that enemy, if he catches them, maybe can't use the BKB, and then we see Samael just blow him up with magic damage on top of the Ice Blast. But eHome, they don't have too many options to respond. They're reliant on their quick reactions of BKB to be able to get off that magic immunity before the initiation comes from EG. Or they need really, really good counter initiation from Fenrir, and that has just been extremely upgraded with that refresher.
The big thing right now for EG is when they're defending the high ground, it's so much easier to structure your fights. You simply say, how many times have they done this in a row? The Axe will say, okay, I'm going to go blink call him, just get ready. They drop everything on him. They use the F-Blade and the Dagon. Low cooldowns on both those abilities. They pop one hero off the bat, then eHome feel reluctant to take a fight, and EG managed to reset. But when it comes to those fights outside the base, when EG are pushing up and they can't structure things like that, that's when things get really good for eHome, is they can just make the fight as chaotic as possible. eHome trying to catch EG unawares, but EG, again, they want to play this high ground game for as long as that Aegis is up.
Plus, they do not have buybacks on Samael and his Mirana, Fear and his Axe, as well as Zai on the Shadow Demon. They know they're at a severe disadvantage. Despite holding earlier, they can't afford to risk anything here. eHome with the Aegis, Cheese, and only one buyback on cooldown, and that's going to be Old 11's Beastmaster.
There is no buyback, though, like you said, on this Mirana. That's going to be the big one for eHome. And with this Aegis and Cheese available, now they're going to simply say, all right, we have to be able to win this fight. The double chaotic offering, but Universe looks like he wants to make an aggressive play forward.
Moonlight Shadow, they're actually going to disruption. Oh, Fear.
Oh, he doesn't get it this time.
He could be punished here. Not quite eHome, not dropping anything just yet. Fenrir sitting way in the back. He wants to make sure he's not caught by that Chronosphere. He knows how important that chaotic offering double drop is going to be. Fear trying again with the call. Not able to snag Old Chicken, keeping his distance. Now the Scythe of Ice, it comes forward onto Universe. The Primal Roar follow up the chaotic offering. They're dropping everything they have, but Universe hasn't dropped just yet. He gets the time walk away. One chaotic offering used, and melee racks will fall. If they'd claimed Universe, though, it could have been so much sweeter. Now EG had the opportunity to respond. Jump forward from Old Chicken, threatening PPD. Now Universe, he sees the opportunity. He's got a Chronosphere.
What's
He
the
locked out
follow-up
Old Chicken.
damage?
They've got the damage to be able to blow up on him. Second chaotic offering, though, interrupting call. Fear, he's going on to Ice. The BKB activated. They want to be able to lock down Universe. The Scythe of Ice buys them a little bit of time. A bash up, time walk, and Universe. Again, back to the fountain, but eHome still control the base. They're going to go for the tier 3 tower. The Golems beating it down to half HP. The arrow comes out. A clean whip as eHome dance away. The Golems being dealt with now, and now retreating. Oh, well, Ethereal Blade and attacking. Pulls him up. Now Ice is going to be able to caught by the
they've got him.
Old Chicken comes back with life number 2, but he'd already find Ice in the dirt.
And EG, they're going to keep pressing for more. They're going to get Fenrir here.
They've got Boots of Travel level 2. They're going to be able to get Fenrir easily. Samael, he'll blink forward. Leaps up as well. Looking for the arrow. It's on the mark almost, but Old Chicken a little bit too fast. He blinks away as well.
Buyback used on this Timbersaw, trying to deal with this top lane. EG only lose that bottom set of racks in exchange for 2 kills on eHome, and very well done by EG as
they don't lose too bad there, as there's not going to be enough time for them to reform up. The refresher was used as well on this Warlock. Both cheeses available still, though.
Almost an 8,000 gold swing with that last team fight where Evil Geniuses were able to defend their mid lane of Rax. However, getting to a point where even gold objectives, these things may not matter as much as the buybacks that are on these two teams. And Evil Geniuses, their buybacks are still on cooldown for another minute and a half for most of them. So they can't quite go for a high ground push. They can't do anything while Fenrir was dead. eHome are going to be able to get all 5 heroes back up before anything happens. They do have a critical buyback, though, on cooldown. Ice, Ice, Ice. His is down for 6 minutes, and this may determine the story of this game. Evil Geniuses know that buyback is on cooldown. They know their own buybacks are coming up. Evil Geniuses, do they seek to punish that window?
I think for EG, it's difficult because if you lose any sort of fight right now, the game just ends, but they want to try to make an aggressive maneuver before eHome can just take another Roshan. Trying to catch them unawares right now, hoping that somebody from eHome is caught alone farming once again.
That ever-present dire side advantage has to be weighing on Evil Genius's mind. Those Aegis and cheeses are practically being given away to eHome for free, just simply due to the positioning and innate advantage of the dire side. Evil Geniuses, they can't just sit on their laurels. They can't just let eHome take those extra lives for free. And that's why they're trying to be aggressive. They don't find anything, though. They make the invasion into the dire jungle. Nothing to be found there, as eHome are patiently waiting inside of their base. They know they can't risk Ice, Ice, Ice's life at this point. He's got no buyback, and he's only got 4 Bloodstone charges.
Yeah, if you think about why it's so big that you even take a single set of Rax at this bottom lane, it's because EG constantly have to come back for it. And if there's any point where the Roshan spawns while they're dealing with that bottom wave, then eHome knows their intentions, how far in they are, and they can respond accordingly. For EG, they almost always have to keep an eye on this bottom lane, send somebody back, and it just forces EG in a position where they have to make their jumps almost immediately, and eHome are almost always just going to play off of the fact that they've got better info.
eHome feeling good enough to be able to push out. They see Samael in the bottom lane. That would be a big pickup. Ice, Ice, Ice was sitting almost in range to lead with a Scythe of Ice initiation, but Samael backed himself away. He pushed that lane up just a tad. PPD, not again. He may be the first one initiated on. They think the Primal Roar will go for it, but the Omni-Slash and the Disruption. Now the Chronosphere in response. PPD, he still survives. He's got the Ghost Scepter, and he may be able to lay out an Ice Splash. Double chaotic offering being dropped on Universe's head, as well as Samael. Samael almost being beaten to a pulp by those golems, will be able to leap himself away. Universe being kited. A Timber's Chaw will be able to Timber Chain himself backwards. Golems will approach the Radiant base here. Evil Geniuses going to have to defend against them. Fear actually calling them up and drops a lot of HP. A jump forward there from Universe, poking at eHome. And again, Samael's going to come forward.
Oh, he's getting back.
Oh no, he got sighted down. 100 seconds of buyback ready. eHome, they sense weakness though. They're going to force that one. The buyback
instantly
now
going to go for it, but Sai.
He's being gone on by Old Chicken, but did Old Chicken just overextend himself? He's going to be perched up, called up, slowed down, Ice Blast, he's gone! 100 seconds for him as well. eHome on the retreat. They forced a buyback from Evil Geniuses. Now it is EG's turn to force a buyback out of eHome.
I think EG have to go for this. There's no refresher ultimate available on Fenrir. They're starting to ping forward. They want to get aggressive. Universe almost has that Bloodthorn available as well. He is getting so strong.
Chronosphere up in 25 seconds. Buyback on cooldown for Ice, Ice, Ice for 2.5 minutes. And they can force a buyback on the Juggernaut as they push high ground. This is their best opportunity to turn this game around. 33 to 36, 62 minutes in. Razor thin margins here between these two teams.
And now the TP is going to come in from the Faceless Void. At minimum, they want to force the buyback on this Juggernaut. eHome might even just give up this Rax and force EG to go top.
Here comes the Illusion Army. The boys in blue lead a blue army onto the melee Rax. They're going to be able to get that one for free, just like we talked about last time.
They've got to go top to force this Jug buyback, though.
Little commitment, but a melee Rax in mid is not enough. They need more. That's why Universe is going to show himself at top lane. Starts going onto it. Primal Roar goes down, but eHome still not committing that buyback from the Juggernaut. They know they can give up objectives, but the buybacks are sacred at this point. And they will manage to keep it in place, it looks like, as Evil Geniuses are going to be forced away.
Really want to get this Rax to force the buyback, though.
Melee Rax still up at half HP, but they're afraid. Disruption onto Sumail. The illusions start jumping forward here. Melee racks dropping lower and lower, but the Juggernaut up in 5 seconds. Evil Genius call it quits. They took the mid melee and the top ranged, but they did not force the buyback out of the Juggernaut. eHome sacrificed those objectives to keep the big picture whole.
Yes, that is very good play by them. It was disciplined is what it is, as EG were just trying to poke around, made it even look like they were going to go all in for that melee racks, but Old Chicken holds that thought and doesn't go for the buyback. And now eHome still in a strong position. They didn't have that Chaotic Offering Refresh Orb combination. That's been working out for them.
And again, we come to our old friend, Mr. Roshan. And Aegis and Cheese is what he's carrying. eHome, they want that advantage for themselves. They've got that dire side advantage. They've got the bottom lane pushing in constantly, keeping EG, their heads turned towards that south side, making sure there's no more objective damage done to their base.
I mean, the pace of this game alone is unreal. 64 minutes in, 33 to 36. Almost kill a minute. Another Ice Blast goes into the Roshan pit.
I mean, eHome, they can bide their time. They can wait till Evil Geniuses start coming closer to the pit. EG, though, they're not falling into that trap. Again, just like last time where they pushed down mid, this time they're going to be putting pressure on top lane to force eHome back inside their base. And maybe Evil Geniuses can get the positional advantage for the pit.
Yeah, without a glyph available, I think eHome are going to be reluctant to ever just let this top tower push in. Ice, though, afraid without any vision that if he continues to go forward, maybe EG will just be raiding for him, but it's going to push in this wave now. And now eHome, they're starting to clear out their own jungle. Good move by them. They can even start walking towards the Roshan pit themselves as this top lane is pushed in enough. And this bottom wave is doing the same thing. EG going to have to deal with that. Now eHome make their way down. And as soon as anybody from EG starts farming bottom, that'll confirm for eHome that this is a free Roshan.
Yeah, Beastmaster with his Hawks, he is always able to get vision inside the pit. Evil Geniuses do not have the same kind of advantage. They've been forced to use Ice Blast, the occasional Scout. And as we see here, EG, they either don't know that eHome is taking Roshan right now, or they feel they're not able to contest it. Either way, it means that eHome will be able to get the Aegis and Cheese for themselves, and EG are going to be forced into yet another high ground defense, but they've been bleeding objectives this whole entire time, and there's no clear win condition for them just yet. eHome are full up on buybacks, excluding a minor amount of gold on the Beastmaster and Ogre Magi still needed.
And this top lane gonna start pushing in. I think Ice has to be the one to make his way over and just save his boots of travel and come on over. Because if they're not careful, these top racks could just fall for them. Now they're starting to mush. They're starting to march down this mid lane, and eHome, they're pinging out this top. Think that Ice just pushes this in 1 or 2 waves in, then he meets the rest of his team.
Don't want to risk Evil Geniuses pushing out with the Moonlight Shadow and getting aggressive in that mid lane. eHome still need to stay grouped up, and it's actually going to be our mid laners who are going to join the top lane push. Instead, Evil Geniuses remain resolute in their stand on high ground, not trying to probe out just yet. They get some extra initiation items. They have Fear now with the Shadow Blade as well. Minute and a half until Sumail has his buyback. His life is paramount for now. eHome, they have a very small window here where they can try and punish that.
Right now for EG, you have to sacrifice the other heroes who do have buyback, so Sumail's not caught out, and they should just frontline with the rest of them.
Disruption on the Axe will spawn some pretty good illusions to push back the top lane, as those illusions spin back on the creeps. eHome, though, mid, top, and bottom lane all pushing into Evil Genius's base.
Faceless Void, going to be the hero to watch, as the Chronosphere Ice Blast combination in this late game is still so effective, and he's got a Bloodthorn now, so damage not even an issue for Universe.
Yeah, certainly not.
Boots of Travel 2 on Old Chicken. No other really big items need to filter in. They've got the Aegis available, but it's not really on an ideal hero, as Old 11's the one that had to pick it up, as everybody else was full slotted.
So we've seen how EG defend, right? The call onto the front line hero and then hold on to the Chronosphere. If eHome push forward, they punish and catch multiple heroes. How do eHome actually push high ground, though? How do they structure their team fight?
And you saw the last time, they just sent the Manta illusions forward. They played around and danced around that axe. When Fear missed it the second time, they just immediately initiated onto him.
So see if they can bait Evil Geniuses into a false initiation. All the meanwhile pressuring with these illusions. You can see the range Rax takes a very small amount of damage. EG, they know this illusion game well, and that's why they're going to push out. 5-man smoke straight into Ice. They're going to lead
they're going
to
to catch him.
Fear's going to be able to get the call. The Ice Blast and the burst damage is coming. Ice dead. BKB activated. No, there's the Chrono. Universe, he's locked down 3. Now they stop the TP and Will as well. Ice, he's not going to be here for this fight. Chaotic Offering being dropped down immediately. BKB being activated by the Juggernaut. The disruption, it buys Universe a pin some time, but now eventually he goes down. The Chaotic Offering, number 2 being dropped on Fear. They take him out on the left-hand side. Old 11, he gets hit by an Ethereal Blade. Dagon as well. Still not enough. Starstorm, they get him. Finally ages down. Oh my god, they've got Old Chicken as well. He has a buyback though, and here comes the second life of Old 11. He doesn't have a buyback just yet. Now Ice.
Everybody coming back in for me.
Another buyback with the booster travel level 2. They're going on the Universe. He's dead. 2 minutes on the clock.
Sumail,
they need to escape with Sumail. He can't make it though. Down for 2 minutes. He's been forced into a buyback as well. But it's a 4 versus 5. And Fear, he's not even inside the base. He doesn't have boots of travel for another 10 seconds. He can't get home just yet.
And they desperately need him for this hold. Everybody buying back to try to make this a fight. eHome, both their supports still have it available. They can still buy boots of travels. And now they're going to start their siege up at top. Fear behind them, though, doesn't have that buyback available.
He's got the Shadow Blade. He's looking for the
Oh, he's going to get spotted.
He managed to get 2, but already Lonum jumped forward, and now that initiation from Fear is all for naught. Samael's in the middle of 3 heroes, but can't output enough magic damage to push them back. 2 heroes down from Evil Geniuses, and a 3 versus 5 commences as Lonum buys his way back into this game.
EG going to need a miracle healer. Sumail still has a lot of damage on his side, but eHome just marching down. And EG might just not have the bodies to do this.
The Ice Blast is up. Now the jump forward. Old Chicken, he goes for side. Hoping to be able to stop that pesky disruption, but Force Staff gives him space. Daggons. Oh, he goes down. Triple Daggons. They take down Old Chicken. The Beastmaster's dead. Old Chicken still alive, though. Juggernaut is good to go. He's going to be able to take that melee Rax. Range Rax up next. Melee already down. Ice Blast coming in. If this range Rax, that's going to be Megas, and they just killed PPD. Evil
Nobody has buyback anymore except this Warlock. eHome going to be incredibly satisfied, but they want to keep pushing forward. They know that this Void and this Axe can't help out.
If they can catch the Mail or PPD, there's going to be another hero with no buyback. The disruption save from Zai. Can they get PPD out? He gets a Force Staff away, but no! The extra damage comes out from the Warlock as the Fatal Bonds eliminates him, but Zai! He almost dies. They're playing a Dragon! Zai gets him! They hold! Mega Creeps incoming, but Evil Geniuses will stand strong for now against eHome.
Yeah, now everybody from EG gonna start reviving soon. Faceless Void does very well against these Mega Creeps with his build. Vladimir's offering available to him, but EG, not a position you want to be in if you're an EG fan right now. Mega creeped up.
They're gonna calm things down a little bit. They know they've got Mega Creeps on their side. They can play and wait. They've got a buyback up still on Fenrir. They can afford to just wait until all these buybacks are up again. There's no reason to risk an all-in play when they're in such a great position.
I don't think that EG is going to give them that opportunity. I feel like this is EG's time to just go for it. 8 buybacks were used in that fight, 9 buybacks were used in that fight. The only person with it available is this Warlock, but if he gets his abilities off, it doesn't really matter to EG, and that's exactly what they're going for. One last hurrah as they march down this mid lane. The rest of the heroes will meet them there with their Boots of Travels, and EG, can they do it? Any pick off on a core might enable them to still win this game.
The Boots of Travels start coming in from Evil Geniuses. The heroes swarming into mid lane. Already leading the play. Universe, he's got the Moonlight Shadow, he's got the Invis. They reveal themselves on the creeps as they push down yet another wave. They still have a tier 2 up in the bottom lane, so they can't even things out.
Here's going to come in with the healing salve. They're all in for this right now.
8 more seconds for Ice.
They start going for those tier 4s. Chipping away, a glyph is up. Now the Daggons start coming in as Ice revives. He's
EG, what are they looking for?
The initiation comes out on a fear. Refresher activated by Old 11. Not going to get the chance for a second Primal Roar. He's going to get blown up inside the chronosphere. He's down and out. Evil Genius is still 5 up. But here comes Dead on these Slash. Bouncing around with the Shadow Demon. Hoping to be able to go on his eye. But an arrow! Oh my god! Samael just nailed him, but he still managed to get himself away in the backlights.
This Faceless Void though in the back.
He's now going to go for Old Chicken as well. BKB activated. And now he's going to run himself away. Universe says
these backlines. He's dead
as well. EG might be able to do this. Evil Geniuses, they're holding. Oh my god, they know. They know.
Chicken going for the all-in player second.
He's back inside the Radiant space. He's already taken down one of the tier 4s. And he's trying to get PPD, but Evil Genius is cool, calm, and collected. They're holding the defense here again.
If they kill Old Chicken here,
able to get up the ice box, and no! E-Home! 5 down! 1 buyback, and that's only the Warlock. It's only Mega Creeps and Warlock who could defend this. Evil Geniuses. Have they just done it?
That was a hold of a lifetime. EG, this team just does not quit. They're going to go down this mid lane. They're going to start with the illusions on Universe. This army by himself going to be able to do it, and this Axe in 30 short seconds going to be able to respawn. E-Home going to have to hold for 90 seconds without this jug. They're starting to make their way down. Are they actually going to be able to do this?
They're halfway through. They've crossed over the river. They're about to go high ground, but Beastmaster and Warlock are about to come back. Evil Geniuses, they can't end this game yet. They're going to try, though. They're going to try for it. The boots of travel and a Divine Rapier.
The all-in play.
Universe, they know this is the endgame scenario.
60 seconds without this jug. E-Home, can they hold EG? Confident they can't.
Spear's coming up as well. The tier 4's being beaten on. It begins. The jump forward. Samael already going on a Fenrir. No chaotic offering. An ice blast. And Daggons first. He'll take him out. E-Home. Fenrir buys back with the tier 4.
Oh, the throne's going down.
The throne down to half HP. E-Home can't defend it. Evil Geniuses have done it. Game 1. It's over. Evil Geniuses. The impossible comeback made possible by EG.
I can safely say I've never seen something like that. EG held on for so long. No buybacks available, but with 3 heroes and all Dagons, they managed to hold their base. So resilient throughout this entire game. 20k lead at one point for E-Home. Even Mega Creeps weren't able to do it, and they're going to walk away with game number 1. Hard-fought victory for them.
Relief, pure joy, so many emotions on the Evil Geniuses players' faces. The crowd is going absolutely insane, and the series, it's not over. This is just game number 1 of EG and E-Home.
I've never seen a game played out like that. Unbelievable.
It goes to the bitter end. E-Home, they thought they had it. It's so many points. The beginning of the game, the laning phase was all theirs, and then it turned back. Then, mid-game, it looked okay, still not enough. EG control, and all the way to late game against Mega Creeps. E-Home thought that has to be it. That they had to have broken EG, and it still wasn't enough.
That had to have been one of the top 3 games I've seen at the International ever played. Well done by EG. For E-Home, this has to just kind of demoralize them at least a little bit.
At least a little bit, but you have to say, E-Home, they controlled that game beautifully. Even if they lost it, they proved they can go the distance with EG, and they can still take this series back into their hands. Game 1 is over. Panel, what the hell is going on at the desk right now? Because I'm sure you guys have got to be going just as crazy as us over here.
Cap, I can't even keep my hands straight right now. That game was out of control. That's a game that just makes you love Dota 2. That is crazy. Crazy.
This is one of the best games I've ever seen, actually.
Oh. Cap, how's the voice, man? You're going to have to relax. I can't believe that's just game number 1. You're going to have to get some tea, man. That was hype. Seriously, though, gentlemen, like, I pose the question, when games get that long and that ridiculous, like, what is something that maybe most people overlook that's just such a crucial tool? Is it something like vision? Is it buyback utility? Like, or is it something else? What is it?
I think in a game like that, I don't even know. It was the Dagons in the late game that made the biggest difference for them.
Yeah.
It was the maneuverability of their heroes constantly force-staffing each other out. And the biggest thing was just that EG weren't afraid to play for the win. They kept running at E home, and they eventually made it happen for them.
I can't say it better.
Thanks, guys. Please take a breather, take a moment. We have to come back to you for game number 2. The USA chants actually continue here in the hall, but we are back at our drafters desk. Of course, I got Winter, Black, and Waga by my side. Gentlemen, I don't even know where to begin, but somehow let's try to find a way to take it all the way back to the beginning and what feels like a day ago, the early game winner. Let's touch on it.
Oh, I just want to say, dude, you were right. You're the carry, and the golems were around you, and you just die.
Yeah.
Oh
Beastmaster Roar?
I mean, they did so much damage. They were bloodlusted too. They were just gonna. How much is it? Plus 60 per hit?
Actually,
Times 4?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And they had so much attack speed as well. They had a Beastmaster, the Bloodlust, and then the Necro Aura as well. They ended up almost hitting twice as fast as they normally do.
That was actually the strat, you know, the Bloodlust and all the auras for the rock. That was the strat.
Might very well be.
We saw it right there, Sumail and Marana. You can see it right here, the numbers on the board. Your MVP for this match. Can't really blame it. Some clutch arrows and dig and plays there at the very end.
Axe is the MVP.
You think Axe is the MVP? All right, well, how about fair enough? We'll get back to the Axe play in Fear. I know it's hard to think about what actually did happen in that early game, but to help us out with that, we still do have Purge in the house. Let's throw it over his way. Purge, help us out.
I just want to talk about Dagons, but I have this prepared clip, and I want to look at it because I thought it was really cool. Now, this is the laning stage. At some point, this does happen in Dota games, but the one we're going to focus on is the Axe matchup versus the Timbersaw +1. We saw something very similar in the Liquid match earlier. The only difference is that it's a Warlock instead of a Shadow Shaman, and there's a Shadow Demon in the area, but that's fairly irrelevant. Now, the important thing is that Axe has a big level 1 advantage against Timbersaw because of the pure damage spins. He has way more damage output. So what Ice did that was really smart is he focused a lot of right clicks on his opponent. Did I start my clip in the right place? 1 second. There we go. He right-clicked his opponent, and what it does is then it pulls the creep aggro over towards him. So rather than standing in the creep wave fighting against Axe and trying to last hit, he just pulls him away, and he gets some free last hits. So pretty nice move there by Ice. And what he's doing with this as well is just getting last hits, trying to get level 2, and at that point he can actually trade pretty efficiently with his opponent. Now, I zoomed in on the map over here. You can see that Warlock is actually doing a lot of pulling here against the Shadow Demon. This is really effective because in a 2v2 lane setup, if you can deny any creeps here, it's a big advantage. And then maybe they can exploit some level timings that they can get out of this. I mean, Zai did try to zone him, but he had a lot of trouble with this, and there's the level 2 just now being picked up by the Timbersaw. You do have to stack a lot of Shadow Poison, otherwise it's pretty hard to get those kills. And that's one of the nice features about Warlock is that not only does he have super high HP, but his one skill point in Shadow Word does 180 magic damage. It's one of the best level 1 nukes in the game. So while Warlock may have some troubles later in the laning stage, he's really strong. So what Timbersaw did here, you can see this yellow aura on Fear. This is from the Whirling Death that reduces his base stat, which is basically lowering his strength, his damage, and about 11% less HP as a whole. So now Ice is, at this point, with a level advantage, kiting around, getting multiple Whirling Deaths off, and because Fear's HP is lowered, that huge nuke coming from Shadow Word, as well as some just super sick play, allowed for like the easiest first blood ever for them. It was extremely technical, kind of hard to see, so I just really wanted to talk about it.
Very impressive stuff. Thank you so much, Purge. That is great. Anything to add on top of that, gentlemen, as far as the early laning stage goes?
I mean, I play with Ice. He's really obnoxious to lane against. He like always makes you like hate Dota when you play against him. Like he was one of the first people who started that creep aggro thing, and was like I was always really amazed. Like when I laned against him, I hated it. When I had him on my team, the enemies hated it.
Now we were touching on it a bit. Fans felt Sumail on the Marana was MVP for EG. Winter's over here trying to make a case for Axe, so I'll let you make your case first, and I'll let the gentleman over in the end respond. Winter.
Oh, thanks, Dakota.
No problem, Winter.
Well, he did so much with so little. Like, Sumail had so much farm. So I don't think it was fair. Like, okay, he got a lot of kills for his team, but in the early game, especially the bottom fight where they were sieging high ground, he sacrificed himself for the greater good, for the initiation, and it allowed them to hold the first Aegis push from E-Home.
I can't imagine that's like one of the toughest tasks for someone to do. I mean, Axe isn't the biggest dominant force typically in the late game, but somehow Fear makes it work.
He had a bad laning phase as well. Like everything wasn't going well for him, but he still did so much for his team. He was so reliable for his team throughout the game.
Anything to add as far as Old Man Fear and his axe play?
I think it just goes back to his itemization. He had the Blade Mail, Blink, BKB. That's like when you have the BKB and you just pop that as well as the Blade Mail, there's not much that can stop you. Yes, you can stun them with the Infernals, but you don't really want to use them like that, especially not on him with so much armor. But I agree, Fear had great calls and good decision making. But that Mirana, I think, held the early game, or let's say mid game actually. Early game, EG lost pretty hard, and I don't think that they should have been that far behind. But then Sumail held the mid game, which was very tough.
Like for me personally, I think you can argue there's like many MVPs on the EG side.
In a game like this.
Yeah, for me personally though, it was Zai. He had like so many clutch saves. He killed the Timber Saw at the end when he almost escaped with like a 4-step Dagon. He constantly 4-stepped his teammates after disruptions, which is like not that easy to do because you have to target the right unit. Like for me personally, he's the MVP of the game, like in the late game stage. But of course, in that game, like it was a team effort. Like
yeah.
I mean, on top of that, itemization by the Void was extremely good because Fear on like the so-called position 1 row, he couldn't do damage. So Void didn't get a blink. He went Manta, Diffusal, Silver Edge. He had a lot of damage. So to make up for the fact that X couldn't do damage that game, and Mirana went all out on spell damage. So all in all, very, very good itemization for the whole team.
Yeah, Void even grabbed up a rapier at the end just to make sure they could do as much deep as possible in that base. But it wasn't obviously a stomp by EG. This was a very, very, very close matchup.
By far the best game.
Absolutely. Yeah. But so we look at the other side for eHome. What was going great for them? Like if you had to put an MVP, or what helped for eHome to kind of stay alive in this?
The rocks, the combos.
Fenrir, probably, on his
Fenrir,
Warlock. He was insane. He got so much done. Really good rocks. His timing was very perfect, I think, in most of the team fights. And sometimes with the Beastmaster ulti, he just brought down the Mirana on his own.
Yeah, don't forget how farm this Beastmaster was in the early game. Yeah. Oh my god. He just made so many rotations after he got like, what, 5 minutes? Or 4.5, level 6? And he made like 2-3 smoke plays and got his team so many kills in the early game.
There's actually so much going on. This game was, they were 20,000 net worth behind at 45 minutes, EG, and then they held for another half hour, got mega creeped like 20 minutes after it, but they still came back. Absolutely a best game FTI.
Like EG's high ground coordination was actually really, really sick. Like X jumps in, he gets 4-stepped twice to be safe, and then the enemy like gets dragged into the base, and then they drop like the A ult on top, they separate everything with like a chrono in the middle. Like everything was really, really messy, but like they just kept cool and they kept control of the situation.
Yeah, once you get locked down and you don't have your BKB popped, Ice Vortex and all, you just die immediately to the Dagons. Like
Ice Vortex plus E-Blade is like what, plus 60% magic damage? It's like crazy. You just explode. Like that level 5 Dagon did like 1.4k damage.
And they had 3 of them as well. Even AA was coming in there with his
Soul
level
Catcher.
1 Dagon. Yeah, Soul Catcher as well when they get that.
Ooh. Soul Catcher, Ice Vortex. That's scary,
But
man.
I think while the Dagon was the thing that kind of shined a lot, I think the most important thing was the saves. The 4 staffs was what kept them alive so they could bait them in. And that was just crazy to watch.
That was just a good game of Dota, a very good game of Dota.
Yeah, like 50-50 draft, 50-50 game. It was can't get closer than that.
Could be as good for a grand final, I'd say, but we'll have to see if these two teams are going to be able to meet up once again. But we're not done yet, gentlemen. We have a game number 2. Is game number 2 going to be as hype as game number 1? I mean, let's talk about adjustments that need to be made from both sides. We'll start with the losing team, that was eHome.
No adjustments.
Yeah, actually no adjustments. Both teams just played so good. I don't think you want to change something, and you can't really adapt to this. This was just too closely matched.
Yeah, they should definitely keep their style, but I'm a bit worried for eHome because like I experienced a loss like that too. It can be like really taxing on your nerves because they're like, we were so close. Because they were really supposed to win that game, but at the end they made a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes. And like I just
come on, they played the whole game really well. You're gonna make some mistakes.
Of course they did, yeah. But I'm just saying.
Especially the buyback, they hold the buyback on the jug when they were sieging the top range tracks. They didn't use the buyback. It was so stressed that moment.
Like they actually
made the
press
right
the
call.
button.
Yeah, they made the right call.
But it can be like really taxing on your nerves, right? Like you know that as a pro, like when things go wrong like that, when it really shouldn't, like in the last moment, it's like
Yeah, I agree with Bai. I think they definitely must have had that feeling afterwards that we should have won. They were so close. You get mega creep and then you lose. At the same time, I feel eHome, they probably feel what you're saying. They played great Dota, but it's tough.
It's got to be so hard to try to just wipe the slate clean and be like, okay, guys, let's just start over again. Let's go into game 2 and just totally put that one behind us.
Like, imagine you're the coach. What are you going to tell them? Yeah, really well played.
No, I'm going to tell him, let it go. Let the first game go and play second game.
Let it go.
Black, please stop there. Sing the song, Black. That's what they're egging me on for. No.
No.
Save us, please.
Oh, yeah.
Where do we begin? So you don't think there was anything from EG that deserves the respect that's like we shouldn't let it go that way again? Maybe not the first pick Mirana, maybe not the Shadow Demon or anything like that? Just you're feeling like both teams can go at it?
Well, if
way?
anything, I feel maybe EG might consider banning the Ogre the next game. Ogre just did so much that game. Like, it was crazy how much he got from the Ogre support. Like, it was just basically insane how much he done.
I think teams really need to be wary of the Mirana Shadow Demon together as well. It's just like so much burst damage. As soon as you get the Aghanims coupled with the Soul Catcher, you just like explode every single time.
There's so many heroes you can add into it as well. The Sand King we saw from Liquid earlier, and Axe, which is even more reliable against the Juggernaut. It's just it sets up to be a very powerful combo all game long for high ground sieging, for defending, for most things really. Like I agree that combination maybe you wanna respect in the early game. But it comes down to what eHome are comfortable playing against.
You still have to be very careful with the way you're drafting your output, like all your damage. If you're drafting too much spell damage, it wouldn't work because the opponent might like get early BKBs and maybe pick a Husker, and you're screwed. So it's all about getting like balance. They had a very balanced draft this game, like good itemization, which allowed them to have spell and physical damage.
I also like the lane, I like the way they laned as well. Because they had like Faceless Void safe lane, because they knew they need like, some physical damage farmed, and this is what they did.
All right, here we go. It's game number 2. The draft, it's underway, and it does look like it's going to be eHome who sport the first pick.
Goodbye, Naga.
Naga taken out. Kunkka also going from the side of EG. eHome, once again, will rid of the Wisp, and they followed up with an Elder Titan.
So it was basically the same ban, so no adjustments?
So far, yeah. I'm interested whether eHome will go like a similar style with the picks, or they will go like some completely different direction.
Well, they snatch away the Mirana, so they're not going to give away, and we're not going to see that combination of Mirana and Shadow Demon this time. And of course,
go back for the Warlock again.
Are we having a bit of a somewhat run back here? Going right back to the Warlock once again.
So what heroes can kill the Golem easier? Like we saw the OD ban from eHome the last game.
I mean, Shadow Demon Purge doesn't kill it anymore.
Sven kills it.
Sven kills it.
Sven is probably one of the best heroes, in fact. That cleave is just great against it. They have 33% magic resistance as well, so they're a little bit hard to bring down with that, with their HP regen.
So you want to be killing it with pure damage or physical damage?
Physical cleave, I think, is one of the easiest way to go.
I think it's like one of the only ways to go, unless you want to focus them down one by one, but that like takes a long time.
When there's 4 of them, you don't do that at all. You can't. You
probably just
all
die.
4 of them. Yeah.
You probably just die if you fight them.
But I also think one of the important things is that was later on in the game. The Warlock got a lot of items, but you have to abuse. He has no escape. He has nothing early on. He didn't buy Force Staff either. If you have heroes that can lock onto him, Bounty Hunter, Ricky, Slark, these type of heroes, that could maybe punish a Warlock play.
Yeah, I like the Ricky. Maybe you try to slow him down in the laning phase. You don't give him a good start. The hero doesn't do much if you don't have good levels on him.
But that being said, though, he's like a really strong laner, and Ricky generally doesn't like to play against really strong laners because he can't like.
Yeah, you can't kill him, you can't harass him, you can't threaten his life at any point of the early game.
Yeah, like you can harass him a bit, but it's like he has what 700 HP level 1. He's like actually one of the beefiest heroes when it comes to support.
Yeah, he's ultra beefy, but Ricky has so many lanes he can attend to in the early game, I feel. We've seen Ricky just run around, mess with the runes, and then later on, when he gets level 6, he has all he wants.
That's not Ice. There he is.
Hello, Ice. Your biggest fan.
Yeah, your best buddy when you were in VG.
Yeah, it's kind of rare to see Ice like that much in the zone. We know him to be a bit of a goofball, but it's
he looks very
he's
focused.
He's like, EG is nothing to goof about.
No, he's really serious when he plays competitions. Like, after the game is done, he's like, but like in the game, he's like completely serious, 100%. And you should be. Like, you're up against EG, you want to go to the top 3. You want to give away the chance.
Look at eHome banning the Storm again.
Will they ban Morphling as well? The same 2 bans?
Could be very possible.
Yeah, like you guys mentioned,
that.
the heroes that can go behind and kill the Warlock, you want to remove those heroes.
Oh, they ban AA and Morphling is in the pool, and they have SD on Evil Geniuses? I feel that's a very strong option to go into.
SD Morph is super strong. Like, how can they deal with the Warlock now, though? Like, Elder Titan is out, Morphling is okay, but he's like not the greatest if you can protect him.
I feel the power of Morphling against Warlock though is that he can go in and then disengage again. That's probably why we saw them ban it out in first phase. Now, EG must be thinking pretty hard about this. But with AA gone as well, Morphling is even more of a comfortable zone, you know?
There's not a lot of counters left, if any.
Yeah, SD on your team, AA banned, seems good.
Yeah, but what we did see from eHome in the past then, they would just go back to the anti-mage, lanes really well against
yeah,
Void.
of course the anti-mage, yeah.
eHome picked it like 3-4 times in the group stage.
You approve of Ice anti-mage?
I mean, you
no,
know...
he doesn't approve.
he's got a couple of itemization problems sometimes. Other than that, he's playing really well.
You can say things on camera.
No, I don't wanna, like, he's my friend.
Yes.
We're good buddies.
Oh, they respect the Ogre, as you were mentioning.
And they steal the Ogre too.
Yeah, you don't want to give the Bloodlust rocks again.
No.
I think that was awesome.
That
was
so strong.
awesome.
Yeah. Like, you see them with, like, what, 450 movement speed, just run at you and punch you, like, 2 times per second.
Yeah.
So much DPS.
What do you know? You won't be, like, getting run down by the golems. Like, it's the supports that are going to get run down by the golems.
Yeah, I mean, like, you just, like, A-click a hero with 1 golem each, and they all just run away.
Yeah, I was looking at the golems in last game, and when they just have Bloodlust, their attack speed goes from 1.2 second per attack to 0.75 per attack.
Yeah.
And that's without the Beastmaster nearby and without the Necrobook as well. So they really do close to double, if not.
Yeah, almost a 50% increase.
Really nuts. But now we're getting ready to approach phase number 2. Do you think there's any room for cheese in this draft? I don't know eHome to pull out anything like a drow or not.
Isn't Warlock a cheese already?
I don't think he's cheese.
I mean,
I think they
after
proved
game
in
one-
last game that is not a cheese hero.
After game 1, nah. But going back to the Earth Spirit that we just said is dead. What do you think about that? He's not dead. I told you guys he's not dead.
I liked him when we saw him earlier because they still paired him with the Dark Seer, which adds to his early game aggression and potential, which you want to succeed on Earth Spirit. You have to make an impact in the early game for him to be able to transition into a level 6 Magnetize and have good team fight. They don't have anything to add to it except, I guess, a Mirana Arrow is to connect, so I'm not sold yet, but eHome's such a good team. I hope I see it.
I'm not sure though, like the Earth Spirit, like usually when you pick Earth Spirit, you want to pressure the early game, but Earth Spirit can't really fight against the Ogre in the early game.
I also worry because watching when MVP were playing it, Dubu played probably one of the best Earth Spirits you could have played in that game.
Yeah.
He landed every single roll in the early game. He got great silences, good 2-man stuns in the ganks, and still the game fell short. I'm not saying that's a proof or anything, but Earth Spirit, it's really one of those heroes where everything has to go right.
I mean, I guess your team fight is very powerful with the Golem. You have a lot of lockdown, you have a slow, you have a silence.
It's good against Void that you can both stun and silence him so he can't time walk away.
Pick a Drow Ranger.
Oh, there is room after all.
I mean, like, but you pick the Earth Spirit to really like pressure the mid or off lane, right? With the Drow Ranger pick, Drow, Shadow Demon, Ogre on safe lane possibly. It's like
there's no way you contest that
it's
lane.
almost impossible to pressure at all.
I mean, unless you go for like a Brute pick here, like to pressure lane. There's no other hero, like no other offlaner that can pressure that lane.
And there are so many mid heroes that are hard to pressure with ES nowadays as well.
Yeah. And at bottom, like alongside you, she doesn't deal great damage until she's like level 5.
ES even going in, you'd think like at first, well, Earth Spirit's good at being able to get in the face of the Drow and close that gap, but then one gust flies out and suddenly you have nothing left to offer too. So.
It's so depressing when you get gusted out of the roll. Just like standing there and you die.
Why would you do that? I'm just trying to roll.
Why would you pick Earth Spirit, Dakota?
Yeah, why would in this meta, I don't know. 4th pick though to come here from eHome, and they see this Drow now and they have to find a way to respond to it.
Definitely not anti-mage anymore.
Definitely not.
You need like a faster pace hero, team fight hero.
Way faster. Like Drow is actually an AM hard counter in the current meta game. Because the game ends too fast.
I mean, not because of the silence, but I mean the silence is one thing, but
the game just ends too fast.
Yeah, the towers go down and then you can't farm.
I think it's just hard to get away with anti-mage as well when the enemy have SD. It becomes extremely difficult.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure when this guy says anti-mage is hard, it's hard.
I mean, you know, just me playing some anti-mage.
I feel eHome don't have too many options here. To me, Sven as a carry feels as one of them, but what else do you see here that
Safe lane Timber again.
All right.
But I don't know how much I like that against the lamp they have right now. Like, what's the Timbersaw? They don't even have a strength here yet.
There's a lot of heroes that are going to be playing well against it, I feel.
I guess they're kind of maybe expecting that they're going to roam a lot with Earth Spirit, and Timbersaw can do really well 1v1 faces Void.
Pick a sustainable safe lane, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, but I still can't see this Earth Spirit killing with Mirana in the mid lane, and definitely not off lane.
I mean, we don't know who's in the mid yet.
The issue for me is Timbersaw is going to need something to deal with the silence, something to deal with the void. He needs to get
Too many
Lotus Orb,
items.
right?
Too many items.
And everyone
Lotus
wants
Orb,
to get
Guard.
Bloodstone first, so you go Bloodstone, then Lotus Orb, and then
BKB after because they have Shadow Demon.
And then it's already very late into the game, and Timber wants to crush early.
Yeah, I can see your point there. Where Timber, you don't really want to have to buy all those defensive items. It's very, very difficult for the hero.
You like mobility, like Blink Dagger, just
Ether Lens.
a lot of damages early on. They do ban out the Bat Rider, one of the only options left to pressure the off lane together with the Earth Spirit.
No, I think the Brood is still a good option though. Like apart from
I mean, Brood would be very possible.
Like why not? Look, what else would you go to pressure the lane?
Brood is great here actually for eHome if they want to snag it up.
But they could still mid lane the Draudo and then safe lane another carry.
That's true.
Like an Ember Spirit or something like that.
That is true. That is true.
Is it too risky to grab a Brood with
Unreliable.
having a last pick?
Unreliable if you're not having the absolute last pick, I guess.
Yeah,
definitely.
Unless you're a Bulldog.
5 seconds remaining.
Sure, Bulldog.
I think I mastered Brood.
Reserved.
You know, he's like on the airplane, and instead of talking to me, he's just like when the spiders attack.
That's Bulldog.
I was like, dude.
Sounds about like him, yeah. I can confirm.
Sound like you guys would be good friends, actually, Black.
Oh, we are really good friends. They do go for the axe.
Ooh, okay. Axe comes out. More dunks in store for us
He's
for game
not
2.
going to be able to lane, so I'm expecting an Iron Talon jungling axe here.
Yeah, he can't lane at all. And Earth Spirit can't pressure like pretty much any
they
lane.
might actually do jungle axe and Earth Spirit on the offlane to just steal levels.
I mean, he could, like, if he's an abuser of Earth Spirit, you can kick creeps into, like, the jungle.
You pull them. You don't kick them.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you pull them.
Yeah.
I'm not an Earth Spirit player, obviously.
Please.
Yeah. Like you pull them into the jungle, and then they're just, like, stuck there. And
Not
you
a
can actually
Warlock
get decent
player,
levels.
not a Nurse Spirit player.
Dude, I play...
I told you he plays 2 heroes, Invoker and Anti-Mage.
Dude, I don't play these cheesy heroes, man. I play my Invoker, my Anti-Mage, my Terrorblade, my Earth Shaker.
Yeah, I agree though. Sending ES offlane and Axe jungle would probably get the most out of the lanes for eHome, and that's one way they could mess with the safe lane of EG. The Draudusa.
Dusa comes out as the
team
last
fight.
pick.
Look at their team fight. I mean, I'm gonna want to go towards EG again with their draft.
EG again for winner.
EG.
EG again.
EG all across the board here at the panel. We'll see if the game number 2 is going to be just as hype as game number 1 as we throw it over to our casters now. Once again, it's Capitalist and Blitz.
Surely, if you watched game number 1 and you're a fan of Dota, you want to see this series go to the full game 3. But it seems our analysts have picked Evil Geniuses to win game number 2 based purely off of the draft. Blitz, a last pick Dusa here for Evil Geniuses, as we're going to see that Dusa Drow Ranger combination that made its appearance at Manila make a reappearance here at TI.
I think this combination can be successful, and the main reason for it is this Shadow Demon. I think the Shadow Demon enables almost everything in this draft. For eHome, they're going to just have to battle from the laning phase on, try to look for these mini engagements. Their Warlock Golem is almost always going to be the turning factor for them, but in that last game we saw, it was almost never used for offensive purposes, and this time around Fenrir, they're going to want to use it to just straight up push.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot more opportunities for that aggressive push as well with this old 11 Axe draft. Already talking about how probably going to have to immediately start off in the jungle. You could see he's got the extra gold for the Iron Talon. Now he's smoked up and already getting some aggressive vision down. The rest of eHome smoked up and sitting, waiting for that top bounty rune to appear. Evil Geniuses seemingly going to be running with a regular setup here. Defensive tri-lane around the Drow Ranger. Samael going to be running a mid-Dusa up against the what is going to be a mid-Old Chicken for Mirana. And Universe on that Faceless Void once again not going to be getting the same kind of prioritization in farm in the laning phase at least. Will be a solo offlaner against a safe lane Timbersaw.
That safe lane Timbersaw, it did pay off for eHome in that last game, although they did eventually end up losing, but you can't really complain about that hero too much. The biggest mistake I think that Ice did was that one time when he got picked off at bottom for free, when they had that huge lead. I think for eHome, they just got sloppy. They understood that they were far ahead and they played like it, but at the same time, you've got to calm down and understand that Dota is a 5-man game right now. and play around that fact. And EG were able to do that much better despite being behind 10k gold for most of the game.
Evil Geniuses positioning like they were going to contest that top rune, but eHome calls their bluff and will be able to pick that one up while the bottom rune is grabbed by Universe. They are going to be starting off with an aggro tri-lane here, actually leaving at the bottom lane Old 11's Axe up against the Faceless Void. So this is where most of our action is going to go, trying to put pressure on the Drow Ranger as soon as possible. But eHome supports already having a small battle here with Zai and PPD.
Yeah, this is one of the better ways that people have found to deal with Drow Ranger is to put pressure on her in the laning phase, try to shove her out, slow down her item timings, and make it so that she's forced into a 5-man scenario much earlier than she'd like. We see that already, but it looks like it's so far okay for EG as their supports are very good at battling. Zai playing that Ogre, nobody really wants to mess with him.
Yeah, absolutely not. Ogre Magi, that Ignite, good amount of damage, high armor, good right clicks, and Lanham. He's going to be feeling the wrath of PPD's Shadow Demon here, taking a lot of Shadow Poison damage, has 3 stacks on him and 200 HP. So he has to roll out and head back to the fountain, knowing that he's low enough. Can't really keep up in that top lane. Zai now going to be feeling some pressure from Ice and Fenrir, but they're granting plenty of space for Fear to get some free last hits. Our mid lane matchup, Old Chicken on the Mirana facing up against Samael's Medusa. Looks like Old Chicken's already been nailed by one of those Mystic Snakes. That is going to be the ability that could make this lane go in the favor of the Medusa. Otherwise, Old Chicken may have the advantage.
Yeah, with the Drow available though, I think this is going to be a very hard lane.
Yeah. That is really actually what changes the lane up quite a bit. The Mystic Snake nails Old Chicken once again. Our bottom lane, though, surely this one's going to go well. An Axe versus a melee hero, even a Faceless Void who has a high amount of survivability. He's going to be feeling the threatening of that spin. Double spins on Universe with the time walk down. He may be forced to dip into some of that action regen now.
He does have a lot working for him. The poor man shield going to go in his favor as well. Axe doesn't mind trading hits too much as long as he's in the middle of the creep wave. But Old 11 only has 2 armor. We saw countless times whenever the Lifestealer versus Faceless Void matchup happened, the Void can just solo kill because of that low armor. 75 base on him. You don't want to mess with that unless you have that creep wave, which is why Old 11 keeps pulling the creep waves back. Engaging in the center at all times against Universe is the perfect way to deal with this.
He will pull the creep wave over to the neutrals, try and make sure that Universe doesn't get any of those free last hits. Keeping Universe on his toes. Someone else is going to be doing that too. Lanham, he's going to be kind of moving around the map here, trying to put some pressure on both mid and bottom lane, as it seems like top lane is going to be a bit of a wash. They're going to have the Warlock just sitting behind Ice's Timber Saw, healing him up and trying to keep him within experience range and the occasional CS, but otherwise, it looks like this may not be a lane they can actually compete against. As you're going to see the disruption go down, and Ice starts to
have Timber Chain.
The right side. They almost finish him up. The neutrals attempted to go for the deny. Not able to get it though. PPD lands the last hit and claims first blood.
And so far, everything has gone really well for EG. The laning phase has been incredibly stable for them. They've neutralized this duel off lane. Old Lanham can't really do anything in this bottom lane either. And Old Chicken just getting harassed back by that Mystic Snake. He is not in the best position, and EG off to a very good start in the laning phase as opposed to the first game.
Old Chicken gonna have to do some bottle crowing to get back into this one. Meanwhile, Universe is feeling pretty confident here, even though he's dealing with a potential 2 versus 1 scenario. Lanham can't really get a good initiation, and especially since he's only level 1. Not actually sticking anywhere in any one lane to get experience. Instead, just doing a small amount of pulling and waiting for his opening. And he might have just found it too. The invis picked up by him. He's gonna be joined by Fenrir here in the mid lane for a 3-man gank on Samael's Medusa. But we already have Zai here as the Ogre Magi sitting just behind Samael.
Yeah, they're anticipating this movement right now, but Ogre's going to get a little bit far out. Do they have the damage to do this, though? Earth Spirit still waiting on that level 2, but
yeah, if
not
they
sure
get
how much longer they want to wait for.
If he can get the Boulder Smash, oh, that deny. If he can get the Boulder Smash, he can kick Medusa back, and there it is. The roll in, they're going to be able to put Medusa in a nasty position, and eHome quickly surround the Snake and will be able to cut the head off. 1-1 now. eHome evening up the score.
Very good kill for them as they slow down the progression of the laning phase, and more importantly, they take down the top net worth hero.
Zai going to get some very aggressive vision down. All the way deep in that Radiant side mid, right by that hard camp. This will help see some of the rotations of these heroes. If they end up going into that Radiant jungle, Zyme will spot them out. And he's going to try and do a little bit of harassment onto mid himself. Now, this is no way an attempted kill, just some harassment. Try and keep the Mirana back, and again, ensuring that Sumail gets some good CS. And he's got it too, 27 and 8 compared to the 21 and 5 on Old Chicken. Mystic Snake actually bouncing back and hitting Fenrir, giving Sumail that extra bit of heads up of what's going on.
They know that this is the only lane that they can really contest, but Sumail's not an easy target. With that raindrops available and that mana shield, they had to kick him in, and they still almost didn't take him down, as Zai now just camping behind it, and now they only have to commit 2 heroes to do this, while eHome not getting XP on their 2 supports, and now they're going to give up for this. Fenrir going to make his way bottom, but it does look like eHome getting a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, it becomes nearly impossible for eHome once that Stone Gaze is up. You'd require perfectly synchronized stuns and silences, and even then it'd be questionable. So that's why Evil Genius is going to rotate down to the bottom lane, catching Old 11 with the Chronosphere, beating into him. Fear on the back lines with the Drow Ranger will slowly pecker away at the axe until he falls.
They do get that kill. That's going to be a big rotation down from
PPD though.
And Fear.
He was left behind at the top lane. That rotation came out from Evil Geniuses, leaving the Shadow Demon alone at the top lane. That's why eHome, they sense the advantage and go for the dive, granting Ice a kill of his own.
Still think that EG is going to be pretty happy with what just happened. Axe Kill, who just finished that Vanguard in return for that Shadow Demon, not really costing them too much. Ice is going to skip this wave though, pull it back and try to get some levels. And Sumail, he's content to just let this lane stay as is. Old Chicken almost constantly harassed back by that Mystic Snake. And again, the 2 supports from eHome, not a whole lot for them to do.
Does it again come down to that sort of tempo game that we saw from bottom? They're going to jump in with Universe. No Lucky Bash, though. If he'd gotten it, maybe Zai could have actually gotten the kill. Maybe Zai can still get it. He managed to get the stun onto Fenrir. Will chase him down underneath the Tier 1 tower. Fenrir dropping lower and lower, but so is Zai. And Old 11 comes in for the jungle. Surprise! Gets the Culling Blade and will be able to save the Warlock's life. Zai getting a bit overzealous.
It seemed like it was more of Universe and him not communicating, because that should have been a kill. That Warlock didn't have any mana available. If the Void jumps with the Ogre at the same time, they'd probably get that kill, but they have to do it fast and just get out immediately after. But unable to do so, and that's just going to be a free kill for that Axe, who did need it.
Some classic greediness here from Evil Geniuses, trying to get max farm efficiency. They have Fear currently farming the Ancient stack right now by sitting on the high ground and being able to grant solo lanes to some of their other heroes. Universe is still at the bottom lane, but they're giving PPD the solo lane at top, try and speed up that level 6.
Yeah, this is pretty big by them. They're distributing very well right now. They understand that the pressure game is going to be on eHome because the 2 supports are just getting nothing right now. Both only level 3. And on the other side of things, we see both level 4s, almost a level 5 on both these supports. Fear now going to make his way up at top, and it looks like they're just using this Drow Ranger to rotate constantly around the map and create pressure for the other heroes.
This may come at a bad time, though. Ice just got his Arcane Boots, goes to the side shop.
Doesn't have a TP available, though, in EG.
Now he jumps forward, is going to start going on to PPD, but they knew that Ice would get aggressive like that. Now Ice, he's got to pull out the jokes. He's going to be able to get through the trees. He doesn't have a TP scroll, and I have no idea how he managed to get away from this one. He's going to cut down some of the trees, try and go for a timber chain, something, but he can't do anything. Fear and Zai, they've got him corralled in and even out the kill score, 3-3.
And that's the benefit of giving your supports constant levels. They're going to be able to do something about those engagements. It's PPD almost already level 6. Once again, Fenrir just trying to do whatever he can to get some levels, but Universe in this bottom lane does not like being contested.
Just like PPD, right? Got to give that Warlock early level 6. See if they can have the early impact of the Chaotic Offering. Old 11, he is still progressing to a damn fast Blink Dagger, actually. His highest net worth, he has Boots, a Vanguard, and we will still have a Blink Dagger around that 11 or 12 minute mark as long as nothing too terribly bad happens to eHome.
Oh, this top rotation is going to get spotted by this ward, and that's why you notice what Fear is doing. He's constantly just playing in the jungle, letting his supports take the lanes instead. So when Old Chicken decides where he's going to rotate, he doesn't really have a core target to go for, meaning that even if they go for it, EG are just being efficient with the other 4 heroes on the map at all times.
Dire's top tower
And they're
is under attack.
eHome are just getting denied. And now it allows EG to play reactively to this. Fear already starting to get aggressive here.
Ice, he sees the TP coming in. The arrow nails it though. Ice,
He tries to go for an escape out of the tier 1 tower with the Moonlight Shadow, but it's not going to happen. 4 heroes from Evil Geniuses head up to that top lane and kill the carry of Ehome.
Yeah, and meanwhile at bottom PPD, he's got the angle ready.
Another setup. They're going to lead with a disruption. Samael trying to get the best Mystic Snake possible. Is going to bounce over. Fenrir, he's just going to get right-click down. Evil Geniuses striking on both sides of the map and walking away with the kill apiece.
That was very well done by EG. They're just playing this style where they're allowing Ehome to run at them because they know Ehome want to get aggressive with these heroes, and they're just finding better opportunities for themselves. The good news for them, though, is that Lanam did stack up this Ancient Camp from Old 11, so he's going to get a really good amount of farm, but at the same time, the other heroes on Ehome are really where they're struggling right now.
So Old 11 has got to make space for the rest of Ehome.
Yes,
they prioritize the axe, but he's got to return the favor now that he has Blink Dagger.
Precisely. Now he's got a Blink Dagger available to him, and at 10 minutes in, EG just might not expect this. They should start camping heroes behind their cores. They want to be able to survive this. And Fear is making himself scarce, putting himself in the jungle again, just farming up these Ancients. And right now, all Ehome sees right now is actually nobody.
The pressure last game, EG was in a similar scenario. The lanes did not go well. The Axe in that game was actually rather underfarmed, wasn't going to have that fast Blink Dagger, so the pressure was on Universe to be able to make the right connections on the right heroes with the Chronosphere and set up a couple of pickoffs. In this game, it's going to be all up to the rotations of Old 11. Can he get the right initiations with this Blink Dagger? He's going to be joined by Old Chicken just to ensure that whoever they catch is a guaranteed kill. They're going to start making their way to the Ancients. Looks like they have managed to get an idea of what's going on here.
They're pinging like crazy. They've got to do something about this right now because EG...
Oh, the top lane, Chronosphere goes down. They're going to be able to get Lanam rather easily. He doesn't have a rollout. Back over to Fear. The smoke pops. Old 11 blinks forward. Oh, no! He went for the blind call, but Fear's position on the high ground allows him to elude that gank. And Ehome will walk away with the first Blink Dagger initiation with nothing but a Black Dragon kill, and they may even still lose somebody.
They're getting sandwiched right now.
They really are. Samael on one side, PPD on the other. They go for the call, but instantly Disruption comes out.
And he dodges the arrow.
Snake, the double silence. Ice is here with the help, but the Chakram's not going to be enough to push back EG. They now jump forward. A call, another one onto Universe. Doesn't have a Chronosphere to be able to slow down these two very tanky cores. So they're only going to lose their Mirana, but that's still one of the cores from Ehome. And again, we talked about, the jump in from Lanam. Managed to get the kick on a Fear, a Chakram over the top, but no follow-up whatsoever. They just do not have the mana on Old 11. He does now, though, the Arcane Boots of Ice, and maybe they can keep going because the first initiation doesn't work. That doesn't mean, though, that you can give EG any space. They're going to try again here with another smoke.
And even without any towers taken in this game, EG already built up 2k gold lead. And it's just going downwards right now. Same with Experience as Ehome. They wasted quite a lot of time doing that. They even lost their Mirana for that effort, as PPD just completely outplayed them, dodged the arrow, managed to get off the disrupt. Now he's going to be the one sent here to defend this as Lanam. Looking for the angle right now. Soul's Old 11.
They will be able to find this call. PPD, life is going to be cut short as he tries to defend that tier 1 tower. Not what Ehome were looking for with their first execution, but it's a little something. It gives them a support kill, and it guarantees that tier 1 tower at the bottom lane. So it gives them their a little bit of gold in their pockets to work with here. Still got to be concerned, though, about the rest of Evil Genius's heroes. As they're farming away, Old Chicken runs into Fear. Has to immediately leap out, fearful of that silence.
Not even going to test anything. Immediately just getting out. Going to push back in this mid wave.
Dire's bottom tower is under
EG still looking very good. During that entire time, the Ogre was just farming. He's picked up his level 7. They understand that what Ehome right now are looking for, Cap, are these big 5-on-5 engagements where they can use their Warlock Golem. And so EG are just frustrating them. They're showing 5 heroes around the map. They're farming with only their supports. They're utilizing the jungle a lot more. You notice that Fear has been playing in this area for so long in this game, and he's still being very efficient. He's almost caught up to the net worth of the Axe, who's had so many different Ancient Camps to work with, just simply because the Axe is constantly looking to set up with that Blink.
Samael sidesteps a Seeking Arrow there from Old Chicken, as he knows that EG are using a lot of these neutral camp and Ancient Camp positions.
and he's hoping to be able to catch one of them out with an arrow, but they need a better way to be able to penetrate the Dire side here. They're still looking for their opening.
So far right now, EG, they're just positioning PPD behind this Medusa. And now this is going to be the first big maneuver by eHome. They've got the Warlock Golem up as well.
But the ward has already spotted them out, so Evil Genius is pretty quick on the retreat here, but the ward is currently spotting outside. But Zai, he's tanked.
Not the target you want to go for right now. eHome have committed so much for this.
eHome wants so much more. Now Samael's going to show himself, and he's
Universe has the angle up.
He's going to be called Cade first, but now Chronosphere onto 3. Universe setting this whole thing up. He's going to start going on to Fenrir, hoping to be able to drop that chaotic offering. They will be able to get it off onto Samael, but Fenrir is going to give up his life for it. Now the roll in. Lonham getting so much damage out from his ultimate. He's going to try and escape as well, but he gets stunned up. Now right click down, but Samael is executed. A sweep in, almost catches Universe as well, but a time walk will be able to undo that damage. Ice.
He's starting to dip
got
a little
make
bit
his
low.
way to the other side of the fountain. Will be able to get there. And arrow nails Fear. eHome lose yet another engagement here. They got the Dusa, and that's a little something, but they still lost 3 heroes for it.
I mean, they're just getting frustrated. They're behind that tier 1 tower trying to make something happen as Old Chicken, he's going quite low as Zai. Looked like he wanted to continue chasing for that, but Old Chicken still has all of his offense available to him. But EG responding kind. That 3-man chrono was perfect by Universe. They had that above angle, and they didn't even catch the Dusa in it. And so far, eHome, they're walking away with nothing right now, and EG are looking really good.
I mean, I think you said it best. It just seems like frustration, and frustration naturally leading to impatience as eHome trying to use that Moonlight Shadow and head their way into the EG side of the map, but scouted it out by a simple river ward.
Yeah, the problem right now is that eHome have this kind of lineup where they simply just have to run at them. They don't have a real physical damage dealing core. They've got this Axe, they've got this Timbersaw, and this Mirana. These are meant to just be fighters, non-stop almost. And for EG, you've got this Medusa, this Void, and this Stro, which are going to scale better into the late game. They're better team fighters when it comes to it.
Oh no, eHome.
They've got to scout out this Roche attempt, or maybe EG can just roll. We'll have an anticlimactic game number 2.
5 to 10, 17 minutes in. They desperately need to be able to stop this one, and an arrow will scout things out. Not going to hit anybody from EG, so they're not going to be caught inside the pit. But thankfully for eHome, they will be able to prevent that Aegis going into the hands of EG, because otherwise, you said you've got to just run into EG. You need to be able to fight if you're eHome with this kind of lineup, and that becomes all the harder with an extra life on one of these cores.
Yeah, the point still stands right now. You've got the type of cores that don't hit buildings the best, so you need to just kill heroes first, then take buildings. And that means you have to overwhelm EG in a team fight. But even with the chaotic offering going down on so many different heroes, and Lon M getting his ultimate off for its full duration on everybody, they still weren't able to clean up any kills as Universe got a 3-man chrono. They have so many different ways to distribute damage and even save heroes, as the Shadow Demon always positioned so far back.
Top 2 net worth right now. Both EG cores, the Dusa at 8K and Fear not too far behind.
Right now, eHome starting to press forward. They are still making pretty good use of their own jungle camp, and they've got this massive stack for Axe to go to in these Ancients, and that's going to catch him up, but whatever he gets after is going to determine the next fight.
Yeah, that's really important, right? Because if you can get this Blade Mail earlier, all that farm that's being picked up by 2 heroes specifically, and it's kind of lopsided in farm for EG. They're putting all of this into the Drow Ranger as well as the Medusa. That Blade Mail can turn that strength against EG if he can just get the right kind of initiation.
Yeah, eHome aren't really out of this game by any means. It's just, again, going back to their lineup and what they've drafted.
They needed to be able to get aggressive. They needed to be able to pick up some kills. And as you can see from the scoreboard, it's not looking like eHome envisioned. 5 to 10, 19 minutes in, a slight net worth lead for EG, a little bit bigger in experience. This next team fight, though, could change the whole entire thing. EG not too willing to give that team fight to eHome, keeping themselves relatively well spread, farming themselves pretty efficiently, as you mentioned, going through the jungle, only pushing out waves when it runs into their tower.
If you just look at it right now, EG, they don't really have to rely on going for a smoke anymore. They can just play the pace of the game. eHome trying to do the same thing by constantly stacking up the Ancient camps. That's going to be their reply to EG's slow style. so that they can constantly keep up and farm.
Smail feeling confident, but he jumps over the river, now going to be caught by Old 11. He has the extra blade mail, the damage comes in. They're going to be able to drop the Rod.
Now they might have the damage for this.
Smail, he's dropping lower and lower, but it's not good enough. The Chronosphere now comes into play, and Old Chicken going to be beaten on by Universe. He'll end up falling, but in the background, Ice. He cleans up the Medusa. He's going to search for more, but he watches Lanham die and realizes he can't fight EG anymore. He backs up behind his river, 2-for-1 trade-off. But they did get a very high net worth hero out of that. Top of the board, the Medusa did fall.
The bigger thing is that the Axe was able to survive even after his initiation, but they did blow that Chaotic Offering once again, and they weren't able to push off the heels of it. And that's what our biggest issue was in the last game with eHome's lineup, is that they were never able to get aggressive with this Chaotic Offering early on.
Evil Geniuses, they're going to have their Chronosphere up in 70 seconds, so a slight advantage there, while the Chaotic Offering going to take a whole lot longer to come back into play. Fear has 3,200 gold on him right now, and he's inside the Roshan pit as well. Is this a Shadowblade game, or do we just need to focus on the team fight?
Shadowblade's pretty okay. It means that if you decide to turn it into a split push game, Fear will do quite a lot of
The
damage.
arrow just spotted them out. They know that Fear's inside the pit. They're going to be able to get the call. Old 11 with a follow-up kick. The disruption is there, and Lanham can't get the damage out onto Fear. He'll now retreat to the safety of the EG bosom, but the rest of eHome are still surrounding that pit and not granting Evil Geniuses the opportunity.
You really want to see Fear use his money before this next big engagement, as Ice now starting to pick up the farm, farming pretty much everywhere with that Bloodstone and those Boots of Travel, pushing in the waves. And this is the kind of style that we saw out of the last game. But when it came to it, they just weren't able to end the game.
And this is perfect, right? Because now this will match the EG farm efficiency when it comes to utilizing the jungle. With his Boots of Travel, he'll be able to match that by split pushing and keeping EG on their toes.
Very much so. And I mean, to their credit, they've done all the right things. eHome have constantly stacked up this Ancient Camp whenever available. That's made it so this Axe, even though he's not fighting the fights, he's still been able to keep up with the rest of the heroes in the farm. So it's a very good job done by eHome so far.
It's just not what they really wanted out of this game, but maybe they can still find that opening. The Mirana now getting the Aghanims. That's going to be another opportunity for them to rapidly split push against EG with that free Starstorm coming into play. Old 11, he's burrowed himself deep inside the trees. He may be able to find an opening as Ice is going to force some rotations here. They've got Fear, they've got Universe. The Chronosphere combination is going to allow Fear to be able to just beat into Ice. But do they have any counter vision? Yes, it's going to come in from side with the dust. They're going to be able to get that one. At the same time, PPD getting caught in bottom lane. He does get the deny, though. He suicides himself with the Bloodstone, making that a little bit more worth for eHome for now. The loss of the Bloodstone charges is still going to cripple Ice's Timbersaw a bit, but he can still come back into that with the right team fight.
It's not going to be too bad. 8 Bloodstone charges is what it originally was to begin with, so it's okay. He's going to be in an alright position.
Travel coming in. Ice is already ready to go. There's no Chronosphere here, but Samael just stands and fights. He knows he's super tanky with that Mana Shield. The roll in, looks like they may have caught Zai out of position. They're going to be able to get the kick on him. Old Chicken comes in with the extra nuke damage. A free kill there. They're going to look for more. Long jump forward. Ice now goes
the arrow hits
in from Samael, but they manage to lock down Fear, and they turn away from the snake to be able to kill the Drow Ranger instead. Roll in on out. Old Lana gets the kick, lands on Samael. The Chakram over the top. Slows down Samael a bit, but he's too tanky for Ice to be able to commit to that kill, but maybe they can still get this tier 1 tower at mid. It's been one of Evil Genius's strongholds. It's what's allowed them to be able to play so well around this Ancient stack, but they will lose this objective now.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy from EG. They got way too far forward there, and eHome finally find the kind of fight that they want, where they isolate a hero out immediately and they're able to continue the chase. That's what you want to see out of them. And the biggest thing is that EG still haven't been able to do the Roshan. That's one of the biggest parts of this Drow Ranger strategy, is you can transition from getting to that Roshan, then you just 5-man behind your 2 range heroes. You're able to siege very effectively with that Dragonlance. But so far, eHome have fought them at every single turn, and even though it hasn't been successful, it's delayed enough.
We
reaching the 25-minute marker now. You could see how that net worth graph and experience has changed to go in eHome's favor. Just a little bit of a lead, but it's the crack in the EG armor. Their defense around that tier 1 mid area seemed impenetrable for the first 20 minutes, but eHome have finally broken them, and now they're actually spreading the map pretty damn well. They've got Ice up at the top lane, threatening that tier 2 EG. They know what kind of lineup they have. It's the Drow Ranger lineup. It's naturally going to lead itself to a lot of 5-manning, which is going to lead them to being outmaneuvered and out-split push in these occasions.
Yeah, they just don't have the best way to deal with this top lane. If they deal with this top lane, then the rest of the heroes can't farm. Because if EG show any sort of farm distribution, like if they run into this jungle area and they get spotted by this ward, somebody's pushing out top, then everybody from eHome can just make their move. Like, look at the way that EG have to jungle right now. They've got to do it as a group. And meanwhile, if you just check the map spread on the Radiant side, they are all around the map.
Yule Scepter actually being picked up for Old 11.
At the same time, though, this Timbersaw, he's going to have a point where he doesn't get that much stronger. You want another core to go with him. This Axe doesn't have the best late game set.
At what point, like eHome, they're doing a great job like matching EG's farm and even surpassing them in some regions, but at what point are they forced into a do or die? We must fight. We can't just out-farm them anymore.
I think for at least the next 10 minutes, they're still okay, but there will come a point where EG, they can't get high grounded, and eHome, who's going to deal the high ground damage to their lineup? As Zai,
Smoke is going to pop. Zai around the trees, will be loop-de-loop, but not going to make the escape.
Old 11 catches him out, gets the call, and Ice will claim another Bloodstone charge.
This is what we talked about. EG, they're trying to avoid these fights, and eHome trying to just
look for these pickoffs. But Old 11 not able to get the initiation now. The Chaotic Offering going down. Evil Geniuses are going to be forced back. The Chronosphere onto Old 11 as well. The Fear on the side. eHome can do nothing but watch as their ally falls, and their Chaotic Offering Warlock Golem is laid down.
They just have to get out right now. eHome trying to look for whatever engagement they can. They know there's no stone gaze.
Nice kick actually landing on a PPD. Samael turns and fights the best he can, but there's no big ultimates. Old Chicken trying to pop the TP out, not going to be able to make it away. The damage is too much for him to handle. Ice, he's next. He's got the Timber Chain to be able to get some distance, but Universe will keep pace. He needs a longer jump. Managed to get the bash. Ice. He's time dilated up, unable to get a Timber Chain for quite some time. He's just going to be slowly pegged away by these range heroes. Not able to make it out. He needed 15 seconds for a Bloodstone suicide. Couldn't even get that.
And that is 4 heroes down now on the side of eHome. EG going to take a lot of this real estate on the map. They're going to push in all of the lanes simultaneously. This bottom lane being pushed in by these creeps. This mid tower that was so important to EG going to fall without any sort of resistance, as eHome have no heroes to defend it quite yet. Now the Axe is going to come forward. And EG, they still want to take this.
Edge get the call out with the Blade Mail. Fear returning so much damage back into himself, but not low enough for the Culling Blade. But the Yule Scepter will make sure there's no retreat. Old 11 has another chance at this, but the BKB activated. Fear gets the distance once again, but Ice. He knows he's close. If he can get the right Timber Chain, he can catch up to Fear, and that's why PPD. He interrupts with the disruption. May have cost him his own life, though. Tries to juke it out, gets silenced up. Timber Chain not going to latch. And Ice, he can't chase in. In fact,
Old 11's getting low.
Go down. A kick will buy him some space. An arrow comes in, and Samael, he has to keep his distance.
Both teams have to recognize the strength of their lineups as EG. They understand when it comes to the late game, they've got that in spades. Same with the counter initiation with all their abilities. And for eHome, getting into team fights, going to be very good for them, but at the same time, they're going to need to kill so many different heroes before they're able to go for a push.
I mean, you already have the Scotty on Samael. You're beginning to see that you're talking about it. At a certain point, EG won't. They have such good high ground defense that eHome won't be able to penetrate it, and that comes in large part right to the Dusa and her ability to stand on the front lines with the mana shield, has the split shot, and you've even got PPD's disruption to be able to create even more Dusa illusions.
And we talked about Universe just being a vehicle for the other teammates on his side. He's just going to enable their damage. Like, how often have you seen this Faceless Void build as of recent? Is he's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter right after the Blink Dagger. Almost no damage items. He's going to rely heavily on the Throw and the Medusa. Now they're going to go for a smoke of their own in this bottom lane.
They
You're
could be
going to open up.
initiated on Old 11 sitting on the side, waiting and waiting to go for the call while he loses Lanham. He decides he's not going to be able to fight that one. Just leaves a one support kill. Ooh, that arrow. Just tracing PPD's behind there. Old 11 still wants to be able to fight
Oh,
this
they're gonna
one,
find
but
him.
no, Universe is going to be able to run into him. Old 11 not able to get the initiation. Now the disruption goes down, stopping the golems, and they will be able to get the Chronosphere as well. They want to make sure there's no answer from Fenrir at all here. The Universe, he gets it. No, the Chaotic Offering. It goes down to last half second. Can this turn the fight? Bottom, he dies in secondary time here, and Ice time died left.
get low.
He can't get any damage out whatsoever. Old 11, he's actually ineffective, unable to catch up Universe, and it looks like he's just going to have to watch Ice die. Maybe not. He gets a call with the blade mailed out. Will be able to save his ally, but it costs him his life. Maybe at the cost of Old Chicken, he does get the kill. He managed to take out Fear, but now has to run himself away. 2 more seconds till the call is up, and no! A time dilation. Ice, he rolls on through, but Samael, he's still tanky. Ice.
Oh, he doesn't get the chain.
No, he didn't get the Timber Chain he wanted. He has another one, though. Chalkum, Lances, Timber Chain will be able to get him. Universe, he's low, and Ice, he thinks he can win this fight. That's why Universe blinks himself away. TP's out. It was a smoke initiation led into a second buyback here. eHome, they brought Lanham back into the fight, and it still went EG's way. They lost Samael, but ultimately the numbers went the way of EG.
Yeah, but still, eHome, I think they're going to be somewhat okay with that, just considering the gold lead does go in their way, at least for that fight. But man, when you come to it, EG, they're pushing the pace. I really like that they're always trying to find fights now on the side of eHome. Because again, eHome, they want to utilize this Chaotic Offering on the other side. They don't want to keep using it defensively like this, especially if they're not dominating the fights. That was the issue with their last lineup, and they're struggling with it even more in this game.
They've got that Shivas, though, on Ice.
There's going to be a Butterfly soon on the side of Sumail. He recognizes who's the physical damage dealer on the side of eHome. So he's going to continue to scale.
He's just going to pump out the damage right next to Fear. All they have to do is just dodge the initiations of eHome.
Big thing right now for EG is going to be this Aegis, and that's why eHome just checking this area. They want to see if EG are doing it.
Arrow goes out, will reveal that Roshan is indeed up. But no one from EG being caught inside that pit, and both teams will start scaling up.
It's Medusa. She is so strong right now, top in net worth, even considering how much that Timber's done just to farm with that with the travel early on, and he's still not even able to keep up.
The Butterfly just means with that activatable Flutter, he's going to be able to keep pace with any of these heroes of eHome. Yeah. Not even that Timber Saw, he's even going to struggle to be able to get in and out of that fight with the time dilation of Universe's Faceless Void always being aimed to keep the Timber Saw down.
And that's why they're going to go for the smoke. And look again, they're trying to find a fight on the side of eHome's base. And
immediately Universe jumps in. The counter initiation from Old 11 will be able to solve some of the damage, but they've already lost their Warlock. No Chaotic Offering today. Old 11, he's trying to dish out the damage to Samael, but now he's caught inside the Stone Gaze. The Moonlight Shadow buys him a little bit of time, but eventually he will end up going down. And now it's all eHome players falling as they're going to be chased down by Universe. He gets the bash. Lanham not going to be able to make the escape. 5 more seconds for a rolling boulder. No chance. Ice, the lone survivor here of eHome as Evil Geniuses find the perfect initiation. Universe gets the Chronosphere to win the fight, and EG go for Roche.
And Sumail just does too much damage right now in these fights. And eHome don't have the burst damage potential anymore to take out anybody on EG. So the fight is almost always going to start in EG's favor. Now they're going to go for the Roshan. We talked about how important that was going to be for both teams. Instead, it's going to go free for EG. In the last game, they struggled to take it so often, but this time, with the dire side advantage and having just won that team fight, Fear's going to pick it up for free.
Now eHome struggling. Look at this initiation. Universe, he just jumped right in there, got the Chronosphere. Now we're going to find another Chronosphere as Universe managed to catch Ice up here in the top
first
lane.
bash.
He's got one good Timber Chain to be able to get the distance. It looks like he is going to be tanky enough. EG can't pursue, and I think they got a read that eHome were bringing in reinforcements.
And eHome, they're trying to look for the fight. With the Chrono down, this is probably going to be one of their better opportunities as if you look at the poorly drawn line that Old 11 put on the map. He's signaling for them to go for it.
I mean, they just got a big upgrade. Ice, he's had a huge problem with this time dilation, but he's now got the answer. After the Shivas, he picks up a Lotus Orb.
But it doesn't look like eHome are going to go for it. Instead, going to continue try to get some farm in this jungle, but EG.
Night Shadow, Old 11, way ahead
That
of
was
his team.
completely in vision, and
oh dear.
Ice pushing out this top lane, but again, EG are content. Old 11 trying to find an angle.
He's looking for it, but he's not going to be able to find it. The Chronosphere with double blinks. There's only one hero inside the Chronosphere. That's going to be Fenrir. Again, he's the target. He will end up going down. Looks like the other support Lanham, he's going to be caught as well. That could have been so much worse for eHome. If it wasn't for those double blinks, they could have lost a complete team fight there. Instead, all they do is give up their supports in exchange for the tier 2 at the top lane.
Not too terrible for them, but still losing heroes at this point, especially with EG, just going to form up around. They are in such strong position with this Aegis.
Disruption being spammed out here on the Dusa. They actually do see Old 11. But at the same time, it looks like they've caught Universe. Ice going to try and lead with the Shivas, but they doesn't wait for a disable. Old Chicken's trying to go for the Yule Scepter into the arrow. But now EG,
they're just marching right now.
yeah, they just circle the wagons around Universe, protecting him. Resetting the fight, now going for the tier 3 push.
I mean, Sumail's just daring them to go on him right now. And there's not a whole lot that they can do. Look how quickly this tower goes down. eHome gonna send in Ice, but now here comes the illusion spam from EG.
Old 11 has to jump in sometime soon. His Blink Dagger getting canceled though by the illusions, and the tier 3, it's gonna fall. Arrow goes out, not able to find the initiation. Old Chicken pokes at some of the heroes from the side. With this Blink in Starstorm, they even almost caught Lanham. Now the initiate comes in. Ice is going to be solo Chronosphered up. The Conic offering goes in. Old 11 unable to get a good enough call though. Sumail, he gets the Stone Gaze off and rips Old 11 apart. A Yule Scepter goes down, but Old 11 will still fall. 2 down from eHome, and EG still healthy. All 5 heroes above 75% as they push into the high ground, going for the range racks.
And EG are just not to be deterred. They barely did any damage to Sumail, and even with a decent initiation from eHome, the EG are just too strong right now for eHome to fight. They can sense their top 3 berth, and they want to meet Wings in the upper bracket. So they're going to just continue going for this bottom tower and probably go for the racks in eHome. They've got one more shot at this, but this time they have to do it without the chaotic offering.
This time it's eHome's chance and an impossible hold of high ground. Without some of their big ultimates. Old Chicken gonna start trying to lay out the damage, but they can't delay for long.
They take these buildings so fast.
Already dead. A double stun and a double silence, but they manage to get the Chronosphere locking in 3. Lanham and Fenrir again. The support's down, leaving Ice alone, and that's it. GG is the call from eHome as game 2 is cut short. Evil Geniuses executing very cleanly here in game number 2 and proving that game 1 was not a fluke.
It just looked like eHome ran out of steam. In the second game, they made moves that I've never seen them make. It felt like they were desperate. It felt like they were playing on the back foot. Even at 15 minutes, they were just telling themselves, go, go, go. And eventually, EG just kind of withstood it. They played behind their Medusa. They recognized the strength of their Shadow Demon. Really well played by them.
And while game 2 rather one-sided as Evil Geniuses cut it down at 38 minutes, let's not forget game number 1 of this series featured probably the best Dota and the hypest match that we've seen all year long. eHome, they may not have been able to come back in this series, but they certainly proved themselves capable of being able to take at least a game off of EG. 2-0, Evil Geniuses now securing themselves at least $2 million in top 3 here at the International.
I mean, how did they do it? Was this first year at TI4, they got 4th?
3rd?
3rd, then they secured themselves 3 years in a row a top 3 berth. And home crowd advantage, what is it?
I'm not sure exactly what it is. Maybe our panel has some ideas. What makes Evil Geniuses so special they keep doing it?
USA.
What is it, gentlemen? I mean, fair enough question. I mean, how is it that EG always find a way to creep into some of the, best Dota we've ever seen and always in a top position like that? The best tournament on the planet.
Drafts. Their overall strategy is always very, very good for, like, if you look at EG overall, they very, very rarely get outdrafted by their opponents. And this game, it all came down to the overall strat that they have. And I mean, on the panel, we agreed that they had the better strat and the easiest strat to execute.
Blitz, Cap, do you guys agree with that? I mean, what do you think from your perspective?
I think from that game, it just felt like, especially in the second game, eHome kind of ran out of steam. It felt like their lineup, they've been so used to doing this. They draft these fighting cores at all times. They overwhelm their opponents. Then they just go for the push after that. But it felt like this time EG came much more prepared than their other opponents. They understood the power of that Medusa's counter initiation against eHome's kind of style. It was the perfect pick.
I think drafting is definitely a big advantage here for EG. I want to know, though, is the Warlock, I mean, twice now got defeated. eHome, both games, they weren't able to get the aggressive jump, like Blitz kept pointing that out. They couldn't get the aggressive initiation. They couldn't ever get the chaotic offering on EG's side of the map. Is this hero actually worth the early pickup by eHome?
What do you guys think?
I mean, game 1, it was amazing. I just feel that there are other things that were issue in game 2. And it a little bit feels like after losing that game 1, which really they should have won. We're so close and they feel, 20,000 gold ahead, mega creeps, everything, still lost. It felt like that was a hard blow to them.
Yeah, we spoke about that mental factor that it blows your mind when you lose a game like that, and whether you can recover or not. That I think you need a lot of experience to recover from that.
eHome have experience though. These are guys, for the most part, these are guys who've been around the block a bit. But so do you think that part of it could have been psychological for them, just based off being burnt out in game number 1?
Partly, but also as Winter said, the drafts definitely played in the second game. None of us really agreed with the Earth Spirit. We felt it was a weird pick. It did score a kill early on the Medusa. That was great. But overall, it was hard for him to execute. And EG just had much easier here to play around. Universe got so many good chronos off and very easy to follow.
What do you think, guys? Are we going to be seeing eHome and EG again likely in the grand final? Will eHome be able to muscle their way out of that scary lower bracket?
Hopefully, they'll make a good grand finals for sure. Like, both teams are extremely, extremely strong. Very good at drafting, very versatile, play a lot of heroes.
I mean, eHome have shown they can easily beat EG too. All right, not easily, but they can beat EG. And, maybe they were a bit exhausted after the first game, mentally.
We'll have to see. You agree?
I just think this confirms what people felt before, that EG, they're the team to beat, and this series was the best series so far. It was really insane Dota, and I hope eHome can recover.
I don't know how every day seems to get better and better, and I can't imagine what's going to be in store for us tomorrow on day 4. But we're going to be done here on the draft panel for day 3. It's been a hell of a day. Why don't we go ahead and send it over to Paul and the panel. They're back at the desk once again to wrap things up for day number 3.
Yes, we are indeed. Thank you very much to our draft panel, our Coddle gang down there on the ground floor. Thank you very much for your work today, and all of our casters, of course. We're back at the panel. We're making the panel great again. And also, the fact is that we've got the crowd pouring past us right now, and they are singing right now on their way out. Well done, everyone.
What's the song they sing?
I can't actually
Wasn't
make
it
out because the headset.
national anthem?
I think it might have been.
Yeah.
We're all not from
I feel like we're like a football match in England or something right now. It's crazy.
It was fantastic. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it felt, actually. They were all piling out, all singing and chanting, and what incredible scenes here. Absolutely incredible scenes. We're going to bring some, well, I don't know what we call it after that. Some analysis, some reactions, we'll call it what you like. We've got plenty to talk about on the panel, but first, let's go down to Casey. She's with one of our winning upper bracket semi-finalists. This is Universe.
Universe, congratulations.
Thank you.
I was just telling you when you sat down, we were exhausted watching that first game because it took that much energy to just cheer you on. I was watching Twitter and talking to some people backstage. A lot of people are calling it the single best Dota game they've ever seen. I want to get your perspective on what it felt like to be a part of it as a player.
Well, it was a crazy experience. I don't know, like it just felt like we were losing most of the game, and then like Fear was offlane Axe for some reason. I'm not sure why, and like just crazy stuff was happening. And then like I think it's like the first time I've ever bought a rapier, so it was a pretty fun game for me.
How were you able to regroup and refocus? Because you come off stage after that, we're talking like an hour and 15 minutes of just hardcore, that's my hardcore focus play. How do you then say, okay guys, that's one game, we have maybe 2 more to go, at least one. How did you kind of get the energy back and the focus back?
I don't know, it's tough. Like right after that game, I like yelled and like everyone was like super pumped, you know. But then like they gave us like 10 minutes back in the back, so we all just kind of like chilled out, drank some water, and talked about the next game. It's pretty easy to keep calm in this team, so yeah, we just refocused after that.
You are so good at Faceless Void. Are you surprised that you've been able to play it on the main stage so many times already?
Yeah, I don't know. People just keep giving it to me, you know. so we'll just keep taking it.
What's your reaction to that? You're like, all right, I'll take it. Let's do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really like a top tier pick, so teams kind of like forget about it. You know, you get caught up in the meta and all that, and then, you know, we just get Faceless Void and it works out.
What do you think about eHome as an opponent? I mean, that was really a grand final caliber game that we saw out of both of you, especially the first game there.
I have a ton of respect for those guys, like especially Old 11. Like I've been watching his replays throughout the tournament, and he's been playing like pretty well. So it feels good to beat him.
Wings is next. Thoughts as you get prepared to face them?
I don't even know if we can prepare against a team like that. You know, they're pretty crazy, but it'll be tons of fun playing them. I know they're great guys, so it'll be fun.
Talk about your teammates. You must be really proud about the way you worked together and banded together not just once but twice in such an amazing fashion at this high level. Give us some insight to that.
Well, I don't know. When there's like a high pressure situation, those guys are pretty good at keeping their composure. So it's really great to be a part of that, and you know, win a really tough game like that it's amazing. So
you all seem to just work so well together. You gel the minute you get in, and I think that's one of the reasons people seem to enjoy watching you is such a high level of play at all times. As you look ahead, are there any teams here left that would you like to see eHome again? Are you hoping to face them again, or is that exhausting? Just talking about it right now.
Yeah, it's a little stressful. I don't know if we'd want to play them again, but seeing them again in the finals would be fine though. I like those guys, and I think they're really good. So it would be fine to play them again.
Well, congratulations, and thanks for giving us an amazing round of Dota, several rounds of Dota to watch, because I know the fans really appreciated it. So congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Casey. Thank you, and congratulations to Universe and the boys in Evil Geniuses. What an incredible day of Dota. Yeah, absolutely, have to agree. I've been in this industry for a very long time, and that was one of the greatest games of all time I've personally witnessed. And great to see the old man in there. I think Purge has some thoughts on the old man fear. He's not so much of an old man these days, Purge, is he?
He's not, and he played that game really amazing. They took a draft that had some weaknesses, and the way that he played just allowed them to have no weaknesses and get kills out of it. So if we take a look at the map, normally what happens, especially in a try versus try situation, Dry Ranger sometimes dies, sometimes she gets kills. In this case, EG did have a good laning stage. He ended up having one kill in the laning stage at least. And then normally when you hit level 6 on a Dry Ranger, what you do is you ditch the lane because things start getting a little too scary, and you just spend a lot of time in this area, just jungle a lot, because it's a lot safer. But the problem is that these teams are so good that they say, Dry Ranger's not in the lane, he's obviously in the jungle, they smoke, they gank the jungle, and they still get the drow kill. So that makes what Fear did really cool. As soon as he hit level 6 here, he backed off, TP to the bot lane, PPD stays in the lane to get golden experience, and then Zai was already ready, instantly smoked to the bot lane to gank the Axe. This is 6 minutes into the game, and this is a Drow Ranger ganking the off lane. It is so well timed, and they get an easy kill. We normally don't see that out of Drows. They mostly just sit in their lane, eventually get ganked, slowly farm, never really, I mean, maybe do some pushing kind of stuff, but that kind of a gank is just amazing. And then what he did afterward is even cooler. Same principle. Don't necessarily want to farm here. They're going to be looking for you. So what he does instead is he starts jungling here at 6 minutes into the game. Didn't have lifesteal, just had a stack of tangos. Ate a couple trees in this general area and just kept killing the Ancients. And then 2 minutes later, after he'd been farming there, he did the same thing again. 8 minutes, TPs to the top lane, smokes with Ogre, and goes for the kill on Ice, which led to them wrapping around that tier 1 tower and eventually getting the kill. So that kind of movement, he's still top of net worth, and he's participating in a gank in the offlane, and he's unpredictably moving around the map, and it just made it so hard for eHome to gank. And pretty much the most crucial thing, look at the other 2 heroes that EG had to gank. It's a Medusa and a Void. So if he's just hitting off the map consistently while farming faster, it just made no openings for eHome to look for kills, and it just won them the game.
I'm speechless. Shane wants to just jump up and down, I think, right now.
Can we? Okay, that game was great. Yeah, but the first game, like I've never witnessed anything so cool in my entire life. I'm standing in the middle of the stadium, like just down at the bottom. I'm looking around, and everyone's smiling, everyone's cheering, going crazy, like for the entire game. It was nuts.
Yeah.
And then when everyone left after the game, everyone's still chanting, cheering, like. And these are all fans of different Dota teams, but no one cares. It's just about the game.
Absolutely. I mean, I have to say, right, I'm very critical of EG over the last 12 months. I'm not their greatest fan by any stretch of the imagination, but I almost lost my voice up in the booth watching that game. It was unbelievable up there.
It kind of felt that first game when they won that, the energy, the shout, the cheers, the chanting, the songs. It felt more hype than them actually winning TI5 last year.
Yeah, yeah, it kind of did, didn't it? I mean, let's try and put it into perspective. God's how I don't know how we do that, but let's just compare it to some of the greatest Dota 2 games of all time. I think the one that stands out for everyone, me included, TI3 Game 5 Grand Final. Now, arguably that was higher skill and it was technically better. But does it live up to the hype? Is the problem, isn't it? It's like
it can't. It's not a Game 5 of a Grand Finals.
Exactly.
As far as non-Game 5 Grand Finals go, that's as good as it gets. You can't come close to what you just saw unless you're playing a Grand Finals deciding match.
Yeah.
It's insane, Dota.
Yeah. It will live for a long time, I think, for everyone that was here and everyone that watched it online. Shiva, I haven't really heard much from you yet on this game. What are your thoughts?
I mean,
how do you summarize it?
I'm still hung up on that first game that we saw today. Obviously, the second game was great too.
The second game was okay.
And it was, I mean, it was Universe on his void. Just there was no save mechanism on the side of eHome. They just couldn't do anything. I felt so sorry for Fenrir. He just got chronoed every single time. Even if it was a solo chronosphere, let's get that Warlock, guys.
In a way, I actually felt a little bit for eHome in the break because not a lot was said about it because we were also just ecstatic with the comeback, an incredible comeback against Mega Crits. First time it's ever been done at the International. EG win the game, which they should never have won. They should have been GGing like 20 minutes before that, right? And then in my brain, I was kind of like, wow, how hard is this going to hit eHome coming back out? How do they pick themselves up after a game they should have won? And this wasn't one of those games that we talked about in the group stages, which MVP lost a few of, where you thought, a few mistakes, should have won that game, but oh well, reset. They did nothing wrong in that game.
We heard the analysts talk about it, about the mental blow after a game like that, and they definitely thought, like, obviously the draft was in favor of EG already in game 2, but they did think that the mental blow did have a part in that second game there as well.
Like the camera went on to Old Chicken right before the game, and you could kind of see it.
That's the player I wanted to talk about because he's the one who could have stepped up in game 1, and it was his mistakes getting caught out a couple of times, which I think cost them a game. Not to like point, strategically, eHome played it amazingly, but it was the pickoffs, the buyback management in the late game where Old Chicken didn't quite deliver. And then game 2, his play, he again felt very flat. He lost his lane to Sumail. Sumail was just doing fine on his own most of the time, and I think that was the big difference between the two teams. As far as finding a difference that set them apart, it was the Sumail versus Old Chicken matchup.
Yeah, I just want to pop back a little bit in time to a few hours before. We were all desperately looking forward to Wings versus MVP. It lived up to the hype in many ways. It was great. It was a great game. We enjoyed watching them both run at each other, but never in our wildest dreams did we expect that. Did we for the final game of the night?
If you asked me in a month from now, if I would remember the game MVP versus Wings, is like, you know, I know it happened, but what happened? Not
There's
sure.
just this huge shadow
Ask me in 3 years from now whether I remember anything from TI6. I'm pretty sure game 1 of EG Home will stick in the mind.
Yes.
Let's update you with the brackets and show you exactly where we are right now because we are at the halfway mark. We have 8 down, 8 left in the tournament. Evil Geniuses, of course, are one of those teams, and they have guaranteed themselves another top 3 finish here at the International. The reigning champions have hit the form that they needed to hit at just the right time. They are in the upper bracket final where they will take on the unpredictable and spectacular Wings. That, of course, is a match to look forward to for many reasons. At the bottom half of the bracket, eHome have dropped down. They will face the winners of TNC versus DC. That'll be tomorrow, of course. And Fnatic Liquid as well. They will play the winners. The winner of that will play MVP. So absolutely amazing. 8 teams left. Can you believe it? I can't believe we're halfway through the week already.
It goes so fast. It's like 6 days main event and we're already halfway.
It's crazy. Tomorrow's matches look like this. 3 matches tomorrow. We'll have TNC versus DC, a massive match for both teams. Really looking forward to that one. And Fnatic will take on Liquid in the lower bracket as Liquid continue their march through that lower bracket. We'll also have eHome. They'll play the winners of TNC versus DC. That's the other downside to losing the upper bracket second semi-final, is they have to play again tomorrow, and they don't know who they're going to play yet. It's a bit of a disadvantage.
I'm kind of sad to see DC and TNC play against each other because they're kind of the underdogs in this tournament, right?
Well, they're definitely underdogs.
Yeah,
right from the very moment we came in.
definitely.
Yeah.
Well, we called it.
We called it. But the experts didn't always call it, did they?
They don't really know what
I'm mostly pointing towards that one. I mean, I don't consider myself an expert, so there you
people
go.
who called TNC? Hello?
Oh,
People who call EG now. You guys want to throw some shade over here? You know,
Okay, you're
I got
both
ammunition.
good in your own right. There you go.
who's
Stop
gonna
fighting.
win?
Thanks, Sheila.
TNC or DC?
I'm going TNC, man. Like, it's so hard to call that one.
Okay.
It's going to be great.
DC
We're gonna
hater.
We're gonna have three more games. Let's just wrap up the day. How do you put this day in your pantheon of watching Dota 2? Is it right up there? Has to be, doesn't it? It's with everything that's happened, not just the EG game 1 against EHOME, but everything that's happened today.
Yeah, it was pretty bloody good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good summary. I like that. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I'm getting kind of tired. Someone actually said to me on Tuesday, can you stop finishing the day saying it was an amazing day and you can't believe how great the Dota was? But it actually has been like that.
What
every
else
day.
can you say?
Exactly.
Oh, God, it's so difficult. Like every
Exactly.
day, it
It's
just keeps
been a
getting better and better.
disappointing day, guys. Maybe we'll be better tomorrow. But
What a miserable day. It's been terrible Dota, poor play, Gods has been terrible, everything's been awful, the sun was horrible. Yeah, I mean, why would we finish on a note like that when we've had a day like this? Thank you very much to all three of you, Gods, Shiva and Shane. Of course, they will be back with us tomorrow. And we will be, of course, on our mobile a bit more as well. We'll be back again for day 4. We'll take you out and show you a bit more of the international six. We're just trying to give you a bit more flavour this year as to the incredible stuff that goes on around the actual event, as well as the main event itself. That is it for day number 3. It has been magnificent, it's been historical, and it's been majestic. We've enjoyed it thoroughly. Day 4, wow, what a day we have to look forward to. Plenty of fun to come, and plenty of fun been had by Casey, of course. We'll leave you with her thoughts at the end of day 3. We'll see you tomorrow for more from the International 2016.
International, you can do the VR experience, which is inside this amazing tent. And there are a lot of different ways you can experience it. First, you can look like I'm going to look in about 2 seconds, which is, what is that guy doing? Well, we're going to show you. That's all part of it. And Morgan is our new best friend, and he's going to help us understand how this all works. How you doing, Morgan?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm really good. I'm really interested to know how this all works and how you put it together.
Absolutely. So this is Project Arena, which is a full-body VR experience put together by CCP Games, the Atlanta studio. What we mean by full body is that we're trying to engage more than just the player's head and hands. We want them to take a step in any direction. We want them to get physically active during the game, and we want them to potentially sweat.
You also kind of help us understand why this is so relevant to what we're seeing in the Dota 2 community and kind of the way things are moving forward in technology. I mean, this is a really interesting perspective to have here while the International is happening as the backdrop.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at what they're presenting here with the mixed reality real-time streams that are going out, you can imagine what this would be like on stage with people battling each other in virtual reality and the audience seeing this happening real-time. It can get pretty intense. And even what we're seeing with the Dota stage right now with the giant LED screen on the floor to really draw people in, and those mixed reality views where they're putting the characters on the stage with the players, that's super compelling. And this is just the tip of the iceberg.
All right, let's do this. Do I need to stretch?
It totally depends on how much walking you've been doing today, but let's do it.
Are you throwing me some shade, Morgan?
I'm just saying, you are going to get your booty whipped, so there you go.
It was a hard-fought battle. It was so close, we had to get a group of judges in to determine who, in fact, and indeed won. Isn't that right, Morgan?
I don't think it was that close, actually.
Do you really think this is the future of not just gaming, but a lot of different things that we do in our day-to-day?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think what we see with augmented reality, mixed reality, and virtual reality, each one of those has different merits to it and different strengths that we should design for.
Thank you for showing us around. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
And again, you won.
Yes, I won.
Barely, though, right?
Barely.
Just like... Congratulations.
Side, hello.
Hello.
Hey.
啊！